Chi Wei's ABO narrative. Chi Cheng is an enigma, and Wu Suowei is an alpha, the scheming serpent-like attacker versus the cunning beauty receiver. After Wu Suowei's breakup with Yue Yue, he quickly became the target of the snake-like Chi Cheng, who, akin to a venomous serpent, fixated on him. Unrelentingly, time and again, he prodded and tested. Ultimately, the serpent successfully ensnared his beloved. Wu Suowei, do not forget to whom you belong. Wu Suowei rolled his eyes. There's no need for your incessant reminders. I am well aware. Chapter 1. The Breakup. Wu Suowei felt akin to a cat that had been viciously kicked. On the surface, he remained the same radiant figure, his smile bright, his gaze lively, exuding the intoxicating sense of sunlit warmth and strong spirits. Yet, only he knew that, deep within, a cataclysmic tsunami had just wreaked havoc, leaving behind a desolate wasteland, cold and lifeless. His relationship with Yue Yue was over. Merely an hour prior, in their apartment steeped in shared memories, he had delivered the final verdict on their relationship in the coldest, most clinical tone. Yue Yue's omega eyes, usually brimming with warmth, shattered in an instant. In disbelief, she gazed at him, silent tears cascading down her cheeks, the once sweet scent of white peach and jasmine now turning bitter and despairing. Wu Suowei, what are you saying? Yue Yue's voice trembled uncontrollably. Wu Suowei forced himself to avert his gaze from her eyes, fearing he might relent. His jaw tightened, the once fiery aroma of his alpha essence, warm like sunlight's scorching cedar, now felt frigid, radiating a sharp chill that kept others at bay. I said it's over. Yue Yue, I no longer love you. Each word struck like a poisoned icicle, piercing not only Yue Yue, but rebounding painfully upon himself. He felt the permanent mark they shared on his nape burn fiercely, a reminder of the bond that was being violently severed. That it was a torment both physical and psychological. Yue Yue's essence desperately sought proximity, yearning for solace, a natural instinct of an omega abandoned by her alpha. But Wu Suowei steeled himself, retracting his essence to the utmost, even deliberately exuding an air of icy rejection. Why? Why is this happening? Yue Yue choked, her complexion pale as paper. There is no reason. I'm simply tired of it. Wu Suowei turned away from her, his back facing her, his voice devoid of any tremor. Pack your belongings and leave at your earliest convenience. He heard her muffled, shattered sobs behind him, resembling the whimper of a small creature in distress. His nails dug deeply into his palms, the sharp pain anchoring him in his final resolve. He could not look back. He could not soften. This performance must reach its conclusion. Time passed, and her cries gradually subsided, fading into muted sobs. Then came the rustling sounds of her packing, followed by the gentle click of the door closing. Click! That soft sound struck Wu Suowei's heart like a heavy hammer. He spun around, the apartment now devoid of life. The air still carried the sorrowful scent of Yue Yue's white peach and jasmine essence, mingled with his own cold, shattered aroma of strong spirits and cedar. The world suddenly fell into a haunting silence. Wu Suowei leaned helplessly against the cold wall, gradually sliding down to the floor. The mask of composure he had clung to shattered, revealing the weary and tormented visage beneath. He raised a hand to cover the mark on his nape, where the imprint burned terrifyingly. A relentless wave of agony surged, a reminder of what he had just obliterated. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The tearing of a permanent mark inflicted profound anguish upon both Alpha and Omega, especially for the one who initiated the breakup and forcibly severed the bond. The backlash was exponentially more severe. He could feel his essence rampaging within him. Without the tempering influence of Omega essence, he became restless and chaotic. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, a bittersweet pain radiating through his entire being. He was not a soulless machine. He and Yue Yue had shared beautiful moments, those sweet, warm memories now morphed into blunt blades, repeatedly slicing through his nerves. But he had no other choice. Some paths must be traversed alone. Some performances must be completed in their entirety. He leaned against the wall, tilting his head back, closing his eyes, attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. He was Wu Suowei, an alpha who always appeared carefree and clever. He could not, nor would he, allow a failed relationship to bring him down, at the very least, he must not let others perceive his turmoil. He took a deep breath, striving to regulate his breathing, attempting to soothe his restless essence and the stinging gland. The effect was minimal. In Alpha, who had lost their bonded partner, particularly one of his caliber, was prone to instability. At that moment, his phone rang at the most inopportune time. The sharp ringtone shattered the oppressive silence of the apartment. Wu Suowei frowned, reluctant to answer. Yet the caller on the other end persisted, the ringtone repeating insistently, as if determined to not cease until he picked up. Irritated, he raked his fingers through his hair and retrieved his phone. A foreign number flashed on the screen, yet the consecutive digits suggested the caller held a significant identity. "Who is this?" He answered the call, his voice laced with a hint of suppressed raspiness and barely contained ire. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a deep, melodious voice resonated, carrying a peculiar magnetism and sense of authority that felt as though it penetrated his very nerves. "Wu Suowei, Mr. Wu?" Wu Suowei's demeanor shifted instantly, alertness coursing through him. The voice was unfamiliar, yet the intangible pressure was palpable even through the phone line. The caller had directly addressed him by name and title. "Yes, it is I. And you are—" He endeavored to sound composed, even infusing a hint of the usual light-hearted tone he adopted, despite the throbbing pain in his glands. "Chi Cheng." The name was delivered succinctly, carrying an inherent weight that required no further elaboration. Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei's mind raced that he recognized the name. It belonged to a figure recently rising to prominence in their circles, shrouded in mystery and known for his ruthless methods. Rumors suggested he was an enigma. Wu Suowei felt a weight settle in his heart. An enigma, a rare entity surpassing even alphas, possessing a natural suppressive strength over them. Why was he reaching out to him? "Ah, Mr. Chi." Wu Suowei allowed a smile to grace his lips, even though the other party could not see it. He instinctively donned his social mask, adopting a warm yet probing tone. "I have long admired your reputation. May I inquire what prompted your unexpected call?" Admiration is unwarranted. Chi Cheng's voice betrayed no discernible emotion, eerily calm. "That I have heard that Yue Technology is currently seeking Series B financing? I find this quite intriguing." Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat. Yue Technology is the subsidiary he values the most and has invested the greatest effort into, now standing at a pivotal moment in its development. Indeed, Chi Cheng's information is astutely timely and straightforward. Mr. Chi, your news travels fast. Wu Suowei smiled, his mind racing to weigh the pros and cons, as well as to decipher the true intention behind the unexpected olive branch extended by the other party. To receive your favor is a privilege for Yue. However, regarding the specifics, tomorrow night at 8, at the Dome Club, Chi Cheng interrupted him decisively, his tone brooking no dissent, exuding an air of undeniable authority. "This is not a negotiation. It is a notification." Wu Suowei squinted. He detested the sensation of being led by another's rhythm, especially now, when he found himself at a nadir of both emotion and physical well-being. Yet, the capital power represented by Chi Cheng was not something he could easily dismiss. Moreover, he keenly sensed that this could also be an opportunity to momentarily forget his suffering and immerse himself wholly in his work. An opportunity, perhaps, to encounter the legendary enigma that moment. His cleverness and spirit overshadowed his discomfort. "All right, then," Wu Suowei acquiesced readily, a deeper joy resonating in his voice, as if the fragile, tormented individual from earlier was a mere illusion. "Mr. Chi, as the host, I shall be punctual." "Excellent." Chi Cheng seemed to emit a soft chuckle, brief yet reminiscent of a feather brushing against the heart, imbued with an elusive significance. "I look forward to our meeting, General Manager Wu." The call was promptly and decisively terminated. Holding his phone, Wu Suowei's smile gradually faded. "Chi Cheng. Enigma." He glanced down at the desolate, cold apartment, the air still tinged with the remnants of heartbreak. The mark on the nape of his neck continued to throb, a reminder of the recently concluded past. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure on the other end of the call symbolized a future replete with uncertainties and challenges. Wu Suowei took a deep breath, striving to ignore the discomfort in his glands and the void in his heart, rising from the floor. He approached the window, gazing at the ceaseless flow of headlights below, his expression becoming increasingly sharp and calculating. Oh, what if he had parted ways? So what if he was in pain? He is Wu Suowei. He shall never allow others to witness his disarray. For tomorrow's meeting, he must muster every ounce of spirit. The serpent named Chi Cheng has already unveiled its cold fangs. The game, it seems, is about to commence. Chapter 2: The Gaze of the Serpent, the Dome Club. A name so ostentatious, it epitomizes extravagance. The transparent dome structure, suspended atop the city, seems to reach out and pluck the stars from the sky. This is a den for the elite alphas and the powerful. A silent arena where pheromones and authority engage in a subtle duel. As Wu Suowei stepped into this realm, he meticulously encased all remnants of last night's despondency and anguish deep within the recesses of his heart. Clad in a well-tailored deep gray suit that accentuated his slender waist and long legs, his hair was artfully styled, revealing a hint of a smooth forehead and those ever-smiling peach blossom eyes. The upward curve of his lips was perfectly measured, radiating warmth while maintaining an air of propriety. The scent of strong liquor and cedarwood pheromones was skillfully subdued, exuding a faint warmth reminiscent of sun-kissed skin, masking the latent intensity underneath. This was a skill he had honed over the years, a sophisticated guise for social interactions. Only he was aware of the lingering pain in the glands at the nape of his neck, akin to an unhealed scar, a reminder of the profound changes he had undergone and the man he was about to confront, a legendary enigma. A server respectfully guided him to a highly private viewing booth. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed a dazzling cityscape, resplendent with colors yet seemingly reduced to mere backdrop. Within the booth, a man sat with his back to Wu Suowei, gazing out at the scenery. Even from behind, he emanated a calm yet formidable aura. Broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his physique was impeccably proportioned, a simple black shirt draped on him, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Wu Suowei hesitated imperceptibly, then approached with an even brighter smile. "Vs.the, I apologize for my tardiness." His voice rang clear, laced with just the right touch of regret. The man turned slowly at the sound of his voice. Wu Suowei met his gaze. Those were profoundly deep eyes, the irises dark, as if containing an endless ocean of night. His stare was calm, yet piercing, imbued with an insight that seemed capable of penetrating all facades. His features were strikingly handsome, with a noble nose and thin lips, combining to form a cold yet graceful elegance. This was Chi Cheng. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Wu Suowei felt an invisible pressure descend upon him. It was not a deliberate act of intimidation, but rather a natural deterrent stemming from a deeper, intrinsic hierarchy of existence. His alpha instincts sounded an alarm. Every nerve in his body taut. Yet, his smile remained unchanged, even sweeter, artfully masking the momentary alertness. "Mr. Wu, you are quite punctual," Chi Cheng remarked, his voice as deep and pleasant as it had been over the phone, yet richer, resonating like the hum of a cello that strikes a chord within the heart. "I may have arrived a bit early. Please take a seat." He gestured gracefully, his movements exuding an undeniable sense of control. Wu Suowei complied, settling into the seat opposite him. A server approached, pouring a fine vintage red wine. "Indeed, the night view here is unparalleled. Mr. Chi, you possess exquisite taste." Wu Suowei lifted his wine glass, naturally seeking a topic of conversation, his gaze sweeping outside the window as he sincerely expressed his admiration. After witnessing much, it all seemed rather ordinary. Chi Cheng's tone was unremarkable, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wu Suowei, akin to one admiring an intriguing artifact or appraising the value of prey. It did not compare to the captivating allure of General Wu. The statement carried an ambiguous undertone, difficult to decipher. A jolt ran through Wu Suowei's mind, yet his smile resembled that of a cat basking in praise, with his eyes curving delightfully. "Mr. Tzestet," claiming that his modest flicker of light dared not compete with the vast galaxy outside. He skillfully redirected the conversation to the night scenery, sidestepping a direct reply. The corners of Chi Cheng's mouth seemed to twitch ever so slightly, a curvature nearly imperceptible. He lifted his glass, gently swirling it. as the dark red liquid left exquisite trails on the glass wall. I have reviewed Xing Yue's project proposal. He transitioned to the main topic, his tone businesslike. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Wu Suowei. It is quite innovative, particularly in the application of AI, emotional simulation algorithms. Very audacious. Wu Suowei's spirit soared, instantly entering his element. When discussing his area of expertise, he radiated an inner glow, his speech measured and coherent, his eyes sparkling with confidence and enthusiasm. Thank you, Mr. Chi, for your acknowledgement. Emotional simulation is indeed our core breakthrough. We strive to shatter the coldness typically associated with traditional AI, enabling it to better understand and accommodate the emotional needs of diverse genders, particularly the gaps experienced by Omega and Alpha users. He spoke eloquently, occasionally punctuating his words with gestures, making his discourse lively and persuasive. This was his customary charming approach, often disarming others in a relaxed atmosphere. However, Chi Cheng was evidently no ordinary individual. He listened intently, occasionally posing incisive questions that struck at the heart of the matter, revealing him to be an investor not merely driven by wealth, but possessing profound technical understanding and commercial insight. His gaze never wavered from Wu Suowei, its penetrating quality inducing in Wu Suowei a peculiar sensation, as though the meticulously crafted exterior and fervent exposition were being peeled away, exposing the core, still aching from a recent breakup, and hypervigilant. This feeling unsettled Wu Suowei, akin to the cold flicker of a serpent's tongue against the skin. Nonetheless, he maintained composure, his smile impeccable and his responses impeccably guarded. In a lull in the conversation, Chi Cheng seemingly nonchalantly inquired, "Mr. Wu, you appear somewhat fatigued today?" Instantly, alarm bells rang in Wu Suowei's mind. He had meticulously concealed any potential dark circles with foundation, ensuring not a hint of disorder in his pheromones, projecting boundless energy. How did he perceive fatigue? Is it truly evident? Wu Suowei touched his face, his smile innocent yet tinged with self-deprecation. Perhaps it was due to the recent hustle of fundraising that had led to restless nights. "I apologize for my appearance. Mr. Chi," he deliberately attributed the cause to work. A reasonable explanation. Chi Cheng's profound gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds, without further probing, merely stating, "Your career is important, Mr. Wu. But do remember to rest as well." The words may seem laced with concern, yet paired with his emotionally detached gaze, they invariably evoke a sense of hidden significance. At that moment, a waiter, bearing a tray of drinks, stumbled nearby. The tray tilted precariously towards Wu Suowei, the vibrant liquid threatening to spill onto his exquisite suit. In an instant, a slender hand, swift as lightning, reached out to stabilize the waiter's tray, while another hand gently grasped Wu Suowei's arm, guiding him back a half-step. The motion was fluid and almost imperceptible in its swiftness. Only a few drops of the crimson liquid splattered onto the dark carpet, creating a small, darkened stain. "Apologies, Mr. Wu," the waiter stammered, his face pale with fright. Wu Suowei, still in shock, first felt the warmth radiating from the hand on his arm. Through the thin fabric of his suit, he could discern a peculiar intensity. Following that, a faint, chilling scent of pheromones wafted into his nostrils, reminiscent of a pine forest after fresh snowfall, coupled with the ancient serenity of sandalwood, emanating a profound and almost oppressive strength. It was Chi Cheng's pheromones. The brief moment of contact had revealed a mere hint of it, yet Wu Suowei felt his nape glands constrict sharply, not in pain, but rather in a complex reaction akin to a shiver elicited by a formidable adversary, mingled with an inexplicable sense of security derived from the presence of such power. This sensation was fleeting, almost illusory. His own alpha pheromones, meticulously restrained, stirred like a fine liquor mixed with frost, creating subtle ripples of agitation. "It's all right," Chi Cheng said coolly, retracting his hand, addressing the waiter with an air of indifference. "Be more cautious next time." Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chi," the waiter replied, visibly relieved, and quickly withdrew. Chi Cheng's gaze returned to Wu Suowei, and within his fathomless eyes there appeared a fleeting flicker of curiosity, as if Wu Suowei's subtle reaction had not escaped his notice. "Are you unharmed, Mr. Wu?" he inquired, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Wu Suowei swiftly suppressed the tumult of feelings within, re-establishing a flawless smile upon his face, tinged with a hint of playful relief. "I'm perfectly fine, thanks to Mr. Chi's quick reflexes. Otherwise, my attire would have been ruined," he jested, attempting to dissolve the earlier tension with levity. Chi Cheng regarded him for a moment, his gaze lingering on Wu Suowei's radiant smile. Then, slowly and subtly, the corners of his lips curved upward, not into a warm smile, but rather one that suggested amusement at an intriguing spectacle he had witnessed. It was a mere, trifling effort, he replied nonchalantly, picking up his glass once more. "Shall we continue our discussion regarding the barriers of that algorithm model?" "Certainly," Wu Suowei responded immediately, though his heart had yet to fully steady itself. In the ensuing conversation, Wu Suowei became increasingly engrossed and vigilant. He harbored a persistent feeling that Chi Cheng's piercing gaze could perceive far more than the superficial. He adeptly portrayed himself as a shrewd, capable, and slightly vivacious young entrepreneur, engaging in a balanced business discourse with Chi Cheng. Yet, he was acutely aware that certain dynamics had irrevocably shifted. The serpent not only revealed its tongue, but also extended its hand into his territory, leaving an ephemeral yet undeniable touch and scent in its wake. At the conclusion of their meeting, the two reached a preliminary investment intention, scheduling a time for further discussions. Chi Cheng rose, slightly taller than Wu Suowei, and as he approached, the intangible sense of pressure intensified. He extended his hand, expressing his anticipation for their next encounter. "Looking forward to our next meeting, Mr. Wu." Wu Suowei replied with a smile, grasping his hand. "It is my honor, Mr. Chi." In that fleeting moment of contact, Wu Suowei once again felt the strength and warmth of the other's fingers, along with the subtle, chilling yet steady aura of phenomenal resonance. Their hands parted almost instantaneously, as he observed Chi Cheng's retreating figure surrounded by bodyguards. The smile on Wu Suowei's face gradually faded. He cast a glance at his arm, where Chi Cheng had lightly rested his hand, and instinctively touched the still aching gland at the nape of his neck. "Enigma," he exhaled softly, his gaze growing intricate and calculating. This game appeared to be more exhilarating than he had anticipated. Chapter 3. The phenomenal gambit. Upon departing from the Dome Clubhouse and settling into his car, Wu Suowei allowed a crack to form in his otherwise impeccable facade. Leaning back against the driver's seat, he released a long, slow breath, as if to expel the invisible pressure that had accumulated within his chest. The neon lights outside flowed into the car, casting flickering shadows across his face. He instinctively rubbed the arm that Chi Cheng had touched moments earlier, through the fabric. The sensation lingered, dry, warm, imbued with an undeniable force. And then there was the fleeting, cold, yet steady scent of pheromones. Cedar? Sandalwood? Perhaps mingled with something more elusive, akin to the sharp edge of metal. Merely recalling it ignited a subtle warmth in the glands at the back of his neck. An exceedingly complex thrill coursed down his spine. Not merely pain, but rather a long-dormant instinct awakened, tinged with vigilance, shivers, and an undeniable, yet deeply reluctant attraction. "Enigma," Wu Suowei murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously pressing into his palm. He despised the sensation of losing control. As a premier alpha, he was accustomed to dominance, used to his pheromones leading the way. Yet, just moments ago, in the presence of that man, his alpha instincts seemed to be ensnared by an invisible hand, torn between the urge to resist and an involuntary attraction to a more potent, ancient force, like a cat facing a languorous yet lethal serpent, longing to extend its claws in provocation. He was acutely aware of the other's frigid gaze and lethal prowess. This paradoxical sensation stirred a sense of agitation within him, particularly as he navigated a period marked by the inherent instability of his pheromones. Having just severed a permanent bond, his pheromone field resembled a desolate landscape recently ravaged by an earthquake, fragile and sensitive. The presence of Chi Cheng, along with even the faintest trace of his enigmatic pheromones, was akin to a stone cast into this wasteland, eliciting unpredictable ripples. He needed to regain his composure swiftly. Wu Suowei inhaled deeply and ignited the engine of his car. He could not afford to remain in such a passive, vigilant state. Chi Cheng was not only a significant investor, but also a formidable adversary. What he required was a calm mind and precise calculations, rather than being led by primal instincts. He drove directly back to the company. Since sleep eluded him, he would fill the void with work. The office building was dimly lit in the late hours of the night. Wu Suowei's office occupied a corner on the top floor, offering a sweeping view, yet at this moment, it felt particularly desolate. He shed his suit jacket and loosened the top button of his tie, attempting to ease his tension. However, the air still carried a lingering, crisp, woody aroma, an inescapable reminder of Chi Cheng's silent scrutiny. He rubbed his temples in frustration, opened his laptop, and forced himself to immerse in the vast ocean of data and proposals before him. Meanwhile, a luxurious black sedan glided smoothly through the night. Chi Cheng reclined in the back seat, resting his eyes. The fleeting lights outside occasionally illuminated his chiseled profile, flickering like a distant star. His fingertips gently tapped against his knee, reflecting on something. Wu Suowei was more intriguing than he had anticipated. The radiant smile on that handsome face was so bright it could deceive anyone. Yet, he discerned the vigilance lurking beneath that smile. The flicker of calculation and the barely perceptible fatigue and pain hidden within those enchanting eyes. It resembled a small beast that, having weathered a storm, endeavored to appear fierce with its bristled fur. The glands were likely still aching from the rupture of the bond, and the pheromones carried an elusive lightness. Yet he managed to present himself with such fluidity and eloquence. His acting skills were indeed commendable. Then there was the moment when the server nearly spilled wine on him. The instant he intervened, he felt the subtle tension transmitted through the fabric as his fingertips brushed against Wu Suowei's arm, followed by an extremely brief and nearly imperceptible wave of pheromonal fluctuation. His rich cedar pheromones, at that moment, ignited subtle yet intense ripples, not merely a rejection, but rather an instinctive response to an unfamiliar and overwhelming force encroaching upon his territory, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. An intriguing reaction. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Chi Cheng's lips. He could detect the faint remnants of another omega pheromone on Wu Suowei, carefully concealed, yet imbued with a lingering sorrow, faint but unmistakable to his keen senses. One can distinctly perceive that the alpha gland is currently in an unusually vulnerable state. This is an alpha who has just cast aside an omega, ensnared in the torment of marking and tearing pain, yet manages to maintain an impenetrable facade before him. This enigma, is it mere bravado, or is it an inherent cold-hearted cunning? Regardless of which, is enough to pique his interest. He opens his eyes and instructs the assistant in the front row. Please conduct a thorough investigation into Yue technology, particularly the personal details of Wu Suowei. Focus on his recent private circumstances. Yes, Mr. Chi, the assistant responds respectfully. Chi Cheng turns his gaze back to the window, a fleeting glimmer of coldness crossing his eyes, reminiscent of the thrill before the hunt. Wu Suowei has toiled through the night at the company. It is only as dawn breaks that he manages to address the most urgent matters at hand. Exhaustion washes over him like a tide, and the dull ache in the nape of his neck becomes increasingly pronounced. He can almost sense his pheromones growing restless due to the lack of rest and emotional turmoil. This won't do. He needs a suppressant, not the kind used by omegas to inhibit their heat, but rather a high-concentration sedative employed by alphas during sensitive periods, notably during susceptibility and postmarking, to stabilize their pheromones. This suppressant is potent, but it carries side effects, somewhat dampening the alpha's aggression and vitality. However, for Wu Suowei at this moment, stability outweighs all. He cannot allow Chi Cheng, or anyone else, to detect the anomaly in his pheromone field. That would be a fatal weakness. He contacts a discreet and trusted private physician and schedules an injection for that afternoon. Having completed these arrangements, he drags his weary body back to the apartment that now feels devoid of Yue Yue's presence. It is cold, empty, and unsettlingly silent. He takes a cold shower, attempting to awaken himself with the icy water and wash away the lingering scent of another man's chilling pheromones. In the afternoon, At the private clinic, the suppressant is slowly administered into his veins, bringing a slight chill. As the medication spreads, the tumultuous and restless sensations of the pheromones within him gradually subside. The pain in the nape of his neck also diminishes significantly, replaced by a mild fatigue and emotional flatness, as though all intense feelings have been veiled by a thin gauze. Wu Suowei gazes at his somewhat pale reflection in the mirror, takes a deep breath, and once more strives to muster a smile. Very well. He is once again that seemingly impeccable Wu Suowei. Just as he steps out of the clinic, his phone rings. It is a work number. He answers the call with his usual bright and cheerful tone. "Hello, good day." "Mr. Wu," comes the deep, melodious voice from the other end, now causing his glands to instinctively tense. It is Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei tightens his grip on the phone slightly, yet the mirth in his voice remains undiminished. Even sweetened a notch. "Mr. Chi? Good afternoon. Do you have any instructions for me?" Instructions may be too strong a term. The voice of Chi Cheng resonated through the electronic currents, seemingly devoid of the immediate pressure that a face-to-face encounter would entail, yet imbued with an elusive significance. Having just perused an industry report, several points struck him, reminiscent of Sheng Yu's project, which he believed might serve as a valuable reference for your forthcoming technological selections. Wu Suowei felt a shiver run through him. Had less than a day truly passed? Was he already being guided in his tasks? This relentless, insidious style was unmistakably characteristic of Chi Cheng. Is that so? I am immensely grateful to Mr. Chi. Wu Suowei's tone brimmed with astonishment and appreciation. You are indeed our benefactor. Might it be possible for you to share the report with me for my study? The report is rather extensive and cannot be succinctly conveyed over the phone. Chi Cheng replied with an air of nonchalance. As it happens, I have a tea gathering at Mo Yun this evening. If it is convenient for you, Mr. Wu, you could join us and procure the report. Mo Yun Tea House, renowned for its exquisite ambience and heightened privacy, served as a venue for many significant clandestine discussions. This was hardly a negotiation. It was yet another notification, cloaked in ostentatious pretense that left no room for refusal. Wu Suowei's smile remained intact, yet a chill swiftly encased his eyes. This serpent indeed possessed an astute and rapid offensive rhythm. He had just administered a suppressant, forcibly stabilizing his emotions and pheromones. Such a high-stakes encounter, demanding relentless vigilance, was ill-suited for him at present. But could he decline? No. Mr. Chi's invitation is indeed a convenience for me, Wu Suowei replied, his eyes curving in delight, his voice tinged with an astonished cheer. What time shall we meet? I shall be punctual. At 8 o'clock, in the Jing Zhuxian room, Chi Cheng specified, revealing the time and the name of the private chamber. Very well, I shall see you this evening. Mr. Chi, once the call ended, Wu Suowei's smile evaporated instantaneously. He lowered his gaze to the phone screen, his expression sharp as a blade. 8 o'clock, Mo Yun Tea House, Jing Zhuxian. He was familiar with that establishment. Its refined environment was exceedingly secluded, and amidst the swirling scents of fine tea, the essence of pheromones would be even more perceptible. Was Chi Cheng acting with intention? Was this mere coincidence, or had he already detected something? Wu Suowei inhaled deeply, the efficacy of the suppressant aiding his composure. It appeared that tonight would once again present a formidable challenge. He needed to summon every ounce of vigilance to engage with this unwelcome serpent. Chapter 4. The invisible duel. The Mo Yun Tea House lay hidden within a tranquil alley deep in the city's heart, its white walls and dark tiles shrouded by lush bamboo. In stark contrast to the ostentation of lofty ceilings, every corner exuded a sense of Eastern subtlety and elegance. The air was perfumed with a delicate blend of sandalwood and the aroma of exquisite tea, effectively neutralizing and concealing the majority of pheromonal scents, rendering it an ideal locale for discreet discussions. However, for Wu Suowei at this moment, this deliberately cultivated ambience felt more akin to a silent magnifying glass. He arrived at the Jing Zhuxian room 5 minutes early. As he pushed open the elegant wooden door, a richer, more tranquil scent of sandalwood mingled with a particular tea essence enveloped him instantly. The room was softly illuminated, adorned with an elegant decor. Chi Cheng was seated by the window, meticulously warming his tea utensils. He was clad in a dark, traditional Chinese tunic with a stand-up collar, the fabric appearing exquisite. The tailored fit softened the sharpness often associated with the business realm, infusing him with an air of scholarly grace. Yet, when he lifted his profound gaze, the inherent authority and intensity within him remained undiminished. Mr. Wu arrived punctually. Chi Cheng's voice, enveloped in the fragrant steam of the tea, was somewhat hazy yet distinctly audible to Wu Suowei. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Chi," Wu Suowei said, a flawless smile spreading across his face as he gently closed the door behind him, effectively muffling the outside sounds. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became more serene, quiet enough to hear the gentle sound of tea being poured into cups, as well as his own heartbeat, which seemed to quicken slightly. He gracefully settled into the seat opposite the TC. The effects of the suppressant were evident. His pheromones were securely contained within, presenting an almost beta-like calmness. A subtle hint of strong alcohol and cedar lingered, cleverly masked by the faint scent of his cologne. The glands at the nape of his neck remained tranquil, merely emanating a coolness from medicinal effects. "Please do sample the freshly arrived Wui Mountain Mother Tree to Hong Pao," Chi Cheng offered, sliding a cup of crystal-clear tea towards Wu Suowei with fluidity, imbuing the gesture with a delightful sense of ritual. "Thank you, Mr. Chi, I am indeed fortunate today," Wu Suowei replied, lifting the teacup to first admire its color, then inhale its aroma, before finally taking a gentle sip. His movements were textbook perfect, his smile sweet. And indeed, the rock essence was profound, of fine tea. He portrayed an impeccable demeanor, embodying the most courteous of guests while relishing the host's hospitality. Chi Cheng's penetrating gaze lingered on Wu Suowei's face for a moment, seemingly searching for something within his overly serene expression. He then picked up a document nearby and handed it over. "This is the report, specifically the section on distributed training of neural networks. I believe it could serve as a reference for the algorithm optimization in your next version." His tone was unassuming, as if he were merely sharing technical information. Wu Suowei received the document and quickly perused its contents. The material was indeed professional and thought-provoking, far from superficial. A chill of realization washed over him. The depth of Chi Cheng's research exceeded his expectations. Excellent. The concept of asynchronous parallel processing mentioned here could precisely address the bottleneck we are currently facing, Wu Suowei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with the excitement of a tech enthusiast encountering a kindred spirit. "Mr. Chi, you truly are remarkable, pinpointing the crux with such ease." He endeavored to keep the conversation firmly within the realm of pure technical discussion, the safest territory. Chi Cheng leisurely savored his tea, listening to Wu Suowei's enthusiastic analysis and praise. He occasionally nodded, interjecting with a couple of precise technical inquiries to guide the discussion deeper. The aroma of tea wafted gently, and the atmosphere appeared harmonious and congenial. Yet, Wu Suowei's mind remained tautly focused. He could distinctly sense that although Chi Cheng's gaze often fell upon the document or the tea utensils, it was not without a purpose. Yet, it felt as though invisible threads were omnipresent, intricately entwining around him, scrutinizing the most subtle shifts in his expressions and body language. In this confined and tranquil space, despite the pervasive sense of sandalwood and tea, he could faintly discern a trace of an exceptionally faint and chilling woody pheromone. This emanated from Chi Cheng, steady and formidable, akin to a dormant beast. Even when its claws were retracted, its very existence served as an intangible intimidation. His alpha instincts reacted with profound discomfort under this looming presence, akin to an invisible hand gently constricting his throat. Fortunately, the suppressants held it at bay, preventing any aberration from surfacing. He could even feel the faint stirrings of his nape's glands beneath the influence of the medication, attempting to resist, yet powerless to struggle. As the discussion reached a temporary pause, Chi Cheng set down his teacup and seemingly casually turned his gaze towards the swaying shadows of the bamboo outside, casually inquiring, "Mr. Wu appears to have a considerable understanding of the tea ceremony." Attention gripped Wu Suowei's heart, aware that the true probing had commenced. The technical topic was merely an appetizer. He replied, I cannot claim to have conducted any research. I have merely accompanied my elders a few times, acquiring a superficial knowledge, indulging in a semblance of elegance. Wu Suowei smiled with a hint of bashfulness, subtly implying that it was familial influence rather than personal interest, while deftly evading any specifics regarding his past associations. Oh, Chi Cheng redirected his gaze, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Observing Mr. Wu's technique, it was evident that he possessed more than just a superficial understanding. It seemed his upbringing was quite commendable, though his words sounded like praise. The accompanying gaze invariably suggested an ulterior motive. Was he inquiring about his family background? Mr. Chi overestimates me. Wu Suowei modestly waved his hand, promptly returning the conversation. In comparison to you, I fall far short. You are the true connoisseur. Chi Cheng gently caressed the warm rim of his teacup, opting not to respond. A brief silence enveloped the private room, interrupted only by the soft bubbling of boiling water. This silence bore a palpable weight, pressing upon Wu Suowei's heart. He maintained a smile, yet his fingers instinctively curled slightly upon his knee, just as he was preparing to reintroduce the technical subject to shatter the silence. Chi Cheng suddenly spoke again, his tone as unassuming as discussing the weather. The fragrance of this tea house is delightful. It appears to utilize top-quality agarwood, which can calm the spirit and is somewhat beneficial for stabilizing pheromones. Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat. Stabilizing pheromones? Why would he suddenly mention this? Was it merely coincidence? Or had he perceived something? Had he detected the presence of the suppressants? Or sensed the exceedingly subtle unnaturalness in his pheromones? Impossible. The suppressants were of the highest concentration, and his control was impeccable. Surely, he was overthinking it. In a flash, Wu Suowei's face revealed just the right blend of agreement and a hint of curiosity. Is that so? No wonder I find this place particularly relaxing and comfortable. It must be the fragrance at work. Mr. Chi is truly erudite, even in this regard. He flawlessly portrayed a layman, utterly unacquainted with the subject, merely appreciating the pleasant aroma. There lingered a subtle admiration for the other's erudition. Chi Cheng gazed at him, his fathomless eyes narrowing slightly, a fleeting glimmer of elusive insight passing through them. He lifted his teacup and gently blew across the surface, the vapor momentarily obscuring his expression. He had a vague understanding of the matter, which he brushed aside, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Yet, an instinctive chill crept up Wu Suowei's spine. In that fleeting moment, he was almost certain that Chi Cheng's words were anything but casual. This serpent was indeed probing him incessantly. In the ensuing hours, the two engaged in trivial anecdotes about the industry and shared observations of the world. Chi Cheng refrained from posing any sharp inquiries, but Wu Suowei felt no inclination to relax. He sensed himself walking a tightrope, with an abyss lurking beneath. Chi Cheng was the one observing quietly from the sidelines, occasionally causing the tightrope to sway with a gentle breath. Eventually, after several rounds of tea and a near conclusion to their discussions, Chi Cheng glanced at the time, seemingly disinclined to linger. Wu Suowei silently exhaled in relief, preparing to take his leave. Just then, Chi Cheng's phone screen flickered to life. He glanced at it, then seemingly recollected something, turning to Wu Suowei and saying, "By the way, there's a private technology salon next Wednesday evening. Attendees are individuals from the industry with intriguing ideas. It might aid Mr. Wu in expanding his network. Would you be interested?" Once more, he extended an invitation, one that was more personal and informal. Wu Suowei's fingers hesitated slightly around the teacup. He understood that accepting would mean stepping into the more intimate circles of Chi Cheng's social sphere, which also entailed greater unpredictability and proximity. To refuse? On what grounds? He had just accepted the other's investment intentions and technical insights. His mind raced, weighing the pros and cons ultimately. A smile of surprise and mild flattery blossomed on his face. The occasion introduced by Mr. Chi must surely be a gathering of elites. I will be most eager to attend. Thank you for your kind consideration. This was his current strategy, to agree first and navigate the situation as it unfolded. Very well, I shall send you the address and time. Chi Cheng stood, signaling the conclusion of their team meeting. Wu Suowei rose as well, and they exited the private room in succession. As they parted in the corridor, Chi Cheng suddenly halted, glancing back at Wu Suowei. The dim lighting of the corridor accentuated his profound features. "Mr. Wu," he spoke, his tone notably more subdued, "drive safely home this evening." His words were casual, bordering on polite concern. Yet, Wu Suowei inexplicably perceived a subtle, almost serpentine glint of amusement and understanding in Chi Cheng's gaze, akin to a predator locking onto its prey. His heart tightened, yet his smile remained unclouded. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chi. I shall be cautious as well." As he watched Chi Cheng's figure fade into the distance of the corridor, Wu Suowei's smile gradually settled into contemplation. He lingered there, absorbing the lingering, icy essence of the wooden pheromones that seemed to cling to the air, blending with the serene aroma of rare agarwood. A profoundly contradictory sensation enveloped the atmosphere. Was he expressing concern for himself, or issuing a warning? Wu Suowei inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the refined air of the tea house. Yet it bore an undercurrent of chilling heaviness. This silent confrontation revealed no cracks in his facade, but he was acutely aware that the serpent's patience was boundless, and he could not foresee how long his suppressants would hold out. Chapter 5. The gathering storm in the ensuing days, Wu Suowei immersed himself entirely in his work. The B-round financing of Yue technology accelerated unexpectedly, propelled by Chi Cheng's clear intent. Numerous details required finalization, and other investors, having caught wind of the developments, extended olive branches that necessitated his careful consideration. He was busily engaged, akin to a whirling dervish, inundated with piles of documents, meetings, and negotiations that consumed every fleeting moment. Only through this relentless activity could he momentarily forget the lingering void in his nape, forcibly suppressed by the medication, and disregard the subtle ripples stirred in his heart by Chi Cheng's almost imperceptible gaze and probing. He needed to demonstrate that, even without the tether of a permanent mark, he, Wu Suowei, remained an exceptional and investable alpha, despite the current lull in his pheromonal signals. The timely injections of his suppressants became essential for maintaining his outward tranquility. He had grown accustomed to the emotional stability, even slight detachment, induced by the medication, allowing him to more flawlessly embody the role of a cheerful, astute, and untroubled partner in Chi Cheng's presence. On Wednesday evening, the time for the technology salon arrived. The venue was an open-air garden atop a modern art museum. Every attendee was a luminary of the tech world, newly minted tycoons, capital magnates, or esteemed scholars. The air was infused with the scent of high-end pheromone-infused perfumes, interwoven with unspoken ambition and intellect. Wu Suowei donned a tailored light-colored suit, his hair meticulously styled, and wore an impeccable social smile. He effortlessly navigated through the crowd with a glass of champagne in hand, radiating an aura of brilliance akin to the most resplendent star of the evening, attracting numerous admiring or inquisitive glances. Yet, his peripheral vision remained vigilant toward the entrance. Finally, Chi Cheng arrived. He did not make a grand entrance, merely appearing in a seemingly understated, yet undoubtedly valuable dark suit. However, his tranquil yet formidable presence, combined with the intangible intimidation of his enigma identity, naturally drew the attention of everyone present. Many approached him with greetings, to which he responded with an air of poise, aloof yet courteous. His gaze swept across the venue and swiftly pinpointed Wu Suowei's location. Amidst the throng, their eyes briefly met, causing an inexplicable flutter in Wu Suowei's chest, though his smile remained unwavering. He even raised a champagne glass in a playful salute across the space, an effortless and cheeky gesture. Chi Cheng's lips seemed to curl ever so slightly in acknowledgement. He did not approach Wu Suowei immediately. Instead, he continued to engage in conversation with others who had come forward to greet him. Wu Suowei felt a slight sense of relief and continued to exchange light-hearted banter with those around him, discussing the latest technological trends and lucrative investment opportunities. His words were sharp and insights unique, prompting nods of agreement from the surrounding crowd. Yet he could always sense a subtly scrutinizing gaze, a nearly imperceptible, calm observation like an invisible web that occasionally fell upon him. He knew who it was. As the salon progressed to its midpoint, a roundtable discussion commenced, focusing on the ethics and boundaries of AI. Both Wu Suowei and Chi Cheng were invited as primary speakers. They sat adjacent to one another, their proximity allowing Wu Suowei to more distinctly perceive the cool, steady woodsy pheromones emanating from Chi Cheng, mingled with a faint hint of what might be cologne. This scent, unlike the one softened by aromas in the tea house, was unmistakably clear in this open environment, carrying an undeniable presence that subtly invaded his awareness. His nape glands began to register a minuscule, suppressed tremor. The inhibitors acted like a robust dam, firmly sealing off his instinctive reactions. Yet beneath that dam, the territory awareness characteristic of an alpha and a natural vigilance towards a more potent counterpart silently roared. He maintained a heightened level of focus, immersing himself in the discussion. His ideas were innovative and bold, his language witty, often eliciting laughter and applause. Chi Cheng, on the other hand, spoke sparingly. Yet each utterance struck at the heart of the matter. His insights were profound, often imbued with a calmness that seemed to survey the broader landscape. This striking contrast to Wu Suowei's enthusiastic style created a peculiar yet harmonious balance. During a lull in the discussion, Chi Cheng slightly turned his head and spoke to Wu Suowei in a volume audible only to the two of them. "Mr. Wu, your definition of the boundaries of data privacy is quite audacious." His tone was inscrutable, neither clearly commendatory nor otherwise, and the breath between his words almost brushed against Wu Suowei's ear. Wu Suowei's body momentarily stiffened, only to break into an even brighter smile. Turning his head to respond in a lowered voice, "Otherwise, how could I justify your investment, Mr. Chi? One must have some disruptive ideas." He deftly redirected the conversation back to a mutual appreciation of business, sidestepping the more personal remark. Yet his heartbeat faltered slightly due to the previous proximity and the whispered exchange. A faint glimmer of amusement flickered in the depths of Chi Cheng's profound gaze. But he said nothing further. After the discussion concluded, a more relaxed period of interaction ensued. Wu Suowei found himself surrounded by several individuals as they continued to delve into the topics just covered. He was engaged and attentive when he suddenly felt that gaze, Chi Cheng's, shift away from him. Instinctively, he sought it with his peripheral vision. He spotted Chi Cheng standing not far off, conversing with a gracefully dressed female Omega of remarkable poise. This Omega smiled warmly, her eyes reflecting evident admiration, even affection, as she slightly tilted her head to listen to Chi Cheng, their demeanor intimate. It was Su Wan, another well-known founder of a tech company, a top-tier Omega hailing from a prestigious lineage. Wu Suowei was acquainted with her. They had even engaged in a competitive collaboration on certain occasions. Witnessing this scene, Wu Suowei was suddenly overwhelmed by an exceedingly strange sensation, akin to a gentle prick from an unseen force. This feeling was utterly inexplicable. His relationship with Chi Cheng was merely that of investor and investee, and they were, in fact, opponents filled with tension, constantly testing each other. What Chi Cheng discussed with whom, or which Omega he grew close to, was of no concern to him. One would think he should feel at ease. If Chi Cheng's attention were diverted by another Omega, perhaps he would no longer pursue him so relentlessly. Yet, why did that faint sense of discomfort linger? As if something he regarded as his own was being coveted by others? The moment this thought surfaced, it startled Wu Suowei. He immediately forced himself to suppress such absurd emotions, reminding himself that it was merely a potential emotional deviation brought on by the suppressants. Or perhaps the comical possessiveness inherent in an alpha, even if the other party was enigma, and even if there was nothing between them. He inhaled deeply, refocusing his attention on the conversation at hand. His smile grew brighter, his tone more enthusiastic, as if he were entirely unaffected by the scene unfolding nearby. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but steal furtive glances towards Chi Cheng and Su Wan from time to time. They appeared to be enjoying a lively exchange. Su Wan laughed animatedly, occasionally brushing her hand against Chi Cheng's arm. Although Chi Cheng's expression remained calm, he did not shy away from such a degree of contact. Wu Suowei felt the inexplicable heaviness in his chest intensify. He could even sense his pheromones, subdued by the suppressants, stirring with a faint, restless ripple. as if the still waters had been disturbed by a breeze. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Did this wretched suppressant have a flaw? At that moment, Chi Cheng seemed to conclude his conversation with Su Wan and approached him. Wu Suowei immediately straightened his back, donning an impeccable smile in preparation for their encounter. When Chi Cheng stood before him, his gaze lingered on Wu Suowei's face for a brief moment, his deep-set eyes as if capable of perceiving everything. He did not mention Su Wan, instead stating matter-of-factly, "A friend of mine wishes to be introduced to you. It may aid in your next steps for overseas market expansion." His tone was businesslike, as though the earlier joviality with the Omega had never occurred. Wu Suowei nodded with a smile. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chi, for always considering us." Yet, the inexplicable heaviness in his heart grew more suffocating due to Chi Cheng's nonchalant demeanor. As the salon approached its conclusion, Wu Suowei had consumed a considerable amount of champagne. Though far from intoxicated, the dual effects of alcohol and suppressants rendered his emotional control slightly more fragile than usual. He excused himself to the restroom, splashing cold water on his face, gazing into the mirror at the flushed complexion brought on by the alcohol, while striving to maintain clarity in his eyes. "Stay calm, Wu Suowei," he murmured to himself, contemplating that he was being tested. Everything was a trial, including that Su Wan. "Do not be deceived." Composing his expression, he exited the restroom, only to nearly collide with someone at the corridor's corner. It was Chi Cheng. He appeared to be waiting there, leaning casually against the wall, idly toying with a metallic lighter. Upon noticing Wu Suowei's emergence, he lifted his gaze, which landed on him with a serene intensity. "Mr. Wu," he began, his voice resonating distinctly in the empty corridor. "Did you enjoy your conversation this evening?" Wu Suowei halted, a flawless smile gracing his features. "Indeed, it was delightful and quite fruitful. I must thank Mr. Chi for this opportunity." Chi Cheng stepped closer, diminishing the distance between them. The chilling, composed aura of his pheromones suddenly intensified, enveloping Wu Suowei like a palpable presence, imbued with enigma's unique, heart-stopping pressure. Wu Suowei felt a momentary constriction in his breath, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet he restrained himself. The dam constructed by the suppressants seemed to quiver under this unexpected proximity, with his nape glands pulsing more distinctly. "Is that so?" Chi Cheng's gaze fell upon the slight reddening at the corners of Wu Suowei's eyes, tinted by alcohol. It slowly shifted to his lips, which he endeavored to keep smiling, his eyes deep like a whirlpool. "I noticed you were quite engrossed in conversation with President Wang and the others." His tone was flat, yet it caused Wu Suowei's heart to tighten abruptly. What did he mean? Did he see him conversing with others? Then why wait here to inquire? Was this an expression of discontent? This thought reignited Wu Suowei's previously suppressed irritation, now tinged with a hint of provocation. "Since this event was introduced by Mr. Chi, I naturally had to seize the opportunity to meet more friends and discuss various projects," he replied, his smile bright and his tone buoyant, almost innocently so. "Otherwise, wouldn't that be a disservice to your goodwill?" He deliberately emphasized friends and discuss, as if to allude to his earlier engaging exchange with Su Wan. Chi Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, as if scrutinizing his seemingly innocent yet subtly cunning demeanor. The corridor's dim lighting cast an ambiguous and tense atmosphere. The distance between them was so close that Wu Suowei could discern the distinct lashes framing Chi Cheng's eyes, as well as the elusive gleam within them. The potent enigma pheromones nearly breached the suppressant's confines, stirring the deepest tremors of his alpha instincts and a deeply concealed attraction. Suddenly, Chi Cheng let out a soft chuckle, lowering his head to draw closer to Wu Suowei's ear. The warmth of his breath brushed against the sensitive skin, inducing a faint tingling sensation. Wu Suowei's muscles tensed, his fingers curling involuntarily. He heard Chi Cheng's voice, low and almost hushed, yet imbued with a captivating magnetism, slowly uttering, "Then Mr. Wu must seize it, this true opportunity." After speaking, he straightened up, casting a profound gaze at Wu Suowei, as if stripping away all his facades. He perceived the restless instincts suppressed by his inhibitor and the faintly absurd machinations behind them. Then, he turned and departed the corridor with an air of composure, leaving Wu Suowei standing alone, his ears burning uncontrollably, his heart pounding like a drum. The air still lingered with the chilling essence of wood, wrapping around him like an invisible serpent. A genuine opportunity? What did he truly mean? Leaning against the cold wall, Wu Suowei felt for the first time that the tranquility bestowed by the inhibitor was on the verge of unraveling. Chapter 6. The Brink of Chaos After the Salon. Wu Suowei nearly fled the art gallery. The night breeze, cool against his face, could not dispel the heat within him or the reverberation of Chi Cheng's deep, magnetic voice still echoing in his ears. A genuine opportunity. Those 5 words resonated like a spell in his mind, each syllable entwined with the potent, icy scent of the other, striking at his fraying nerves. He settled into the car, delaying the ignition, merely resting against the seat back with his eyes closed, his fingers pressed firmly against his throbbing temples. The inhibitor's effects lingered, encasing his emotions and pheromones in a chilling veneer. Yet beneath that surface, turbulent currents surged. Chi Cheng's final, nearly whispered provocation, combined with the close proximity of his pheromones, had pierced the membrane, creating a slight breach. A dull, intensified ache radiated from the glands at the nape of his neck, as if a suppressed beast were restlessly thrashing within its cage. This was not due to a marked tearing, but rather a pure response to the overwhelming pheromones of a more powerful counterpart, and an unsettling stir within himself that he dared not explore. "Damn it," he muttered, abruptly opening his eyes and starting the car. The roar of the engine temporarily drowned out the cacophony in his mind. He could not continue this way. He must remain composed. Chi Cheng was playing a psychological game, intentionally disrupting him with words and actions, seeking to unsettle his equilibrium. The more he reacted, the more it confirmed that Chi Cheng's probing had struck its mark. Yes, indeed, Wu Suowei attempted to convince himself. The serpent was merely relishing the thrill of the hunt, watching how this cat would panic and bristle. He inhaled deeply, striving to concentrate on driving. Upon returning to the cold, empty apartment, a wave of solitude engulfed him. Without the numbing effects of work and the clamor of crowds, all the repressed emotions and physical discomfort surged back, amplified. He irritably loosened his tie, discarded his suit jacket onto the sofa, and approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a glass of whiskey, which he downed in one gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, providing a fleeting warmth, yet failing to soothe the heart that hung in the air, restless and inexplicable. The following day, he forced himself to rise on time and immerse himself in work. However, his efficiency was markedly diminished. He found himself drifting off, involuntarily recalling Chi Cheng's profile as he gazed at Su Wan, even devoid of any expression, recalling the heart-stopping sense of pressure and warmth when he drew near. Along with his cryptic words, each time the phone chimed, he instinctively tensed, fearing it might be a message or call from Chi Cheng. Yet nothing came. It was as though Chi Cheng had vanished into thin air, ceasing all contact, devoid of any new directives or sudden invitations, including that seemingly caring yet provocatively worded reminder to stay safe. This silence only exacerbated Wu Suowei's growing agitation, akin to knowing a venomous serpent lurked nearby, yet being unable to discern its location or when it might strike again. This torment of waiting was far more excruciating than direct confrontation. His pheromones began to spiral beyond his control. Even with timely injections of the suppressants, the restrained essence of cedar and potent spirits occasionally escaped, betraying an unstable restlessness, as if a tempest loomed on the horizon. During a meeting at the company, a subordinate fell victim to a minor mistake, placing themselves in a line of fire. Typically radiant and amicable, Wu Suowei's demeanor darkened unexpectedly as an unbridled aura of alpha pheromones seeped forth, chilling the atmosphere of the conference room to a near freezing point, despite his swift efforts to rein it in. "Redo it. I expect to see a new proposal before the end of the day," he commanded, his tone steely and devoid of extraneous emotion. The subordinate, visibly pale, nodded repeatedly in compliance. After the meeting, Wu Suowei retreated to his office, irritably loosening his collar. He recognized he had lost control, and all of it was due to Chi Cheng, the ever-persistent enigma. He retrieved the suppressants, contemplating whether to increase the dosage, yet reason prevailed. High concentrations of the suppressants bore severe side effects, and excessive use could inflict irreversible damage on his glands. He had to endure this on his own. Days passed, and still, Chi Cheng remained silent. The tumult of Wu Suowei's anxiety intertwined with an indescribable anticipation, nearly driving him to madness. He even began to doubt whether he was overreacting. Perhaps Chi Cheng had merely spoken offhandedly and held no significant interest in him. Just as this thought emerged, he extinguished it with fervor. Impossible. The intrigue and insight reflected in those eyes were unequivocally genuine. Just as Wu Suowei felt he might be pushed to his limits by this silent tug-of-war, his phone finally rang. The caller ID displayed an important supplier. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he answered, his voice returning to its usual clarity and warmth. "Mr. Li? Good day." However, the voice on the other end was not that of the familiar Mr. Li, but rather a young assistant, fraught with urgency. "Mr. Wu, it's terrible. Mr. Li suddenly felt unwell and collapsed while on his way to meet you. We are en route to the central hospital." Wu Suowei's heart plummeted. "What happened? Is it serious?" The doctor suggested that the shock might be caused by acute pheromone disruption, but the specifics remain unclear. Before collapsing, Mr. Li was still murmuring about the details of his contract with you. You could hear the tremor of tears in the assistant's voice. Pheromone disruption-induced shock? This perilous condition typically arises when an omega encounters immense stimulation during their heat, or when an alpha experiences extreme instability during their sensitive period. "Which hospital?" "I am heading there immediately," Mr. Wu inquired with unwavering determination. For both personal and professional reasons, he felt compelled to rush over. Upon receiving the address, he seized his car keys and dashed out of the office. The central hospital was not in close proximity to his company, and the evening rush hour was exacerbating the traffic congestion. Mr. Wu maneuvered his vehicle through the sluggish flow of cars, his anxiety and concern amplifying his agitation. With the windows tightly sealed, the confined space of the car became a breeding ground for his volatile pheromones, which had nowhere to dissipate. The scent of rich whiskey and cedar intensified, suffused with a burning spiciness. The throbbing pain in his nape glands grew increasingly pronounced. Cursed traffic. Cursed early signs of the sensitive period. Cursed Chi Cheng. If it weren't for him, why would his emotions and pheromones be in such disarray? He silently cursed the instigator, pressing the horn with force to vent his pent-up frustration. At long last, the hospital's white edifice came into view. Mr. Wu nearly rushed to find a parking space. Hurrying towards the emergency building. The emergency room was saturated with the sharp scent of disinfectants and a chaotic blend of pheromones, filled with noise and turmoil. He quickly located Mr. Li's assistant to inquire about the situation. The doctor in the resuscitation room mentioned that it was a sudden and dangerous case, the assistant's eyes red-rimmed. Mr. Wu furrowed his brow, weighed down by a heavy heart. He leaned against the wall outside the resuscitation room, awaiting news. The bustling medical staff, patients and their families, along with the cacophony of conflicting scents and sounds, incessantly provoked his senses. He sensed a dull ache beginning in his head, and the discomfort in his glands intensified. The hospital, rife with negative emotions and pheromone chaos, was a veritable torment for an alpha like him, who was in a sensitive period. He instinctively reached into his pocket for the suppressants. Should he seek a secluded spot to administer another injection? Just as he hesitated, his phone vibrated again. Upon checking, he found a new message from Chi Cheng. Mr. Wu's heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. He stared at the name, his fingers trembling slightly. After days of silence, it was precisely at this moment of his utmost vulnerability and loss of control that he received a message. Taking a deep breath, he opened it. The message was brief, containing only a single line. "I heard you went to the central hospital. Do you need assistance?" Mr. Wu's pupils constricted sharply. How'd he know? He had only just arrived. A chill coursed down his spine, more piercing than the cold air of the hospital. The sensation of being watched by unseen eyes was more vivid and terrifying than ever before. What does this serpent truly desire? Is it mere concern, or an alternative form of coercion and provocation? Amidst the chaos of the hospital, where his pheromones were agitated and emotions unstable, he received a message that appeared benevolent, yet revealed his omnipresent control. Wu Suowei gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. A sharp pain pierced the glands of the nape of his neck, as if this message had incited his fury. In that moment, the icy veneer of the suppressants finally cracked. A surge of fervent, unrestrained pheromones, an intoxicating blend of top-tier alpha essence, erupted from him uncontrollably, only to be swiftly recognized and forcefully suppressed. However, that fleeting release was akin to casting a boulder into a tranquil lake. Nearby betas and omegas glanced at him with uncertainty, instinctively stepping back. Wu Suowei's complexion paled instantly. It was over. He had lost control, though it lasted but a moment. Could Chi Cheng have sensed it as well? He abruptly lifted his gaze, fearfully scanning his surroundings, as if that cold serpent lurked in a shadowy corner of the hospital, delighting in his current state of disarray and loss of composure. Chapter 7. The serpent's care. That uncontrollable alpha pheromone, though a brief eruption, detonated like a silent bomb in the stifling air of the emergency room. The searing heat of alcohol-like intensity mixed with the chill of cedar, now interwoven with anxiety and unrest, sharply pierced through the sterile scent of disinfectant. Several perceptive omegas instinctively frowned, covering their mouths and noses as they retreated further, casting fearful and reproachful glances. Even some betas felt the sudden, oppressive wave of energy, casting puzzled looks toward the pale, handsome alpha leaning against the wall. Wu Suowei's heart thundered within his chest, as if it might shatter his ribs. He exerted all his willpower to forcibly retract the overwhelming pheromones, imprisoning them once more within the confines of the suppressants. The entire process, though brief, was exhausting. Beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead, and his breathing faltered momentarily. It was over. These two words echoed relentlessly in his mind. Not only had he lost control, but he did so in a public setting, in a hospital that demanded absolute silence. Even more terrifying was the prospect of Chi Cheng. That text felt like an icy talisman, sealing his recent disgrace. Did Chi Cheng know he was in the hospital, perhaps even grasp the extent of his momentary lapse? The sensation of being under constant surveillance plunged him into an abyss of dread, sending shivers down his spine. He abruptly lowered his head, daring not to look around, his fingers clenching the phone so tightly that his nails nearly embedded themselves into the screen. Shame, panic, fury, and a profound sense of helplessness washed over him like a relentless tide. The glands at the nape of his neck throbbed with a burning pain, sharper than any discomfort he had previously experienced. The door to the emergency room suddenly swung open, and the doctor emerged. Wu Suowei, as if grasping a lifeline, promptly suppressed all his emotions and hurried forward, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. "Doctor, how is the situation?" "For now, the patient is out of danger," the doctor replied, removing his mask, his expression grave. It was a sudden pheromone storm, likely triggered by excessive fatigue and emotional turmoil. "The patient is an alpha and appears to have been under considerable stress lately. Absolute rest is imperative. No further stimulation is permissible." "Alpha? Pheromone storm?" Wu Suowei's heart sank. President Li is also an alpha and has succumbed to the pressures of work, losing control over his pheromones. It was like a mirror reflecting his own precarious state. "Thank you, doctor. We will certainly cooperate." Wu Suowei steadied his voice and exchanged a few words with President Li's assistant, arranging the subsequent matters. Having concluded these tasks, he almost fled the emergency building in haste. The night air blew cold once more, yet he felt no trace of its chill. Instead, he was engulfed in a suffocating heat, his cheeks still flushed from the earlier embarrassment and tension. He opened the car door and sat inside, slamming it shut, isolating himself from the outside world. Within the confines of the small cabin, it seemed as though remnants of his earlier anxious pheromonal scent lingered in the air. Exhausted, he leaned against the steering wheel, his mind a tumultuous chaos. The phone screen illuminated once again. It was Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei's heart instinctively contracted. He was on the verge of developing PTSD. He stared at the notification of a new message as if it were a venomous serpent poised to strike. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and opened it. How was the situation? Do you need assistance in arranging better doctors or a hospital room? The tone was one of feigned concern, yet it betrayed an omnipotent sense of control. As Wu Suowei read the message, a surge of indignation ignited within him. Mixed with the remnants of fear and embarrassment, it nearly consumed his reason. He had had enough. Enough of this feeling of being toyed with. Enough of this insidious serpent's lingering care. His fingers trembled, almost unable to resist dialing back, ready to roar into the phone, demanding to know what Chi Cheng truly desired, asking if he had installed surveillance on him. But the last vestiges of reason held him back. No, that would mean absolute defeat, a total capitulation. Taking a deep breath, he slowly exhaled, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions. His finger hovered above the screen for a considerable time, and eventually, he summoned all his acting prowess to type a response. He even endeavored to mimic his usual light-hearted tone, although each word felt as if it were being extracted from between clenched teeth. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chi. My friend is out of danger. Just a minor incident. I wouldn't want to trouble you. He clicked send, staring at the incongruous smiley face, feeling utterly ridiculous in his hypocrisy. The message was read almost instantaneously. Then, Chi Cheng's reply came swiftly, leaving Wu Suowei momentarily stunned. Okay, your voice sounds somewhat fatigued, and your pheromones are rather unstable. The hospital environment is chaotic. Do not linger too long. Return to rest early. In an instant, Wu Suowei's blood seemed to freeze. Fatigue voice? They had not even spoken. How could he possibly discern fatigue in a voice? He indeed recognized the instability of the pheromones. He must be nearby, or perhaps he possesses some other means of perception. That moment of losing control was undoubtedly captured by him. This message ceased to be a mere concern and transformed into a blatant declaration. I'm aware of your loss of control. I know you are currently in distress. Everything is under my dominion. A chilling sensation crawled up Wu Suowei's spine, enveloping his entire being. He could even envision the expression on Chi Cheng's face when he sent this message, an eternally calm visage, yet his eyes concealed a cold, all-seeing insight and a hint of amusement. Wu Suowei abruptly looked up, frantically scanning the parking lot outside his car window for any lurking black sedans or suspicious figures. Yet, as night enveloped the surroundings, only a few scattered vehicles and the dim glow of streetlights were visible, with no trace of Chi Cheng in sight. This sensation of being watched without being able to identify the source was driving him nearly to madness. He could no longer maintain any semblance of composure and abruptly started the engine. The roar of the engine and the screech of tires echoed as he sped out of the hospital parking lot in a near panic. He drove at breakneck speed, the windows wide open, allowing the frigid night air to rush into the cabin, attempting to disperse the unsettling agitation of his own pheromones, while also striving to dissipate the fear and confusion within his heart. The glands at the nape of his neck throbbed incessantly, reminding him of his recent failure and current vulnerability. Upon returning home, he locked the door behind him and slid down against the cold door, sitting on the floor. The phone fell silent. Chi Cheng did not send any further messages. Yet, this silence was more suffocating than any text could ever be. It was akin to a beast leisurely waiting after confirming its prey was injured. Wu Suowei embraced his knees, burying his face within them. The effects of the inhibitor seemed to be waning rapidly, with forcibly suppressed emotions and physiological responses resembling the jagged rocks exposed by a receding tide. The pain in his glands, the panic in his heart, the shame of having been seen through, and the complex emotions of anger towards that serpent, mingled with an inexplicable allure, all intertwined, threatening to tear him apart. He had never felt so out of control, so passive. Chi Cheng was like an invisible net. No matter how he struggled, he only found himself ensnared tighter. What did that serpent truly desire? Was it merely an investment? Suddenly, a ridiculous and terrifying thought invaded his mind. Did he want him? The notion sent a shiver through his entire being, a tremor mixed with an ineffable thrill coursing through him. Enigma and Alpha? No, that was impossible. It was too absurd. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to rid himself of this ludicrous idea. Yet, how could he explain Chi Cheng's profound, ever-watchful gaze upon him, those meaningful words? Those perfectly timed closeness and touches? Is this merely a test of commercial tactics and malicious curiosity? Wu Suowei discovered for the first time that he could not fathom another's thoughts, and this uncertainty was the most terrifying aspect. He sat on the cold floor for an indeterminate period until his limbs grew stiff. Eventually, he unsteadily rose and ventured into the bathroom. He gazed into the mirror at the pale-faced, panic-stricken reflection staring back at him, strangely unfamiliar. He could not continue in this manner. He needed to take action to reclaim a semblance of control. Otherwise, he would inevitably be consumed by that venomous serpent, leaving no trace behind. But what was he to do? His gaze fell upon the suppressants resting on the sink, his expression laden with complexity. Chapter 8. A desperate gamble. Wu Suowei sat on the frigid floor throughout the night, as dawn crept through the curtain's gaps. Casting a pale beam of light upon the floor, he felt as though he had emerged from a protracted and suffocating nightmare, his body stiff and icy. His eye sockets felt parched, yet his mind, overtaxed, was startlingly lucid, even tinged with a reckless madness. This could not continue. He could not remain a passive victim, retreating step by step like a terrified rabbit. Huddled within the fragile fortress erected by the suppressants, he trembled, awaiting the serpent's next inevitable strike. Chi Cheng reveled in this sense of control, relishing Wu Suowei's panic and the cracks in his facade. He had to break this impasse, even if it meant risking everything. Even if it led to irreparable consequences, he must unveil Chi Cheng's true intentions. Otherwise, this unending, soul-crushing tug-of-war would ultimately obliterate him. He staggered to his feet and took a cold shower. The icy cascade invigorated his skin, momentarily suppressing the relentless ache and burning sensation of his glands. He looked in the mirror at the still pale visage, now ignited with a flicker of fierceness and resolve. Excellent. Fear and panic lingered, yet they could not dictate his actions. Today, he refrained from injecting suppressants. This was an exceedingly perilous choice, implying that he would rely solely on his willpower to manage the volatile pheromones. Torn by the mark and provoked by Chi Cheng, he would confront the world outside, especially the potential encounter with Chi Cheng. He intended to exist in a natural state, even teetering on the brink of losing control. He sought to discern what Chi Cheng truly desired. If Chi Cheng indeed harbored an interest beyond professional collaboration, perhaps his own fragility and instability were the very vulnerabilities the other awaited to exploit. This was a gamble with himself as the stake. He donned a suit that appeared somewhat casual, yet still presentable, striving to maintain his pheromones in a slightly tipsy state, more potent than usual. The aroma of strong liquor and cedar subtly hinted at an underlying restlessness and frailty, akin to the lingering aftertaste of fine wine. He needed to project an image of normalcy while teetering on the edge of collapse. Upon arriving at the company, he deliberately refrained from displaying his usual radiant smile, merely offering a slight nod in response to his employees' greetings. He sensed that his pheromones stirred subtle ripples within the office, as several perceptive colleagues instinctively cast furtive glances in his direction. Ignoring them, he walked straight into his office and shut the door behind him. Throughout the morning, he was plagued by restlessness. On one hand, he needed to meticulously regulate his pheromones to maintain them at that delicate threshold. On the other, he remained vigilant, anticipating any response from Chi Cheng. Yet there was nothing. It was as if Chi Cheng had completely forgotten him. No emails, no calls, no messages. This silence was far more agonizing than the barrage of messages from the previous day, akin to setting a trap with bated breath, only for the prey to remain elusive. Wu Suowei began to doubt whether his perceptions and intuitions from the previous night were mere illusions. Perhaps Chi Cheng's awareness of his hospitalization was merely a casual inquiry, or perhaps his message about pheromones stemmed from a basic understanding of the alpha S-sensitive period. No, that was implausible. The sensation of being seen through was no mere figment of imagination. He forced himself to remain calm and focus on his work, but his efficiency was severely compromised. As the afternoon sun poured through the glass windows, it grew increasingly oppressive. Wu Suowei felt stifled and loosened his collar. The glands at the nape of his neck began to throb painfully, a result of his continuous effort to control his emotions. The fragile yet potent pheromones he had cautiously released seemed to be boiling over. He stood to pour himself a glass of ice water, but was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, instinctively grasping the desk for support. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," he steadied his voice. His secretary entered, holding a document. "Mr. Wu, this urgent contract requires your signature." Before she could finish, she halted, gazing at him with surprise. "Mr. Wu, are you all right? Your face looks a bit flushed. Are you feeling unwell?" A tightness gripped Wu Suowei's chest. It appeared he had overplayed his performance, or perhaps his actual state was worse than he had imagined. He forced a smile. "I'm fine. It's just a bit warm. Please hand me the contract." He took the document, striving to concentrate on the text. Yet the words appeared blurred before his eyes. The heat of his own pheromones seemed to proliferate uncontrollably within the confines of the small office. The secretary stood beside him, visibly anxious, as if torn between words. Just then, the office door swung open without a knock. A tall figure appeared in the doorway, silhouetted against the light, rendering his expression indistinguishable. However, the familiar, cool, and steady scent of wood-like pheromones surged in, instantly counteracting the overwhelming heat of the alcoholic atmosphere pervading the office. Wu Suowei's heart abruptly ceased its rhythm, and his grip on the document tightened. Chi Cheng. He had finally arrived. Chi Cheng's gaze first swept across the anxious secretary before landing squarely on Wu Suowei. His gaze was as profound as an ancient well, emotion obscured. Yet Wu Suowei could sense its weight. That look seemed tangible, sweeping over his slightly flushed face, the somewhat disheveled collar, and the unstable pheromones surrounding him. It appeared that I had arrived at an opportune moment. Chi Cheng spoke, his voice as consistently deep and steady as ever, imbued with an invisible pressure. The secretary, startled, hastily lowered her head. "Mr. Chi." Wu Suowei took a deep breath, suppressing the dryness in his throat and the frantic beating of his heart. He raised his head, striving to muster a nonchalant smile, only to discover that his facial muscles felt somewhat rigid. "Why has Mr. Chi suddenly come?" There was no prior notice. His voice was lower and more hoarse than usual, aligning perfectly with the vulnerable persona he sought to project at that moment. Chi Cheng did not respond. He simply stepped inside, each stride measured and imposing, halting before Wu Suowei's desk. The chilling woodsy pheromones became even more pronounced, enveloping Wu Suowei along with his restless pheromones in an intangible realm. Strangely, the formidable aura belonging to Enigma imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, akin to an ice cube dropped into boiling water, it oddly quelled some of Wu Suowei's inner turmoil, alleviating his dizzying sensation to a slight degree. However, this was far from soothing. It resembled a more refined form of control and suppression. "Passing by, I recall the document meant for you." Chi Cheng's tone was flat and unruffled as he placed a folder on the desk, his gaze never leaving Wu Suowei. "It seems Mr. Chi is unwell?" His inquiry was direct and piercing. Wu Suowei felt his heart leap to his throat. The wager had begun. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the genuine emotions beneath, his voice becoming softer, even tinged with a barely perceptible hint of vulnerability. "It's nothing, perhaps just a lack of rest. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, an old ailment." He deliberately obscured the crux of the matter, implying it was a chronic issue rather than a pheromone-related one. Chi Cheng silently scrutinized him, remaining silent. The air in the office seemed to solidify. The secretary stood by, scarcely daring to breathe. Wu Suowei could feel Chi Cheng's gaze, akin to a spotlight, surveying him, assessing every subtle reaction. He endeavored to maintain an air of forced calm, albeit his underlying weakness was difficult to disguise. The glands at the nape of his neck throbbed more intensely due to the other's close scrutiny and the powerful enigma pheromones, provoking a slight tingling sensation. Suddenly, Chi Cheng leaned forward, reaching across the desk toward Wu Suowei. Wu Suowei's body tensed instinctively, nearly retreating, yet he remained rooted in place. That long, sinewy hand did not make contact with him. Instead, it bypassed his ear to retrieve the air conditioning remote control resting at the edge of the desk. "The air conditioning is too cold. It can easily lead to headaches," Chi Cheng remarked casually, adjusting the temperature. His movements were remarkably natural, as if he were merely extending a thoughtful gesture. Yet at that very moment, as he leaned in closer, Wu Suowei distinctly perceived. His profound gaze swiftly, almost greedily, swept over the subtle quiver of his own Adam's apple, a manifestation of his nervousness, as well as the gland that might have taken on a faint rosy hue due to the fluctuations of pheromones. That fleeting glance was as ephemeral as an illusion, yet it bore an almost tangible heat and possessiveness. Undoubtedly, Wu Suowei's heart raced, blood surging to his head, only to cool in an instant. This was not a mirage. Chi Cheng's focus was indeed directed solely at him. This enigma held an extraordinary interest in him, an alpha, surpassing all rationality. In the next moment, Chi Cheng straightened, restoring his aloof and regal demeanor, as if that fleeting gaze had merely been a figment of Wu Suowei's imagination. Since Mr. Wu was unwell, he would not impose further. His tone was flat, laced with a hint of polite detachment. Please review the document, and contact me if there are any issues. With that, he genuinely turned and strode toward the door, unhesitating and devoid of any lingering sentiment. The chilling scent of woodsy pheromones withdrew alongside him, and the previously turbulent atmosphere of the office, heavy with the aroma of potent liquor, seemed to lose its restraint, becoming more vibrant and tumultuous than before. Wu Suowei stood frozen, watching him leave with such decisive grace, his mind a blank slate. He simply walked away? Was this the outcome of his daring gamble? There were no inquiries, no revelations, none of the reactions he had anticipated. Just that profoundly significant, almost blatant gaze, and then nothing more? This abrupt cessation was more disconcerting than any direct response. Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu? The secretary's cautious voice jolted him back to reality. Are you truly all right? Your pheromones. Wu Suowei abruptly regained his senses, realizing that due to the intense emotional turmoil, his pheromones had spiraled out of control. The strong scent of liquor and cedar had nearly saturated the entire room, infused with an unprecedented restlessness and unease. His complexion turned ashen in an instant. I am fine, he nearly shouted, interrupting the secretary, his voice hoarse. Please leave. The secretary, startled, quickly retreated and closed the door behind her. The office was left in solitude, with only Wu Suowei remaining. He collapsed back into his chair, breathless, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Chi Cheng had witnessed it all. He must have seen everything. He had observed his deliberately exposed vulnerability, his pheromones spiraling out of control, and even his fleeting panic and realization. That final gaze, coupled with his decisive departure, was no longer a mere test. It was the signal of a predator confirming that its prey was too exhausted to flee, a satisfied, composed signal awaiting the harvest. Wu Suowei pressed his palm against the suddenly throbbing gland, curled up in the expansive office chair, feeling for the first time with stark clarity that he had truly ventured too far. Chapter 9. The struggle of a cornered beast in the office. The rich, almost suffocating scent of liquor and cedar pheromones lingered persistently. Wu Suowei curled up in the spacious chair, like a bird struck by an invisible arrow, feathers ruffled, breath faint. A sharp, searing pain emanated from the nape of his neck, each pulsation a vehement protest against his prior recklessness and the utter chaos of the present moment. The final gaze from Chi Cheng, both frigid and fervent, was imprinted upon his retina, replaying incessantly. It was no mere illusion. It was the unmistakable signal of a predator having locked onto its prey, intent on its capture. And he was that prey, ensnared and futilely struggling. He silently parted his lips, his throat parched and constricted. A wave of profound panic washed over him like a frigid tide, submerging him once again. Yet this time, amid the panic, an intense and vehement anger surged forth, a refusal to be controlled. How dare they? Simply because he was an enigma? Simply due to his current unstable pheromones? Was it permissible to toy with him like a pet, to relentlessly corner him, effortlessly seeing through all his schemes and facades, and then calmly await his inevitable breakdown? He abruptly rose from his chair, the sudden motion inducing a wave of dizziness that forced him to brace himself against the table to regain his balance. No, he could not resign himself to inaction. Chi Cheng was either waiting for his collapse or for him to submit willingly. He would not acquiesce. Since feigning weakness proved futile, he would arm himself anew. He staggered to the office's lounge, locking the door behind him. With trembling hands, he retrieved a vial of high-concentration suppressant from a concealed compartment. He barely glanced at the dosage before plunging the chilling liquid into his vein. The effects were swift and intense. Almost immediately, the tumultuous and incendiary pheromones that threatened to engulf his reason were forcefully compressed, subdued by an overwhelming, numbing cold. The sharp, searing pain in his glands was replaced by a frigid numbness. The violent fluctuations of his emotions were forcibly smoothed out, and a near-cold tranquility enveloped him swiftly. Leaning against the chill of the tiled wall, he gradually sank to the floor, gasping for breath. The damp strands of hair on his forehead clung to his skin. Slick with cold sweat, in the mirror's reflection, his complexion appeared pallid, nearly translucent, yet the previous panic and fragility in his peach blossom eyes had vanished. In its place was a near-paranoid, icy glimmer. The calm induced by the suppressant was illusory, built upon the repression of all instincts and emotions. But at this moment, he required that deceptive tranquility. He needed to think clearly about how to confront this wretched serpent. Chi Cheng desired him, an enigma yearning for an alpha? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Yet, in light of Chi Cheng's actions, it appeared to be the only plausible explanation. So what was his advantage? Chi Cheng reveled in the thrill of the hunt, relishing his struggles, his loss of control, and his eventual capitulation. What if he rendered himself uninteresting or, conversely, became unpredictable? A plan, a mad and audacious scheme, began to take shape in his drug-sedated mind. Since evasion and disguise had proven ineffective, since he had been cornered, why not confront head-on, in an unexpectedly unconventional manner? As afternoon descended, Wu Suowei reemerged before the staff, restored to his former self, exhibiting an even greater calmness and efficiency than usual. His pheromones were suppressed to the point of near vanishing, leaving only the faintest trace of a cold afterglow. A smile graced his face once more, yet it failed to reach his eyes, instead exuding an indescribable sense of detachment and sharpness. He decisively tackled the backlog of documents and convened a succinct meeting, his thoughts clear and decisions resolute, as if the nearly unhinged figure from the morning had been a mere figment of imagination. Though the employees were perplexed by the subtle shift in his demeanor and the unusual tranquility of his pheromones, they dared not inquire further, daunted by his undeniable professionalism and authority. Once all tasks were completed, twilight began to envelop the city. Wu Suowei stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the ceaseless stream of headlights below, and retrieved his mobile phone. His fingertips were cool and steady as he searched for the name that had nearly induced PTSD within him and composed a text message. The tone was meticulously crafted, imbued with a subtle yet well-concealed weariness, alongside an air of detached professionalism. Yet within the lines, he left an exceedingly slight, seemingly inadvertent vulnerability. Mr. Chi, I have reviewed the documents you sent this afternoon. I have some questions regarding the equity dilution clause on the third page. Might you be available tomorrow morning for a face-to-face discussion? He intentionally mentioned the sensitive and complex topic of equity dilution, a matter that warranted an in-person dialogue. The phrase face-to-face discussion conveyed humility while subtly hinting at a weaker party seeking guidance from a stronger one. This was the bait he deliberately laid. He was aware that Chi Cheng would surely perceive his forced restoration of calmness. After all, he had just navigated a severe loss of control. He would also discern the intentionality behind the business-like tone, as well as the minute, seemingly unintentional display of seeking counsel. Perhaps this was the prey, ensnared and beginning to seek refuge after a struggle, as the venomous serpent anticipated. With a click, he sent the message. Wu Suowei's heart, under the influence of cold medication, beat steadily. Like a composed hunter, he had set the trap, awaiting the other's response. This time he felt no panic. Rather, a flicker of curiosity sparked within him as to how Chi Cheng would react. The text message was read almost instantaneously, yet the reply did not arrive immediately. During the few minutes of waiting, Wu Suowei's heartbeat remained steady, though his fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly against the glass. At last, the screen illuminated. Chi Cheng's response was succinct, comprising merely 2 characters, sure, direct and crisp, devoid of any superfluous expressions, even omitting inquiries regarding time and location. It seemed as though he had anticipated Wu Suowei's initiative and was prepared to receive him at any moment. This air of having everything under control, which would have once ignited a blaze of fury within Wu Suowei, now merely drew a cool, faint smile at the corner of his lips as he observed those 2 characters. Excellent. He then sent another message. What time would be convenient for you tomorrow? I would like to visit your office. With a lowered demeanor, he proactively suggested a visit. 10 o'clock. Chi Cheng's response remained succinct. All right. I shall see you tomorrow at 10. My apologies for the intrusion. Mr. Chi Wu Suowei put away his phone after sending the final message. The bait had been cast. Now it was a matter of whether the venomous serpent would take the hook. At precisely 9:50 the following morning, Wu Suowei appeared at the top floor of Chi Cheng's company building. He was clad in a perfectly tailored deep black suit, his white shirt buttoned to the very top, and his tie impeccably knotted. An aura of cold, meticulous restraint enveloped him, a product of the suppressants he had so carefully managed. His smile was both standard and aloof, as if he wore a flawless mask. Only he knew how tightly his nerves were coiled beneath that frigid facade. The effects of the high-concentration suppressants were gradually waning, a subtle, suppressed flutter emanating from deep within his glands. He needed to execute his plan before this meeting concluded. The secretary ushered him into Chi Cheng's office, which was vast, adorned in a minimalist, cool-tone decor with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealing a sweeping city skyline. The air was imbued with a sharp, steady wooden aroma, more potent than on any previous occasion. This was Chi Cheng's realm. Chi Cheng sat behind his desk, engrossed in documents. Upon hearing the commotion, he raised his head. His gaze was substantial, instantly scanning Wu Suowei from head to toe, as if appraising a recovered artifact for its condition. Wu Suowei felt that gaze penetrate his icy disguise, seeking to uncover his true state. He maintained his perfect smile, offering a slight nod. Mr. Chi, please have a seat, Chi Cheng replied, setting aside his papers with an even tone. Wu Suowei took a seat opposite him, sitting upright, opening his briefcase to extract a document. He directly addressed the matter at hand. Regarding the terms on the 3rd page, I believe, he began articulating his questions and viewpoints with clarity and composure, his speech steady and his logic tight, a true visage of professionalism. Chi Cheng listened quietly, his fingers subconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth surface of the desk. His profound gaze remained fixed on Wu Suowei's face, revealing no hint of emotion. Throughout the exchange, Wu Suowei could distinctly sense the formidable enigma pheromones emanating from Chi Cheng. It enveloped the office like an invisible tide, slowly and persistently exerting pressure, attempting to breach the icy defenses constructed by his suppressants. His glands began to stir more vividly, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Yet, he forcibly ignored all physiological discomfort, focusing entirely on the performance at hand. As the discussion neared its conclusion, Wu Suowei closed the document, summarizing, "Therefore, I hope we can supplement this section with an additional agreement to clearly delineate the rights and responsibilities of both parties." His tone was calm, yet resolute. "That is acceptable," Chi Cheng replied without hesitation, granting his approval. "Let the details be handled by those below." His promptness cast a slight shadow over Wu Suowei's heart. This does not resemble Chi Cheng's usual demeanor. He ought to be more discerning and entangled in his thoughts. Has he disowned his own intentions? Wu Suowei suppressed his doubts, presenting an appropriately formulaic smile of gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chi, for your understanding." He rose to his feet, ready to take his leave. The first step of the plan, conducted with formality and maintaining distance, had been accomplished. The second step, the most crucial one, awaited. However, at the very moment he stood, perhaps due to his hasty movement or the waning effects of the inhibitor, or perhaps the omnipresent pressure of Chi Cheng's pheromones, finally found a crack. A sudden wave of intense dizziness overcame him. Darkness engulfed his vision, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the heavy edge of the desk, barely avoiding a fall. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Damn it! Of all times! Almost simultaneously, an exceedingly potent and scorching scent of cedar, belonging to a top-tier alpha, erupted. His moment of loss of control and vulnerability shattered the final barrier of the inhibitor. Surging forth explosively, no longer was it the previous fragile intoxication, but rather a raw essence brimming with panic, rage, unwillingness, and extreme allure. Intense, spicy, and aggressively potent, yet paradoxically radiating an astonishing fragility and magnetism due to its uncontrollable nature. This scent swept through the office like a shockwave, eclipsing even Chi Cheng's cold, woody fragrance. Wu Suowei's complexion turned as pale as parchment. It was over. All his plans, all his facades, lay utterly shattered in that moment. Terrified, he lifted his gaze to Chi Cheng, who had risen to his feet. He stood behind the desk, his tall figure casting an oppressive shadow. The ever-present calm facade on his face finally showed a crack. His pupils constricted slightly, and deep within his profound gaze, it seemed as if dark flames surged forth. There was an almost feral, insatiable hunger for possession ignited within him. He fixed his stare on Wu Suowei, his gaze acting as tangible shackles, pinning him firmly in place. His throat involuntarily convulsed. Within the office, the out-of-control, scorching pheromone collided and intertwined violently with the cold, steady woody scent, creating an extraordinarily peculiar and dangerous tension. Wu Suowei felt his body stiffen, immobilized, forced to watch as Chi Cheng circled the desk, advancing toward him step by step. Each stride felt as though it were treading upon his heartbeat. A battle of trapped beasts. He believed he had set a trap, only to realize that he was the one who had ultimately fallen into the cage. Chapter 10. The prelude to Plunder Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Wu Suowei stood rigid, unable to move. The explosive, scorching pheromone enveloped him like a tangible flame, consuming him while simultaneously exposing his most vulnerable core to the other party. He could distinctly hear the frenzied thumping of his heart against his chest, a relentless thud, 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 quickening to the point of near explosion. Blood surged upward, flooding his head with waves of tinnitus and dizziness. Chi Cheng approached step by step. His pace was neither hurried nor anxious. Yet each footfall bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking against Wu Suowei's taut nerves. The chilling, steady scent of wood essence became increasingly oppressive with his proximity. It rose like a relentless tide, forcefully enveloping, permeating, and consuming the restless flames of intoxication. The clash of two potent essences in the air reverberated violently, colliding with an almost inaudible hiss. This was not a balanced confrontation, but a palpable, despairing suppression and engulfment. The innate hierarchical dominance of enigma was laid bare at this moment. Wu Suowei found it difficult to breathe, as if the very air had been siphoned away by that overpowering wooden aroma. His legs began to weaken, compelling him to grip the edge of the table with renewed vigor just to remain upright. The glands at the nape of his neck pulsed under the relentless advance of the opposing essence, a wave of unbearable sensations coursing through him, mingled with acute pain and an eerie itch, as if lamenting, yet simultaneously yearning. No, he desperately attempted to suppress this absurd thought. Chi Cheng finally halted before him, so close he could almost feel the warmth of their shared breaths. Wu Suowei was forced to tilt his head back to meet those eyes, now dark and deep as a whirlpool. Gone was any trace of playfulness or probing. Only the raw, predatory aggression and possessiveness remained, so intense it sent chills down his spine. Apparently, Chi Cheng began, his voice lower and more husky than usual, carrying a metallic rasp. Wu Suowei's body is far more honest than you might believe. His gaze, akin to a tangible hand, slowly and insultingly swept across Wu Suowei's pallid face, lingering on his slightly trembling lips and the rolling of his Adam's apple, ultimately locking onto the gland pulsating beneath his collar, exuding an enticing yet fragile aura. A shiver coursed through Wu Suowei, instinctively wanting to turn away from that almost torturous scrutiny. Yet, his chin was abruptly seized by a cold finger, the grip so forceful it left no room for resistance. Ugh! He gasped in pain, compelled to raise his head once more, meeting Chi Cheng's eyes ablaze with shadowy fire. What are you hiding from? Chi Cheng's voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper, yet laden with a chilling menace. Were you not just calmly negotiating terms with me? His thumb, radiating a searing warmth, rudely brushed across Wu Suowei's lower lip, the action imbued with a sense of desecration. The tranquility suppressed by the inhibitor was crumbling. He leaned in closer, his prominent nose nearly touching Wu Suowei's cheek, the heat of his breath cascading over his sensitive skin. With that piercing wooden fragrance, it infiltrated his senses, leaving him to wonder, if only to deceive others, did he seek to ensnare me as well? The last four words he uttered were spoken so lightly, yet they struck Wu Suowei's heart like a heavy hammer. He had uncovered everything. He had long seen through Wu Suowei's pitiful schemes and futile struggles. A profound sense of shame and terror instantly engulfed Wu Suowei, leaving him icy cold. Yet he shivered from the other's rough touch and heated breath. "Let me go," he managed to force out through clenched teeth, attempting to resist. But the hand gripping his chin felt like an iron clamp. The other hand, instinctively pushing against the intruder's chest, was easily captured and twisted behind his back. This position rendered him utterly immobile, his chest forced to rise, leaving him almost entirely exposed to Chi Cheng's control. "Let go." Chi Cheng chuckled softly, devoid of warmth. Only cold mockery and an absolute desire for dominance. "After you have presented yourself to me in this manner?" His gaze fell once more on the throbbing gland at the nape of Wu Suowei's neck, his eyes growing dark and greedy. "Your pheromones are screaming," he stated with a hoarse yet enticing voice. "They are frightened, yet inviting." No, Wu Suowei denied in terror. His voice tinged with fear and an inexplicable physiological response that brought forth a sob. Under the intensity of Chi Cheng's gaze and breath, the gland emitted an unprecedented, strange, and terrifying sensation of emptiness and heat, as if yearning to be filled, to be marked. This feeling sent him into a state of sheer panic. "Chi Cheng, let me go," he shouted frantically, struggling with all his might like a cornered beast. Yet his efforts seemed utterly futile and laughable against Chi Cheng's overwhelming strength. Instead, the friction and collision of their bodies intensified the intertwining of their pheromones. The taste of fiery liquor mixed strangely with a hint of alluring, decadent sweetness amidst the desperate struggle. Chi Cheng's breathing grew notably heavier. He suddenly lowered his head, his high-bridged nose burying deeply into Wu Suowei's neck, greedily inhaling a deep breath. Wu Suowei trembled violently, as if struck by electricity, all struggles halting in an instant. An indescribable shiver and tingling sensation, originating from the depths of his soul, surged through his entire being from the touch on his neck. It was an enigma, drawing in the scent of an uncontrollable alpha's pheromones with no barriers in close proximity. This act itself was imbued with a potent sense of violation and suggestion. So intoxicating, Chi Cheng's voice grew increasingly hoarse and blurred, his burning lips nearly brushing against the wildly pulsating skin of the gland. Though so intense, it was also irresistibly tempting to shatter. His teeth lightly grazed the fragile gland, a minuscule touch that struck Wu Suowei like a thunderbolt, causing his vision to whiten, his knees to buckle, and he slid uncontrollably downward. Had Chi Cheng not held him firmly, he would have collapsed to the ground. Fear, shame, and that damned physiological response, forcibly evoked by Enigma's pheromones and touch, overwhelmed him like a tsunami, drowning him completely. His mind was a blank slate, occupied solely by primal tremors and whimpers. Chi Cheng's arms encircled his weakened form like iron clamps, tightening their hold around him. Their bodies pressed closely together, the heat radiating through the thin fabric of their clothing. "Look," Chi Cheng whispered against his ear, his voice a devilish melody. "Your body is far more honest than your words." He no longer afforded Wu Suowei any opportunity to speak or struggle, suddenly bending down to lift the nearly powerless Wu Suowei horizontally. The sudden sensation of weightlessness elicited a startled cry from Wu Suowei, who instinctively grasped at Chi Cheng's collar. Carrying him, Chi Cheng strode purposefully toward a concealed door within the office, typically leading to a private lounge. Wu Suowei finally comprehended the impending reality an overwhelming dread seizing him instantly. No, no, Chi Cheng, you cannot let go of me. He struggled in vain, his voice shattering and filled with despair. Tears finally streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Chi Cheng glanced down at him, his profound eyes ablaze with unmasked desire and a maddened determination. Cannot, he scoffed, kicking open the lounge door and stepping inside with his trembling prey cradled in his arms. From the moment you lost control before me, the door slowly closed behind him, sealing off the outside world. In the darkness, his final words fell upon Wu Suowei's utterly chilled heart like a final decree. You have already forfeited your right to refuse. Chapter 11. Indelible mark. The lounge door isolated them from the light and sounds of the outside world, leaving only the intense rhythm of their heartbeats and the entwined, inseparable pheromones in the dark. Wu Suowei was laid upon the soft bed, his body trembling slightly from fear and the remnants of lost control. He attempted to curl up, adopting a last feeble defensive posture, but Chi Cheng easily restrained him. Chi Cheng's arms braced on either side of his body, trapping him in a confined space. Those sharp eyes, still piercing in the darkness, fixed intently upon him, the swirling emotions within too complex for Wu Suowei to comprehend, nor did he wish to. All he knew was that the essence within those eyes instilled fear in him and left him with no escape. Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei's voice was fragmented, carrying a final thread of weak entreaty. Don't. Chi Cheng did not respond. He merely lowered his head, drawing closer to the alluring yet fragile gland, emitting a tempting aura. This time, it was no tentative touch. Wu Suowei's body tensed abruptly, his nails digging unconsciously into his palms. The anticipated sharp pain did not arrive immediately. Instead, there was a warm, moist sensation, followed by the subtle pressure of teeth piercing his skin. Then, an indescribable feeling enveloped Wu Suowei entirely. It was as if a current erupted from the point of contact, racing through every nerve ending with astonishing speed. It was not merely pain, but a complex onslaught of extreme sharpness, tingling numbness, and a certain sense of enforced emptiness that overwhelmed him. His vision blurred, and a short, unfamiliar whimper escaped his throat. It felt as though all his strength had been instantaneously siphoned away, as if he were submerged in an excessive sensory stimulation, rendering him both rigid and limp. He could distinctly perceive the pheromones emanating from the other, a cool and steady woody scent, akin to a living being forcefully and inescapably injected into his body through the ruptured glands. It was an utterly domineering invasion. His own fiery, cedar-like pheromones instinctively retaliated, striving to expel this foreign intruder. Yet, under the absolute suppression of Enigma's innate superiority, it faltered, ultimately compelled to merge and entwine, becoming indistinguishable from one another. This process, though brief, felt as if it lasted an eternity. When Chi Cheng finally released him, Wu Suowei felt as if all his bones had been extracted. He lay limp upon the bed, gasping for breath in a disordered manner. A wave of searing, stinging pulsations emanated from the nape of his neck, starkly reminding him of the mark that had just been imprinted. In the air, the two once fiercely contending pheromones now bizarrely coalesced. The fiery scent remained intense, yet seemed subdued by the tranquility of the woodiness, settling into a complex and perilous richness. The cool wood retained its steadiness, yet appeared infused with the warmth of a blazing fire, adopting an aggressive warmth. A wholly new fragrance, bearing Chi Cheng's indelible mark, radiated from Wu Suowei. The marking was complete, Enigma's temporary claim over the alpha. Chi Cheng propped himself up, his breath heavy in the darkness. He extended his hand, gently tracing the fresh bite mark on Wu Suowei's nape with his fingertip, an action imbued with an almost post-coital scrutiny. Wu Suowei shuddered violently, instinctively attempting to recoil, yet found himself devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. A profound, frigid sense of emptiness and bewilderment enveloped him. It was over. All his struggles, all his scheming, all his pride ultimately culminated in this mark upon his neck, like a shackle, and the lingering essence of another man within him. Tears silently streamed from the corners of his eyes, mingling with his hair. It was not the pain that drew forth his tears, but a complete, helpless sense of defeat. Chi Cheng seemed to notice his tears. He paused in silence for a moment before leaning down, delicately kissing away the moisture. This gesture bore a subtle hint of gentleness. Perhaps. Yet Wu Suowei remained unresponsive, his eyes closed, akin to a soulless puppet. Chi Cheng did not pursue any further actions. He simply stood, adjusted his attire, and then approached the door, illuminating the lounge with a sudden burst of light. The unexpected brightness pierced Wu Suowei's eyes. He flinched, burying his face deeper into the pillow, unwilling to confront the reality before him. He heard Chi Cheng move to the desk, pick up the intercom, and quietly issue a few instructions, seemingly requesting a new outfit to be brought in. Then, footsteps approached the bedside once more. Clearing his throat, Chi Cheng's voice returned to its customary calm, even more subdued than usual, revealing little emotion. The clothes will be delivered shortly. After speaking, he did not linger, turning to exit the lounge and gently closing the door behind him. Only Wu Suowei remained in the room. The air was thick with pheromones, silently narrating the events that had just unfolded. He slowly, and with great difficulty, propped himself up. With each movement, he felt the sharp pain radiating from the nape of his neck and the overall fatigue coursing through his body. He staggered into the bathroom adjoining the lounge and gazed into the mirror. The reflection showed a pale face with reddened eyes, disheveled hair, and a vacant expression. Most striking was the clear bite mark on the nape of his neck, tinged with blood, a permanent brand, an unvoiced proclamation. He reached out, trembling, to touch the scar, only to withdraw his hand immediately, stung by the searing pain. He turned on the faucet, repeatedly splashing cold water onto his cheeks, attempting to awaken himself, to wash away the lingering essence that belonged to Chi Cheng. Yet it was futile. That essence had already marked him from within, omnipresent. He leaned against the cold tiled wall, gradually sliding down to the floor. He had failed utterly. Not only had he not regained control, but he had also been indelibly stamped with another's mark. A knock sounded at the door. It was the secretary delivering clean clothes. Wu Suowei did not respond. He simply sat in silence, staring at a point of nothingness in the air. After a long while, he mechanically stood up and donned the pristine, perfectly fitted attire. The fabric grazed the wound on his neck, causing a slight sting. He opened the lounge door and stepped outside. Chi Cheng sat behind the desk, seemingly engrossed in paperwork. But upon hearing the movement, he lifted his gaze to glance at Wu Suowei. Their eyes met briefly in the air. Wu Suowei quickly averted his gaze, his complexion pale, lips pressed tightly together. Chi Cheng's gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, particularly pausing at the collar of his deliberately stiffened shirt, before speaking in a tone as ordinary, as if inquiring about the weather. "Can you find your way back on your own?" Wu Suowei did not answer. He merely stiffly walked step by step toward the office door. His silhouette stood tall and straight, yet conveyed a fragile defiance. It was not until he grasped the doorknob that Chi Cheng's voice echoed once more from behind, calm yet imbued with an undeniable weight. "Remember to whom you now belong." Wu Suowei's hand faltered for a moment on the door handle, fingers tightening to the point of whiteness. He did not turn back, nor did he respond, simply pulling the door open and stepping outside. The door gently closed behind him, severing him from the man who had just stripped him of everything, as well as from the office filled with the scent of marking. Wu Suowei walked down the empty corridor, each step feeling as though he were treading on clouds, yet also like walking on shards of glass. The mark on the back of his neck burned intensely, akin to a shackle or a cluster of embers yet to extinguish. Chapter 12. Glimmer. Wu Suowei found himself in a state of bewilderment, unable to recall how he had departed from the towering building or how he had driven back to his apartment. The entire experience felt akin to a somnambulistic trance, his mind an empty void, save for the persistent, searing pain radiating from the nape of his neck, a vivid reminder of the humiliation he had just endured. It was as if he had been ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, indelibly etched upon his body and soul. Only upon locking the apartment door did he slide down to the floor, his back pressed against the frigid door panel. The familiar yet desolate silence enveloped him, and the rigid facade he had maintained throughout the ordeal shattered abruptly. A chilling despair, an overwhelming sense of indignity, surged forth like a delayed tsunami, engulfing him in an instant. He curled up, burying his face deep into his knees, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. There were no sobs, only the stifled, fragmented gasps reverberating through the empty room. The temporary mark of enigma had rendered him utterly exposed and vanquished, indelibly branded by another man's essence in the most primal and inescapable manner. Chi Cheng's final words echoed in his mind like an incantation. Remember whose you are now. Each syllable struck his remaining pride like a venomous whip. Who was he? He was Wu Suowei, once a proud and indomitable alpha, not a mere possession of anyone. Yet now, the intoxicating and oddly mingled pheromones of strong spirits and cold would proclaim his subjugation with a silent yet audacious clarity. The bite marks on the back of his neck burned fiercely, an everlasting emblem of shame. Had he truly reached his end? Would he concede so easily, becoming a tamed and toothless pet beneath Chi Cheng's wing? The very thought churned his stomach with a suffocating nausea. Time slipped away, and gradually his tremors subsided. He slowly lifted his head, revealing eyes that were reddened yet no longer hollow. The tears had dried, leaving behind a cold resentment and a stubborn defiance, ignited by desperation. No, he could not simply accept this fate. So what if he bore a temporary mark? So what if his pheromones were suppressed? As long as he drew breath, he would not resign himself to being anyone's subordinate. What Chi Cheng desired was perhaps a complete surrender from him, but he would not yield. He struggled to his feet and staggered towards the bathroom. The reflection in the mirror remained pale and fragile, the scars on his neck a stark reminder of his ordeal. Yet as he gazed into his own eyes, he sensed a change within. He turned on the cold water, vigorously splashing his face, attempting to awaken his numbed nerves and body. Then he engaged in a nearly self-destructive act. He turned to the side, capturing a clear image of the fresh, bloodstained enigma bite mark on the back of his neck. The photograph exuded a contradictory essence of humiliation and the aesthetic of violence. He stared at the image for an extended period before silently saving it, encrypting it deep within his phone. This was not a mere memento. It was a harbinger of awakening. Awakened by the humiliation of today, he reminded himself of the formidable and terrifying nature of his adversary, and resolved never to succumb to despair. Having completed this internal reckoning, he felt an unusual tranquility, a calmness akin to that of a soldier who has burned his ships. He understood that confronting Chi Cheng head-on would yield no chance of victory. The serpent's strength and control far exceeded his imagination. A direct clash would only lead to ruin. Thus, he contemplated a shift in strategy. Since he could not temporarily rid himself of this mark, nor escape Chi Cheng's grasp, perhaps he could find a way to exploit it. Chi Cheng harbored interest in him, a sense of possessiveness. This was his sole, albeit meager, bargaining chip. He needed to disguise himself, to feign submission, to pretend to be tamed, even to simulate dependence. By lowering Chi Cheng's guard, he could make him believe that he had accepted his circumstances, perhaps even begun to relish this sense of belonging. Meanwhile, in the shadows, he would quietly tend to his wounds, gathering strength and biding his time. This was a daunting task. Each step would be akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, demanding extraordinary skill and mental fortitude. Any slight misstep could be perceived by the vigilant serpent, leading to dire consequences. Yet he had no alternative. This was the only countermeasure he could conceive in his predicament. He emerged from the bathroom, retrieving antiseptic and gauze from the first aid kit, with an expression devoid of emotion. He treated the wound at the nape of his neck with a calmness that belied the humiliation he was addressing. Then, he picked up his phone and opened the name he most wished to avoid. His fingertip hovered over the screen for an extended moment before he ultimately composed a message. The tone was meticulously crafted, tinged with an almost imperceptible weariness, a hint of fragility, and a whisper of dependency. "Mr. Chi, I have arrived home. Thank you for the clothes." He refrained from mentioning the mark or the earlier incident, as if it were merely a blurred memory. The emphasis lay on the notification of his safe arrival and his gratitude. His tone was restrained and somewhat aloof, yet the phrase "I have arrived home" was in itself a form of yielding and reporting. He clicked send. Setting the phone down, his heart beat steadily within his cold chest. He knew Chi Cheng would discern the undercurrents of unrest beneath this facade of calm. recognizing the probing and pretense that lay beneath his deliberate distance. Yet, this was precisely the effect he sought. He aimed to convince Chi Cheng that this was the response of a prey, battered yet desperately attempting to maintain dignity in an awkward display of resilience. This aligned with his persona of Wu Suowei. Even in defeat, one must maintain a semblance of pride. The message was promptly marked as read. However, this time, Chi Cheng did not respond immediately. The wait stretched into an eternity. Wu Suowei sat motionless on the sofa, resembling a statue frozen in time, only the slight tremor of his fingertips betraying his inner turmoil. He was gambling, betting on whether Chi Cheng would accept this degree of submission, wagering that Chi Cheng would relish the gradual process of taming. Minutes later, the phone finally lit up. Chi Cheng's reply was still succinct, yet caused Wu Suowei to exhale in relief. Rest well. Without inquiry, without doubt, and devoid of further instructions, it was as if he had merely received an anticipated, trifling report. This reaction precisely indicated that he had momentarily passed the test. Wu Suowei set his phone aside and exhaled a breath of murky air, yet a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his back. The first step had succeeded. Though it was humiliating and arduous, he understood that this was merely the beginning. A more perilous and mentally taxing masquerade had just commenced. He glanced out at the heavy darkness of the night, repressing the last vestiges of vulnerability, leaving only the cold, smoldering embers. The game was far from over. The outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 13. The facade begins the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, piercing Wu Suowei's eyes. He had scarcely slept the entire night. The mark on the back of his neck continued to emit a burning and stinging sensation, a stark reminder of his transformation and the accompanying humiliation. His body felt as if it had been crushed by a heavy weight, each muscle lingering with the soreness and weakness from the previous day's fierce struggle. Nevertheless, he rose at the appointed time. Cold water splashed against his face, the icy touch providing a fleeting sense of clarity. He meticulously fastened the top button of his shirt, ensuring the collar concealed the bite mark. The man in the mirror appeared pallid, with faint shadows beneath his eyes, yet the traces of yesterday's collapse had been carefully hidden, replaced by a near-cold tranquility. He needed to return to the company, to present himself before everyone. Disappearance or any sign of abnormality was not an option. Otherwise, rumors would spread like wildfire. And Chi Cheng, that venomous serpent, would immediately sense his disobedience. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to rein in the altered pheromones that surrounded him. The mingling scent of strong liquor and cold wood was forcibly suppressed, revealing only a trace of tranquility, perhaps tinged with fatigue, an appropriate state for an overworked alpha. Upon arriving at the company, employees greeted him with the usual respect. However, some perceptive Omega and Alpha colleagues instinctively cast him a few extra glances. His pheromone scent had changed. Although imperceptibly subtle, the underlying fusion of a stronger presence could not be concealed from the keen instincts of his kind. Wu Suowei feigned ignorance, maintaining an expression that was no different from usual. With a somewhat aloof smile, he strode into his office. Throughout the day, he compelled himself to immerse in work, filling every moment with stacks of documents and meetings, denying himself any opportunity for errant thoughts. He handled official matters with his characteristic calm efficiency, even more solemn than usual. As if overnight he had shed all extraneous layers, becoming reserved and profound. Only he was aware that each time the office door was knocked, his heart would involuntarily tighten, apprehensive of encountering that man. Yet, Chi Cheng did not make an appearance. The entire day passed without any communication or directives from him. It felt as though the marks of yesterday were merely a fleeting illusion, and upon awakening, everything returned to the status quo. Yet, this tranquility rendered Wu Suowei even more vigilant. Chi Cheng could not possibly let him off the hook. This silence resembled a confident relinquishment, as if he were aware that Wu Suowei had nowhere to escape, thus granting him a moment to acclimate and reflect. In the afternoon, the secretary's internal phone rang. Mr. Wu, Chi Cheng Capital has sent over a revised draft of the supplementary agreement for your review. Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat. Chi Cheng Capital, Chi Cheng's company. Please send it to my email, he responded, striving to maintain a steady tone. All right. Additionally, the secretary hesitated, her tone wavering slightly. They also included a personal information supplement form, stating that it needs to be filled out in detail and returned. A personal information supplement form? Wu Suowei's brows furrowed instantly. Such forms are typically requested only in cases of extremely deep collaboration or when a thorough background check is necessary. What was Chi Cheng planning? To investigate him thoroughly? He opened the email and indeed found two attachments. One was the revised agreement, while the other was a succinctly designed yet exceedingly detailed form. From educational background, work experience, family relations, health status, to even sensitivity to information pheromones, it was meticulously comprehensive, akin to the highest level of security scrutiny. A surge of indignation at the invasion of his privacy surged within him, but he quickly suppressed it. He recalled his new strategy of feigned compliance. Taking a deep breath, he replied to the email, "Received. I will handle it promptly." Then, he opened the form and began to fill it out with a stoic expression. Each word was written with utmost care and precision, as if it were merely a routine administrative task. When he reached the section regarding recent significant changes in health status, his fingers hesitated for a moment before swiftly typing none. In the section regarding whether he had ever been permanently or temporarily marked, he simply skipped over it, leaving it blank. He knew this would not escape Chi Cheng's notice. He aimed to maintain his facade of dignity and clumsy disguise through this cautious, yet conspicuously evasive manner. Once he completed the form, he sent it back along with his thoughts on the agreement revisions. Throughout the process, he remained as composed as a machine devoid of emotion. Shortly after the email was sent, his personal phone chimed. It was a text from Chi Cheng. "The form has been received." A terse statement, lacking any elaboration. Wu Suowei stared at those 5 words, his heart racing uncontrollably once more. After careful consideration, he replied, "As it should be. vs.the, please let me know if there is anything else that needs to be added." His tone was respectful, embodying the humility of a subordinate addressing a superior, yet maintaining a subtle distance. Chi Cheng responded swiftly this time. "There's a cocktail party tonight. Accompany me." It was not a request, but a command. Wu Suowei's fingertips turned icy in an instant. A cocktail party? In such a public setting? In his current state, marked by Chi Cheng's presence? This was tantamount to dragging him into the spotlight, announcing his allegiance to everyone present. The sensation of humiliation surged once more, yet he clenched his teeth resolutely. "All right. What time and where?" he replied, even adding an acknowledgement emoji. Chi Cheng promptly sent the time and the name of the hotel. 7 o'clock. I will meet you downstairs." Wu Suowei gazed at the text, almost able to envision Chi Cheng's demeanor when issuing the command, authoritative and in control. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, his gaze reflected an icy calm. "Very well," he ultimately responded with 2 words. As the end of the workday approached, Wu Suowei meticulously gathered his belongings. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the bustling traffic below. At precisely 7 o'clock, a sleek black luxury car glided silently to the company's entrance, akin to a predator lying in wait. Wu Suowei cast a final glance at his reflection in the mirror, ensuring that all emotions were perfectly concealed before turning and stepping into the elevator. As it descended, he felt the mark on the nape of his neck pulsate, as if in response to the imminent meeting. Upon exiting the company, a cold breeze brushed against his face. The driver respectfully opened the car door for him. Inside, Chi Cheng was seated in the back, engrossed in his tablet. Hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze. His profound eyes swept over Wu Suowei, lingering as if assessing him, from his meticulously tailored attire to his expressionless countenance, finally pausing for a moment at his neatly fastened collar. Wu Suowei maintained his tranquil facade, bending slightly to enter the vehicle and closing the door behind him. "Mr. Chi," he greeted in a low voice, his tone detached. The air inside the car was permeated by Chi Cheng's crisp, woody pheromones, mingled with the lingering scent of his own, which could not be entirely concealed. The 2 aromas intertwined within the confined space, creating an intensely intimate yet suffocating atmosphere. Chi Cheng responded with a non-committal, returning his attention to the tablet. seemingly uninterested in further conversation. The car glided smoothly toward the hotel. Wu Suowei sat upright, his gaze fixed on the rapidly passing night scenery outside. Though his body remained slightly tense, akin to a soldier poised to enter the battlefield, he understood that tonight's cocktail party would serve as the first true test of his disguise. He must portray the role convincingly, the newly subdued, somewhat uneasy, yet ultimately compliant alpha belonging to Chi Cheng. Chapter 14. An overt oath. The hotel banquet hall was resplendent, filled with the aroma of exquisite perfumes mingling with the sense of fine food and drink. A convergence of political and business elites, along with technological luminaries, animatedly conversed, crafting a vivid tableau of opulence and revelry. Wu Suowei followed half a step behind Chi Cheng, stepping into this dazzling realm. Almost instantly upon their entrance, they attracted countless gazes. Chi Cheng, of course, was a formidable presence, exuding an undeniable magnetism. His identity as enigma and his leadership of a capital enterprise rendered him the center of attention wherever he went. However, today, the spotlight shone even more brightly on Wu Suowei, who trailed half a step behind him. Wu Suowei, youthful and handsome, is undeniably a rising star, radiating an aura that naturally captivates attention. Yet at this moment, what leaves everyone with a keen sense of perception and silent astonishment is the pheromone that envelopes him. The once fiery scent of strong liquor and cedar has now subdued, as if tamed by the passage of time. Its essence remains scorching yet intriguingly intertwined with another formidable, crisp, unmistakable woody fragrance, one that belongs to Chi Cheng. The fusion of these two elite pheromones creates a distinctive and striking imprint, silently yet thunderously proclaiming a singular truth. This dazzling, top-tier alpha has been marked, indelibly branded with the seal of the enigma. Whispers ripple through the crowd like a rising tide. Expressions of astonishment, curiosity, inquiry, and even disbelief converge unabashedly upon Wu Suowei. Particularly, the impeccably tailored collar of his shirt seems to strain against the fabric, as if yearning to reveal the truth beneath. Wu Suowei can feel those gazes piercing his skin like fine needles. He hears the suppressed murmurs, each syllable echoing the humiliation of yesterday. The bite marks on the nape of his neck seem to rekindle under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Yet, his expression remains unyielding. He even raises his chin imperceptibly, wearing a faintly aloof yet fundamentally courteous smile, his gaze unwavering as it meets those directed at him, neither flinching nor retreating. He plays the role of one who has just undergone marking, still somewhat unaccustomed to such a public setting, striving to maintain an air of dignity and composure as an alpha. His fingertips curl slightly at his sides, a subtle movement that betrays a hint of tension and unease. Chi Cheng, however, appears utterly unaffected. He engages effortlessly with those who approach him, exuding an air of noble detachment. When someone attempts to steer the conversation toward Wu Suowei, perhaps with a suggestive smile of congratulations, Chi Cheng merely offers a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying, thus solidifying the speculation surrounding them. He scarcely glances at Wu Suowei, as if he were merely an expected possession, unworthy of further attention. This disregard itself serves as a potent declaration of ownership. "Mr. Wu, it has been quite some time." A familiar voice, tinged with hesitation, calls out. Wu Suowei turns to see Su Wan, adorned in an elegant evening gown, her makeup exquisite. Yet her gaze holds a complex mix of surprise and an unmistakable hint of disappointment. Her eyes linger on his neck, her nostrils subtly twitching as she clearly detects the altered pheromones. "Miss Su," Wu Suowei acknowledges with a slight nod, his smile polite yet distinctly distant. "It has indeed been a while." "You." Su Wan seems poised to speak, but upon glancing at Chi Cheng, who is conversing with others nearby, she swallows her words, ultimately managing only a strained smile. "You seem well," she remarks. "Thank you," Wu Suowei replies succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further. He could sense that, although Chi Cheng was engaged in conversation with others, a thread of attention seemed to linger on his side. He refrained from excessive interaction with Su Wan to avoid unnecessary complications. At that moment, an elderly gentleman conversing with Chi Cheng turned to Wu Suowei with a smile. You must be President Wu of Xinhua Technology. Truly impressive, a paragon of youthful talent, he remarked. The implication in his words was unmistakable. It was as if Chi Cheng had only just acknowledged Wu Suowei, turning his head slightly, his gaze landing on him with a casual yet discerning air. His expression was calm and unperturbed, yet bore the weight of a master evaluating his possessions. Chi Cheng retrieved a glass of champagne from server's tray and extended it toward Wu Suowei with an effortless grace, as if he had performed this gesture countless times before. Do give this a try. I believe you'll find it to your liking. This intimate and suggestive action resembled a master feeding his pet, drawing the collective gaze of the onlookers. Wu Suowei's heart constricted painfully, blood rushing to his head only to cool instantly. A wave of humiliation washed over him once more, but he forcibly suppressed it. He extended his hand to accept the glass of champagne, their fingertips brushing momentarily, sending a shiver coursing through him. Thank you, Mr. Chi, he murmured, his voice steady, devoid of emotion. He lowered his eyelashes, taking a delicate sip of the wine, concealing the tumultuous emotions that threatened to surface. Chi Cheng observed his compliant demeanor, and a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes before he returned to conversing with others. This brief interlude did not go unnoticed by those around them, effectively solidifying their perceived relationship. The way people regarded Wu Suowei became increasingly nuanced. Holding the glass of wine felt akin to grasping a searing brand. He stood still, akin to an exquisite vase on display, silently embodying the role that Chi Cheng required of him, an obedient and subdued subordinate, recently tamed. As the soiree progressed, Wu Suowei began to feel stifled, the air around him thick with Chi Cheng's omnipresent aura of pressure. He leaned closer to Chi Cheng, whispering, Mr. Chi, I feel a bit overwhelmed. I would like to step out to the terrace for some fresh air. Chi Cheng glanced at him, nodded slightly, and offered no further comment. Relieved, Wu Suowei maintained a steady pace as he made his way to the open terrace adjoining the banquet hall. The air on the terrace was refreshingly crisp, the evening breeze alleviating some of the heaviness that had settled in his chest. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the distant cityscape, exhaling a long, silent sigh. The act of pretense proved more exhausting than he had anticipated. Every moment felt as though his nerves were stretched to their limits. Just then, a somewhat flippant male voice called out from behind him. Ah, isn't this President Wu? What brings you here alone, enjoying the chill? Wu Suowei furrowed his brow and turned to see a somewhat familiar alpha approaching with a wine glass in hand. He was the head of a minor company who had previously attempted to curry favor with him. At that moment, the man's gaze was laden with unabashed scrutiny and a hint of lewd curiosity. Mr. Wang, Wu Suowei greeted him with a cold indifference, wishing to say no more. Yet, President Wang took a few steps closer, his gaze lingering around Wu's neck, a sly smile creeping onto his face. I hear you've recently ascended to greater heights. Congratulations are in order. Mr. Chi, an enigma of such caliber, is not someone just anyone can associate with. Pray tell, how does it feel to bear the mark of an enigma? His words were crude and laden with contempt. Instantly, Wu's expression turned icy, a chill settling in his eyes. The suppressed pheromones around him began to stir restlessly, seemingly unrelated to President Wang. Don't be so cold, Wang insisted, encroaching further, his breath heavy with the scent of alcohol as it wafted toward Wu's face. You never came out before, but now that you're with Mr. Chi, your standards have risen? Understandable, I suppose. An alpha marked by an enigma would hardly find us ordinary alphas appealing, he continued, reaching out with a frivolous gesture to pat Wu's shoulder. Wu's gaze sharpened, ready to retaliate when a distinctly bony hand shot out from the side, swiftly and mercilessly seizing Wang's wrist. The force was so great that the sound of bones nearly dislocating echoed through the air. Ah! Wang let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the alcohol's effects rapidly wearing off. Wu turned abruptly to find Chi Cheng at the terrace entrance, his expression as frigid as frost. A menacing fury churned within his deep-set eyes, and the air around him was thick with a chilling, woody pheromone that swept across the terrace, instilling a sense of overwhelming oppression. Who permitted you to touch him? Chi's voice was low, yet it carried the sharpness of an ice-coated blade, each word laced with lethal coldness. He fixed his gaze on Wang, as though regarding an inanimate object. Wang, terrified and pale as a sheet, stammered, "Mr. Chi, I was just joking." Joking? Chi's grip tightened, forcefully slamming Wang to the ground as if discarding a piece of refuse. He looked down at the trembling figure below him, his murderous intent unmasked. "Scram! Do not let me see you again." Wang scuttled away in a panic, not daring to glance back. In an instant, only the two of them remained on the terrace. Chi then turned to Wu, his gaze still smoldering with residual fury. Yet deep within lay an intense displeasure and scrutiny, as if he had been disturbed. "What did he touch you?" Chi's voice remained icy. Still reeling from the shock and Chi's sudden display of ferocity, Wu instinctively replied, "And no." Chi stepped closer, the formidable enigma pheromones encasing Wu like a cage. He extended his hand, not to touch, but to lightly brush over the spot on Wu's shoulder where Wang had attempted to strike him, as if sweeping away some filth. Gradually, his fingertips ascended, eventually resting at the collar of Wu's tightly buttoned shirt. The temperature of fingertips seeped through the fabric, leaving an imprint on the skin. Wu Suowei felt his entire body freeze, his breath abruptly halting. Chi Cheng's gaze was firmly fixed upon him, an undercurrent of inscrutable emotions swirling within his eyes. There was an unquenched fury, a potent possessiveness, and a hint of an elusive depth. He leaned slightly closer to Wu Suowei's ear, speaking in a hushed, oppressive tone that only the two could hear, enunciating each word. "Remember, even that which I do not desire shall not be touched by another." After delivering this chilling proclamation, he straightened up, casting one last penetrating glance at Wu Suowei, as if attempting to see through him entirely, before turning and departing the terrace first. Wu Suowei stood alone, frozen in the frigid night breeze, as if the very blood coursing through his veins had turned to ice. Chi Cheng's last words pierced his heart like a shard of ice. It dawned on him that he was merely an object, one that, despite bearing a mark, could be discarded at any moment. A cold fury and humiliation surged through him, more violently than ever before. He gradually clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. The wind on the terrace grew even colder. Chapter 15. The bone-chilling cold. The cold wind on the terrace seemed to infiltrate Wu Suowei's very marrow, freezing his blood and shattering the facade he had desperately maintained. Chi Cheng's final words struck like the sharpest of blades. They not only severed the remnants of his dignity, but also irrevocably delineated the boundary between them. An object, something that could be possessed at will and cast aside with equal ease. It became painfully clear that all his struggles, all his humiliations, all his forbearance were, in Chi Cheng's eyes, merely a game of ownership, and he was not even regarded as an equal adversary, but merely a trophy. A despair, colder and more profound than the moment he was marked, gradually seeped into his heart. He remained rooted to the spot for an extended period, until the evening breeze whisked away the last vestiges of warmth from his body, and the revelry of the banquet hall became increasingly audible once more. Only then did he slowly turn around, his face devoid of any subtle expressions, leaving behind an almost numbing tranquility. The last flicker of light in his peach blossom eyes extinguished, rendering them as unfathomable as a frozen lake. He adjusted his impeccably neat collar, ensuring that the mark of shame was perfectly concealed. Then he stepped forward, re-entering that realm of dazzling splendor. His pace was steady, even more composed than before. Yet the aura he exuded felt even more subdued, colder than ever. The scent of strong liquor and cold wood, once tinged with an eerie warmth, now seemed to have lost all trace of warmth, leaving only an icy barrier that repelled others from approaching. Chi Cheng was engaged in conversation with several prominent political figures. Upon noticing Wu Suowei's return, his gaze flicked briefly over his face, pausing for a mere fraction of a second before casually shifting away to continue his previous dialogue. Wu Suowei did not draw nearer, merely halting at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, quietly waiting, like the most competent yet inconspicuous backdrop. He lowered his eyelashes, his gaze fixed upon the polished floor, seemingly devoid of interest in his surroundings. When someone attempted to engage him in conversation, He merely lifted his eyes, casting a fleeting glance filled with a chilling detachment, almost hollow, accompanied by a slight nod, yet remaining silent. The coldness in his gaze was unmistakable, causing the person attempting to make small talk to retreat awkwardly. He no longer endeavored to play the role of a slightly uncomfortable yet compliant alpha. If, in Chi Cheng's eyes, he was merely an object, then he would embrace the persona of an emotionless, frigid entity. Perhaps this, too, was a guise, a deeper masquerade that completely encased his true self in ice. As the soiree drew to a close, Chi Cheng concluded his final exchanges and glanced in Wu Suowei's direction, signaling their departure. Wu Suowei silently followed, maintaining a half-step distance, akin to a soulless shadow. The two exited the banquet hall, proceeding towards the waiting vehicles in silence. An icy stillness enveloped them, heavier than any previous moment. Once inside the car, the confined space was once again filled with their intertwined yet frigid pheromones. Chi Cheng appeared absorbed in emails on his phone, his profile sharp and unyielding. Wu Suowei leaned against the window, observing the swiftly retreating scenery outside, remaining utterly mute. The mark on the nape of his neck throbbed faintly, but the pain felt distant and numbed. The car first arrived at Wu Suowei's apartment building. As the vehicle came to a halt, he hesitated not for an instant before reaching for the door. "Tomorrow at 9, at my office." Chi Cheng's voice suddenly pierced the silence of the car, an impersonal command devoid of emotion, as if the menacing figure who had just spoken harsh words on the terrace was not him. Wu Suowei's hand paused on the door, but he did not turn back. Instead, he replied with a single word, flat and unremarkable, "All right." He exited the car, closing the door behind him without a moment's pause, striding directly towards the entrance of the apartment building. His silhouette was straight, yet it exuded a profound sense of detachment and coldness. The black car lingered momentarily before slowly departing. Upon returning to the hollow, frigid apartment, Wu Suowei locked the door but did not turn on the lights. He slid down the door, resting on the floor with his face buried in his knees. There were no tears, no trembling, not even significant emotional fluctuations, just an overwhelming chill, an endless cold emanating from the depths of his heart. He maintained this position in darkness for an indeterminate time until the brightness of his phone screen abruptly illuminated the shadows, then extinguished. It was a text from Chi Cheng, containing only the title of materials required for tomorrow's meeting. "Business. Just business." Wu Suowei lifted his head. In the darkness, his eyes gradually adjusted, reflecting the faint light filtering through the window, cold and vacant. He picked up his phone, staring at the message, his finger hovering over the screen for an extended moment. He then opened the reply box and typed 2 words, "Receive." There were no salutations, no expressions, not a single extraneous word. He resembled a machine programmed solely to execute commands. Rising from his seat, he did not proceed to the bedroom, but instead entered the study. He powered on the computer, retrieving the information requested by Chi Cheng, and began to work with an impassive demeanor. It seemed that only through immersing himself in relentless labor could he numb the heart that had already been encased in ice. The mark on the nape of his neck, under the weight of such cold emotions, appeared to momentarily quieten. Yet he was aware that certain things had irrevocably changed. A profound and frigid chasm had been irrevocably etched between him and Chi Cheng, as well as within his own heart. At 8:50 the following morning, Wu Suowei appeared punctually at the door of Chi Cheng's office. He was still clad in a perfectly tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, and his face devoid of any superfluous expression. The pheromones he emitted were restrained to an extreme, exuding a professional and icy sense of distance. After the secretary announced his arrival, he stepped inside. Chi Cheng sat behind his desk, the morning light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows gilding him in a halo. Yet, it did nothing to soften the hard lines of his features or the formidable aura that surrounded him. Wu Suowei halted at an appropriate distance from the desk, offering a slight nod. Mr. Chi's tone was steady and devoid of ripples, akin to the most exemplary subordinate addressing a superior. Chi Cheng raised his gaze, his penetrating eyes locking onto Wu Suowei. That gaze still possessed an incisive quality, sweeping over his icy facade as if in search of some fissure. However, Wu Suowei merely met his stare with calm resolve, his eyes as tranquil as a deep pool, unruffled by any waves. Documentation, Chi Cheng stated, retracting his gaze and speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Wu Suowei handed over the prepared files, his movements precise and professional. The ensuing period was characterized entirely by efficient and cold business discourse. The two engaged in discussions regarding several critical junctures of their collaborative project, their exchanges objective, logically sound, and devoid of any superfluous chatter beyond the realm of work. Wu Suowei's performance was impeccable, professional, composed, and efficient. Yet that chilling detachment, as though he lacked any personal emotion, engendered an even greater sense of invisible estrangement than any fervent rebellion could elicit. Occasionally, Chi Cheng's gaze would linger on the meticulously tailored collar of Wu Suowei or on his temperatureless eyes, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the tabletop. At last, when Wu Suowei had clearly articulated the merits and drawbacks of a proposal and awaited further instructions, Chi Cheng unexpectedly posed a question entirely unrelated to work. "Did you not sleep well last night?" His tone bore no discernible hint of concern or anything else. Wu Suowei did not so much as flutter his eyelashes, responding with impenetrable precision. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chi. My sleep is sufficient to sustain my work efficiency." A perfect evasion, an extreme detachment. A faint, barely perceptible ripple passed through the depths of Chi Cheng's profound gaze. He scrutinized Wu Suowei for several seconds before suddenly reclining against the chair's back, adopting a somewhat languid posture, yet emanating an even stronger sense of pressure. "Is that so?" His voice was low, "but I believe your pheromones seem even colder than yesterday." He had indeed noticed. Wu Suowei's heart tightened slightly, yet his expression remained impeccably composed. Perhaps the air conditioning was simply too frigid. "If Mr. Chi has no further directives, I shall return to address the matters we previously discussed." He deftly sidestepped the topic of pheromones, even proactively suggesting his departure. Chi Cheng remained silent, his inscrutable gaze fixed upon him, as though weighing some intangible consideration. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy once more. After a lengthy pause, Chi Cheng's lips curled ever so slightly, though the smile did not reach his eyes, instead carrying an undertone of chill. "You may go," he finally uttered, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. "Yes," Wu Suowei replied with a slight nod, turning to exit the office with steady steps. The door closed softly behind him, yet Chi Cheng's gaze lingered on the threshold, the sound of his fingers tapping ceasing abruptly. He gradually narrowed his eyes, a flicker of barely perceptible agitation flashing in their depths. Outside the door, Wu Suowei stood with his back turned, inhaling deeply. A trace of faint, almost ethereal fatigue flickered in his eyes. Pretending to be an emotionless machine proved to be more mentally taxing than assuming a submissive role. Yet, he had no alternative. The fissures had already appeared. All he could do was harden himself further, growing ever colder and more unyielding, until he clenched his fist once more, only to release it slowly, until he discovered a method to shatter this oppressive cycle. Chapter 16. Undercurrent's days seemed to descend into an eerie and chilling tranquility. Wu Suowei had wholly transformed himself into a cog in the corporate machine. He arrived punctually at the office each day, tackling mountains of bureaucratic duties and attending countless meetings. His interactions with Chi Cheng's side were conducted entirely through emails and secretarial correspondence, efficient, precise, and devoid of error. He refrained from initiating contact with Chi Cheng unless for essential work reports, his text replies stripped to their barest essentials, devoid of superfluous verbiage. Each time he entered Chi Cheng's office, he resembled a meditative pine, delivering reports, absorbing directives, and departing. His gaze remained calm and unwavering. His tone as steady as an AI's narration, emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. The pheromones mingling the essence of strong liquor and cool would appear to be entirely encased by his iron will, radiating an uninviting chill that kept others at bay. The initial tranquility, born of forced submission, had vanished, leaving only a pure, unadulterated coldness. Chi Cheng's reactions were equally inscrutable. He accepted Wu Suowei's extreme detachment without further coercion or any sign of dissatisfaction. His commands were similarly succinct and professional. The occasional glance directed at Wu Suowei remained profound, yet seemed to lack the earlier playful dominance, now infused with an enigmatic scrutiny and silence. The two men appeared to be ensnared in a silent Cold War, each contesting whose ice would prove thicker and whose patience would endure longer. The atmosphere within the company had also shifted subtly. Employees could sense the unusual low pressure between the two leaders, particularly surrounding President Wu. Although his work efficiency was astonishingly high, the chilling aura surrounding him rendered his subordinates, who once dared to share playful banter, utterly silent. What has happened to Mr. Wu lately? He seems like a different person. I don't know. His pheromones are so cold that even a slight approach feels overwhelmingly pressuring. Is it something related to Mr. Chi? Sure. Stop speculating. Let us focus on work. Rumors circulated quietly in private, yet no one dared to voice them openly. That afternoon, Wu Suowei was reviewing an exceedingly intricate draft for an international collaboration when his secretary's internal line rang, the tone tinged with tension. Mr. Wu, the front desk reports that a Ms. Yu is here to see you. She has no appointment, but claims to be an old friend. You? Wu Suowei's fingers faltered over the documents. You? What brings her here? His heart clenched unexpectedly, sending a faint, unfamiliar pang through him. It had been a long time since he had thought of Yu. Those memories seemed forcibly sealed deep within layers of ice. He almost instinctively intended to decline. In his current state, he wished to avoid any old acquaintances, especially Yu. Yet, the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. Perhaps it would be beneficial to meet. It might convey to certain individuals that he, Wu Suowei, was not entirely isolated, nor was he doomed to languish within this frigid confinement. Even if it was merely a facade, please have her come to meeting room 3. His voice revealed no trace of emotion. Understood, Mr. Wu. After hanging up, Wu Suowei closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions swirling within him back beneath the ice. When he opened his eyes again, they were devoid of warmth. He rose and proceeded to the meeting room. Upon entering, he found Yu sitting on the sofa, fidgeting nervously with her phone. She appeared somewhat thinner, yet her complexion seemed markedly improved since their breakup, and the sweet, soft fragrance of white peach and jasmine pheromones had returned to her. At the sound of the door opening, Yu looked up, their gazes locking. Surprise, confusion, and a subtle hint of concern flickered in her eyes. Wu Suowei, she stood, her voice hesitant. The scent of Wu Suowei's pheromones had transformed, rendering it almost unrecognizable. Once fiery and captivating, evoking both love and fear. It now felt cold and silent, entwined with a powerful, unfamiliar essence that bore a disquieting aura. Although Wu Suowei remained strikingly handsome, his pallor was stark, his gaze icy, exuding a profound weariness and detachment. Yu, he spoke in a tone marked by the formality of business, an unmistakable distance evident in his demeanor. It's been a while. Did you come to discuss something? Yu offered a neutral response, devoid of any inflection. The formality of his address pricked her heart with pain. She pressed her lips together, striving to overlook the discomfort stemming from his pheromones and his frigid demeanor. I've heard some things. She carefully chose her words, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. Are you all right? You seem exhausted. Her gaze instinctively swept over Wu Suowei's meticulously buttoned collar, as if something was concealed within. Wu Suowei's heart was once again pricked by that inadvertent concern. Yet his expression remained utterly impassive. I am well. Thank you for your concern. If there is nothing further, I have much work to attend to. He issued a subtle dismissal. A fleeting look of hurt crossed Yu's face, but she did not retreat. Instead, she stepped closer and lowered her voice, speaking urgently. Wu Suowei, do not deceive me. Everyone is talking about you and that enigma, Chi Cheng. Did he force you? Tell me. Her voice trembled with barely perceptible anxiety, stemming from genuine worry. Wu Suowei's fingers, which hung at his sides, curled slightly before quickly relaxing. Forced? The term seemed far too trivial. It had been an outright plunder and conquest. Yet, he would not divulge such truths to Yu. The past was the past. She had embarked on a new life, and he ought not to mire her in this quagmire. Yu, you are overthinking. Wu Suowei's voice remained cold and steady. My dealings with Mr. Chi are merely a standard business collaboration, mutually beneficial. As for anything else, that is sheer nonsense. He paused, adding with a hint of an almost cruel detachment. My affairs need not concern you. Yue Yue's complexion paled, seemingly stung by the chill of his words. He opened his mouth, intending to say more, when suddenly a knock echoed at the door to the reception room. Before a response could be given, the door swung open. Chi Cheng's imposing figure appeared at the threshold, his countenance severe, and an overwhelming aura of cold pheromones surged into the small room, creating an almost suffocating pressure. His gaze swiftly scanned Wu Suowei, confirming his well-being and that he still bore his frosty demeanor. It then shifted to Yue Yue, his eyes sharp as blades, revealing an undeniable scrutiny and a trace of mild displeasure. "Mr. Wu, do we have a guest?" Chi Cheng inquired, his voice deep and devoid of emotion. Yet the invisible pressure made Yue Yue tense instantly, her complexion paling further. Wu Suowei's heart sank. How had he come here? Had the front desk notified him? Or did he have informants on this floor? "Mr. Chi," Wu Suowei turned, maintaining a respectful yet distant posture. "An old friend has come to reminisce and is just about to take their leave." He emphasized old friend and leave once more. Chi Cheng's gaze lingered for a moment on Yue Yue's clearly tense and pale face before returning to Wu Suowei, the corners of his mouth seemingly twitching into a faint, inscrutable smirk, cold and enigmatic. "Old friend?" he echoed, his tone flat, yet caused the temperature in the room to plummet. "It seems Mr. Wu has quite an extensive network." He stepped inside, closing the distance between himself and Wu Suowei to a degree that nearly surpassed the bounds of social propriety. The potent enigma pheromones radiated an unmistakable possessiveness, as if declaring dominion, enveloping Wu Suowei while forcefully excluding the other Omega present in the room. Yue Yue was almost suffocated by the overwhelming information, instinctively retreating a step. Her face drained of color. Wu Suowei's body tensed slightly, yet he forcibly restrained himself from flinching. He could sense Chi Cheng's presence wrapping around him like a chilling vine, laden with a warning. "Have you finished reminiscing?" Chi Cheng lowered his gaze upon Wu Suowei, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable air of command. "The afternoon meeting is about to commence." This was clearly an expulsion, executed in the most humiliating manner, showcasing his absolute control over Wu Suowei in front of Yue Yue. Wu Suowei's nails dug deeply into his palm, yet his expression remained one of icy calm. "I am done," he stated, directing his indifferent tone towards Yue Yue. "Yue Yue, please leave. No need to see you off." Yue Yue observed the scene before her, witnessing Wu Suowei's near-stiff compliance beside the formidable enigma. The peculiar and suffocating mingling of their pheromones confirmed the rumors circulating outside. The last flicker of hope extinguished in her eyes, leaving only profound disappointment and pity. She uttered no further words, merely casting a deep, complex glance at Wu Suowei before lowering her head and hastily exiting the meeting room, her retreating figure betraying a hint of panic. The door was gently closed behind her. Within the meeting room, only the two remained. The powerful aura emanating from Chi Cheng did not dissipate following Yue Yue's departure. Rather, it intensified, focusing solely on Wu Suowei. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he leaned closer, his breath grazing the side of Wu Suowei's neck. His nostrils flared slightly, as if discerning the lingering sweetness of white peach and jasmine pheromones in the air. "The pheromones of an old friend," he murmured, his voice low and laced with icy mockery. "The scent is rather distinctive." Every muscle in Wu Suowei's body tensed, his blood turning cold. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, only a deeper frost remained in their depths. "Mr. Chi," he spoke with a steady calm, tinged with the slightest hint of formal reminder. "We are running late for the meeting." Chi Cheng paused momentarily, slowly straightening, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Wu Suowei's impenetrable demeanor, which appeared utterly frozen. A flicker of impatience and agitation flashed briefly in his eyes. Ultimately, he coldly remarked, "Keep up," and turned to exit the meeting room first. Wu Suowei stood in place until Chi Cheng's footsteps faded away, then gradually released the tight grip of his fist, leaving crescent-shaped imprints on his palm. In the meeting room, Remnants of Yue Yue's sorrowful disappointment and Chi Cheng's icy mockery lingered in the air. Beneath the icy surface, turbulent currents surged. He understood that this silent war was far from over. Chapter 17. A silent confrontation. Yue Yue's hasty departure felt like a sharp thorn, piercing Wu Suowei's frozen heart, inflicting a subtle yet enduring ache. The lingering aroma of white peach and jasmine intertwined with Chi Cheng's potent, frigid woodsy essence, silently narrating the brief yet suffocating clash that had just transpired. Wu Suowei stood motionless, compelling himself to disregard the lingering warmth of Chi Cheng's breath as he approached, along with the scornful words that accompanied it. He inhaled deeply, forcing all tumultuous emotions back to the deepest recesses of his icy composure, until only a lifeless, cold glimmer remained in his eyes. He adjusted his impeccably tailored suit and stepped out of the reception room, moving steadily toward the conference room. Chi Cheng was already seated in the main position, his expression stern as he listened to his subordinate's report. His fingertips unconsciously tapped against the smooth surface of the table, producing a rhythmic, muted sound. This noise resembled a countdown, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. Wu Suowei silently took his customary seat and opened his notebook. His gaze fell upon the projection screen, his demeanor focused as if nothing had occurred moments before. Yet his arrival, coupled with the chilling silence that enveloped him and the unmistakable phenomenal aura that intertwined with Chi Cheng's presence, rendered the atmosphere in the conference room even more oppressive. Several executives instinctively lowered their voices, their eyes hesitating to linger on him. Chi Cheng appeared utterly unaffected, continuing to absorb the report while occasionally interjecting with incisive questions. His attention seemed wholly devoted to the task at hand. However, when it was Wu Suowei's turn to present his segment, the dynamics shifted subtly. Wu Suowei's report was as coherent as ever, rich in data and logically sound. His speech was steady, devoid of emotional fluctuations, akin to a finely tuned instrument delivering its results. Yet, each time he proposed a viewpoint or concluded a section, Chi Cheng would invariably interject at opportune moments, not to interrupt, but to pose deeper, often challenging inquiries. What is the underlying logic of this data model? Have you considered the risks of failure amidst extreme market fluctuations? The partner you mentioned seems to have a questionable background. How far along is the due diligence? Is the timeline you set based on optimistic forecasts or conservative assessments? Where are the contingency plans? His questions were incisive, delivered in a calm tone, yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. It felt less like a discussion and more akin to a relentless examination. Under ordinary circumstances, Wu Suowei might have vigorously defended his stance, employing his sharp intellect and eloquence in the exchange. But at this moment, he merely lowered his eyelashes, responding to Chi Cheng's inquiries in an even colder, more objective tone. He addressed each question one by one, supplementing data and elucidating logic as if solving a mathematical conundrum, devoid of personal sentiment. He even refrained from meeting Chi Cheng's gaze, focusing instead on the other man's tie or the documents on the table, avoiding any unnecessary eye contact. This utterly businesslike demeanor, resistant to emotional engagement, seemed to provoke a deeper discontent within Chi Cheng. The rhythm of his table tapping quickened slightly. The cold pheromones surrounding him, though still restrained, became palpably heavier. They loomed like dark clouds before a tempest, casting a shadow over the entire conference room. The other executives remained utterly silent, not daring to breathe, acutely aware of the intense, albeit unspoken, struggle between the two formidable leaders. What began as a seemingly routine project, meeting abruptly transformed into a psychological warfare devoid of any overt hostility. Wu Suowei could feel the weight of gazes directed at him, like tangible icicles attempting to pierce his frigid exterior. He sensed a subtle yet palpable agitation and impatience emanating from Chi Cheng's pheromones. Nevertheless, he remained as steadfast as a rock, erecting an invisible barrier with unyielding rationality and cold composure. At last, when all topics had been thoroughly discussed, and Chi Cheng seemed to find no further avenues for challenge, the meeting fell into a brief silence. Chi Cheng leaned back in his chair, his gaze heavily fixed upon Wu Suowei, his fingertips ceasing their rhythmic tapping. "Mr. Wu," he began, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "Your proposal is flawless." He deliberately emphasized the word flawless, rendering it more akin to a chilling mockery. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, his eyes sharpening. "It lacks the audacity of a last-ditch effort. Too conservative." Conservative? Wu Suowei could not suppress a cold chuckle within. His proposal was undoubtedly the optimal solution following a comprehensive risk assessment. How could it be deemed conservative? This was merely nitpicking. Yet, he refrained from retorting, merely nodding slightly, his tone devoid of any turbulence. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Chi. I shall reassess and incorporate more audacious alternatives." He accepted the criticism entirely, offering not a shred of defense. This absolute, frigid compliance struck Chi Cheng like a fist against cotton. A flicker of clarity and agitation finally crossed Chi Cheng's eyes. He scrutinized Wu Suowei for several seconds, seemingly searching for even the faintest crack in his facade. Ultimately, he averted his gaze coldly and rose to his feet. "The meeting is adjourned." With that, he strode out of the conference room, leaving the executives exchanging glances, collectively exhaling in relief as if liberated from a great burden. Wu Suowei was the last to exit the room. He meticulously organized all documents and walked steadily back to his office. Upon closing the door, he severed all external scrutiny. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed down at the minuscule stream of vehicles and pedestrians below. Gradually, and at an excruciatingly slow pace, he released the fist he had been clenching. The palms bore the marks of his nails, blood seeping from the wounds. Beneath the veneer of coldness lay a tempest of emotions: anger, humiliation, and a perverse thrill derived from his silent confrontation with Chi Cheng. He recognized that Chi Cheng was growing impatient. The serpent had grown accustomed to his struggles, his calculations, even his fleeting capitulations, yet could not tolerate his complete, icy indifference and detachment. This was excellent. It indicated that his strategy was bearing fruit. He aimed to discomfort Chi Cheng, to rattle him, to prevent him from enjoying the thrill of the hunt and the pleasure of control as he once had, though this also exacted a toll on himself. In the afternoon, a secretary brought in a document requiring Chi Cheng's urgent signature. Wu Suowei stared at the document in silence for several seconds. According to protocol, he was expected to personally deliver the document for Chi Cheng's review and signature. However, he was reluctant to confront that irritable viper once again. He picked up the internal phone and directly dialed Chi Cheng's secretary. "Secretary Li, I have an urgent document that requires Mr. Chi's signature. Please come and collect it to present directly to him." On the other end, Secretary Li seemed taken aback, clearly unprepared for Wu Suowei to bypass direct contact. "Ah, very well, Mr. Wu. I shall come right away." Soon, Secretary Li arrived to retrieve the document. Approximately half an hour later, the internal phone rang again. It was Chi Cheng's direct line. Wu Suowei gazed at the blinking light, his heart tightening slightly. After a brief pause, he answered the call, his tone calm and unruffled. "Mr. Chi, I have reviewed the document." Chi Cheng's voice emanated from the other end, deeper than usual, imbued with a chilling metallic resonance. "Explain the additional clause on the third page." That clause was utterly trivial, not even part of Wu Suowei's responsibilities to draft. This was clearly intentional. Wu Suowei began to explain expressionlessly, his pace steady and his words precise. Yet, before he could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Chi Cheng. Any unclear points should be reported in person. The voice on the other end brooked no argument. "Come over now." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Holding the receiver, Wu Suowei felt a chill creep into his fingertips. He understood this was Chi Cheng's retaliation for his avoidance of direct contact, a punishment he could not evade. There was no escaping it. He set down the phone, took a deep breath, and once more buried all his emotions beneath a layer of ice, rising to step into the very realm he most dreaded at that moment. As he pushed open the door to Chi Cheng's office, the man sat behind his desk, toying with an expensive fountain pen, his gaze cold and penetrating. Mr. Chi. Wu Suowei stood firm before the desk, his eyes downcast. "Speak." A single word escaped Chi Cheng's lips. Wu Suowei began to report on the inconsequential clause once more, maintaining his steady tone. Chi Cheng listened, but his gaze was not on the document. It was fixated on Wu Suowei, as if he sought to unearth the layers of pretense, to reveal the core truth within. The air in the office thickened, almost palpable. Suddenly, without warning, Chi Cheng stood, circled the desk, and approached Wu Suowei. Wu Suowei's voice faltered, his body tensed imperceptibly, yet he remained steadfast in his stance, refusing to retreat. Chi Cheng halted directly in front of him, the distance between them minimal, his formidable enigma pheromones ensnaring Wu Suowei like a cage. He extended his hand, not to retrieve the document, but rather, with a delicate and derisive touch, he brushed against the meticulously arranged collar of Wu Suowei's shirt. "Your tie is askew." Chi Cheng's voice was low, laced with malice. "Mr. Wu, do you now require reminders about your appearance?" Blood rushed to Wu Suowei's head, only to turn icy in an instant. The sense of humiliation burned through his nerves like a toxic flame. He abruptly raised his eyes, locking onto Chi Cheng's profound gaze, which simmered with cold fury and a twisted fascination. Beneath the ice, the magma was finally beginning to boil. Chapter 18. Eruption. Chi Cheng's fingers did not exert force. Rather, they brushed against Wu Suowei's tie knot with an almost sacrilegious delicacy. The gesture was so flippant, akin to teasing an inanimate object, accompanied by his malicious words. Like a poison dagger, it pierced the ice-encased exterior of Wu Suowei with precision. The tie skewed. Is Mr. Wu now in need of reminders regarding his appearance? The frigid mockery struck Wu Suowei's face like a tangible slap. The anger, humiliation, and resentment he had been repressing for days ignited at that moment, kindled by the light touch and words. Beneath the frozen surface, the long-repressed magma erupted with a deafening roar. Wu Suowei abruptly lifted his head, and in his previously calm, unruffled gaze, a terrifying flame ignited. That flame was intense, furious, nearly obliterating the ice beneath his eyes. Instinctively, he forcefully swatted Chi Cheng's hand away. The motion was swift and fierce, imbued with unmasked disdain and resistance. "Don't touch me." His voice, hoarse yet devoid of its previous icy calm, now brimmed with pent-up fury and tremors. This was the first time in many days that he had revealed such intense, genuine emotion before Chi Cheng. The air seemed to solidify. Chi Cheng's hand, having been brushed away, hovered in midair. He appeared momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Wu Suowei's sudden, fierce reaction. However, in the depths of his profound gaze, there was not a hint of anger. Instead, a twisted gleam of near exhilaration ignited. Like a long-dormant predator finally witnessing its prey shed its disguise and reveal its sharp fangs. This was precisely what he desired. He was weary of Wu Suowei's cold, numb demeanor, resembling that of a mere puppet. He would much rather witness Wu Suowei's anger, struggle, and even defiance. "Oh!" Chi Cheng slowly retracted his hand, his lips curling into a cold and perilous arc as he stepped closer. The powerful enigma pheromones bore down on Wu Suowei like a mountain. Finally shedding the pretense, his gaze, almost tangible, greedily captured every fissure of anger on Wu Suowei's face, every inch of skin that flushed slightly with excitement. I had thought Mr. Wu had truly transformed into an emotionless block of ice. His words slithered like a venomous serpent, laced with a cruel delight. It turns out he still burns. Wu Suowei's chest heaved violently, his breaths rapid, and his peach blossom eyes blazed with fury. He glared at Chi Cheng, as if intent on devouring him alive. The icy aura surrounding him had long since dissipated. The long-repressed, fiery pheromones erupted like a beast breaking free from its cage. They clashed violently with Chi Cheng's cold, woody scent, radiating searing anger and aggression. "Chi Cheng." Wu Suowei forced the words through clenched teeth, each syllable dripping with hatred. "What on earth do you want?" "What do I want?" Chi Cheng chuckled lowly, drawing closer, effectively cornering Wu Suowei between the desk and his own body. He lowered his head, his gaze intensely fixed on Wu Suowei's eyes, which shone astonishingly bright with anger. "I merely wish to remind my possession to pay heed to its appearance." After all, his fingers lifted once more, this time pointedly directing towards the area at the back of Wu Suowei's neck, concealed by his shirt collar. his tone imbued with a malevolent possessiveness. This place bears my mark, and countless eyes are watching. A disheveled appearance tarnishes my reputation. Each word felt like a bucket of oil poured onto the raging fire within Wu Suowei. To hell with your possessions. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wu Suowei swung a fierce punch towards Chi Cheng's handsome yet detestable face. He had endured enough. Enough of this relentless humiliation and control. Even if it meant colliding with a stone, he was determined to shatter it. However, his wrist was effortlessly seized midair by Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng's grip was as unyielding as a vice, the pressure causing excruciating pain to his wrist. Huh? Chi Cheng scoffed, his gaze filled with derisive amusement and a hint of twisted satisfaction derived from absolute dominance. Is this what breaks you? With a swift motion, he twisted Wu Suowei's wrist behind his back, his other hand encircling his waist, forcefully pinning him against the cold surface of the desk. Papers scattered everywhere. Wu Suowei let out a muffled groan as his back collided with the hard tabletop, the impact rendering him momentarily disoriented. He struggled with all his might, like a cornered beast, kicking and thrashing. His free hand clawed desperately at Chi Cheng's arm. Yet, every attempt at resistance seemed utterly futile and laughable against Chi Cheng's overwhelming strength. Let me go, bastard. Chi Cheng, you're a lunatic. Wu Suowei unleashed a torrent of curses, all his cultivated demeanor and pretense shattering in that moment, leaving only raw fury and defiance. Chi Cheng, however, appeared to revel in his struggles and outbursts. He leaned closer, pressing Wu Suowei firmly against the desk, his scorching breath brushing against his ear, the tone low and menacing. Curse me, go on, I relish seeing you like this. His teeth grazed Wu Suowei's sensitive ear, sending tremors of revulsion through him. Far more pleasing than that lifeless mask you wear. Wu Suowei trembled violently, not out of fear, but from an overwhelming sense of anger and helplessness. The disparity in strength, the chasm of status, the constraints of marking. Everything felt like heavy chains binding him, no matter how fiercely he struggled, unable to shift the mountain that loomed over him. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, intertwining with the seething fury within, nearly tearing him apart. His strength to resist dwindled with each passing moment. He ceased his futile kicking, his body trembling slightly, collapsing against the chill of the desk, left with nothing but rapid, fragmented breaths. Those eyes, ablaze with rage, gradually glistened with unshed tears, not of surrender, but of an intense, unwavering defiance. Just kill me. He closed his eyes, his voice hoarse, imbued with a sense of reckless despair. Go ahead and kill me if you dare, he spat, as long as he still breathes. Chi Cheng movement salted. He lowered his gaze to the figure beneath him. Wu Suowei's complexion was pale, humiliation tinting the corners of his eyes red. His lips, slightly swollen from the earlier outburst and struggle, exuded a broken yet defiant beauty. The once fiercely resisting pheromones of alcohol seemed to have exhausted their strength, becoming disordered and fragile, yet still radiating an intense warmth. The distorted excitement in Chi Cheng's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deeper, more enigmatic emotion. He released Wu Suowei's wrist, yet his body remained close, still trapping him within a confined space. His fingers, imbued with an almost eerie tenderness, brushed aside the damp strands of hair clinging to Wu Suowei's forehead. Kill you? Chi Cheng's voice dropped to a low, barely perceptible rasp. That would be too merciful for you. His fingertips glided down, tracing the reddened corners of Wu Suowei's eyes, the trembling lips finally resting upon the violently heaving. Fragile Adam's apple. I want you to live. Live well. Remember who you belong to. His tone was light, yet laced with a chilling obsession and possessiveness. Upon finishing, he gradually straightened, releasing his hold on Wu Suowei. The sudden freedom left Wu Suowei momentarily stunned. He opened his eyes, locking onto Chi Cheng's unfathomable gaze. Gone were the prior mockery and brutality. Only a cold, absolute control remained, as if to say, you may struggle and rage, but ultimately, all will be in vain. Wu Suowei abruptly pushed himself up from the table, staggering a few steps back, widening the distance between them. He clumsily adjusted his disheveled suit and tie, the marks left on his wrist by Chi Cheng's grip glaringly evident. He glared fiercely at Chi Cheng, his chest still heaving, yet unable to utter a word. All his anger and strength had been depleted in that futile resistance. What remained was a chilling, bone-deep sense of helplessness and a tremor he was reluctant to acknowledge even to himself. Chi Cheng made no attempt to close the distance, merely adjusting his cuff with an air of nonchalance, as if the man who had just lost control and unleashed violence were not him. He set down the documents. "You may leave now," he stated, his tone reverting to its usual authoritative cadence. Wu Suowei clenched his jaw, ultimately bending to pick up the scattered papers from the floor. He placed them heavily on the desk, then, without a backward glance, nearly fled the office. The door slammed shut behind him. In the office, only Chi Cheng remained. He stood still, his gaze fixed on the now-closed door for a long while. The air was thick with the remnants of the heated confrontation, mingling the acrid scent of anger and the sharpness of alcohol pheromones with his own cold, wooden essence. He slowly raised his hand, examining the fingertips that had once restrained Wu Suowei's wrist. They seemed to retain the warmth of the other's skin and the pounding rhythm of his pulse. He gradually narrowed his eyes, and deep within, a faint sense of losing control flickered past, unnoticed even by himself. Chapter 19. The resurgence of rage, Wu Suowei nearly stumbled back into his office, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud that made the employees in the outer office flinch in trepidation. Leaning against the cold door, his body trembled from the violent struggle and emotional outburst that had just transpired. He slid down to the floor, utterly drained. The red marks on his wrist, left by Chi Cheng's grip, had darkened into bruises, faintly throbbing as a painful reminder of his recent humiliation and powerlessness. In the air lingered the chilling, potent scent of Chi Cheng's pheromones, intertwined with the chaotic aroma of his own volatile emotions, creating an inescapable web that ensnared him tightly. A suppressed, primal roar erupted from the depths of his throat, akin to a cornered beast. He suddenly raised his hand and struck the floor beside him with a fierce punch. The collision of his knuckles against the hard surface produced a dull thud, accompanied by a sharp pain. Yet, this corporeal agony paled in comparison to the relentless crushing of his heart. It was over. All his facades, all his resolve, had been utterly shattered beneath the deliberate provocation of that venomous serpent. Not only had he failed to maintain his icy exterior, but he had also appeared like a jester, performing a futile and disheveled act of defiance, ultimately subdued with ease by his adversary. Chi Cheng's final words, cold and declarative, echoed in his mind like a sinister incantation. "I want you to live. Live well. Remember who you belong to." Despair washed over him like a chilling tide, threatening to drown him once more. An absurd thought crossed his mind. Perhaps surrendering entirely, becoming a mere shell of a human, would be easier? As soon as this notion surfaced, it filled him with a wave of intense nausea and self-loathing. No, absolutely not. If he were to abandon even the struggle, he would truly be finished, completely transformed into Chi Cheng's soulless pet. Slowly, he lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, the depths covered by despair. Yet, a faint yet tenacious spark of fire reignited within him. It was hatred, an unwillingness to submit, a fierce determination to bite back, even at the risk of annihilation. Since maintaining a facade of calm would only lead to further oppression, and since resistance would only deepen his subjugation, he would no longer pretend. He would reveal his most authentic hatred and fangs. Did Chi Cheng not detest his cold demeanor? Did he not revel in his anger and struggles? Very well. He would oblige. He would prove to Chi Cheng that he was not a docile pet to be kept against his will, but rather a bomb poised to explode at any moment, a prey that, even when marked and bound, would never truly submit, venomous and fierce. Wu Suowei braced himself against the door and gradually stood up. He walked to the restroom, turned on the cold water, and repeatedly splashed it over his face and the bruises on his wrist. The chilling water coursed over his skin, gradually calming his tumultuous mind. Only the frigid resentment lingered, crystallizing in his gaze. He gazed at the mirror, confronting the pale visage reflected back, eyes tinged with crimson, and the corners of his mouth marred by a faint trace of blood. The figure was unfamiliar, yet brimming with a certain desperate madness. He straightened his disheveled shirt and tie, concealing the marks on his neck and the bruises on his wrists. Then, he returned to his desk, seizing the project proposal that Chi Cheng had demanded be reassessed. His gaze sharpened and focused, shedding the previous numb coldness for a piercing, aggressive scrutiny. Wasn't Chi Cheng dismissive of his conservative proposal? Huh. He powered on his computer, pulling up all the core data and risk assessment models. His fingers flew across the keyboard. He was not merely seeking to incorporate more radical alternatives. He aimed to completely dismantle the existing framework. He envisioned a bolder, more audacious proposal, imbued with a gambler's spirit. This plan was fraught with peril. Should it fail, the consequences would be dire. Yet if it succeeded, the rewards would be extraordinary. More crucially, the core concept of the proposal was ingeniously audacious, entirely at odds with Chi Cheng's usual composed demeanor. This was precisely what he sought. He intended to hurl this hot potato right back at Chi Cheng. Wasn't he seeking sharpness? Wasn't he advocating for a do-or-die approach? He would demonstrate to him what true audacity looked like. Throughout the afternoon, Wu Suowei immersed himself in a near-manic state of productivity. He shut out the external world, channeling all his energy into this provocative and risky new proposal. His eyes sparkled with fervor, radiating a reckless determination. Occasionally, subordinates would enter to report on their work, only to be intimidated by his icy yet fiercely aggressive aura. They would hastily retreat once their reports were delivered, afraid to linger even for a moment longer. As the workday slipped into the evening, the office gradually fell silent. Wu Suowei finally completed the initial framework of the new proposal. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his temples, fatigue evident in his eyes, yet a near-obsessive gleam flickered within them. He understood that submitting this proposal was undoubtedly akin to playing with fire. Chi Cheng would likely see through his intentions, potentially imposing even harsher repercussions. Yet he no longer cared. He craved provocation. He desired to unsettle Chi Cheng. He aimed to reclaim a semblance of control in a dire situation, even if that control was tenuous and perilous. He encrypted the proposal for safekeeping, refraining from sending it to Chi Cheng immediately. He needed this surprise to emerge at a more opportune moment. As he gathered his belongings to leave, his personal phone buzzed. It was a text from Chi Cheng, simple yet heavy, sending a chill through Wu Suowei's fingertips. Tomorrow evening, accompany me to a private auction. The formal attire will be delivered to your office. Another command, an order that brooked no refusal. A private auction? In such an environment, Wu Suowei felt his fingers grow cold. He could almost envision the humiliation of being displayed as Chi Cheng's possession in such a setting. Yet, unlike before, he felt no panic or despair. Instead, he coldly regarded the message, his eyes ignited with a frigid fire. Very well. Let be. Damn it, bastard. He was curious to see what tricks that venomous snake would conjure before the watchful eyes of the crowd. He would no longer be the pliable, soft persimmon at their mercy. He replied with 2 words, just as before. Received. Setting down his phone, Wu Suowei donned his tailored suit and exited the office. His stride was no longer heavy or unsteady but resolute, imbued with a subtle yet unmistakable determination. As the elevator descended, the mirrored surface reflected his cold, sharp profile. Beneath the ashes, the embers had been rekindled. Though faint, they were sufficient to ignite a blaze. Chapter 20. Unveiling the fangs the following evening, a meticulously tailored black tuxedo, crafted from exquisite fabric, was indeed delivered punctually to Wu Suowei's office. The cut was impeccable, the fit flawless, as if it had been custom-made for him long ago. Wu Suowei donned it with an impassive expression. The man in the mirror, enveloped in the elegant attire, stood tall and handsome, yet his once lively peach blossom eyes held no trace of their former sparkle. All that remained was a chilling sharpness and a deeply buried disdain. He meticulously adjusted his bow tie, ensuring every detail was immaculate, akin to an actor preparing for a grand performance, though the script filled him with revulsion. Chi Cheng's car arrived on time at the base of the building. This time, Wu Suowei did not wait for the driver to alight. He opened the door and seated himself inside. Chi Cheng was already there, clad in a similarly tailored dark tuxedo, exuding an air of aristocratic aloofness. He turned his head slightly to glance at Wu Suowei, his gaze lingering for a moment, seemingly satisfied with his icy demeanor, though a hint of scrutiny lingered in his profound eyes. "It fits you well," Chi Cheng remarked blandly, his tone ambiguous, neither praise nor mere observation. Wu Suowei offered no reply, his focus fixed ahead as if the figure beside him were merely a wisp of air. Chi Cheng appeared unconcerned with his silence, turning back, and the car was once more enveloped in a frigid silence. The auction was set within the banquet hall of an elite members-only club, the atmosphere more intimate and opulent than the previous commercial gathering. Every attendee was a true luminary of power and prestige, the air thick with the scent of wealth and authority, mingled with the meticulously crafted yet unmistakably potent pheromones of the elite. As Chi Cheng entered the venue with Wu Suowei, they garnered even more attention than before. Both were strikingly distinguished, yet their auras were starkly different, oddly intertwined. Chi Cheng was the reclusive iceberg, unfathomable, while Wu Suowei resembled a dormant volcano, outwardly rigid, yet seemingly bubbling with dangerous lava beneath the surface. The pheromones they exuded, interwoven and unmistakably marked, silently proclaimed an undeniable connection. Various curious, probing, and evaluative gazes converged upon them, some laced with a hint of ambiguity. Whispers once again rustled through the air. "Behold, Mr. Chi and his... Ah, this pheromone, marked with such thoroughness. This alpha possesses striking features. Yet it is regrettable to hear of his past prowess in business, now reduced to enduring the gazes and murmurs that pricked at Wu Suowei's skin like needles." Nevertheless, his expression remained unperturbed, chin slightly raised. His cold gaze swept over the murmuring crowd, the chill in his eyes causing some to instinctively avert their stares. He ceased any attempts to evade or conceal. Since evasion was futile, he chose to confront it head-on. He even deliberately allowed his icy, silent pheromones to betray a hint of the vulnerability associated with being marked. This was a new guise he had meticulously crafted, a more sophisticated, trap-laden submission. Chi Cheng evidently detected this subtle shift in him, casting a sidelong glance. A flicker of faint interest crossed his eyes, seemingly satisfied by Wu Suowei's acceptance, tinged with a hint of defiance. He naturally extended his hand, lightly resting it on Wu Suowei's lower back, adopting a guiding posture. The gesture appeared gentlemanly, yet it was imbued with an undeniable sense of possession and control. Wu Suowei's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, but he promptly compelled himself to relax. He even cooperatively inclined his body slightly, moving forward in accordance with Chi Cheng's gentle pressure. He could feel the warmth emanating from Chi Cheng's palm through the thin fabric of his formal attire. That warmth repulsed him, yet deepened the icy derision in his heart. The auction commenced, the lights dimming as the focus shifted to the stage. Items of immense value, including exquisite jewelry, antiques, and rare art pieces, were presented one after another. Bids rose and fell, the atmosphere gradually heating up. Chi Cheng seemed particularly interested in several of the offerings, occasionally raising his paddle to bid. Each time he did so, it incited a ripple of commotion and garnered heightened attention. Wu Suowei maintained an impassive demeanor beside him, appearing utterly disinterested, merely a forced participant, a delicate vase. Yet his mind raced, meticulously observing Chi Cheng's every bid, analyzing his preferences and rhythm. Then came the appearance of a remarkable item, an exceptionally rare blue diamond necklace, known as the Ice Flame. The central stone, profound as ice, appeared to pulse with a deep blue flame within, dazzling and imbued with a chilling, enigmatic beauty. As soon as the necklace made its debut, it captivated the gaze of every woman in the room, and even many men turned their heads in admiration. Chi Cheng's eyes lingered on the necklace far longer than on the previous items. Wu Suowei's heartbeat quickened slightly. The opportunity had arrived. The auctioneer announced the starting bid, and the bidding commenced swiftly, prices soaring. Chi Cheng joined in, each increase steady and forceful, his determination palpable. The competition dwindled, leaving only Chi Cheng and another affluent businessman, seated a few places away, equally resolute in acquiring the item. The price had escalated to an astonishing figure. The room fell silent, save for the auctioneer's excited voice and the steady paddles of the two bidders. The businessman raised his bid once more. Chi Cheng maintained an unwavering composure, poised to raise his paddle to bid 10 million. Suddenly, a voice, cold, serene, and unmistakably clear, pierced the silence of the auction hall. It was not Chi Cheng's voice. All eyes instantly turned in astonishment toward the source of the sound, the striking alpha, who had remained as silent as a backdrop beside Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei held up his bidding paddle, his expression devoid of emotion. His gaze calmly fixated on the necklace on stage, as if the astounding bid had not emanated from him at all. A profound silence enveloped the room. Even the auctioneer momentarily froze, questioning whether he had misheard. The current bidding had not yet reached a level that warranted a 10 million raise. This was entirely contrary to auction norms, appearing instead as a deliberate disruption or ostentation. Chi Cheng's hand, poised to bid, hesitated in midair. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Wu Suowei's icy profile. For the first time, surprise flickered in the depths of his profound eyes, quickly morphing into a dangerously calm demeanor, as if a storm were brewing. He had not anticipated Wu Suowei's audacious move, nor did he expect him to dare such a thing. The competing wealthy businessman was equally taken aback, shrugging and placing his bidding paddle down, signaling his withdrawal. Clearly, he believed this to be a peculiar maneuver sanctioned by Chi Cheng, or a playful jest between a couple with a unique bond, one in which he felt no need to intervene. Did this gentleman just bid 10 million? The auctioneer finally regained his composure, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? All eyes turned to Chi Cheng, awaiting his response. Would he acquiesce? Chi Cheng did not look at the auctioneer. His gaze remained fixated on Wu Suowei, his expression frigid enough to freeze. Wu Suowei, seemingly oblivious, slightly tilted his head to meet Chi Cheng's gaze, the corners of his lips barely curving into an almost imperceptible, icy smirk. In a hushed tone, only audible to the two of them, he spoke with a hint of feigned apology. I apologize, Mr. Chi. It seems you have quite the affection for this necklace. I merely wish to assist you in securing it swiftly. While his words seemed to flatter, the cold provocation in his eyes spoke of a stark, calculated revenge. Before the eyes of the crowd, he had deliberately inflated the price of the coveted item that Chi Cheng was so intent on acquiring, striking a blow to his pride while feigning innocence in his benevolence. Chi Cheng stared at him, a tempest brewing in his gaze. The chilling pheromones emanating from him suggested an impending loss of control, creating a stifling sense of pressure. The room was utterly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as everyone sensed the peculiar, intense atmosphere between the two. After a prolonged moment, Chi Cheng suddenly smiled. The smile was exceedingly cold, exceedingly faint, yet sent shivers down the spine. He turned back to the auctioneer, his voice steady and unperturbed, yet laced with undeniable menace. Since my partner is so fond of it, he emphasized the words my partner, as if asserting ownership or mocking, let it be his. He relinquished his bid. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd once more. This signifies that this exorbitantly priced necklace will fall upon Wu Suowei's shoulders at an utterly outrageous cost, and it is well known that Wu Suowei could never possibly produce such a sum. Ultimately, it is Chi Cheng who will bear the financial burden. Wu Suowei is utilizing Chi Cheng's funds to strike a blow against him, further humiliating Chi Cheng in a public arena. Wu Suowei's fingers, clutching the bidding paddle, tightened slightly, a fleeting sense of satisfaction flickering within him, only to be swiftly supplanted by a greater sense of vigilance. Chi Cheng's reaction was unnaturally calm, which was uncharacteristic of him. The auctioneer's gavel struck sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. The applause was sparse, overshadowed by a chorus of doubtful glances. As Wu Suowei lowered the bidding paddle, he felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He understood that he had succeeded, but he had also delved into perilous territory. Chi Cheng slowly rose to his feet, adjusted his suit, and then extended his hand toward Wu Suowei, his face adorned with an icy, spine-chilling smile. Let us proceed. His voice resonated with an unsettling tranquility. To congratulate you on acquiring your coveted gift. Wu Suowei gazed at the outstretched hand as though it were the tongue of a venomous serpent. He knew that upon leaving this spotlighted venue, he would not be met with congratulations. Yet, he hesitated not. He placed his hand within Chi Cheng's palm, fingertips icy. Once the fangs are bared, there is no retreat, even if the path ahead leads to an abyss. Chapter 21. Settling the score, the parking lot post-auction was vast and silent, a stark contrast to the opulence and clamor of the earlier venue. The harsh glare of fluorescent lights illuminated the concrete ground, casting elongated, silent shadows of the two figures. Chi Cheng remained wordless, gripping Wu Suowei's wrist with an ironclad hold, the pressure nearly crushing his bones, leaving no room for escape. The chill of the woodsy pheromones enveloped Wu Suowei, akin to a tangible frost, instilling an oppressive sense of imminent storm. Wu Suowei was nearly dragged along, stumbling toward the sleek black luxury vehicle. The excruciating pain at his wrist and the suffocating pressure around him extinguished any remnants of satisfaction from his earlier act of revenge, leaving only a stark vigilance and a barely perceptible fear. He recognized that the moment of reckoning had arrived. The driver, already respectfully opening the rear door, averted his gaze. Fearful of looking too long, Chi Cheng roughly shoved Wu Suowei into the car, his movements brusque, before sliding in himself and shutting the door with a resounding thud. Back to the mansion, he instructed the driver in a cold voice, devoid of any emotion, yet more intimidating than any shout. "Yes, Mr. Chi," the driver replied, not daring to breathe, promptly starting the engine and smoothly departing the parking lot. The car's interior felt as though it had been drained of air. An eerie silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the low rumble of the engine and the silent yet combative exchange of their pheromones. Wu Suowei's faint scent of spirits flickered weakly against Chi Cheng's fully unleashed, chilling enigma dominance, akin to a candle flame struggling against a tempest. Wu Suowei leaned against the car window, striving to distance himself from Chi Cheng, while waves of pain pulsed through his wrist. He tilted his head to gaze at the fleeting brilliance outside, attempting to maintain an air of composure. Yet his slightly trembling fingertips and racing heartbeat betrayed the turmoil within. Chi Cheng, not sparing him a glance, rested against the opposite window, eyes closed, his fingers unconsciously massaging his brow. His profile appeared particularly rigid and austere in the shifting light outside. He was suppressing something. Wu Suowei could vividly sense the almost tangible fury simmering within Chi Cheng, like a volcano on the brink of eruption. This oppressive silence before the storm was far more terrifying than any imminent explosion. The car finally entered a discreet and heavily guarded underground parking garage of a luxurious apartment building, one of Chi Cheng's private residences, which Wu Suowei had never visited. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Chi Cheng opened his eyes. His deep gaze, shrouded in the dim light, was eerily placid. He exited the car first, then moved around to the other side, opening the door and looking at Wu Suowei with a voice that was low and frigid. "Get out." Wu Suowei inhaled deeply, suppressing the dryness in his throat, and obediently stepped out. Chi Cheng did not touch him again, merely gestured with his eyes for him to follow. The two of them walked in succession into a private elevator that ascended directly to the top floor. The elevator's polished walls reflected their rigid silhouettes and frosty expressions. The numbers flickered, and the stifling silence in the confined space was nearly maddening. Ding! Top floor. The elevator doors slid open silently. Before them lay an exceedingly spacious duplex apartment, adorned in a stark modern style, with breathtaking views. Outside, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows sprawled a dazzling cityscape. Yet the interior exuded a chilling emptiness devoid of any warmth. Chi Cheng stepped inside, removed his suit jacket, and carelessly tossed it onto the expensive sofa. He then unbuttoned the top two buttons of his shirt, his movements tinged with a restless agitation. Turning around, his gaze finally settled fully upon Wu Suowei, who stood awkwardly at the doorway. That look, akin to a frigid spotlight, swept over him before fixing on his watchful and defiant eyes. 10 million. Chi Cheng spoke slowly, his voice eerily calm, yet each word fell like ice upon the floor. To purchase a necklace, you would scarcely spare a glance. Vs.the, Wu Suowei managed a cold smile devoid of warmth. What a lavish expenditure. His heart constricted violently. He understood that the reckoning had begun. Straightening his posture, he forced himself to meet Chi Cheng's gaze, his voice as steady as possible, even tinged with a mocking defiance. "Did you not say I belong to you, Mr. Chi? Your possession deserves the finest things. Surely 10 million is not unworthy of your stature?" He deliberately twisted Chi Cheng's earlier words to retaliate, attempting to provoke him while concealing his own inner turmoil. Chi Cheng's stare bore into him, the chill in his eyes intensifying. He slowly approached Wu Suowei, his steps steady yet each one felt as if it were treading upon Wu Suowei's heart. With a sharp tongue and piercing words, he halted before Wu Suowei, their proximity creating an overwhelming pressure that nearly rendered Wu Suowei breathless. It seemed that Chi Cheng extended his hand not to touch, but to lightly brush his fingertips across Wu Suowei's cold lips, an act laden with contempt. Mere marking was insufficient for him to grasp the essence of true obedience. His fingertips ultimately grazed the collar of Wu Suowei's shirt, and with a sudden, forceful tug, the expensive buttons flew off, exposing the elegant contours of his collarbone and a small patch of skin on his chest, along with the faint, darkened marks of previous bites. Wu Suowei stiffened, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet Chi Cheng's other hand clamped tightly around his waist, forcibly anchoring him in place. "Let go!" Wu Suowei struggled, his icy facade shattering once more, as anger and shame surged within him. "Let go!" Chi Cheng chuckled darkly, his laughter imbued with a chilling ferocity. "After you spent 10 million to ruin my scene?" His arm tightened like an iron vice around Wu Suowei. Leaning in closer, his heated breath laced with fury brushing against Wu Suowei's face. "Tell me, Wu Suowei." His voice dropped to a whisper, akin to a devil's murmur, fraught with a disquieting danger. "What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Do you desire to prove you still have claws? Or do you believe?" His lips nearly grazed Wu Suowei's ear, his tone suddenly icy. "I wouldn't dare to truly harm you?" The final word barely left his lips before he abruptly lowered his head, sinking his teeth into Wu Suowei's exposed collarbone, not with the precision of marking, but with a brutal bite steeped in punishment. The sharp pain elicited a cry from Wu Suowei, his body instinctively jerking, yet he was held tighter still. Chi Cheng's teeth mercilessly sank into flesh, as if he intended to tear him apart. This was no longer a mark of desire, but a raw outpouring of rage and retribution. Wu Suowei's vision blurred from the pain, his body trembling, struggling futilely against the grip. He felt warm blood seeping from his skin, accompanied by a searing sting. Humiliation and fury blazed within him like wildfire, consuming his reason. "Chi Cheng, you're nothing but a madman, a pervert," he spat, his voice trembling with agony. Chi Cheng released his hold, eyes fixed on the bleeding bite marks, a dark tumult swirling within his gaze. He lifted his head, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, rendering his handsome features reminiscent of a bloodthirsty demon. "Madman? Pervert?" he echoed, his expression cold and deranged. "This is all you're doing, Wu Suowei." With a sudden motion, he swept Wu Suowei off his feet, disregarding his struggles and curses, striding towards the bedroom. "Let go of me! What are you doing, you bastard?" Wu Suowei cried out in terror, sensing that something far more dreadful was about to unfold. Chi Cheng kicked open the bedroom door and hurled him onto the soft yet chilling bed. Wu Suowei, disoriented from the impact, began to struggle to rise. Chi Cheng had already pressed down forcefully, using his weight and sheer strength to subdue him completely. What was he doing? With one hand, Chi Cheng effortlessly grasped both of his wrists, pinning them above his head, while his other hand violently tore at the already disheveled formal attire. "Today, I shall make it abundantly clear to you." His gaze was as dark as an abyss, swirling with uncontrollable fury, twisted desire, and an overwhelming urge for dominance. "Who is your master?" The sound of fabric ripping echoed painfully in the spacious bedroom. Wu Suowei felt a chill wash over him as his expensive attire was ruthlessly torn apart, exposing large swathes of skin marred by fresh, bleeding bite marks. A wave of immense fear and despair seized him in an instant, more intense than the last time in the office. This time, Chi Cheng was genuinely enraged. Beneath that fury lay an unabashed madness, a desire to utterly destroy and conquer him. "No, Chi Cheng, you cannot." Wu Suowei's voice rose in a desperate plea. All his stubbornness and resistance appeared feeble and powerless in the face of overwhelming strength and frenzied rage. Yet, Chi Cheng seemed oblivious to his cries for mercy, his eyes, aflame with wrath and desire, fixated on the struggling body beneath him, igniting his urge for destruction even further. Cold kisses, mingled with the taste of blood, fell like raindrops, delivering a punishing force upon his collarbone, chest, and even those vulnerable glands, causing waves of shivers and sharp pain. Wu Suowei writhed futilely, tears finally slipping uncontrollably down his cheeks, blending humiliation with terror. Just as he thought he would be utterly torn apart and consumed that night, the pressure on him suddenly lightened. Chi Cheng's movements abruptly halted. He propped himself up, breathing heavily, the madness in his eyes gradually giving way to a complex, struggling darkness. He beheld the figure beneath him, Wu Suowei, pale as a sheet, tears silently streaming down, soaking his temples. The torn formal attire hung chaotically on him, revealing skin marked with red welts and fresh bite marks, looking both shattered and pitiable. The once fiery or frozen gaze in his peach blossom eyes now reflected nothing but sheer terror and despair, akin to a small creature left gasping after being shredded by a beast. Chi Cheng's heart felt as though it had been pierced by something sharp, sending a wave of acute, unfamiliar pain through him. He abruptly released Wu Suowei's wrists, as if scalded, turning away from him and stepping off the bed, his breathing still somewhat unsteady. The room was left with the sound of Wu Suowei's suppressed, shattered breaths. After a long silence, Chi Cheng finally spoke, his voice hoarse, laced with a chilling coldness and a hint of barely discernible disarray. "Go to the guest room." Without sparing Wu Suowei another glance, he strode out of the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a resounding crash. The force of the door slamming made Wu Suowei shudder. He collapsed onto the cold bed, feeling as though all his bones had been extracted, left with only the intense tremors of survival and an overwhelming chill. Tears continued to flow unabated. He was oblivious to the reason why Chi Cheng had ultimately come to a halt. Yet he was acutely aware that certain boundaries had been irrevocably shattered. What remained was a profound sense of terror and an intensified bitterness. Chapter 22. The serpent's anomaly. The resounding crash of the bedroom, door slamming shut, echoed in Wu Suowei's ears like thunder, rattling his very soul. He lay sprawled on the cold, disheveled bed, his body trembling incessantly from fear and the recent violent struggle. The torn remnants of his gown scratched against his skin, and the bite mark on his collarbone throbbed with a fiery pain. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingling with his own disordered and fragile pheromones. The overwhelming sensation of having narrowly escaped death washed over him, nearly engulfing him whole. He lay there motionless, tears streaming silently down his cheeks, soaking the luxurious sheets. His mind was a blank slate, save for the haunting image of Chi Cheng's final gaze, one filled with madness and brutality, and that hoarse command to leave. Why? Why had he stopped? This question loomed like a specter in his mind, offering no answers. That fleeting pause, that barely perceptible moment of disarray, stood in stark contrast to the preceding cataclysmic rage, intensifying his unease. The unknown is invariably more terrifying than a certain punishment. After a considerable time, the chill of his body and the sharp pain in his collarbone gradually pulled him back to reality. He could not remain in this state indefinitely. Struggling to sit up, he scanned his surroundings. The bedroom was vast, adorned in a stark minimalist palette of cold gray, devoid of any warmth, much like Chi Cheng himself. Everything in this space suffocated him with a sense of revulsion. He stumbled out of bed, gathering the torn fabric from the floor to awkwardly wrap around himself. Each movement tugged at his wounds and sore muscles. Approaching the door, he cautiously opened it a crack. The hallway beyond lay in eerie silence, dimly lit. Chi Cheng had commanded him to leave for the guest room. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself against the wall and slowly, silently ventured out. The apartment was astonishingly expansive, and he had no notion of where the guest room was located. He could only rely on instinct to distance himself from the master bedroom. Finally, at the end of the corridor, he discovered a door ajar. Pushing it open revealed a similarly spacious guest room, conspicuously uninhabited, with a minimalist decor and an icy atmosphere. He locked the door behind him, leaning against the frame, finally allowing himself to breathe deeply as though he had momentarily escaped the clutches of a predator. Was he safe? He had no way of knowing. Perhaps. Within this prison belonging to Chi Cheng, true safety was a mere illusion. He stepped into the guest bathroom, flicking on the light, the harsh brightness causing him to squint uncomfortably. The mirror reflected his disheveled appearance. Pale complexion, reddened eyes, disarrayed hair, and an expensive gown in tatters. The fresh, bloodied bite mark on his collarbone was a stark reminder, surrounded by numerous bruises left by brutal kisses. He appeared utterly ravaged, a victim of complete humiliation. The feeling of disgrace surged once more profound than the physical pain itself. He turned on the faucet, violently splashing cold water on his face and the wounds on his collarbone. The icy water coursing over his wounds sent sharp pangs of pain through him, yet also heightened his awareness. He needed to tend to his injuries and find something to wear. In the closet of the guest room, he discovered a pristine white bathrobe, soft to the touch, but imbued with an unfamiliar, frigid aura that belonged to the apartment. He grimaced in distaste, but ultimately donned it, discarding his tattered formal attire into the trash bin. In the bathroom cabinet, he found a modest first aid kit containing antiseptic and gauze. As he faced the mirror, he clumsily disinfected and bandaged the wound on his collarbone. In the process, he could distinctly feel the earlier mark on the nape of his neck throbbing subtly, as if mocking his futile struggle. Having completed his task, he felt nearly depleted of strength. He exited the bathroom and collapsed onto the cold expanse of the large bed in the guest room, wrapping himself tightly in the thick duvet as if it could offer him a semblance of security. Outside, the city's neon lights filtered through the curtain seams, casting blurred shadows upon the ceiling. A sleepless night unfolded, filled with fear, humiliation, anger, and the unanswerable question that swirled incessantly in his mind. Each faint sound from the corridor made him tense, like a startled bird. Chi Cheng did not reappear, and the entire apartment was as silent as a grave. This oppressive silence was more tormenting than direct punishment. As dawn broke the following morning, Wu Suowei opened his dry eyes to the continuing stillness outside. Uncertain of his next move, whether to remain in this room or confront the unknown emotions of the venomous snake, he ultimately succumbed to his physical needs, which triumphed over his trepidation. He required water and clarity about his current predicament. Cautiously, he opened the guest room door, his bare feet meeting the chilly floor as he stealthily padded towards the living room like a cat. The apartment was eerily quiet, devoid of life. The living room was empty, and the suit jacket that Chi Cheng had carelessly tossed on the sofa was nowhere to be found. Wu Suowei exhaled slightly in relief and hurried to the open kitchen. He poured himself a glass of ice water and drank it in one gulp, the cold liquid temporarily quelling his parched throat and the turbulence within. Just as he set down the glass, hesitating between retreating to the guest room or attempting to leave, the door to the master bedroom swung open abruptly. Wu Suowei froze, as if immobilized. Chi Cheng emerged, clad in a sharply tailored black suit, his hair impeccably arranged, his face betraying no emotion. It was as if the violent man from the previous night had been merely a figment of Wu Suowei's nightmare. Only those deep-set eyes betrayed a fleeting complexity as they swept over Wu Suowei's ill-fitting bathrobe and the gauze peeking from his collarbone wound. The gaze passed over him with a swift undercurrent too fleeting to grasp. Finally, his eyes settled on Wu Suowei's pale and vigilant face, his tone flat and devoid of any discernible emotion, as though stating a mere fact. The clothes are on the sofa. Change, and the driver is waiting for you downstairs to return to the company. Wu Suowei followed his gaze and indeed saw a pristine paper bag resting on the sofa, evidently containing a meticulously prepared outfit. There were no apologies, no explanations, and no references to the events of the previous night, as if nothing had transpired at all. This deliberate neglect and the swift return to normalcy only intensified the chill within Wu Suowei. He pressed his lips together, remaining motionless and silent, his bloodshot eyes warily observing Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng appeared unperturbed by his lack of response. After speaking, he proceeded directly to the foyer, retrieved his briefcase, opened the door, and departed. The door was softly closed behind him, leaving Wu Suowei once again alone in the apartment. He stood still for an extended period, the air still tinged with Chi Cheng's icy pheromones and the terrifying aura from the previous night. Approaching the sofa, he opened the paper bag to reveal a brand new suit. From the shirt to the jacket, the fit was impeccable, the brand prestigious, even accompanied by a tie and a concealer. Wu Suowei picked up the concealer, his fingers tightening slightly around it. Was this meant to conceal the scars on his collarbone? To hide the evidence of his transgressions? A sense of absurd, frigid anger surged within him once more. Yet, ultimately, he did nothing. He silently donned the new attire, discarding the old bathrobe into the trash. He refrained from using the concealer, merely fastening the shirt at the top button to awkwardly obscure the edge of the bandage. Then, he took the elevator downstairs. The black sedan awaited him at the base of the building, where the driver respectfully opened the door, his gaze avoiding any form of engagement. The journey was devoid of conversation. Upon returning to the company, everything remained unchanged. The employees greeted him with the same respect, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil he had endured the night before. Only he was aware of the scars and upheaval concealed beneath the seemingly polished suit. Seated in his office, he attempted to sift through the mountain of documents, but found himself unable to focus on a single word. The wound on his collarbone throbbed subtly, a constant reminder of the humiliation and fear he had faced. Chi Cheng's final calm demeanor resembled a thin layer of ice, covering an unfathomable undercurrent, unpredictable in its potential to shatter once more. Throughout the entire day, Chi Cheng did not reach out to him. No calls, no messages, no sudden summons. This abnormal tranquility left Wu Suowei's heart suspended in uncertainty, unable to find solid ground. At the end of the workday, he nearly fled the office. Upon returning to his apartment and locking the door behind him, he finally felt a flicker of fragile safety. Leaning against the door, he wearily closed his eyes. The events of the previous night lingered like an inescapable nightmare. He knew that the nightmare might just be beginning, as the serpent's patience seemed to be wearing thin. Chapter 23. The mask. In the following days, he was enveloped in a suffocating, false tranquility. Chi Cheng did not make an appearance, nor were there any calls, messages, or summons. It was as if the horrific confrontation that had unfolded in the penthouse that night was merely a nightmare that both parties had chosen to forget. The workload remains incessant, with projects advancing and meetings proliferating. Wu Suowei compels himself to immerse in this whirlwind, numbing his senses with the intensity of his labor, striving to disregard the persistent sting of the wound concealed beneath the bandage on his collarbone, along with the haunting, frigid terror that lingers in the depths of his heart. Each day, he dutifully arrives at the office, donning the luxurious suit bestowed upon him by Chi Cheng, meticulously wrapping himself in an impeccable facade, embodying the composed and efficient Mr. Wu. Yet, the pheromones emanating from him have become increasingly elusive. The once fervent clash of spirits, reminiscent of potent spirits and chilled wood, has transformed into a precarious, fragile equilibrium. At times, it verges on the void, while at others, it betrays subtle, almost imperceptible ripples of anxiety, akin to the hidden fissures beneath an icy surface. The employees seem to sense this delicate shift, growing increasingly cautious, hesitant to disturb him. Only Wu Suowei is aware of the chaos that brews beneath this calm veneer. He has become acutely vigilant. Any sudden sound or the mere knock on the office door sends his heart racing, instinctively tensing his body, as if bracing for the venomous serpent's wrath, which could strike at any moment. He waits, anticipating the other shoe to drop. He refuses to believe that Chi Cheng will relent. The madness and violence in Chi Cheng's eyes that night, coupled with his final, eerie pause, foretold that this tranquility is far from simple. It resembles a game of cat and mouse, where brief respites are followed by even more precise strikes. The torment of this anticipation threatens to drive him to madness. That afternoon, while reviewing a contract's details, the internal phone rang. It was his secretary, her voice tinged with an unusual tension. "Mr. Wu, There's a lady at the front desk requesting to see you. She claims to be your friend, surname Yue, and insists that she has something of great importance to discuss. Yue Yue? She has come again? A sudden heaviness engulfed Wu Suowei, his fingers tightening around the pen. The last unexpected visit from Yue Yue had culminated in Chi Cheng's domineering intervention and humiliation, indirectly leading to a terrifying confrontation afterward. The last person he wished to see now was Yue Yue. He could not drag unrelated individuals into this murky waters any longer. Tell her I am in a meeting and unavailable. Wu Suowei's voice was cold and unyielding. Mr. Wu. The secretary's voice grew more strained. Mr. Yu seems quite agitated. He said if you refuse to see him, he will wait downstairs or go directly to find Mr. Chi. Wu Suowei's pupils dilated in shock. Find Chi Cheng. What does Yu intend to do? Does she comprehend the gravity of her words? A wave of sheer panic seized Wu Suowei. He could almost envision the catastrophic repercussions if Yu were to recklessly seek out Chi Cheng. That serpent would undoubtedly unleash all his fury upon her, and the thought of what might transpire sent shivers down his spine. Stop her. Wu Suowei's voice quivered with urgency. I am coming down immediately. He abruptly rose to his feet, scarcely able to utter a word, seizing his suit jacket before dashing out of the office. His hurried steps appeared somewhat unsteady, as the facade of calm he had desperately maintained now revealed unmistakable cracks. As the elevator descended, Wu Suowei's heart raced like a drum. She fervently prayed that Yue Yue would refrain from any foolish actions. Upon exiting the elevator, he caught sight of the reception area where Yue Yue was embroiled in a heated argument with a security guard attempting to restrain her, her complexion agitated and pale. Yue Yue. Wu Suowei rushed forward, his voice tinged with an urgency and a hint of severity he had not recognized in himself. What are you causing a scene for? As Yue met his gaze, her eyes instantly welled with tears, breaking free from the guard to rush towards him. Wu Suowei, you finally agreed to see me. Tell me, what is wrong? Is he doing something to you? Your pheromones and your pallor. What has he done to you? Her eyes searched anxiously between Wu Suowei's pale face and the tightly closed collar of his shirt, her tone laden with worry and fear. He had evidently caught wind of some rumors, or had acutely sensed the abnormal fragility and fluctuations of Wu Suowei's pheromones. Gazing into Yue Yue's eyes, brimming with concern and tears, Wu Suowei felt his heart wrenched painfully. Yet, he immediately steeled himself, vowing not to succumb to softness. Absolutely not. I am fine, Wu Suowei interjected, his tone cold and harsh, even tinged with impatience. My affairs are none of your concern. What brought you here? Leave at once. He had to employ the most hurtful words to swiftly drive Yue Yue away. Her heart stung by his frigid demeanor. Yue Yue's eyes reddened further. Yet she stubbornly refused to depart. I want to leave unless you tell me the truth. Wu Suowei, do not be afraid. I can help you. Help me? Wu Suowei scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his lips curling into a cold, self-mocking smile. How can you assist me? What could you possibly offer? Yue Yue, do not be naive. Keeping your distance is the greatest help you could provide. His words struck Yue Yue like daggers. Her face turned ashen, lips trembling, seemingly unable to believe that such words had escaped Wu Suowei's lips. At that moment, a chilling and oppressive woody pheromone enveloped the area, akin to an invisible wave of ice, surging forth unexpectedly from the direction of the elevator, instantly engulfing the entire reception area. The air seemed to be sucked dry. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Wu Suowei felt as though his blood had instantaneously frozen. He turned abruptly, only to find Chi Cheng appearing from the elevator, striding forth with a stern countenance. His gaze, sharp as a blade tempered in ice, swiftly swept over Yue Yue, whose pallor suggested she was on the brink of collapse, before locking onto Wu Suowei, whose complexion had also drained of color. A slight, chilling smile curled at the corners of Chi Cheng's mouth, sending shivers down spines. It seems his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with a leisurely yet dangerously lethal undertone. It appears that Mr. Wu's friend harbors some misunderstandings about me. He approached step by step, the overwhelming presence of his potent enigma pheromones nearly rendering one weak at the knees. The security personnel and receptionists had long since bowed their heads in fear, refraining from uttering a sound. Yue Yue, too, was pallid and trembling, her eyes filled with dread. Yet she remained obstinately by Wu Suowei's side. Wu Suowei's heart raced wildly, almost bursting from his chest. A profound terror enveloped him in an instant. The very scenario he dreaded had come to fruition. Chi Cheng stood before the two, his gaze fixed upon Wu Suowei's strained yet still composed visage, which betrayed a flicker of panic. "Do I need to personally clarify your situation to your friend?" Chi Cheng's voice was deep and deliberate, each word encased in an icy veneer. "Shall I elucidate whom you currently belong to?" He extended his hand with an unsettling sense of ownership, wrapping it around Wu Suowei's waist, yanking him forcefully towards himself. The action was assertive and left no room for resistance. Wu Suowei's body stiffened, instinctively attempting to break free, but Chi Cheng's arm tightened around him, the pressure nearly crushing his ribs. "Chi Cheng, release him." Yue Yue, witnessing this scene, found an unexpected surge of courage and cried out, her voice trembling with fear. Chi Cheng's gaze finally settled on Yue Yue, his eyes as frigid as if surveying a lifeless object. "Here," he began slowly, his voice laced with a chill capable of freezing one's very soul. "Is it your place to speak?" Yue Yue trembled under his gaze, instinctively stepping back, her complexion ghostly pale. Upon seeing Yue Yue's fear, Wu Suowei felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if pierced by a needle. He could not allow her to remain here any longer. With a sudden burst of strength, he attempted to break free from Chi Cheng's grip, his voice hoarse with urgency and terror. "Vs.the, she knows nothing. She merely passed by. I shall have her leave at once." He glanced at Yue Yue, his eyes filled with desperation and pleading, silently urging her, "Hurry and go." As Yue Yue looked at Wu Suowei, who was held tightly in Chi Cheng's embrace, his pale and anxious face causing her tears to fall uncontrollably, she understood everything. Her presence would only bring greater trouble and danger to Wu Suowei. Gritting her teeth, she cast one last sorrowful glance at him, filled with despair and helplessness, before abruptly turning and stumbling out of the building. Watching Yue Yue finally depart, Wu Suowei felt a slight relief within his heart. It was swiftly overshadowed by a deeper despair and chill. Chi Cheng's arm remained firmly encircled around his waist, the cold, woody pheromones acting as shackles, binding him in place. It seems, Chi Cheng lowered his head, his lips nearly brushing Wu Suowei's ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear, chillingly. Word by word, the last lesson was not sufficiently profound to deter you from pursuing unrelated individuals. Wu Suowei shuddered, closing his eyes. His fragile facade shattered completely. The icy grip of fear enveloped him once more. Chapter 24. The silent warning Yue Yue fled in a panic, her silhouette fading like the last flicker of light beyond the revolving door of the hall. Wu Suowei stood rigidly in place, ensnared by Chi Cheng's firm embrace around his waist, feeling as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. The receptionists and security personnel around them had discreetly averted their gazes, wishing to shrink into the very ground beneath them, leaving only the chilling presence of Chi Cheng's potent pheromones lingering in the air. Chi Cheng did not immediately erupt in anger. Instead, he released Wu Suowei with a disconcerting calmness, as if the earlier display of possessiveness and intimidation had been a mere afterthought. He adjusted his cuff with a casual grace, casting a bland glance at Wu Suowei's pale, bloodless face, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. "Return to the office." Having spoken, he turned away, striding towards the private elevator for senior executives without another glance at Wu Suowei. Wu Suowei remained frozen until Chi Cheng's figure vanished behind the elevator doors. It was as if all his strength had been drained, and he staggered slightly, barely managing to steady himself against the nearby reception desk. "Are you all right, Mr. Wu?" The receptionist inquired cautiously, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sympathy and fear. Wu Suowei merely shook his head, uttering not a word, taking deep breaths to steady his racing heart and trembling legs. He understood that the true reckoning was only just beginning. He had to ascend. With heavy footsteps, he entered another elevator. The metallic doors reflected his disheveled appearance, his complexion pale, eyes vacant. And even the luxurious suit he wore could not conceal the vulnerability and terror emanating from his very core. As the elevator ascended, each digit illuminated felt like the tolling of his own funeral bell. Upon reaching the door of Chi Cheng's office, he paused for a few seconds before raising his hand to knock. "Come in," came Chi Cheng's cold, unyielding voice from within. Wu Suowei pushed the door open. Chi Cheng stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back turned to Wu Suowei as he gazed out at the overcast sky. The atmosphere within the office was stifling, nearly suffocating. Wu Suowei closed the door behind him, standing still, his eyes cast downward, awaiting the final verdict. After what felt like an eternity, Chi Cheng slowly turned around. He did not meet Wu Suowei's gaze, but instead approached the desk, picking up a document and casually flipping through its pages. Shenhua technology seems to be experiencing quite a tumultuous period, he remarked, his tone as neutral as if he were discussing the weather. Several downstream suppliers that were previously secured have suddenly proposed to terminate their partnerships. Wu Suowei's heart sank. He had only just received wind of the situation the day prior, and was in the midst of urgent negotiations. How could Chi Cheng be aware of it so swiftly? Moreover, why would he address it in such a tone at this juncture? He abruptly lifted his head to look at Chi Cheng, who finally diverted his gaze from the document. Locking eyes with Wu Suowei, the expression in his eyes was as frigid and profound as a cat toying with its prey, laced with a cruel amusement. It appears that Mr. Wu's managerial skills require significant enhancement, he remarked leisurely, his fingertips tapping lightly against the paper. You cannot even maintain the most fundamental stability within the supply chain. Wu Suowei's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. In that instant, he comprehended everything. The sudden betrayal of those suppliers is certainly no coincidence. It is Chi Cheng. He is the one orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. In this manner, he is gradually strangling his career, his painstaking efforts. It is far more cruel than direct physical punishment, more devastating to the heart. Your voice, Wu Suowei, trembles with shock and fury. It was you. Chi Cheng does not deny it. Rather, a subtle smirk graces his lips, a smile both frigid and ruthless. I merely guided them to make a more prudent choice. Collaborating with an alpha who cannot even control himself poses too great a risk, does it not? His words strike like venomous darts, piercing Wu Suowei's most sensitive nerves with precision. You. Wu Suowei trembles with rage, all fear in that moment eclipsed by overwhelming anger. He strides forward, nearly lunging at the desk. Chi Cheng, face me directly. What does it matter to interfere with my company? That company, which he founded single-handedly, pouring in countless efforts. It is his final bastion of support. Chi Cheng observes his agitation with an amused glint in his eyes, even reveling in Wu Suowei's loss of composure. Face you directly? Chi Cheng sets down the documents, circles the desk, and strides toward Wu Suowei. How could I possibly confront you? He halts before Wu Suowei, towering over him, his gaze sweeping across Wu Suowei's flushed cheeks and heaving chest, which betray his agitation. The mark has been made, he muses, as his fingers rise once more, lightly tracing across Wu Suowei's neck, sending shivers down his spine. Lessons have been imparted, yet it seems you never learn. His fingers finally rest upon Wu Suowei's collarbone, gently pressing against the still-healing wound through the fabric of his shirt. The sharp pain elicits a gasp from Wu Suowei, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively attempts to retreat, but Chi Cheng's other hand seizes his arm. You always provoke those you ought not to. Chi Cheng's voice darkens, laced with a chilling coldness. You constantly entertain unrealistic notions of resistance. Wu Suowei, you say. He abruptly tightens his grip, the force causing Wu Suowei to wince in pain. Should I perhaps adopt a different method to make you fully comprehend reality? His gaze is tangible, locking onto Wu Suowei, swirling with a disquieting blend of obsession and a desire for control. For instance, what if I were to strip away everything that still allows you to cling to hope? Wu Suowei's heart plummets to the abyss. A frigid fear once again seizes him. He is utterly convinced that if Chi Cheng speaks it, he will undoubtedly enact it. He possesses the capability to methodically obliterate everything he holds dear, his career, his friends. and even the last remnants of his dignity. No. Wu Suowei's voice is laced with desperate rasping, as he struggles to break free from Chi Cheng's grasp. You cannot. I cannot. Chi Cheng chuckles softly, yanking him closer, their noses nearly touching. The powerful enigma pheromone envelopes him completely like a cage. You may attempt it, and see if I can. At that moment, the internal phone on Chi Cheng's desk suddenly rang, shattering the suffocating standoff. Chi Cheng frowned, visibly displeased at the interruption. He glanced at the caller ID, ultimately releasing Wu Suowei and stepping forward to answer the phone. His tone reverted to its customary coldness. Wu Suowei staggered back 2 steps, leaning against the frigid wall, gasping for air, his back drenched in cold sweat. He listened as Chi Cheng responded briefly to the caller, uttering phrases like, understood. Continue to follow up. After hanging up, Chi Cheng's gaze returned to Wu Suowei, the madness and obsession in his eyes seemingly momentarily subdued, replaced by a deeper, colder calculation. Seems your luck is holding, Chi Cheng remarked nonchalantly. There's an urgent cross-border merger that requires my presence in Europe, likely for about a week. Wu Suowei was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. Chi Cheng approached him, reached out, and adjusted the tie that had been askew. The gesture appeared gentle, yet was imbued with an unsettling sense of oppression. During this week, keep a low profile, Chi Cheng fixed his eyes on Wu Suowei, his voice low and filled with warning. Suppress any inappropriate thoughts you may harbor. Resolve your mess, he implied, referring to the issues with the suppliers. Then stay put. Wait for my return. The last 4 words he articulated slowly and heavily, as though laden with immense weight and an unspoken, more terrifying threat. If I discover any further indiscretions, or that you meet individuals you ought not to, Chi Cheng didn't finish a sentence. But the unarticulated implication was far more fearsome than any explicit threat. He patted Wu Suowei's cheek in a manner that was both insulting and frivolous. Remember, everything you possess is in my hands. With that, he turned away, donned his coat and briefcase, and strode out of the office, closing the door behind him. Left alone in the office, Wu Suowei leaned against the cold wall, gradually sliding down to the floor. The immense, frigid pressure dissipated abruptly, not bringing relief, but instead a deeper sense of exhaustion and dread. A week, yet only a week, a brief respite, yet also a countdown to demise. Although Chi Cheng had departed, the invisible noose had already encircled his neck, tightening slowly. He needed to act. He must accomplish something before Chi Cheng's return. Otherwise, Wu Suowei slowly raised his head, gazing out at the bleak sky, the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving behind a profound sense of despair and chilling silence. Chapter 25. Countdown in the first minute after Chi Cheng's departure. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence. Wu Suowei, leaning against the icy wall, slumped to the ground, as if he could still feel the suffocating grip of the invisible noose tightening around his throat. Every word of Chi Cheng's last remarks pierced his heart like ice picks. A week, until he returns. Or else, what then? Chi Cheng did not articulate his threat, yet the unspoken menace was far more terrifying than any explicit punishment. Wu Suowei had no doubt that this venomous serpent was entirely capable of annihilating everything he held dear. Despair washed over him like a frigid tide, nearly submerging him entirely. Yet, at the very depths of that abyss of hopelessness, a flicker of defiance, faint yet resolute, struggled to reignite. He could not simply resign himself to inaction. A week's time was both a shackle and perhaps his sole opportunity. He inhaled deeply, steadied himself against the wall, and laboriously rose to his feet. His body still trembled slightly from fear and dread, and the wound beneath his collarbone throbbed subtly. However, within his hollow gaze, a glimmer of icy determination began to coalesce. He approached the desk, picked up the intercom phone, and dialed his secretary's number. His voice was slightly hoarse from the earlier shock, yet it bore an unusual calmness. Inform all relevant department heads of an emergency meeting in conference room, 1.5 hours. After hanging up, he immediately began to retrieve all information pertaining to the problematic suppliers, as well as the progress reports of all recent projects. His mind raced, forcibly suppressing all emotion. leaving only the clarity of rational analysis and calculation. Half an hour later, in conference room 1, the department heads sat anxiously around the table, the atmosphere tense. They had sensed the winds of turmoil, aware that the company was in distress, and could feel the unusual low pressure and chill emanating from President Wu. Wu Suowei was the last to enter the room. He had meticulously reassembled his appearance. Aside from his still, somewhat pallid complexion, his eyes were sharp as a blade, radiating an aura of resolute determination. He wasted no words, diving straight into the matter at hand, laying bare the issues within the supply chain. Huyao Technology, Xinda Materials, and Kellen Precision. These three core suppliers had simultaneously announced their intention to terminate contracts or indefinitely postpone deliveries. Wu Suowei's voice was steady and frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Can anyone tell me why? The department heads exchanged anxious glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They attempted to explain the situation, citing market changes and internal adjustments among various reasons. Wu Suowei listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his gaze growing colder by the moment. Market changes? He interrupted a manager's feeble explanation, his lips curling into a frosty smile. In 3 days, 3 unrelated core suppliers have all decided to abandon their long-term partners due to market fluctuations? Do you truly believe such nonsense? The room fell silent. Everyone bowed their heads, unable to meet his penetrating gaze that seemed to see through all pretense. Wu Suowei stood up, placing his hands firmly on the table, his eyes sweeping like a cold spotlight over each person present. I do not care what methods you employ, his voice was not raised, yet it carried an undeniable weight of authority. Within a day, I demand to know the true reason behind these 3 suppliers' sudden betrayal. Utilize all resources, all channels. Dig until you uncover the truth. Simultaneously, the emergency plan was immediately activated, seeking alternative suppliers and evaluating the risks and losses associated with project delays. I demand a comprehensive report and solutions to be placed on my desk by tomorrow morning. His directives were unequivocal, cold, and efficient, imbued with an undeniable resolve. His subordinates were intimidated by his unprecedented, frosty, and formidable aura, nodding in acquiescence, afraid to exhibit any semblance of negligence. The meeting was adjourned. Wu Suowei concluded and was the first to rise and exit the conference room. In the ensuing days, Wu Suowei practically resided in the company. He seemed to have transformed, or rather, reverted to his original ambitious self. The astute and capable Wu Suowei had become even more ruthless and unapproachable. He toiled for over 18 hours each day, fervently addressing the myriad crises triggered by the disruption of the supply chain, engaging in intense negotiations with potential new suppliers. He meticulously restructured project timelines and compressed every conceivable cost. His demeanor was devoid of expression. His speech was succinct, and his decision-making was swift and decisive. The once cold and silent pheromones surrounding him appeared to coalesce anew under the weight of his formidable will, though still bearing traces of Chi Cheng. He emanated a sharpness and tenacity indicative of a fight to the death. He ceased to dwell on Chi Cheng, no longer allowing fear and humiliation to penetrate his resolve. All his energy was devoted to this struggle for survival. He aimed to demonstrate to Chi Cheng that, despite being so ruthlessly suppressed, he, Wu Suowei, was not so easily vanquished. This endeavor was not solely to preserve the company, but also to safeguard his last vestige of dignity and the capital for resistance. After several days of his near self-destructive efforts, the situation gradually stabilized. New alternative suppliers were identified. Though their terms were stringent, they at least ensured the continuity of production. The most urgent project risks were contained. The company, while facing hardships, did not come to a standstill. His subordinates observed Wu Suowei's relentless work ethic, noting the visible weight loss in his cheeks and the increasingly profound dark circles under his eyes, feelings of admiration mingling with fear within them. They were unaware of the specifics, but sensed that Wu Suowei was enduring a monumental ordeal, battling in a manner almost heroic. On the 4th night, Wu Suowei finally received an encrypted report from private investigative channels. The contents of the report confirmed his worst suspicions. The betrayal by the three suppliers indeed bore the shadow of Chi Cheng. Although not executed directly, pressure and financial temptations were exerted through several affiliated shell companies, precisely constricting the lifeblood of Shenghua technology. Gazing at the frigid text and financial flow diagrams in the report, Wu Suowei felt his heart plummet to the depths. Yet there was a chilling calmness in the realization of the truth. Seated in the empty office, he looked out at the city lights, his fingertips icy. On the fifth day, he received an unexpected phone call from Mr. Wang, the affluent businessman who had previously withdrawn from bidding at the auction. "Mr. Wu, I apologize for the intrusion." Mr. Wang's voice conveyed a complex undertone. "I have heard that your company has recently encountered some difficulties." Wu Suowei's heart instantly became vigilant. President Wang is quite well informed. He chuckled softly, for the circle is indeed quite small. President Wang lowered his voice after a brief pause. "Wu Zong, let me be frank. I have heard a bit about Mr. Chi's methods. This time, I fear you have landed yourself in serious trouble." Wu Suowei remained silent, not responding. President Wang hesitated, seemingly weighing his words carefully. "I know of a way that might help you temporarily alleviate some pressure, or even provide you with multiple escape routes in the future. I wonder if Wu Zong would be interested in discussing this?" Wu Suowei's heart raced. An escape route? With Chi Cheng pressing so tightly. Is there truly someone daring enough to extend an olive branch in the shadows? Is it a trap? Or he tightened his grip on the phone, his voice still calm. "What do you mean, President Wang? It's inconvenient to discuss over the phone." President Wang's voice dropped even lower. "Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. At the Qingxin Tea House, in the Bamboo Melody private room. If Wu Zong is interested, you may come to discuss. Of course, if you are unavailable, consider this call never made." After saying this, President Wang hung up. Wu Suowei held his phone, not putting it down for a long time. Qingxin Tea House, Bamboo Melody private room. This is an extremely secretive private club, renowned for its high confidentiality. To go or not to go, this could very well be a trap. Yet what if it truly is an opportunity amidst despair? A tremendous risk, coupled with a glimmer of hope. Wu Suowei gazed at the investigative report displayed on his computer screen, revealing Chi Cheng's incriminating evidence. He recalled Chi Cheng's cold warning before leaving: "Stay put." If he went, and Chi Cheng discovered him, the consequences would be dire. However, he slowly clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. If he remained obedient forever, he would truly have no chance of rising again. At 2:30 in the afternoon on the sixth day, Wu Suowei, clad in inconspicuous casual wear, wearing a hat and mask, appeared near Qingxin Tea House. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no suspicious figures before swiftly entering the tea house and announcing the name of the private room. The attendant led him to the door of the Bamboo Melody room. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. Inside the room, the fragrance of tea wafted gently. President Wang was indeed waiting inside. Upon seeing him, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, yet appeared even more anxious. "Wu Zong, you truly came." President Wang rose to greet him, his expression complex. Wu Suowei closed the door, removed his mask, revealing a pale yet composed face. "President Wang, let us cut to the chase. What do you mean by an escape route?" President Wang looked at him, sighed. "Wu Zong, I understand that you're facing immense difficulties. Mr. Chi possesses an overwhelming desire for control. Those who offend him seldom meet a favorable end." He paused, lowering his voice. "I have some resources overseas that might assist you in transferring a portion of your assets, or, if necessary, help you leave." Wu Suowei's heart raced. Transferring assets? Leaving? This was bolder and more decisive than he had imagined. "Why help me?" Wu Suowei fixed his gaze on President Wang's eyes, searching for any hint of insincerity or ulterior motives. "Are you not afraid of Chi Cheng?" President Wang offered a bitter smile. "Afraid, of course I am. In the realm of business, the interplay of interests is paramount. Mr. Chi's reach extends far too wide, encroaching upon the share of others. Assisting you, in a certain sense, also serves our own interests, providing a safety net, or perhaps a means of balance." His words are a mix of truth and deception, yet Mr. Wu could sense a palpable dissatisfaction and wariness directed towards Chi Cheng. Of course, Mr. Wang swiftly shifts the tone of the conversation, adopting a grave demeanor. The risks involved are immense. Should this information be divulged, we would both face irrevocable consequences. Thus, our discourse today must remain strictly between us. Mr. Wu requires time for contemplation, as well as a demonstration of sincerity and trust. In silence, Mr. Wu's mind races to weigh the implications. This is an exceedingly perilous temptation. A single misstep could lead to an abyss of despair. Yet, the suffocating control and threats posed by Chi Cheng ignite a wild yearning for freedom deep within him. What must I do? Mr. Wu finally speaks, his voice low and measured. Mr. Wang retrieves a secure USB drive from his briefcase and slides it across the table. Inside, you will find preliminary processes and a list of necessary materials. Once you have reviewed them, contact me using the methods provided. Remember, absolute confidentiality is imperative. Destroy it immediately after review. As Mr. Wu picks up the small USB drive, it feels as though it bears the weight of the world. This unassuming piece of metal could lead to liberation, or it may very well be a detonator for disaster. Time is of the essence, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wang subtly reminds him. Mr. Chi will be returning shortly, will he not? Mr. Wu's heart tightens sharply. Indeed, time is fleeting. The countdown has reached its final day. Clutching the USB drive tightly in his palm, the cold metal bites into his skin. I understand, he affirms, rising to don his mask once more. Thank you, Mr. Wang. There are no promises, no guarantees. He needs time, he needs to ponder, he needs courage. Departing from the tea house and returning to his vehicle, Mr. Wu gazes at the small USB drive in his hand, hesitating to start the engine. Outside, the sky darkens and the neon lights begin to flicker to life. The seventh day is finally upon him, the day Mr. Chi returns, marking the moment he must make a decision. Will he continue to endure this stifling cage, or gamble everything for a fleeting chance at freedom? Slowly, Mr. Wu closes his eyes, resting his forehead against the cold steering wheel. The USB drive in his palm feels as scorching as a branding iron. Chapter 26. The journey home, the final day, has arrived. Outside, the sky is overcast, and a chilly rain begins to patter against the glass, resonating with the taut nerves of Mr. Wu. He has scarcely slept through the night. That small, cold USB drive lies on his bedside table, akin to a silent bomb, or perhaps a key to an unknown fate. The night of turmoil and deliberation has nearly drained his resolve. The risks are monumental. How much of Mr. Wang's words are genuine, and how much is mere pretense? Could this be another of Chi Cheng's insidious tests? Once he takes that step, there will be no turning back. If he fails, he will undoubtedly face Chi Cheng's ruthless and devastating retribution. Yet, what if he succeeds? Even if there exists merely a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping this frigid, gilded prison, of breaking free from the suffocating control and humiliation. That thought burgeoned within him like a poisonous weed. He sat upright, grasped the USB drive, and inserted it into his computer. The encrypted files demanded a special password, which Mr. Wang had conveyed to him through a remarkably clandestine method. Upon entering the password, the files were unlocked. Inside lay several intricately complex diagrams of offshore company structures, covert processes for asset transfer, and a number of completely blank identities along with operational information for overseas accounts. Additionally, there was a brief operational guide and an anonymous, one-time encrypted communication method. The professionalism of the content and the secrecy of the channels vastly exceeded what an ordinary affluent businessman could provide. Clearly, this entailed deeper forces and more intricate motives. The balance of power Mr. Wang spoke of might not be mere rhetoric. Yet, this did not bring Wu Suowei any solace. Rather, it heightened his vigilance. Engaging in such a level of covert conflict, a moment's carelessness could lead to utter annihilation. He meticulously perused each document, his mind racing as he committed crucial information and operational nodes to memory. Then, he followed the guide, thoroughly deleting all files and formatting the USB drive. After completing these tasks, he leaned back in his chair, feeling the cold sweat saturate his back. He did not make an immediate decision. He required time, a more meticulous plan, and an opportunity. At present, the most pressing concern was to prepare for Chi Cheng's return. He glanced at the clock. Chi Cheng's flight was expected to arrive this evening. Throughout the day, Wu Suowei remained in a heightened state of tension. He strived to maintain a facade of normalcy, managing business affairs and convening meetings. Yet, his peripheral vision incessantly darted towards the clock, his heart racing with each passing second. It was a tumultuous blend of fear, vigilance, and a hint of distorted anticipation that he was reluctant to admit even to himself. In the afternoon, he concluded all work early and returned to his apartment. He needed a moment to confront Chi Cheng's return alone. The apartment remained cold and desolate. Standing under the shower, he allowed the warm water to wash over his body. Yet it could not dispel the chill within or the faint sting of the wound on his collarbone. The wound had scabbed over, but the fear and humiliation from that night had long since seeped into his very bones. He donned a fresh set of loungewear and settled onto the sofa in the living room, waiting. The rain outside intensified, tapping against the window, deepening the silence within. Time ticked away. At 6 o'clock, the flight should have landed. By 6:30, baggage claim and customs would have been completed. By 7, he should have been on his way back. Wu Suowei's heart nearly leapt from his chest. He instinctively clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. At 7:15, the low rumble of a car engine echoed from downstairs. Wu Suowei's body stiffened abruptly, and in an instant, he sprang up from the sofa. He hastened to the window, cautiously parting the curtain to gaze below. The familiar black luxury car was indeed parked beneath the apartment building. The door swung open, and the driver emerged first, unfurling a black umbrella before respectfully opening the rear door. A tall figure, clad in a long black coat, bent slightly as he stepped out of the vehicle. It was Chi Cheng. Even through the curtain of rain and several floors above, Wu Suowei could distinctly sense the familiar, chilling, and potent enigma pheromone, as if it had materialized, penetrating the air and seizing his breath in an instant. He had returned. Wu Suowei abruptly dropped the curtain, his heart racing, nearly suffocating. He instinctively stepped back, as if that could distance him from the impending sense of oppression. The sound of the elevator echoed faintly. The numbers ascended steadily. Wu Suowei stood frozen, his limbs icy, his mind a blank slate. All his mental preparations seemed to crumble at this moment, leaving only the most primal feelings of fear and vigilance. Ding! The elevator reached his floor, the sound ringing clear like a death knell. Footsteps resonated in the corridor, steady and powerful, each step echoing his heartbeat. Finally, they halted outside his apartment door. The sound of a key inserting into the lock, followed by a turn. The door swung open. Chi Cheng's tall silhouette appeared at the threshold, accompanied by the chill of the outdoors and the dampness of rain. He removed his rain-soaked coat, casually hanging it on the coat rack, moving with the ease of one returning home. His gaze swiftly fell upon Wu Suowei, who stood rigid in the center of the living room, pale and tense. Those deep-set eyes, sharp as a hawk, scanned him up and down, from his slightly damp hair to his pale face, finally resting on the bandage at his collarbone, barely concealed by his loose loungewear. The air seemed to thicken. Chi Cheng remained silent, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. The powerful enigma pheromone permeated the space, filling it with a suffocating sense of scrutiny. He approached Wu Suowei, their proximity so close that Wu Suowei could detect the faint scent of rain-soaked wood and a hint of weary travel about him. It appeared that Chi Cheng finally spoke, his voice slightly deeper than usual, carrying a raspy tone from his journey, yet still icy. "You've been rather well-behaved this week." His tone was ambiguous, neither praise nor mockery, but his gaze was sharp as a blade, as if seeking to peel away Wu Suowei's facade to uncover the truth beneath. Wu Suowei's heart constricted, forcing himself to meet his gaze, his voice striving for steadiness, yet betraying a barely perceptible tremor. "Welcome back, Mr. Chi." A faint, fleeting smirk tugged at the corner of Chi Cheng's mouth, a smile that vanished as quickly as it appeared, cold and inscrutable. He did not inquire about the situation at the company, nor did he mention anything regarding the conflict that night, as though those matters were trivial. His attention returned to Wu Suowei's collarbone, and slowly he raised his hand. Wu Suowei's body stiffened abruptly, nearly prompting an instinctive retreat, yet he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Chi Cheng's hand did not make contact. He merely gestured towards Wu Suowei's collarbone, his tone remarkably neutral. "How is the wound?" Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated Chi Cheng would inquire about this. "It's almost healed," he replied softly, lowering his eyelashes to conceal the tumult of emotions surging beneath the surface. "Good?" Chi Cheng retracted his hand, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on Wu Suowei, those eyes profoundly inscrutable. A brief silence enveloped them once more, the air thickening to a suffocating density. Wu Suowei could sense Chi Cheng's gaze as if it were tangible, meticulously assessing his state over the past week. Searching for any signs of unrest, he endeavored to maintain his composure, but the slight tremor in his fingertips and his accelerated heartbeat betrayed his inner turmoil. Suddenly, Chi Cheng took a small step forward, closing the distance between them. Wu Suowei could even feel the warmth of his breath. Every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously, his pupils constricting slightly. Chi Cheng lowered his head, nostrils flaring, leaning closer to the side of Wu Suowei's neck, as if discerning the scent of his pheromones. The sharp, woody aroma mingled with a hint of rainwater forcefully invaded Wu Suowei's senses, evoking a terrifying memory from that night, nearly overwhelming him with shivers. "Pheromones." Chi Cheng's voice resonated low in his ear, laced with a contemplative undertone. "It seems to have stabilized quite a bit." His tone revealed no discernible emotion, yet it quickened Wu Suowei's heartbeat. Was he harboring doubts? Or was it merely a casual remark? Wu Suowei held his breath, too apprehensive to respond or move. Chi Cheng maintained this close proximity for several moments before gradually straightening up. His profound gaze returned to Wu Suowei's face, and for a fleeting instant, a faint, elusive disappointment seemed to flicker across his features. What was he disappointed about? Was it the failure to uncover any incriminating evidence? Or was it disappointment over Wu Suowei's uncharacteristic restraint? Wu Suowei could not decipher it. Ultimately, Chi Cheng uttered nothing further, simply averted his gaze with a dispassionate air, as if losing interest. "I'm tired." He turned away, sauntering towards the sofa in the living room, where he languidly sank into its depths, rubbing his temples, revealing a trace of genuine fatigue. "Pour me a glass of water." His tone was casual, as though commanding a task of utmost mundanity. Wu Suowei stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Just like that? No anticipated interrogation, no fury, no further punishment, merely a calm request for water? This uncanny tranquility unsettled him more than any storm might. Yet, he dared not defy. Taking a deep breath to quell the swirling doubts in his mind, he turned and made his way to the kitchen. In the instant he turned away, he failed to notice the man on the sofa, who had been resting with closed eyes, gradually opening them. Within those profound orbs, there was no trace of fatigue, only a cold, penetrating clarity, as if a dormant serpent had seen through all the thoughts and facades of its prey. Patiently awaiting the opportune moment, Chapter 27. The Nak Wu Suowei cradled a cup of warm water as he returned from the kitchen to the living room. His fingertips, pressed tightly, turned slightly pale, and the surface of the water rippled gently, betraying the turbulence within him. Chi Cheng remained reclined on the sofa, eyes closed. A persistent weariness etched upon his brow, as if he were merely fatigued from travel. Yet the frigid aura of control that enveloped him permeated the air, omnipresent and palpable. Gently, Wu Suowei placed the cup on the coffee table before him, producing a faint, crystalline sound. "Mr. Chi, your water." Chi Cheng did not immediately open his eyes. He merely murmured a soft acknowledgement. After a brief pause, he slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze settling on the ordinary cup, though he made no move to grasp it. His eyes then shifted upward, resting on Wu Suowei, who stood nearby, his body slightly tense. Regarding the company, Chi Cheng began, his voice still tinged with a languorous rasp, as though he posed a casual inquiry. "What is the status?" "They have arrived." Wu Suowei's heart tightened abruptly, yet his expression remained composed. He had long since prepared his remarks, even assembling a concise report tucked away in his briefcase for such an occasion. Lowering his eyelashes, he adopted a steady, objective tone to recount the week's outcomes. How he had secured an alternative supplier to stabilize production, how he had curtailed costs to mitigate losses, and how he had adjusted the project timeline. His speech flowed with clarity, deliberately omitting the struggles and difficulties encountered along the way, presenting only a resolution that suggested the issue was fundamentally resolved. At the conclusion of his report, he added, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chi. The situation has been brought under control." His tone was respectful, laced with a subtle detachment and deference, akin to that of a subordinate reporting to a superior. He flawlessly embodied the role of the diligent employee, committed to resolving issues and expressing gratitude. Chi Cheng listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously drumming lightly on the armrest of the sofa, his emotions inscrutable. It was only after Wu Suowei had finished that he spoke slowly. "It seems, Mr. Wu, that you have indeed been industrious this week." His tone was neutral, leaving it unclear whether he expressed approval or something else entirely. Wu Suowei felt a slight easing of tension in his chest, ready to respond modestly when Chi Cheng's gaze sharpened. "I have heard that Wang Jiaming visited the Qingxin tea house yesterday afternoon." Boom! Like a thunderclap, the revelation detonated in Wu Suowei's mind. His blood seemed to freeze in an instant, and his complexion drained to a pallid hue he could not conceal. How did he know? He had been so cautious. Wang had assured him of absolute confidentiality. A wave of dread washed over him like icy water, leaving him nearly unsteady on his feet. His mind went blank. All contingency plans and responses rendered futile in that moment. Chi Cheng observed the color draining from Wu Suowei's face and the unmistakable panic that flickered across his features. A faint, icy smile curled at the corners of his lips, exuding a near-sadistic cruelty. He leisurely lifted the glass of water, taking a gentle sip, as if broaching an inconsequential subject. Wang Jiaming, a man of considerable appetite yet timid disposition, preferred to navigate through opportunities with great finesse, investing in high-risk, high-reward ventures. His gaze, sharp as a scalpel, meticulously unveiled Wu Suowei's last vestige of pretense. What grand illusion was he attempting to paint for you? An offshore account? A new identity? Or perhaps a means to completely extricate you from my grasp? Each word fell with the weight of a sledgehammer, brutally striking at Wu Suowei's heart. Breathing became a laborious task, his body swaying slightly, relying solely on sheer willpower to stave off collapse. Chi Cheng knew everything. Not only was he aware of the meeting with President Wang, but he might even grasp the very substance of their conversation. How extensive were the eyes of that venomous serpent? Despair and chill enveloped him once more, observing Wu Suowei's fragile and pallid visage. The glint of cold intrigue in Chi Cheng's eyes seemed to intensify. Yet, he did not erupt immediately. Rather, his tone softened. "Do not be anxious." He even managed to conjure a faint, devoid of warmth smile. In the realm of commerce, multifaceted interactions are commonplace. Rising from his seat, he approached Wu Suowei, his towering figure casting an oppressive aura that nearly suffocated him. "I merely wish to remind you." Chi Cheng extended his hand, his fingertips gliding slowly, imbued with a disquieting gentleness, across Wu Suowei's frigid cheek. "When selecting a partner, one must exercise utmost caution, particularly when your own assets are scant." His fingers descended, lightly tapping the wound on Wu Suowei's collarbone, eliciting a subtle sting and tremor. A man like Wang Jiaming, the promises he offers are often accompanied by unbearable consequences. Chi Cheng's voice lowered to a whisper, akin to a serpent's hiss. "He cannot safeguard you, nor can he protect himself. Ultimately, the one who can determine your fate," his finger lifted, insultingly caressing Wu Suowei's cheek with a chilling certainty in his eyes, "is only me." With that, he withdrew his hand, as if the preceding words, laden with menace and warning, were merely idle chatter. "Very well." He turned away, reclining back onto the sofa with a languid demeanor, feigning disinterest in continuing this discourse. "I am weary. You may retire." He waved his hand dismissively, as though shooing away an inconsequential object. Wu Suowei stood frozen, his entire being chilled, as if recently extracted from icy waters. His mind, paralyzed by overwhelming shock and fear, became numb. Chi Cheng did not impose immediate punishment, nor did he explicitly forbid anything. Yet, such a nonchalant warning and humiliation, following an all-encompassing understanding, instilled a terror far greater than any overt violence. It was an absolute, crushing dominance. It was as if he were declaring, "Every thought, every action of yours is under my vigilant gaze. Your so-called struggles and hopes are nothing but laughable self-deception." Wu Suowei was unaware of how he had turned around and made his way back to the bedroom step by step. He locked the door behind him, leaning against the door panel, gradually sliding down to the floor, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He had failed. All his hopes, all his tentative attempts, crumbled to dust in the face of Chi Cheng's absolute power and intelligence. The venomous serpent was even too indifferent to immediately tear him apart. Instead, it chose this manner to slowly convey to him that there was no escape. The cold despair engulfed him like the deepest night, utterly consuming him. Meanwhile, in the living room, Chi Cheng remained seated on the sofa, eyes closed. The tapping of his fingertips had long since ceased. The icy curve at the corner of his mouth gradually faded away, leaving behind a profound, inscrutable silence in the depths of his gaze. Beneath the calm surface of the ice, sharp icicles were already aimed at the most vulnerable part of the prey's throat. Chapter 28. Powerless struggle. Wu Suowei sat on the cold floor for an entire night. Outside the window, the darkness, thick as ink, gradually transformed into a grayish white, while the drizzling cold rain had stopped at an unknown time. Only the damp traces remained on the glass, reflecting his own heart, equally cold and lifeless. Chi Cheng's seemingly casual yet piercing words echoed in his mind like a spell, each syllable laced with chilling mockery, shattering his last remnants of hope and chance. There was no escape. He felt like a meticulously raised beast trapped in a glass box. His self-assured struggles and tests were mere entertainment to the onlookers outside. Every thought, every action, even that secret meeting he assumed was unnoticed, lay bare beneath those cold, deep eyes. This feeling of being utterly exposed was more despairing than any physical pain. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, slowly creeping into the bedroom, illuminating the floating dust particles in the air. Yet it could not penetrate the icy abyss within his heart. He slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot yet devoid of any spark, leaving only a sense of numbness and lifelessness, completely drained. Was he to simply give up? To surrender entirely, as Chi Cheng wished? To retract all his claws and become a docile, soulless possession? The thought flashed through his mind, bringing with it a wave of physiological nausea. No. Even if trapped in a cage, even if every struggle resulted in heavier chains, he could never allow himself to become that way. Hatred, that bone-chilling, almost all-consuming hatred, was the only thing sustaining him from complete collapse in this moment. He could not concede defeat so easily. Since the path he had covertly plotted was completely blocked, and since everything was under Chi Cheng's watchful eye, he would no longer remain in the shadows. He would maintain his last foothold in a manner that Chi Cheng could not openly obstruct. Wu Suowei braced himself against the door panel and slowly rose to his feet. His limbs, stiff and numb from prolonged sitting in the cold, carried him to the bathroom, where he gazed into the mirror at the haggard reflection of himself. With sunken eyes resembling a specter, he turned on the faucet, splashing the icy water forcefully onto his face in an attempt to awaken the nearly unresponsive shell of his body. Subsequently, he began to meticulously groom himself. He shaved, styled his hair, donned a crisply tailored suit, and tied his tie with precision, even applying concealer to carefully mask the edges of the bandage on his collarbone and the stark dark circles beneath his eyes. He aimed to appear impeccable, at least on the surface. When he stepped out of the bedroom, once more, apart from his excessively pale complexion and the lingering, unmaskable void in his gaze, he seemed to have regained the demeanor of the composed elite he once was. Chi Cheng had departed the apartment, as if he had merely been a fleeting specter from the previous night. Wu Suowei did not hesitate. He grabbed his briefcase and headed straight to the office. Upon arrival, he immediately convened a meeting with the senior management team. During the meeting, he refrained from mentioning Chi Cheng or the threats of the previous night. instead concentrating all his efforts on the company's future survival and development. His tone was calm, even chillingly so, as he proposed an exceedingly radical, if not reckless, strategic transformation plan to shrink certain existing business lines and concentrate all remaining resources on a new AI algorithm project, characterized by high technical barriers, yet with an uncertain market outlook. This proposal was audacious to the brink of madness. Should it fail, Chi Cheng technology could face utter ruin. The subordinates listened in trepidation, voicing their doubts and concerns regarding the risks involved. Wu Suowei, with a stoic expression, silenced them with a single command: either execute the plan or leave. His gaze was cold and resolute, exuding an air of desperation and severity that intimidated everyone present. They had never witnessed such a version of their CEO. It was as if, overnight, he had shed all hesitation and warmth, transforming into a blade drawn from its sheath, glinting with a lethal sharpness that could harm both others and himself. No one dared to oppose him any longer. After the meeting, Wu Suowei threw himself into an almost self-destructive work regimen. He personally led the team in overcoming technical challenges, fervently meeting with potential technical partners and investors, carefully avoiding any channels that might connect him to General Manager Wang, sleeping only 2 to 3 hours each day, functioning like an indefatigable machine. He no longer consciously avoided Chi Cheng. On one occasion, when he required technical support from one of Chi Cheng's subsidiaries, he submitted a formal cooperation request, outlining in an objective and thorough manner the myriad benefits this collaboration would bring to Chi Cheng itself. His demeanor perfectly embodied that of an entrepreneur grasping at straws in a desperate situation, willing to do anything to salvage his enterprise. His actions were fervent and obsessive, yet all adhered to the logic of business and profit. He no longer displayed any personal emotions. In the presence of Chi Cheng, he was imbued with an absolute, chilling detachment, reporting on work, requesting resources, discussing projects. Every glance, every utterance is measured with precision as if calibrated with a ruler, devoid of any superfluous emotion. He has ceased to care about the omnipresent surveillance, as though he has come to accept the reality of existing within a transparent glass box. This state of nearly objectifying oneself, utterly focused on his career, has rendered Chi Cheng seemingly unable to find a reason to retaliate. Chi Cheng gazes at the detailed report regarding Chi Yue's strategic transformation and collaboration application, which has been placed on his desk. His fingers lightly tap on the words AI, algorithms, and full commitment. He reviews the collaboration application and even grants additional technical permissions. He wishes to observe what this cornered beast, driven to desperation, can still conjure. He wonders where this blade, which seeks self-rescue through madness, will ultimately point. Will it carve a path to survival? Or will it first sever its own throat? A glimmer of cold, almost cruel anticipation flickers in Chi Cheng's eyes. The game appears to have entered a new phase. Meanwhile, Wu Suowei, amidst his frenzied work, occasionally halts his fingers from striking the keyboard, staring momentarily at the intricate flow of code on his computer screen, his gaze momentarily vacant. Only he knows that this reckless gamble is not solely for survival. It is also for vengeance. Even if it leads to destruction, he intends to drag down the one who pushed him into the abyss, forcing them to taste the bitterness of despair together. A cornered beast still struggles. Though its strength may be feeble, its resolve is unwavering. Chapter 29. Dance on the edge of a blade 1 week after the project initiation. A crucial technical coordination meeting convenes in the top-floor conference room of Chi Cheng Group's headquarters. In attendance, alongside Wu Suowei and his core technical team, are representatives from Zeus Technology, a subsidiary of Chi Cheng's enterprise. The atmosphere in the conference room is tense. On one side of the long table, Wu Suowei's team appears taut, as if facing a formidable adversary. On the opposite side, the representatives from Zeus Technology exhibit an air of ease, even arrogance, basking in the comfort of their advantageous position. Wu Suowei occupies the foremost seat, his complexion still pale, yet his gaze is sharp as an eagle, emanating a chilling, undeniable aura. He is articulating a critical point of the project that necessitates the foundational data interface permissions from Zeus technology. Therefore, we require Level 3 real-time data stream permissions, rather than Level 2 delayed summaries. Wu Suowei's voice is steady and clear as he strikes the architectural diagram displayed on the projection screen. Otherwise, both the training efficiency and accuracy of the model will be severely compromised, and the core value of the project cannot be realized. The technical director of Zeus Technology, a somewhat portly middle-aged alpha, adjusts his glasses and leisurely responds. Mr. Wu, Level 3 permissions involve core database security protocols, and the risks of granting access are too substantial. According to group regulations, external partners can only be granted up to Level 2. We believe that the delayed summaries sufficiently meet your current needs. Sufficient? Wu Suowei's lips curve into a cold arc, his gaze piercing directly at the director. Director Zhang, on what data model did you base your conclusion? Have you not reviewed the third version of the requirement analysis report we submitted last week? Or is your understanding of sufficient still rooted in 3 years ago? Director Zhang's face flushed instantly, caught off guard by such a blunt challenge to his professional competence from the CEO of an external company. Mr. Wu, what do you mean by that? The regulations set by the group are absolute. Safety is paramount. The regulations may be rigid, but the people are not. Wu Suowei leaned slightly forward, his hands resting on the table, his gaze sweeping across all present from Zeus Technology before finally landing on Director Zhang, his tone imbued with an undeniable pressure. The priority of this project was personally approved by Mr. Chi. If the project fails due to issues of authority, who will bear the responsibility? You or I? He invoked Mr. Chi directly, his tone formal and devoid of any semblance of using the connection to exert pressure, almost as if he were simply stating an objective fact. Director Zhang's demeanor immediately deflated, his mouth opening without sound. Within the group, who did not know of the unique relationship between Wu Suowei and Mr. Chi? Although the specifics remained unclear, no one dared to provoke them lightly. The conference room fell into a momentary stalemate. Just then, the door swung open. Chi Cheng entered, clad in a slate gray suit, his expression inscrutable. Behind him trailed a silent assistant. Instantly, everyone rose to their feet, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Mr. Chi, Director Chi, he inclined his head slightly, surveying the room before his gaze settled on Wu Suowei, who occupied the main seat, his demeanor frosty. Proceed. Chi Cheng took a seat at the empty chair beside the main one, his tone flat, as if he had merely come to listen out of whim. The meeting resumed. Yet the voices of all present unconsciously dropped a notch, laced with caution. Director Zhang, as if seeing a beacon of hope, promptly raised the issue of the authority dispute, addressing Chi with utmost respect. Mr. Chi, regarding the Level 3 permissions, the group indeed has explicit regulations. We are merely acting in consideration of data security. All eyes turned to Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei also looked toward him, his expression calm and devoid of personal emotion, as if awaiting the final verdict from a decision-maker. Chi Cheng's fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, not directing his gaze at Director Zhang, but instead at Wu Suowei, and he inquired, "Is Level 3 permission crucial to your project?" His voice revealed no hint of emotion, resembling the most ordinary technical inquiry. Wu Suowei met his gaze, responding with resolute clarity, without hesitation. Yes, without Level 3 real-time data, the project's success rate decreases by 40%, and the anticipated returns diminish by over half. This is detailed on page 7 of my project proposal. He even cited the report page with precision, demonstrating formidable preparation and control over the project. Chi Cheng's penetrating gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds, seemingly trying to discern something beneath that cold exterior. Yet, Wu Suowei's gaze resembled a fathomless pool of frigid ice, devoid of any ripples. After a moment, Chi Cheng averted his eyes and calmly instructed Manager Zhang, as per protocol, grant him a temporary Level 3 access. Ensure the security protocols are concurrently upgraded. Should any issues arise, you will be held accountable. Manager Zhang's complexion paled, and he promptly nodded yes. Yes, Mr. Chi, I will arrange it immediately. A subtle sigh of relief washed over Wu Suowei internally, though his countenance remained unchanged as he merely offered a slight nod. Thank you for your support, Mr. Chi. The meeting proceeded. With Chi Cheng's decisive stance, subsequent discussions flowed more smoothly, yet the atmosphere remained oppressive. Wu Suowei articulated his points with incisive precision and meticulous logic, fervently advocating for every detail of the project. He was unyielding, embodying a fusion of a technical savant and a commercial gambler, betraying no hint of the immense pressure he bore beneath the surface. For the most part, Chi Cheng sat quietly, occasionally interjecting with pointed inquiries. His gaze lingered on Wu Suowei, imbued with an enigmatic scrutiny. Finally, the meeting concluded. The representatives from Zeus Technology departed as if liberated from a great burden. Wu Suowei gathered his documents, preparing to leave with his team. "Mr. Wu, please stay for a moment." Chi Cheng's voice rang out, calm yet firm. Wu Suowei paused imperceptibly, signaling to his team, "You may return first." His team exchanged concerned glances before swiftly exiting the conference room. The door closed behind them, leaving only two individuals in the vast space. Chi Cheng reclined his chair, leisurely observing Wu Suowei, who stood by the table, his fingertips unconsciously twirling a pen. It appeared that Chi Cheng was the first to shatter the silence, his tone devoid of emotion. "Are you truly willing to stake everything on this project?" Wu Suowei lowered his eyelashes, his voice steady and unwavering. "This is the proposal that offers the greatest chance of survival for Shunwei. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities." "Fulfilling your responsibilities?" Chi Cheng chuckled softly, a hint of derision lacing his laughter. "Including reprimanding me in my presence?" Wu Suowei met Chi Cheng's gaze, his expression remaining composed. "If Manager Zhang's professional capabilities do not align with the project's demands, impacting your investment returns, I believe it is essential to address the issue. It has nothing to do with his affiliations." His response was impeccable, entirely from a standpoint of vested interest. Chi Cheng scrutinized him, his stare sharp as if attempting to pierce through Wu Suowei's frosty exterior. "Wu Suowei, do you not tire of performing this diligent charade of selflessness before me?" Wu Suowei's heart jolted, yet his face betrayed a hint of well-placed indifference and resignation at being misunderstood. "If Mr. Chi believes my efforts to salvage my company are mere theatrics, I have no further comments. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as there is much work to be done on the project." He inclined slightly, signaling his intent to depart. "Stop!" Chi Cheng's voice grew colder. Wu Suowei halted in his tracks, though he did not turn back. Chi Cheng rose from his seat, stepping closer to him. The formidable sense of oppression surged forth once more, akin to a relentless tide. The voices of Wang Jianming and Chi Cheng echoed ominously in his ears, cold and laden with threat. It seemed that he was entangled in some troubling matters recently. Several overseas accounts had been inexplicably frozen, leaving him frantically seeking connections. Wu Suowei's back instantly tensed, his fingertips turned icy. Chi Cheng had indeed taken action. This was his way of issuing a warning, a demonstration meant to intimidate him. Was it not so? Wu Suowei compelled himself to maintain a steady voice, even infusing it with a semblance of detached indifference. "Business risks are inescapable. I hope, Mr. Wang can resolve this smoothly." A scoff escaped Chi Cheng's lips, as if he were not at all surprised by Wu Suowei's reaction. His fingers brushed lightly against the collar of Wu Suowei's shirt at the nape of his neck, concealing past marks. "It is best that way." Chi Cheng's voice lowered, imbued with a lethal warning. "Remember, the troubles I can bestow upon him, I can inflict upon you 100-fold. His fingers pressed slightly, applying pressure on that sensitive gland, provoking a shiver and a sharp pang. "Thus, suppress any unwarranted thoughts." Chi Cheng leaned closer, his breath grazing Wu Suowei's ear, yet his tone was as chilling as steel. "Dance or dance obediently. Do not misstep and break your own neck." Having spoken, he released his grip as if nothing had transpired and turned to exit. "Do well, Mr. Wu." He emphasized the last two words with biting sarcasm. The door swung open, then closed behind him. In the conference room, only Wu Suowei remained. He maintained his upright stance, yet the hands at his sides were clenched into fists, nails deeply embedded in his palms, nearly drawing blood. Cold sweat had long since drenched his inner shirt. The dance upon the edge of a blade was harrowing. Each step was fraught with peril. Yet, he had no alternative. The project had entered its most crucial and arduous phase. Wu Suowei had thoroughly welded himself into the abyss of technology. He practically lived at the company. The office sofa had become his sole refuge. The enormous display screen incessantly streamed complex codes and data flows day and night. While the air was thick with potent caffeine and a near-burnt scent, characteristic of the pheromones exuded by top-tier alphas in deep concentration. He had shut out the world, including the fear of Chi Cheng, the despair of the future, and even the exhaustion of his body. In his realm, a singular goal remained: to ensure the success of this frenzied project. This endeavor was not merely for survival. It resembled a form of obsessive validation. To prove that even when trampled into the mire, even with shackles around his neck, Wu Suowei still possessed value, still had the capability to pry at the corners of fate. Chapter 30. The gaze of the Viper. The team members observed their nearly frenzied leader. A mixture of admiration and trepidation washing over them. They were inspired by this all-or-nothing momentum, exerting their utmost efforts. The entire project team functioned like a precision machine operating beyond its limits, racing dangerously close to the precipice. However, the barriers of technology were far thicker than they had anticipated. The core algorithm's critical nodes have proven exceedingly difficult to surmount, with each simulation yielding results that diverge significantly from expectations. Deadlines loom ominously, and funds are depleting at an alarming rate. Frustration and anxiety spread through the team like a contagion. This is unacceptable. It's still wrong. The error rate refuses to diminish. A young engineer slammed his fist on a keyboard, his voice tinged with a broken sob. There must be an issue with the data cleansing. The raw data stream from Zeus is contaminated. The algorithm itself harbors flaws. We were overly optimistic from the beginning. In the conference room, the atmosphere was stifling, akin to the eerie silence before storm. Countless hours of toil and repeated failures had nearly drained everyone's patience and confidence. Wu Suowei sat at the head of the table, dark circles under his eyes, his lips cracked from dehydration. Yet, the bloodshot intensity in his gaze remained unervingly bright, fixated on the failed data curves projected on the screen. Silence. His voice, hoarse yet piercing, cut through the murmurs like a cold whip, instantly quelling all complaints and chatter. All eyes turned towards him. Wu Suowei slowly rose and approached the projection screen, wielding a laser pointer, the red dot landing on the most stubborn peak of error. Data interference was flagged 3 days ago. Engineer Lee, why hasn't your cleansing solution been iterated? His gaze bore into the data lead with sharp intensity. Lee's complexion paled as he stammered. I thought that interference was negligible. You thought? Wu Suowei's voice rose sharply, laced with icy fury. Are we relying on your assumptions for technical judgments? When did Yue become so frivolous? Lee bowed his head in shame. The laser shifted to another node. Algorithmic flaws? Lee, where exactly are the defects? Which specific function? Where have the convergence conditions been misconfigured? If you cannot pinpoint the issues, do not mask your incompetence with vague platitudes. The named algorithm engineer trembled, rendered speechless. Wu Suowei's gaze swept across the room. Every individual he met instinctively lowered their heads. In that moment, he resembled a blade, searing hot yet chillingly cold, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure and intensity. Faced with such minor setbacks, you contemplate shirking responsibility and surrendering to despair. His voice deepened, carrying an even heavier weight. How many are out there waiting to revel in our failures? To see us falter? Are you unaware? This project transcends the survival of Yue. It pertains to each of your professional careers. If we succeed, you will be hailed as industry heroes. If we fail, he chuckled darkly, leaving the implication hanging in the air, sending chills down spines. From this moment forth, I will not tolerate any more talk of impossibility or incapacity. Wu Suowei declared resolutely, his gaze unwavering. I demand solutions. Within 24 hours, I expect to see a 5-point reduction in the error rate. Those who cannot deliver may submit their resignations. He cast aside the laser pointer, returning to his seat. Refocusing on the screen, let us proceed. Begin at the source of the data and conduct a thorough review. No one dared voice dissent again. Stirred by his frigid fury and precise commands, the team reassembled with a fierce determination akin to a desperate last stand, plunging once more into the fray. Wu Suowei massaged his throbbing temples, downing yet another cup of black coffee, the number of which was beyond his recollection. A sharp cramp twisted in his stomach, which he resolutely chose to ignore. He was aware that he had momentarily lost control, perhaps even misplaced his frustration. Yet, he had no alternative. He must push both the team and himself to the brink, extracting every ounce of potential in the most extreme manner possible. It was as if he stood at the edge of a furnace, casting himself and everyone into the searing flames. Either they would emerge as pure gold, or be reduced to ashes. Time sped by in a whirlwind of tension and exhaustion. By the following evening, the error rate remained obstinately high. Wu Suowei sequestered himself in his office, staring at a screen full of code, his eyes strained to the point of almost bleeding. His temples throbbed painfully, and his heart raced erratically due to fatigue and caffeine. A sense of despair washed over him like a phantom. Was it truly impossible? Just as he felt on the verge of being overwhelmed by fatigue and frustration, a knock echoed at his office door. Irritated, he barked, "Come in." The door opened to reveal Lin Xiaoyu, the youngest and typically most reticent Omega programmer on the team. Clutching a tablet, her face bore a hint of anxiety, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wu, I think I've discovered something," she spoke softly, her voice tinged with enthusiasm. Wu Suowei furrowed his brow, suppressing his irritation. "Speak." Lin Xiaoyu hurried over, handing him the tablet and pointing to a segment of highlighted code, along with a set of comparative data. "Look here. We always thought the interference was random, but I've found it actually exhibits a faint periodic pattern. Moreover, it seems to be not mere noise, but rather remnants of another encryption protocol." Wu Suowei's pupils dilated sharply as he snatched the tablet, his gaze fixated on the data. In that instant, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had sliced through the fog. He had sensed something amiss with the data stream provided by Zeus, yet could never pinpoint it. So it was an intricately nested, exceedingly concealed encryption residue. This was not interference. This was the key to unlocking another dimension. Quick! Immediately perform signal separation according to this periodic pattern. Attempt to reverse engineer it using the 7th decryption algorithm. Wu Suowei's voice, laced with excitement, grew hoarse, his eyes blazing with fervor. "Yes, Wu." Lin Xiaoyu, inspired, dashed out. The entire team sprang into action once more, fervently engaging with this newfound discovery. An hour later, separation successful. Matching algorithm achieved. Data stream purity increased by 300%. The error rate has diminished by 7 points. A rapturous cheer erupted in the office, reminiscent of a narrow escape from disaster. Several young employees even embraced in their exhilaration. Wu Suowei gazed at the suddenly elegant and smooth data curve on the screen, and the tension that had gripped his body released abruptly as he slumped back in his chair, utterly spent. The heart raced wildly within the chest, not from fatigue, but from an exhilarating thrill and a flicker of long-lost hope. Had he succeeded? No, they had triumphed. They had truly forged a path. At that moment, his personal phone vibrated. A text message arrived. It was from Chi Cheng, containing only 2 succinct words: "Congratulations." The excitement on Wu Suowei's face instantly froze, as if his very blood had turned to ice. He abruptly raised his gaze toward the surveillance camera nestled in the corner of the office. That serpent had been watching him all along, observing his struggles, his despair, and ultimately his moments of survival. To his ears, the congratulatory message bore no warmth. Only the chilling gaze of surveillance and the mocking assurance of control. The flickering flame of hope that had just ignited was doused, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over it, leaving behind only hissing wisps of smoke and a profound coldness. The fire of the furnace can forge true gold, yet it can also make the prey acutely aware of its despair at the very moment hope is grasped. Wu Suowei slowly lowered his phone, the excitement on his face having faded, replaced by a deeper weariness and an ineffable chill. The road ahead remained long, and the hunter continued to look down coldly from above. Chapter 31. The puppet A breakthrough in the core algorithm had propelled the project through its most perilous valley of death. Although the journey ahead was still lengthy, this was undoubtedly a lifeline, rejuvenating the nearly collapsing team with a glimmer of hope. As the news spread, the once skeptical whispers transformed into a cautious admiration and astonished anticipation. It seemed that under the audacious gamble of this young CEO, Xinhua Technology had indeed seized a thread of survival. On Friday night, Wu Suowei hosted a small celebration at an upscale restaurant near the company, both to reward the exhausted team for their relentless efforts and to signal the project's successful progress to the outside world. The restaurant's soft lighting and soothing music, paired with a sumptuous array of food and wine, allowed the team members, who had been under pressure for far too long, to finally relax. Their faces lit up with long-awaited smiles as they toasted one another, laughter and conversation filling the air. As the protagonist of the evening, Wu Suowei was naturally surrounded by everyone. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he wore a perfectly timed, gentle smile while effortlessly mingling with the crowd, raising his glass in gratitude. He appeared to be the same radiant young entrepreneur, commanding the scene, and, with the project's success, he exuded even more sharpness and confidence. Yet only he knew the precarious exhaustion and vigilance that lay beneath this flawless facade. His glass contained a nearly alcohol-free, sparkling wine. Each time he raised it in a smile, his muscles ached slightly from the strain of maintaining the facade. His gaze would inadvertently dart toward the entrance. Like a startled bird, he was acutely aware that the person he dreaded might not let such an occasion pass unnoticed. Sure enough, halfway through the celebration, at the peak of the lively atmosphere, the restaurant door was respectfully opened by a server. Chi Cheng's figure appeared in the doorway. He remained clad in a perfectly tailored dark suit, exuding an air of cold dignity. His presence was not jarring. It seemed as though he merely happened to pass by for a fleeting glance. Yet, the formidable and undeniable enigma pheromone that enveloped him, along with the absolute power it represented, instantaneously hushed the bustling banquet hall. All gazes converged upon him, imbued with a mixture of reverence, curiosity, and a subtle undertone of tension. The smile on Wu Suowei's face momentarily stiffened, barely perceptible, before he promptly regained his composure, even enhancing his radiance. He raised his glass and approached with intent. "Mr. Chi, what brings you here?" His tone conveyed the perfect blend of surprise and honor, as if Chi Cheng's arrival were a tremendous blessing. Chi Cheng's gaze casually swept across the room, ultimately resting on Wu Suowei, the corners of his mouth curving into the faintest smile. "I heard that there is good news from Mr. Wu, and I wanted to bask in the joy." His tone was unassuming, yet naturally positioned him in a place of superiority. "It is our privilege to have you, Mr. Chi," Wu Suowei responded with a smile, gesturing for him to follow. "This way, please." He led Chi Cheng to the main seat, personally pulling out the chair for him, his movements fluid and effortless, devoid of any hint of strain. Team members greeted him respectfully, and the atmosphere grew somewhat formal. Chi Cheng sat down with ease, his gaze fixed on Wu Suowei, as if casually inquiring, "Is the project progressing smoothly?" "Thanks to your support, we have navigated the initial hurdles," Wu Suowei replied, standing beside him, his demeanor respectful and his tone fitting for a report. "We will need to continue investing and optimizing, but the direction is now clear." "Good," Chi Cheng nodded, lifting the glass just poured by the attendant and gently swirling it. "It seems Mr. Wu has won the first bet." His gaze appeared appreciative, yet remained profoundly inscrutable. "It is all thanks to Mr. Chi's support and the team's efforts." Wu Suowei deftly distributed the credit, leaving no room for doubt. Chi Cheng smiled, refraining from further comments, merely gesturing for everyone to continue. The banquet resumed, yet the atmosphere had undeniably shifted. Chi Cheng's presence acted like an invisible magnet, drawing everyone's attention while stifling their true emotions. Conversations grew quieter, and smiles became more restrained. Wu Suowei, like a puppet deftly maneuvered by invisible strings, flawlessly embodied the role of a grateful investor and diligent subordinate. He introduced team members, articulating each person's contributions with precision. He timely offered dishes and poured wine, responding to Chi Cheng's occasional seemingly casual inquiries. Every word was meticulously chosen, showcasing competence without overstepping boundaries. He could even sense that beneath Chi Cheng's ostensibly calm gaze was a scrutinizing evaluation of his every subtle expression and phrase. "Mr. Wu, you've lost quite a bit of weight recently," Chi Cheng suddenly remarked, his gaze fixed on the sharply defined line of his jaw. "No matter how busy work gets, one must pay attention to one's health." The tone sounded caring, yet Wu Suowei detected a hint of a cold probe within it. He was assessing his level of exhaustion, evaluating how much longer he could endure. "Thank you, Mr. Chi, for your concern." Wu Suowei maintained his smile, his tone relaxed. "Once the project is on track, life will become easier, won't it?" Mr. Chi cast a meaningful glance at him and took a sip of his drink. "I rather think that Mr. Wu is reveling in it. After all, the thrill of survival in dire circumstances is not an experience one can often indulge in, is it?" His words pierced through Wu Suowei's facade of tranquility like a fine needle, touching upon the taut nerves within him, a mix of exhilaration and fear. Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat, and his smile nearly faltered. He compelled himself to meet Mr. Chi's gaze, his tone tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. "You're jesting, Mr. Chi. Once is sufficient for such exhilaration. I have no desire to experience it a second time." A faint, elusive smile flickered across the depths of Chi Cheng's eyes, and he lapsed into silence. The celebration banquet gradually approached its conclusion amidst an atmosphere of superficial harmony, yet inner tension. Guests began to take their leave in succession. Wu Suowei respectfully escorted Mr. Chi to the entrance of the restaurant, where the waiting car was already poised outside. The night breeze carried a chill. Mr. Chi paused, turned, and regarded Wu Suowei, who stood beneath the lights, his face cast in shadows and highlights. "You performed exceptionally well today." Mr. Chi suddenly spoke, his voice low, audible only to the two of them. Wu Suowei was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether he referred to the project's success or his performance that evening. Mr. Chi seemed unperturbed by his silence. He stepped closer, the proximity palpable, and naturally adjusted Wu Suowei's tie, which was not askew. The movement was slow, imbued with an intimacy that held an air of control. His fingertips occasionally brushed against the skin beneath the shirt, sending a shiver of cold through Wu Suowei. "Maintain this." Mr. Chi's voice was almost a whisper, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, as if it could penetrate through all of Wu Suowei's meticulously constructed disguises. "I delight in witnessing your vitality, especially when that vitality is entirely under my dominion, akin to the struggle of a caged beast, pleasing its observer beyond the bars." Having said this, he withdrew his hand, casting one last penetrating look at Wu Suowei before entering the car. The black sedan glided silently into the night, vanishing from sight. Wu Suowei stood alone, the night wind rustling through his thin clothing, yet he felt no chill. Only the skin beneath the touch tie seemed to retain a cold sensation, akin to that of a serpent's slither, along with the lingering phrase in his ears, "I relish your spirited demeanor." It became clear that all his struggles, efforts, despair, and hope were merely a meticulously orchestrated performance to gratify that individual. Wu Suowei slowly raised his hand, reaching for the tie that Mr. Chi had adjusted. Then, with a sudden force, he yanked it off, gripping it tightly in his palm. His knuckles turned white from the pressure. The smile that once adorned his face had vanished, leaving only a cold, humiliating hatred. The aftertaste of celebratory champagne lingered on his lips, yet it had turned bitter beyond measure. Chapter 32. Illness after the celebratory feast. Wu Suowei fell ill with a rather significant ailment. Perhaps it was the abrupt relaxation following a prolonged period of intense work and mental strain. Or perhaps it was the chill of the night air that penetrated him that evening. Alternatively, it might have been the long-suppressed humiliation and resentment within him finally finding an outlet in his physical form. He developed a high fever, his body ached, and his throat was swollen to the point where speech became nearly impossible. The glands at the back of his neck throbbed painfully, a consequence of his disordered immune system. The once sharp scent of alcohol had become feeble and scorching, leaving only a morbid heat in its wake. He isolated himself within his apartment, drawing the curtains tightly to block out the outside world. His phone lay silent, severing all connections. Like a wounded beast, he curled up in the darkness of his lair, nursing his wounds in solitude. In his stupor, time lost all significance. Only the alternating sensations of heat and cold, along with the foggy clarity of his consciousness, reminded him that he was still alive. During fleeting moments of lucidity, he would stare blankly at the indistinct shadows on the ceiling, his mind a void. The hatred seemed to evaporate in the fever, leaving behind only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and emptiness. Absurdly, he pondered whether it would be a form of liberation if the fever persisted indefinitely. Yet the instinct for survival, or perhaps the deep-seated unwillingness to succumb, ultimately prevailed. He began to struggle to rise, thirst driving him to seek water, and he fumbled through his belongings until he found fever-reducing medication to swallow. The effort was arduous and clumsy, and he nearly collapsed several times. Just as he was teetering on the brink of dehydration, the doorbell rang. The urgent, persistent chime pierced through his foggy consciousness like a needle. A flicker of wariness and fear crossed Wu Suowei's muddled mind. Was it Chi Cheng? Had he finally grown impatient and come to eliminate this troublesome situation? He fought against the urge to respond, burying his head beneath the covers. Yet the doorbell rang insistently, again and again, showing no signs of abating. Ultimately, he staggered out of bed, clutching the wall for support as he made his way to the door. Peering through the peephole, he was met not by the anticipated cold visage, but by Yue Yue. She stood outside, her face etched with evident concern and urgency, a thermal bag in hand, pressing the doorbell repeatedly. How could it be her? Wu Suowei stood there, momentarily stunned, as his foggy mind slowly began to process the situation. He hesitated, but the discomfort in his body and a faint, yearning desire for warmth finally triumphed over his wariness and detachment. Trembling, he unlocked the door. As soon as he opened it a crack, Yue eagerly squeezed through. A wave of sweet, soft white peach and jasmine pheromones surged in, colliding with the sickly heat of his alcohol-laden presence. Wu Suowei, you truly. Yue Yue's words halted abruptly as she took in his appearance, shock and concern flooding her features. Before her stood Wu Suowei, his complexion flushed, lips cracked, eyes sunken, radiating an abnormal heat and weakness. The loose-fitting loungewear hung on him, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Where has the proud and dazzling alpha of the usual days gone? How have you fallen so ill? Yue Yue's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she hurriedly supported the wavering Wu Suowei. With his phone switched off and no one at the company able to reach him, concern gnawed at her mind. Wu Suowei attempted to push her away, to utter some harsh words to send her off, but his body felt utterly weak, devoid of strength. His throat ached, rendering him unable to articulate a coherent response. So he allowed Yue Yue to guide him to the sofa. Don't move. I'll get you some water. After settling him down, Yue Yue adeptly entered the kitchen, retrieved a cup, filled it with warm water, and took out a thermos from her bag. I made you a light porridge. Please try to drink a bit. She bustled about, her gentle movements imbued with an irresistible concern. The warm scent of white peach and jasmine pheromones flowed like a gentle stream, silently nourishing the space filled with coldness and heat, bringing a long-lost, bittersweet sense of tranquility. Leaning back on the sofa, Wu Suowei closed his eyes. Feeling Yue carefully wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a warm towel, while the soft sounds from the kitchen reached his ears. A complex emotion unfurled within him, shame at being so vulnerable, a bittersweet ache from being cared for after such a long time, and a hint of longing he was reluctant to admit even to himself. Yue Yue returned with the warm water and porridge, cautiously feeding him. The warm liquid soothed his dry, aching throat, offering a slight relief. What brings you here? Wu Suowei finally managed to muster some strength, his voice hoarse. Yue Yue's gaze flickered, her head lowered as she replied softly, I heard about your project's success and wanted to congratulate you, but I couldn't get in touch. I was worried, so... She paused, her voice dropping even lower. I know I shouldn't have come and troubled you. Once you finish the porridge and take your medicine, I'll leave. Her tone was laced with caution and humility, as if fearful of being unwelcome. Wu Suowei regarded her downcast eyelashes and tightly pressed lips, feeling a gentle pang in his heart. He recalled how he had repeatedly pushed her away with cold words. Thank you. A multitude of sentiments lodged in his throat, ultimately manifesting as these two dry words. Yue Yue looked up in surprise, her eyes slightly reddened, and quickly shook her head. No, it's nothing. Just rest well. After feeding him the porridge, Yue Yue found the medicine and watched as Wu Suowei took it. Then, she silently began tidying the disordered apartment, her movements slow and deliberate, striving to make no sound. Wu Suowei leaned against the sofa, observing her busy silhouette, watching as she tucked the blanket around him and went to wash the thermos in the kitchen. His awareness began to blur again due to the medication and fatigue. Just before he succumbed to deep slumber, he felt a cool hand gently and cautiously brush against his forehead, followed by a barely audible sigh, filled with endless concern, and the ever-present, comforting scent of white peach and jasmine. He fell into a deep sleep for the first time in days, free from nightmares and fear. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Wu Suowei was awakened by thirst. Outside the window, darkness had already descended. The apartment was eerily silent. Yue Yue had departed. Yet, the air still lingered with a hint of that sweet pheromone fragrance. On the coffee table rested a cup of warm water, neatly accompanied by fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication, along with a note. In Yue Yue's elegant handwriting, it read, "The kanji is in the kitchen's thermal pot. Remember to eat if you're hungry. Take your medicine on time. Drink plenty of water. You can call me if you need anything. My new number is written on the back." Indeed, the back of the note bore a series of new digits. Holding the note, which still carried a faint scent, Wu Suowei gazed at the tidy living room and the small indicator light of the thermal pot in the kitchen, still glowing for him. A long-forgotten, unfamiliar warmth quietly coursed through his heart, which had been nearly frozen and filled with resentment. Though faint, it was undeniably present, akin to a sliver of light filtering through a crack. He picked up the cup. The water was at the perfect temperature. After drinking, he inexplicably turned on his phone. Ignoring the myriad work calls and text reminders, he saved the new number in his contacts. Hesitating for a long moment over the label, he ultimately settled on a simple Y, though the glimmer was slight. It momentarily dispelled a hint of chill and made him acutely aware of the abyss in which he found himself. How dark and frigid it truly was. Chapter 33. The law of restraint. Illness descends like a mountain, yet departs like threads, unraveling. Although Wu Suowei's high fever had subsided, his body still felt as if it had been hollowed out. He was plagued by incessant coughing, his throat remaining hoarse and painful. However, more unsettling than his physical discomfort was the unexpected ripple of emotion stirred by Yue Yue's intrusion. The apartment still seemed to retain the sweet aroma of white peach and jasmine, along with the warmth of careful attention. The note on the coffee table and the kanji in the kitchen's thermal pot served as silent imprints, reminding him of that fleeting, fragile moment. He forced himself to refrain from thinking of Yue Yue, channeling all his energy into recuperating and deliberately ignoring that new number. Here he opened his phone, instantly inundated by a tide of work messages and missed calls. Taking a deep breath, he shouldered once more the responsibilities that belonged to Wu Suowei, numbing the unwelcome softness with the coldness of work. On the third day post-illness, feeling slightly stronger, he returned to the office. His presence immediately stirred a small commotion. Employees regarded his pale, gaunt visage and the occasional suppressed cough with concern and curiosity. "Mr. Wu, why not rest a few more days?" his secretary urged, unable to contain herself. "I'm fine," Wu Suowei replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "The project timeline cannot be delayed. Bring me the documents that require my attention." He buried himself once again in the mountain of paperwork and meetings, employing a near self-destructive approach to dispel the lingering weakness and chaotic thoughts that followed his illness. Occasionally, during breaks in meetings or while alone before his computer screen, he would unknowingly drift into reverie. His fingertips absent-mindedly grazed the screen of his phone, where a number marked Y lingered like a small, searing coordinate etched into his contacts. He had never dialed it, nor had he ever sent a message. He understood that any form of communication could bring unnecessary troubles to Yue Yue and might also be detected by those ever-watchful eyes. Yet, some matters cannot simply be ignored as if they never transpired. That afternoon, as he listened to a departmental manager report on work progress, the intercom rang. It was the front desk, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Mr. Wu, a Ms. Yu is downstairs, claiming she has something for you that requires your signature." Wu Suowei's heart raced, his fingers tightening around the pen. "Yu Yu? She has come again?" Instinctively, he nearly instructed the front desk to decline her visit. Yet, just as the words formed on his lips, he swallowed them back. He recalled the cautious gaze of Yue Yue and the desolate silhouette she had left behind that day. "Let her come up," he finally said in a low voice, striving to sound composed and unruffled. Minutes later, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." Yue Yue entered, holding a paper bag, appearing somewhat awkward. Her eyes flitted nervously over Wu Suowei's face, and upon noticing his still pallid complexion, her brow furrowed slightly. "Mr. Wu," she greeted softly, her tone laden with an unmistakable distance. Wu Suowei gestured for the departmental manager to leave. The manager cast a curious glance at Yue Yue before swiftly exiting, leaving the two alone in the office. The atmosphere was subtly strained with awkwardness. "What brings you here?" Wu Suowei initiated, his voice betraying a stiffness from suppressing his emotions. Yue Yue placed the paper bag on the corner of the desk, her gaze wandering as she dared not meet his eyes. I made some pear soup for your throat, along with some throat lozenges. Your cough doesn't seem to have improved." Her voice was soft, imbued with a barely perceptible concern and timidity, as if fearful that her kindness would once again be callously rejected. Wu Suowei stared at the ordinary paper bag, his throat constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force, leaving him momentarily speechless. A bittersweet warmth surged uncontrollably within him. "Thank you," he finally managed to utter, the words sounding rather dry and lacking warmth. "You needn't go through such trouble again." Yue Yue's eyes dimmed momentarily, and she looked down. "I understand. Just this once. I'll take my leave now." She turned to depart, her silhouette appearing somewhat hurried and flustered. "Wait," Wu Suowei called out, an impulse compelling him to stop her. Yue Yue paused, turning back in confusion. He pressed his lips together, retrieved a check from his drawer, quickly inscribed a figure, and handed it to her. "This is for the soup and your efforts that day." The act felt both foolish and hurtful, and as soon as the words escaped his lips, Wu Suowei regretted them. Yet he remained oblivious to how else he might delineate the boundaries, to conceal his own pitiful softness and wavering. Yue Yue gazed at the check, her complexion instantly paling. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with incredulity, hurt, and humiliation. "Wu Suowei." His voice trembled with agitation. "How do you perceive me? A servant? Or merely someone you can appease with money?" The words faltered on his lips, his eyes quickly reddening as he turned abruptly, flinging open the door and rushing out, leaving even the paper bag behind. Wu Suowei stood frozen, clutching the ludicrous check, his heart gripped tightly by an icy hand, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. He had messed up once more. He always resorted to the worst methods to wound the only person still willing to offer him warmth. In the office, Yue Yue's wounded inquiry and the breeze she left in her wake seemed to linger, as did the air, which had turned once again to a cold, deathly silence. At that moment, another internal phone on his desk rang abruptly. This line connected directly to the top tier. Wu Suowei felt his heart plummet. A dreadfully ominous premonition seized him. He reached out to answer the phone, trembling. On the other end, there were no pleasantries, only Chi Cheng's voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, cold and methodical. Each word resonated like ice shards piercing his eardrums. "President Wu, it seems that even after your illness, you have yet to learn what it means to be prudent." The call was abruptly disconnected, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. Wu Suowei held the receiver, feeling as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. He understood. He truly knew everything. That fleeting, stolen warmth had ultimately invited an icy gaze. Chapter 34. A blade to flesh. Chi Cheng's chilling warning echoed like a guillotine falling, severing the last thread of hope and warmth in Wu Suowei's heart. He no longer attempted to reach out to Yue Yue for explanations or apologies. Any form of contact at this juncture would only deepen the wounds and solidify the evidence of his transgressions. He simply tore the ridiculous check to shreds and discarded it into the trash, forcibly burying along with it the ill-timed bitterness within. Life seemed to revert to its previous course, even colder and more oppressive than before. Wu Suowei immersed himself more frantically in work, almost treating the company as a second home. The AI project became his sole refuge and spiritual anchor. He compelled himself and his team to hasten their pace, as if by staying busy enough, he could forget the persistent sense of suffocation at his neck. However, Chi Cheng's punishment did not descend upon him in the anticipated tempestuous manner. There were no direct rebukes, no explosive confrontations, nor even a mention of Yue Yue again. Instead, he faced a more insidious, pervasive form of normalcy's torment. The efficiency and cooperation from Zeus technology began to decline in a subtle, nearly indefinable manner, making it difficult to assign blame. The originally promised Level 3 data interface has begun to experience various technical delays and unexpected interruptions. The justifications offered are grandiose: server maintenance, security upgrades, and unavoidable network fluctuations. Each disruption signifies a forced stagnation of the Wu Suowei team's progress and a significant waste of debugging time. The technical support requests submitted have encountered an unusually sluggish approval process. What should be a minor permission request or technical inquiry requires multiple layers of reporting. Repeated verifications consume days, even weeks, and the responses are often vague, failing to address the actual issues at hand. Even in matters where consensus had previously been reached, Zeus has begun to nitpick, imposing various new and cumbersome verification requirements and additional clauses, thereby delaying the signing of the formal agreement. On the surface, these appear to be understandable procedural issues that large institutions might encounter during collaborations. However, when they occur densely, persistently, and precisely at every critical juncture, the obstacles and costs they impose become monumental. The Wu Suowei team feels ensnared in an invisible web, laden with a sticky sensation. Each step is fraught with difficulty, as their energy is dissipated through communication, waiting, and resolving these artificially created troubles. Wu Suowei has indeed attempted to address these issues through dialogue. He personally called the liaison at Zeus, who responded with respectful assurances of immediate action and prompt investigation. Yet once the call ended, everything remained unchanged. He had his secretary formally issue a letter of urgency, only to receive the perpetual reply: "We are currently processing your request. Please be patient." He even mustered the courage to approach Chi Cheng's chief assistant once more, attempting to circumvent the intermediary. The assistant listened to his account with a professional smile. It spoke in a bureaucratic tone. "Mr. Wu, I understand your concerns. The group has its own processes and risk control requirements. We are indeed undergoing a comprehensive system security reinforcement, which may impact certain external collaborations. Your understanding is appreciated. I will relay your concerns to the relevant departments and urge them to expedite the process." This discourse was impeccably articulated, acknowledging the problem while attributing it to group regulations and security measures, ultimately providing a non-binding promise of feedback and encouragement. The result was, naturally, silence. Wu Suowei finally comprehended the essence of Chi Cheng's approach. He would not openly confront, nor would he use force to compel submission. Instead, he employed a more civilized and compliant method, gradually wearing down one's resolve with countless minor, yet seemingly reasonable troubles. This consumption of energy leaves one feeling as if mired in quicksand. The more one struggles, the faster one sinks. Like a dull knife, it slowly cuts into the flesh, drawing no blood, yet inflicting deep pain. Each meeting thwarted by progress, each email received with a perfunctory reply, serves as a silent repetition of Chi Cheng's warning. It seems that your recent ordeal has not imparted the lesson of restraint. This is the cost of his insubordination, a slow, public, yet unspoken form of torment. The members of the team began to feel the weight of this intangible pressure. Morale plummeted once again, and the atmosphere became rife with complaints and anxiety. "General Wu, what on earth is happening with Zeus? The data stream has failed again. How long must we wait for this approval? We are on the brink of stagnation. Are they doing this on purpose?" Faced with his subordinates' inquiries, Wu Suowei found himself at a loss for words, unable to divulge the truth. He could only suppress his irritation and sense of powerlessness, issuing commands with a demeanor that was unnervingly calm, even cold. The technical team endeavored to bypass the interruption nodes and develop contingency plans. The project department continued to press for updates, following up 3 times a day. Everyone, focus on your tasks, and do not let chaos ensue. He maintained an air of composure, as if everything remained under his control. Yet, deep within, he knew the tension was stretched to its breaking point. He felt akin to a fish slowly roasting over a low flame, every inch of his skin acutely aware of the rising temperature, yet unable to escape. That night, he found himself alone in the office once again, staring at the red line on the computer screen indicating another data stream interruption. He wearily rubbed his temples. A tickle in his throat compelled him to cough violently, rendering his vision dark and causing a dull ache in his lungs. He reached for his water cup, only to discover it was empty. An overwhelming, indescribable fatigue and loneliness engulfed him like a tidal wave. Leaning against the cold chair back, he closed his eyes, feeling as though this silent, relentless drain was driving him to madness. At that moment, his personal phone screen suddenly illuminated. It wasn't a call, but a new text message from an unfamiliar number. The content was a brief sentence. Beware of Zeus's 7th data node. There is a hidden validation trap. Wu Suowei ses pupilles dilated in shock. He straightened abruptly. Who sent this message? The 7th data node? A hidden validation trap? What did it mean? Was it a warning? Or yet another snare? He immediately attempted to call back, only to find the number had been disconnected. Staring at the cryptic message, his heart raced, and amidst the chaos of his thoughts, he grasped a glimmer of insight. He quickly accessed the project's backend logs, retrieving all interaction records related to the 7th data node, and utilized his highest privileges for an in-depth analysis. After several hours of relentless investigation, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Indeed, within an exceedingly obscure data packet validation layer, he uncovered a segment of non-standard, maliciously nested code. Chapter 35. Warning: had it not been for this message, they may not have discovered this trap until the final testing phase of the project, at which point the entire system could have collapsed, with dire consequences. Had someone secretly aided him? Who were they? What was their intent? Wu Suowei gazed at the mysterious message, recalling the various tribulations imposed by Zeus during this time. Beneath the slow, cutting pressure, did a first crack begin to appear? And was this crack the dawn of hope, or merely the entrance to a deeper abyss? Wu Suowei clenched his phone, his eyes swirling with suspicion, vigilance, and a flicker of icy resolve rekindled amid despair. The enigmatic message, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, stirred violent ripples within his nearly frozen despondency. Seated in the frigid confines of his office, he faced the screen displaying the recently unearthed, maliciously nested verification trap code. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, not from fear, but from a jarring realization of the potential consequences. Had it not been for this text, he could scarcely fathom the outcome. The entirety of the project's labor could indeed be obliterated at the final hour, and he found himself bereft of direct evidence to substantiate that this was orchestrated by Chi Cheng. The trap was crafted with such finesse that it could easily be attributed to a technical mishap or a third-party assault. Who could it be? Who would choose to assist him in such a manner at this critical juncture? He scrutinized the unfamiliar number repeatedly, attempting various methods of tracing it, all to no avail. The sender was evidently meticulous, utilizing a disposable number, discarded immediately after sending. Was it someone within Zeus harboring discontent towards Chi Cheng, an adversary coveting Chi Cheng's position, aiming to undermine him? Or perhaps an unforeseen force altogether? Countless possibilities raced through his mind, each accompanied by its own risks and uncertainties. Yet, irrespective of the conjectures, the message itself conveyed a profoundly vital revelation. Chi Cheng's dominion was not unassailable. Within that icy fortress, fissures and even embers of rebellion existed. This awareness surged through him like a faint current, instantly reigniting the nearly depleted vigor of Wu Suowei. No longer hesitating, he promptly convened his most trusted and capable technical team for an emergency meeting that very night. During the assembly, he refrained from disclosing the source of the message, merely presenting the hidden verification trap under the pretense of an in-depth security audit. Upon encountering the malicious code, team members collectively gasped, swiftly followed by an outburst of fury. This was no accident. This was premeditated sabotage. How insidious. They had nearly fallen prey to it. It had to be the machinations of Zeus. The collective outrage surged. All prior grievances regarding Zeus's delays and obstructions found an explicit outlet at that moment. Wu Suowei raised his hand, silencing the tumultuous discussions, though his complexion remained pale. His gaze rekindled with a cold, sharp brilliance. This was not the time for inquiries. His voice, though hoarse, bore an undeniable resoluteness. An emergency task force must be established immediately. I require 2 comprehensive plans within 24 hours. First, eradicate this trap entirely and rectify any potentially compromised data links to ensure the core security of the project. Second, he paused, scanning each tense, indignant face. Based on the reverse engineering of this trap, prepare a detailed, irrefutable technical analysis report, pinpointing its malicious attributes and possible origins. However, this report is to remain strictly confidential. Under no circumstances shall anyone disclose even a fragment without my express permission. His directives were clear and resolute. Mr. Wu, your implication is that a seasoned engineer seems to have grasped something, his eyes illuminating with insight. Possessing a sword and wielding it are 2 distinct matters. Wu Suowei's voice grew somber, imbued with a chilling calculation. We must first sharpen the sword. As for when to draw it, that remains to be seen. The crowd immediately understood. This was a call to covertly gather evidence for unforeseen circumstances. After enduring a prolonged period of passive suffering, this marked the first attempt to seize a fragment of the initiative for counterattack. Understood. We shall ensure the task is completed. The team's morale was instantly ignited. With a clear objective and the prospect of retaliation, all previous fatigue and resentment seemed to morph into motivation. Everyone promptly immersed themselves in intense work. Wu Suowei took charge. His mind racing. He no longer merely contemplated technical issues. He began to weigh the intricate power dynamics at play. The anonymous individual assisting him harbored motives that were far from innocent, whether seeking to utilize his hand to strike at Chi Cheng or harboring ulterior designs. He had to exercise utmost caution to avoid becoming a mere instrument for others. Yet, simultaneously, this represented an opportunity, one that could potentially pry open a sliver of hope from an otherwise absolute passivity. He needed to leverage this evidence while safeguarding himself. In the ensuing 24 hours, the core area of the project was ablaze with light. The emergency team members, invigorated as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, tirelessly battled the malicious code. Wu Suowei remained closely engaged, monitoring every step of the progress. The eradication and repair efforts proceeded smoothly. The technical analysis report began to take shape through the collaborative efforts of a group of top engineers, its content detailed and its logic impeccable. It meticulously dissected the malicious attributes and technical characteristics of the trap, although it could not directly implicate Chi Cheng. However, the technical lineage bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics of Zeus's platform, enough to provoke significant doubts. Just as the report reached its final stages, Wu Suowei scrutinized it carefully, contemplating how to utilize this newfound weapon. His personal phone buzzed again, a message from yet another unfamiliar number. The content remained terse. Evidence is sufficient. Do not act hastily. Wait for the opportune moment. The internal dynamics of Zeus are not monolithic, yet the waters run deep. Proceed with caution. Wu Suowei's heart raced once more. The sender not only knew he had discovered the trap, but was also aware he had completed the evidence collection. They cautioned him against acting impulsively, suggesting that the situation within Zeus was intricate. This sensation of being thoroughly seen sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, it also reinforced his belief that this anonymous benefactor possessed energy and insight beyond his imagination. Was the individual guiding him, or perhaps utilizing him to fulfill a larger scheme? He took a deep breath and replied with 2 words. Who are you? Like a stone sinking into the sea, there was no response. Wu Suowei set down his phone, gazing at the weighty technical analysis report on his computer screen, his expression becoming profoundly complex. A double-edged sword was now firmly in his grip. Yet, beyond the hilt lay a tangle of unknown mists and risks. Should he continue to bide his time, awaiting that elusive opportunity, daring to take a gamble? Shall I wield this sword to cleave through the predicament before me? Outside the window, the dawn gradually breaks. A new day commences, and the chessboard of our contest appears increasingly fraught with uncertainty, seemingly altered by the intervention of an anonymous figure. Wu Suowei slowly clenches his fist. He has endured the agony of a dull blade tearing at flesh for far too long. Perhaps it is time for certain individuals to experience a hint of pain as well. Chapter 36. Smoke and Ashes. The meticulously detailed technical analysis report lies concealed in the deepest, encrypted partition of Wu Suowei's computer, akin to a searing branding iron. It remains silent, yet bears the weight of 1,000 burdens, exuding an aura both perilous and alluring. The warning from the anonymous source lingers in his ears. Do not act rashly. Await the opportune moment. Wu Suowei heeded part of this counsel. He refrained from immediately disclosing this potentially explosive report or confronting Chi Cheng directly, for such actions would be tantamount to suicide and would swiftly expose the identity of his mysterious benefactor. However, he no longer passively endured the various compliance-related vexations and delays imposed by Zeus. Instead, he initiated a more sophisticated and assertive form of silent retaliation. During the next meeting with the Zeus technical team, when the opposing side once again invoked security protocols as a pretext to delay the opening of a crucial interface, Wu Suowei did not resort to pressure or argumentation as he had previously. He merely leaned back slightly in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping gently on the tabletop, his gaze calmly sweeping over the flickering eyes of the technical supervisor. Director Zhang, his voice devoid of discernible emotion, even tinged with a hint of reluctant understanding, began. We fully comprehend the group's processes and security requirements, and we have consistently cooperated. He pivoted his tone, maintaining his calm demeanor, yet infusing it with an undeniable sharpness. However, project timelines wait for no one. Should this interface remain unopened due to your internal process issues, resulting in an overall delay of our project and subsequently affecting our delivery milestones with the Huanyu Group. He paused just long enough to witness the subtle shift in the supervisor's expression before continuing. According to Clause 32 of the supplemental terms of our previously signed Memorandum of Cooperation, any delays in critical paths caused by Party A, namely Zeus Technology, will necessitate corresponding liability for breach of contract and compensation for losses. Of course, I trust this is merely the worst-case scenario, one that your side would surely prefer to avoid. He did not raise his voice, did not utter a single accusation, and even referenced the black and white terms of the contract, positioning himself firmly within the realms of compliance and rationality. Yet, every word struck like an invisible needle, precisely targeting the other party's sensitive points. He invoked the specter of breach of contract, the implications of compensation for losses, and most significantly, the Huanyu Group, a potential strategic partner of great importance to Chi Cheng. Sweat beaded on Director Zhang's forehead in an instant. He opened his mouth, attempting to regurgitate the usual platitudes, but in the face of Wu Suowei's calm, yet imposing gaze and the weight of the next clause, his words fell utterly flat. Mr. Wu, please don't be anxious. I will immediately escalate this matter. Special arrangements will be made. We will resolve this as swiftly as possible. The tone of Supervisor Zhang noticeably softened, even tinged with a hint of urgency. I appreciate your efforts, Supervisor Zhang. Wu Suowei slightly nodded, a faint, formulaic smile gracing his face, hoping for prompt good news. The meeting concluded. In less than 2 hours, the interface permissions that had been delayed for nearly a week were miraculously granted. The team members were astonished and delighted, their gazes towards Wu Suowei filled with admiration. However, Wu Suowei's expression remained devoid of joy. He understood that this was merely a minor initial probe. He had skillfully exploited the other party's apprehensions, rooted in contractual obligations and larger interests, to conduct a brilliant psychological maneuver. Yet this was far from sufficient. In the following days, he frequently took decisive actions. When Zeus's data flow encountered another unexpected interruption, he refused to allow the team to remain in a passive waiting state. Instead, he instructed the technical team to capture the complete anomaly logs and conduct a thorough link analysis, attaching a sternly worded, fact-based inquiry letter addressed directly to Zeus's vice president of technology, while also copying the chief assistant of Chi Cheng. The correspondence contained no emotional accusations, merely an objective account of the phenomena, seeking clarification and expressing concern over potential impacts on the overall stability of the project, which could, in turn, affect the collaborative outcomes. Less than half a day after the email was dispatched, a team of technical experts from Zeus arrived to conduct an urgent investigation. Their attitude was unprecedentedly proactive, and the issue was swiftly rectified. When the approval process once again stalled at a certain juncture, Wu Suowei no longer permitted his secretary to ineffectively urge progress. He directly identified the superior of the responsible party at the bottleneck, or even higher-ups, employing formal emails or internal calls to discuss significant project risks or seek higher-level decisions. Subtly applying pressure, each of his interventions stood firmly at the vantage point of safeguarding project interests and fulfilling contractual obligations, grounded in reason and compliance, leaving no room for reproach. Yet, the precise pressure and the implied potential consequences embedded within his actions sent shivers down the spines of those previously indifferent and negligent contacts. They sensed that this seemingly pale and frail Wu Suowei, who appeared easy to manipulate, had transformed in some manner. He was no longer merely passive. Rather, he began employing a calm, even ruthless, approach, astutely utilizing regulations and relational dynamics to execute precise countermeasures. Though he could not entirely reverse Zeus's overall complacency, he indeed managed to alleviate certain pressures and facilitate some progress. The project timeline remained sluggish, yet it was no longer completely stagnant. An unspoken tension ignited beneath the facade of calm collaboration. Wu Suowei resembled a highly skilled tightrope walker, cautiously navigating the perilous territory delineated by Chi Cheng. He meticulously tested the boundaries, leveraging his intellect and limited leverage to carve out a minuscule space for himself. No longer did he aspire to achieve a monumental overthrow. He merely sought to demonstrate that he was not entirely powerless, even if it only elicited a minuscule discomfort from that venomous serpent. It would suffice to soothe his repeatedly trampled pride. However, he was acutely aware that all these subtle maneuvers would inevitably escape the discerning gaze of Chi Cheng. He was even biding his time, anticipating the serpent's response. Would it be a more severe reprimand, or something else entirely? That afternoon, Wu Suowei was perusing a supplementary agreement when the internal phone rang. It was Chi Cheng's chief assistant. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Chi requests your presence in his office at once." The assistant's voice was as steady and professional as ever. A sudden weight settled in Wu Suowei's heart. It had arrived. What was meant to come would always come. He took a deep breath, straightened his tie, and composed his expression, ensuring he appeared calm and collected. "All right, I will be there shortly." He stood and made his way toward the office on the top floor, a bastion of absolute power. Each step felt as though he was treading upon invisible blades. He understood that the recent silent skirmishes might merely serve as an appetizer before the main course. The true tempest was perhaps on the horizon. Chapter 37. The astute serpent. The door to the top-floor office loomed like the maw of a great beast, silently engulfing Wu Suowei. The interior was bathed in light, with vast floor-to-ceiling windows revealing the sprawling silhouette of the city below. Chi Cheng sat behind a grand desk, seemingly unoccupied with paperwork. Instead, he leisurely observed Wu Suowei's entrance. A lit cigar poised delicately between his fingers. His gaze was calm, even imbued with a hint of elusive languor. Yet it exerted a pressure on Wu Suowei far sharper than any scrutiny. It was like the stifling stillness that precedes a tempest. "Mr. Chi," Wu Suowei announced, positioning himself at a respectful distance from the desk, nodding slightly, his demeanor reverent and his voice steady, devoid of any tremor. Chi Cheng did not respond immediately, but scrutinized him from head to toe with his profound eyes. His gaze lingered momentarily on Wu Suowei's noticeably gaunt cheeks and his lips, still devoid of color. It seemed that Chi Cheng finally spoke, his voice deep and measured, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Mr. Wu, you've been quite busy lately." This simple statement fell like a heavy stone into a tranquil pond. Wu Suowei's heart constricted slightly. yet his expression remained impassive. The project has entered a critical phase, indeed. There are many matters to attend to. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Chi. Is that so? Chi Cheng gently twirled the cigar in his hand, his tone still flat. Busy enough to need to personally instruct Zeus on the proper procedures? A smirk of cold amusement crept into Wu Suowei's thoughts. It was indeed about this matter. He had long prepared his response. You misunderstand, Mr. Chi. He raised his eyes to meet Chi Cheng's gaze, his expression open, even tinged with a hint of well-measured resignation. It is not instruction, merely routine work communication. Perhaps the increased frequency of our exchanges has inadvertently caused some pressure among the team, leading to misunderstandings. He skillfully downplayed the pressure as mere frequent communication, attributing the other's negligence to misconceptions. Oh, misunderstanding? A subtle curve appeared at the corners of Chi Cheng's mouth. Yet the smile did not reach his eyes. Director Zhang has lamented to me that Mr. Wu frequently invokes contract clauses and references Huanyu Group, leaving him so rattled that he hasn't slept well for days. His tone bore a hint of mockery, as if he were merely discussing an inconsequential anecdote. Wu Suowei felt his heart sink. Indeed, Supervisor Zhang had directly reported to Chi Cheng. Yet, he could not afford to retreat. If referencing the contractual terms had caused Supervisor Zhang any distress, he expressed his sincere apologies. Wu Suowei maintained his calm demeanor, albeit tinged with a hint of grievance. However, the project timeline was pressing. Any delay in its components could trigger a chain reaction. I am merely exerting my utmost effort to ensure the project progresses according to the established plan, thus averting unnecessary losses. After all, this pertains to the survival of Yue Yue and the returns on your investment. Mr. Chi he once again positioned himself on the moral high ground of diligence and responsibility, his tone earnest and beyond reproach. Chi Cheng listened silently, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the smooth surface of the desk, producing soft echoes. Top, top, top. Each sound seemed to strike against Wu Suowei's taut nerves. The office was enveloped in a suffocating silence. After a prolonged moment, Chi Cheng slowly stood, circumvented the desk, and approached Wu Suowei step by step. The formidable enigma pheromone drew near, like an invisible tide, instilling a heavy sense of pressure. Wu Suowei compelled himself to remain steadfast, refusing to retreat, merely lowering his eyelashes to avoid that piercing gaze. Chi Cheng halted before him, close enough to almost feel each other's breath. He extended his hand, not to touch, but rather to lightly brush over the non-existent dust on Wu Suowei's suit with his fingertips. The motion was deliberate, imbued with a sense of almost sacrilegious scrutiny. Wu Suowei, Chi Cheng's voice dropped, laced with a cold magnetism. Do you know, I actually admire your current demeanor. His fingertips lingered over the spot where Wu Suowei's heart resided, separated only by a layer of fabric, as if sensing its rapid pulsation beneath. Like a cornered cat, trembling in fear, yet still baring its fangs, he projected a facade of bravado. His words dripped with contemptuous amusement, while his gaze held a depth that was truly fearsome. You've even learned a bit of cleverness, understanding how to manipulate the rules to your advantage. Wu Suowei's breath hitched suddenly. His fingertips dug sharply into his palm. A surge of humiliation and rage erupted within him, only to be forcibly subdued. He could not afford to lose his temper. That would signify defeat. You flatter me, mister. Chi lifted his gaze, striving to maintain a steady tone, even managing a semblance of a wry smile. I simply wish to survive. If this instinct for self-preservation amuses you, then I have no further comment. He retreated while advancing, placing himself in a more subservient position. Chi Cheng scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly emitting a low chuckle. That laughter revealed little joy. Rather, it resonated with a cold, unwavering certainty of control. Self-preservation? How intriguing. He withdrew his hand, taking a half step back, yet his gaze remained locked onto Wu Suowei. I hope your cleverness serves you well. His tone abruptly turned frigid, carrying a clear warning. Remember, what I grant you, I can just as easily retract, including all that you're desperately trying to grasp at this moment. He cast a significant glance around the office, his gaze ultimately returning to the pale visage of Wu Suowei. Behave yourself, Wu Suowei. Chi Cheng's voice resonated like a final ultimatum, cold and unequivocal. My patience is finite. Do not compel me to remind you a third time. With that, he averted his eyes from Wu Suowei, turning back to his desk, as if the menacing conversation had never transpired. Leave. Wu Suowei stood rooted in place, his hands and feet icy. Chi Cheng's words felt like a frigid rasp, gradually eroding the courage and calculations he had momentarily mustered. Ultimately, he was thoroughly seen through and mercilessly chastised. He slightly bowed, his voice dry. Yes, Mr. Chi. Turning, he stepped out of the office, each footfall feeling unsteady. The door closed behind him. Leaning against the cold corridor wall, Wu Suowei slowly shut his eyes and inhaled deeply. The chastisement, this was Chi Cheng's method. He did not shatter you directly, but allowed you to acutely feel the blade poised above, ready to descend at any moment. It compelled you to weigh each struggle against the cost you might bear. The chilling sense of powerlessness surged forth once more, akin to an overwhelming tide. Yet, deep within this sense of helplessness, the pride and resentment that had been repeatedly trampled upon coiled like an overcompressed spring, accumulating a more perilous energy. The next bout of cleverness might not merely be a scratch. Wu Suowei opened his eyes. A faint, icy madness flickered within their depths. Chapter 38. Suspense. Following the silent chastisement in the top-floor office, Wu Suowei fell into a state of quietude. He ceased to actively instruct the people at Zeus, no longer sending frequent letters of pressure. He even exhibited a near-numb understanding and tolerance towards the occasional resurgence of procrastination and vexation from that side. He attended work punctually, held meetings on time, managed duties, and advanced projects. Everything appeared to have returned to normal, even more compliant than before. Yet, only he knew that certain elements had irrevocably altered after that frigid reprimand. The flicker of discontent in his heart had not extinguished. Rather, it grew in a twisted, frenzied manner beneath the forcibly suppressed soil, transforming into thorny brambles that choked his nearly suffocating soul. He became increasingly silent. Aside from necessary work directives, he scarcely engaged in any communication beyond professional matters. The once lively spark or icy sharpness in his peach blossom eyes had vanished, leaving only an unfathomable, stagnant silence. The pheromones around him had also become exceedingly unstable. The fusion of fiery liquor and cold would alternate between a silence that seemed to render him non-existent and sudden sharp outbursts without warning. The agitation, imbued with hostility, surged like tumultuous undercurrents beneath the ice, evoking inexplicable heart palpitations and unease in those who approached him. He worked with greater fervor than ever, even to the point of self-destruction. He compressed every moment of respite, frequently remaining overnight in the office, immersed in a sea of code and data. His gaze was intensely focused, bordering on obsession. As if only by thoroughly exhausting himself could he temporarily dull the gnawing resentment and helplessness within. His team members looked at him with a mixture of fear and concern, sensing the dangerously fragile and taut aura emanating from him, yet none dared to approach. Chi Cheng appeared to be quite satisfied with his demeanor. The invisible resistance from Zeus had quietly lessened, allowing the project's progress to accelerate compared to before. However, this did not bring any relief to Wu Suowei. He knew this was merely the calm before the storm. The venomous serpent lurked in the shadows, contentedly licking its claws, reveling in his forced submission. In turn, he masked the burgeoning darkness within through this almost self-destructive compliance. He began to study the technical analysis report hidden within the encrypted partition with even greater secrecy. No longer content to view it merely as a potential sword, he began to think obsessively about how to maximize its power, how to inflict the greatest damage at the moment of its strike. He even began to exploit his position, cautiously reaching out through multiple anonymous proxies to connect with hackers and information brokers operating in the gray market. He sought to uncover who, besides the mysterious informant, held an interest in Zeus or Chi Cheng. He craved more information, more possibilities. This endeavor was fraught with peril, akin to traversing a tightrope over an abyss. With each maneuver, he felt the chilling gaze of unseen eyes scrutinizing him, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, he could not halt his relentless pursuit. An almost frenzied obsession propelled him forward. He sought vengeance, not merely for the indignities he had endured, but for the pride and freedom that had been utterly trampled, even if the cost was annihilation. Late that night, he found himself once again alone in the company. He had just concluded a perilous conversation with an anonymous source. The demands and risks presented by the other party sending shivers through him. Irritated, he shut down all encrypted channels, rubbing his aching temples. As his stomach churned with spasms from excessive anxiety and caffeine, he rose to pour himself a cup of hot water in the break room. As he passed a work area, his steps suddenly halted. In the corner, a workstation remained lit. It was the Omega programmer, Lin Xiaoyu, who had previously uncovered the data trap. She seemed to have dozed off at her desk, the computer screen aglow with a complex interface of code. Wu Suowei furrowed his brow, intending to walk past. However, as he glanced at her screen, he inadvertently caught sight of something that did not appear to be the current project's code. Instead, it showcased a lower-level algorithm structure characterized by a unique style of encryption. Wu Suowei's heart raced. This encryption style was something he had recently encountered in the information provided by the anonymous source. In the records regarding a clandestine faction within Zeus, I encountered a description that seemed eerily familiar. How could this be possible? Lin Xiaoyu, an ordinary Omega programmer? How could she possibly come into contact with such matters? A profound sense of doubt seized him instantly. He abruptly halted, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the girl sprawled across the table, seemingly in a deep slumber. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it something more? He recalled the timely, enigmatic message he had received earlier, as well as the anonymous individual's extensive knowledge of the inner workings of Zeus. An absurd yet chilling notion surged uncontrollably into his mind. Could it be? He stood rooted to the spot, as if pinned down. A cold shiver intertwined with a distorted sense of excitement crept up his spine. As he fixated intently on Lin Xiaoyu's back, attempting to uncover further clues, the girl, seemingly disturbed by his gaze, stirred restlessly, uttering a vague murmur before slowly lifting her head. Rubbing her bleary eyes, upon noticing Wu Suowei standing a short distance away, his expression shrouded in cold darkness. She was jolted awake, springing to her feet. "Mr. Wu, I'm so sorry. I accidentally fell asleep." Her face drained of color. She fumbled to shut down her computer screen, her movements clumsy with panic. Wu Suowei remained silent, his fathomless eyes locked onto her, scrutinizing every minute expression and action in search of a flaw. His silence, coupled with his chilling gaze, intensified Lin Xiaoyu's fear, causing her body to tremble slightly. "I was just inspired by the code from the previous trap and wanted to study a similar encryption pattern," she stammered, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "I'll shut it down immediately. I promise it won't interfere with my regular work." Wu Suowei continued to remain silent. The tension in the air felt almost palpable. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse, as if it belonged to someone else entirely. "It's late. You should head back." With that, he averted his gaze and, holding an empty cup, strode purposefully toward the pantry. His silhouette was rigid and frigid. Lin Xiaoyu, still shaken, watched him depart, exhaling a sigh of relief as she hurriedly shut down her computer and grabbed her bag, fleeing the office. Meanwhile, in the pantry, Wu Suowei leaned against the cold wall, his hand trembling slightly around the cup. Could it truly be her? That seemingly timid and ordinary Omega programmer? Or was this yet another test? A trap? The relentless thorns of suspicion not only ensnared his heart, but seemed to draw others into this perilous whirlpool. He gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, his eyes swirling with deepening shadows of indecipherable darkness and resolve. Regardless of her identity, there was no turning back on this path he had chosen. Chapter 39. Seeds of Suspicion. After that night, Wu Suowei's perception of Lin Xiaoyu underwent a complete transformation. The Omega, in turn, who always kept her head down and spoke in hushed tones, appearing somewhat timid, was no longer transparent in his eyes. The fleeting glimpse of encrypted code at her workstation pierced through Wu Suowei's already heightened sensitivity and suspicion like a thorn. Was it mere coincidence? Coincidentally intrigued, by such an esoteric style of encryption, intricately linked to the clandestine factions within Zeus, especially following an anonymous warning he had received. Too many coincidences wove together into an enigma that was impossible to overlook. Wu Suowei chose to remain discreet, refraining from directly probing Lin Xiaoyu. Like a cheetah lurking in the shadows, he began to observe her every move with greater subtlety. He accessed Lin Xiaoyu's onboarding file and personnel records. Her resume was impeccably pristine, an elite university graduate with outstanding grades and a straightforward internship history, seemingly flawless. Yet, he noted that the recommendation for her internship at Yue came from a little-known academic foundation, which, upon investigation, revealed a mysterious background. He established covert monitoring scripts on the code server to document all of Lin Xiaoyu's non-project-related code queries and download records. He discovered that she frequently searched for topics unrelated to mainstream technology, leaning towards cryptography and foundational data security. Some of her search keywords eerily aligned with information he had acquired through gray channels. During team meetings, he would intentionally introduce topics concerning the security of the project's underlying architecture or pose suggestive technical challenges to gauge her reactions. Most of the time, Lin Xiaoyu maintained a demeanor of silence and ordinariness, yet occasionally, in moments she believed to be unnoticed, Wu Suowei could detect a fleeting intensity and sharpness in her gaze that starkly contrasted with her usual timid persona. He even began to observe the changes in her pheromones. The subtle scent of white peach and jasmine, typically gentle and innocuous, would intensify ever so slightly whenever faced with a challenging technical problem or one of his deliberately tossed bait. This pheromone shift seemed instinctively to signal a heightened state of vigilance or contemplation. These subtle discoveries did not quell Wu Suowei's suspicions. Rather, they entwined his absurd conjectures like ever-growing vines. Could the anonymous informant be her? The thought was startling, even absurd. An enigma, Chi Cheng, had already thrust him into a living hell. To become entangled in yet another unidentified, purpose-unknown clandestine force was a prospect he could not dismiss. This suspicion seeped into his mind like venom. On one hand, he desperately wished for this conjecture to be true, as it would imply he was not entirely alone in this struggle, that perhaps a flicker of alliance existed in the shadows. On the other hand, he feared it to be true, for it would mean he had just escaped one prison only to step into another, more complex and perilous game. This conflicting psychology tormented him, causing his attitude towards Lin Xiaoyu to become increasingly peculiar and elusive. At times, he would unexpectedly assign her tasks beyond the scope of an intern's authority, testing her abilities and reactions. At times, she would face unwarranted rejection of her reasonable suggestions, and her work would be coldly questioned, as if there were a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for her, or to force her to reveal a flaw in her performance. The other members of the team could sense the erratic and unpredictable demeanor of Mr. Wu towards Lin Xiaoyu. Whispers circulated privately, with many feeling that Mr. Wu had become increasingly inscrutable and even somewhat intimidating. Lin Xiaoyu, in turn, appeared more cautious and apprehensive, hardly daring to make any eye contact with Wu, resembling a frightened rabbit. This strange atmosphere persisted until a week later, during a project safety review meeting. At the meeting, a seasoned safety expert from Zeus was eloquently expounding on an exceedingly convoluted data security verification scheme they had recently proposed. Should this scheme be implemented, it would significantly escalate the workload on Yue's side and delay the project. The team members exhibited visible discomfort, but refrained from directly opposing it. Wu maintained an impassive expression, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. It was then that Lin Xiaoyu, who had been huddled in a corner, seemingly mustered an immense amount of courage and quietly interjected. "Excuse me, Engineer Wang, does the bidirectional asymmetric verification process you mentioned not conflict at a fundamental level with the internal Darkfire encryption protocol of the Zeus platform? If we were to impose it, it could potentially trigger unforeseen recursive errors, thereby compromising system stability." Her voice was soft and tremulous. Yet the question she raised was remarkably insightful and incisive, directly pinpointing a subtle technical flaw in the proposed plan. Engineer Wang's voice faltered. a fleeting look of panic crossing his face before he regained his composure and replied, "This in turn, the Darkfire Protocol is a highly classified internal secret of the group. How could you possibly know about it? Please refrain from unfounded speculation." The conference room fell silent in an instant. All eyes turned to Lin Xiaoyu, then to Engineer Wang, whose expression had abruptly darkened. Lin Xiaoyu seemed taken aback by the reaction. Her complexion drained of color as she lowered her head, trembling slightly, afraid to speak further. However, Wu's heart raced at that moment. The Darkfire Protocol. This was precisely what he had encountered in the technical analysis report and through Greymark intelligence. It was the code name for an exclusive encryption protocol employed by a faction within Zeus. An ordinary intern could not possibly know such high-level secrets. It had to be her. He was almost certain it was her, or rather, the force she represented was closely tied to that anonymous warning. Wu abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing like lightning directed at Engineer Wang, his voice icy as he broke the silence. "Engineer Wang, whether she is engaging in unfounded speculation is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you clarify immediately why your earlier panic occurred if her doubts are indeed baseless. Alternatively, we may need to contact Mr. Chi right away and have him assess whether this proposal, which could lead to recursive errors and diminished stability, warrants any further discussion." His words cut through like a chilling blade, tearing away the veil of pretense that the other party attempted to conceal, thereby elevating Chi Cheng, a colossal figure, under pressure. Engineer Wang's countenance instantly paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, mouth agape, rendered speechless. Within the confines of the conference room, the atmosphere plummeted to a frigid low. Meanwhile, Wu Suowei's gaze gradually shifted towards the seemingly innocuous Omega intern, who appeared so frightened that they might shrink into their chair. The seeds of suspicion had already taken root, sprouting either hopeful tendrils or deadly fungi. Chapter 40. Alliance. The security review meeting concluded abruptly and unsatisfactorily. Under Wu Suowei's icy scrutiny and the imposing reputation of Chi Cheng, Engineer Wang stammered, unable to justify himself, ultimately retreating in disarray, claiming the need to reassess the proposal, almost as if he fled in disgrace. Only the Yue team remained in the conference room, yet the atmosphere remained far from relaxed. A sense of trepidation lingered, as everyone's eyes involuntarily darted towards the corner where the Omega intern still sat, pale and trembling. The preceding scene had been too bizarre. How could an intern unveil technical secrets that even Zeus's core engineers might not fully comprehend? Wu Suowei paid no heed to the inquiring gazes of those around him. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse and weary. "Let us conclude for today. Everyone may return to work." The team members, as if granted a reprieve, hastily gathered their belongings and departed, casting complex and distant glances at Lin Xiaoyu as they passed by. Soon, the conference room was left with only Wu Suowei and Lin Xiaoyu. The air was so thick with tension it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her head, hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, her knuckles pale as though she might faint at any moment. Wu Suowei refrained from speaking immediately. He approached the window, turning his back to her, gazing down at the minuscule flow of traffic below. Internally, he was far from the calm he portrayed. The confirmation of his suspicions brought not joy, but a deeper wariness and a sensation of vertigo as he stepped into uncharted territory. He needed to remain composed. He needed to assess. He needed to discern whether this unexpected ally was a lifeline or a deeper snare. After a prolonged silence, he slowly turned, his gaze settling on the frail figure before him. Now, his voice, though not loud, bore an undeniable weight that shattered the suffocating silence. There was no one else present. Lin Xiaoyu's body trembled sharply, her head bowing even lower, nearly burying itself into her chest. "Tell me." Wu Suowei advanced step by step, each footfall echoing her heartbeat. "The Dark Fire Agreement, that message, and who exactly are you?" His inquiries were direct and piercing, devoid of any circumlocution. Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders shook violently, as if she were straining to suppress her tears. She did not respond, merely shaking her head fervently. Wu Suowei halted before her, towering over her and regarding her with icy eyes. "Silence will resolve nothing. You must understand that what transpired earlier has already exposed you. Without a reasonable explanation, I need not act. Zeus will not spare you either. This is a blatant threat, yet it remains a harsh reality. Lin Xiaoyu finally lifted her head, her face marked by tear stains, her eyes brimming with fear, struggle, and a profound sense of helplessness. She parted her lips, her voice as faint as a whisper, tinged with sobs. I cannot speak. If I do, we will both perish. We? Wu Suowei seized upon this word with precision, his heart contracting sharply. Who else could she be referring to? Lin Xiaoyu seemed to recoil as if scalded, abruptly closing her mouth, tears streaming down her face, silenced. Observing her distress, Wu Suowei felt a tumult of irritation entwined with a twisted hope within him. He compelled himself to suppress the urge to press for answers and opted for a different approach. Very well, you need not disclose your identity or the forces behind you. His tone softened slightly, yet it retained a chill. However, I must ascertain your intentions. Why are you assisting me? Is it to confront Chi Cheng? At the mention of Chi Cheng, Lin Xiaoyu visibly flinched, a profound fear flickering in her eyes. Yet, that fear was soon overshadowed by a complex emotion, tainted with resentment. She bit her lip fiercely until it turned white, then, with great difficulty and almost in a breathy whisper, uttered, "He has destroyed many things." This statement, devoid of context, struck Wu Suowei like a bolt of lightning, illuminating parts of the obscured truth within him. Destroyed many things did not sound like a mere description of a business rival, but rather echoed a deep, blood-stained personal vendetta. Did Lin Xiaoyu, or the forces she represented, harbor a deeper, untold grudge against Chi Cheng? This speculation quickened Wu Suowei's heartbeat. If this were indeed the case, their objectives might align, at least in the pursuit of Chi Cheng, providing a foundation for collaboration. So, you wish to bring him down? Wu Suowei ventured tentatively. Lin Xiaoyu did not respond directly, but her silence and the deep-seated animosity in her gaze practically constituted an affirmation. Wu Suowei inhaled deeply, sensing that the tautness of his nerves had eased just a fraction. He needed allies, even if such allies were shrouded in mystery and fraught with peril. I can cooperate. Wu Suowei regarded her, laying forth his conditions. But I require information, genuine assistance, rather than another vague warning like last time. Lin Xiaoyu lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked eyes meeting his, filled with distrust and hesitation. How can I trust you? Her voice quivered. You're one of his. I'm no one's. Wu Suowei's voice sharpened abruptly, a fierce response born from pain, yet he quickly subdued it, restoring his icy demeanor. At least not now. Between him and me, there exists only hatred. He locked eyes with Lin Xiaoyu, articulating each word with gravity. You may choose to disbelieve me and await Zeus's men at your doorstep. Or, you may take a gamble, wagering that we share a common enemy. This is a high-stakes bet for both parties. Lin Xiaoyu scrutinized him intently, as if attempting to pierce through his eyes to unearth his innermost thoughts. The conference room was left with only the sound of their hurried breaths. Time slipped away, moment by moment. At last, Lin Xiaoyu, as if she had exhausted all her strength, slowly and imperceptibly nodded her head. I will do my utmost to share what I know with you, her voice still tinged with fear, yet imbued with a newfound resolve. However, you must not contact me proactively, nor disclose this to anyone else. Understood, Wu Suowei replied with unwavering certainty, fully aware of the rules governing their clandestine operations. I will use the old methods to reach out when there is news. Upon finishing her words, Lin Xiaoyu seemed to fear that lingering even a moment longer would lead to regret. She abruptly rose and stumbled out of the conference room. Wu Suowei made no attempt to stop her. He remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the vacant doorway, his heart pounding heavily within his chest. Thus, a fragile alliance, fraught with suspicion and distrust, was silently forged. The path ahead loomed with deeper darkness, or perhaps a slender thread of hope amidst despair. He could not discern. All he knew was that from this moment forward, his battle against Chi Cheng was no longer a solitary endeavor, although this newfound comrade could very well be a double-edged sword. Chapter 41. Exploration. The brief and tense confrontation with Lin Xiaoyu was akin to a stone cast into the stagnant waters of Wu Suowei's life. The surface tranquility remained intact, yet beneath it, invisible currents began to stir. Lin Xiaoyu reverted to her previous timid intern persona, even more reticent, nearly rendering herself invisible in the corner of her workspace. Yet, Wu Suowei sensed that in her eyes, which occasionally glanced his way, there was a diminished purity of fear, replaced by an ineffable complexity that resembled observation, even assessment. They ceased any direct exchanges thereafter. The so-called alliance was as fragile as a spider's silk, sustained solely by the shared name of Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei grew increasingly cautious. He refrained from conducting any sensitive inquiries via the company network, redirecting all engagements with the gray areas to private devices, fortified by multiple layers of encryption, and conducted in locations far removed from the company premises. Like a seasoned mole, he meticulously excavated information within the darkness of the soil, while remaining alert to any tremors in the ground beneath him. A few days later, he received the first token of their alliance, not through a text message, but via a more discreet means. An ostensibly ordinary electronic edition of an industry technology weekly was sent to one of his public work email addresses. The content of the weekly itself was unremarkable, but embedded within a seemingly inconspicuous section was a string of characters encrypted with a specific algorithm, appearing as gibberish. Wu Suowei invested considerable effort to decrypt it. The content revealed an internal personnel shift and resource allocation analysis within Zeus Technologies, pointing to a low-profile research department known as Xuanwu. The report indicated that the Xuanwu department had recently been granted an unusually high budget and authority, secretly undertaking a project codenamed Deep Blue, which involved AI foundational model research. Its technological trajectory posed potential competition to the project currently backed by Yue and was even more disruptive. The value of this intelligence was extraordinarily high. It not only confirmed that Chi Cheng was indeed scheming behind the scenes, but it also suggested that he might have long since lost hope in Yue's project. He was merely utilizing it as a smokescreen or a stepping stone for technological validation. What astonished Wu Suowei even more was the astonishing level of confidentiality surrounding the Deep Blue project. The forces backing Lin Xiaoyu had somehow obtained such detailed internal analyses. This gift was both a form of assistance and a demonstration of power. It conveyed to Wu Suowei, "We possess the capability to acquire core intelligence. Collaborating with you is a mark of respect, yet do not presume to play tricks." Wu Suowei meticulously digested this intelligence and subtly adjusted certain R&D strategies for the Yue project. He steered clear of areas that might directly conflict with Deep Blue, instead reinforcing its unique application advantages. He executed these maneuvers with utmost discretion, basing all decisions on publicly available market analyses and technical projections, leaving no room for suspicion. It was akin to playing a game of blind chess. He had to deduce his opponent's layout from scant clues while carefully placing his pieces to avoid exposing any weaknesses. On Chi Cheng's side, it seemed he remained oblivious to these clandestine undercurrents. He continued to occasionally summon Wu Suowei to inquire about project progress, his tone unremarkable. Yet his gaze pierced like an X-ray, attempting to penetrate Wu's calm facade to discern his true thoughts. After a report concluded, Chi Cheng unusually refrained from letting Wu Suowei leave immediately. Leaning back in his chair, his fingertips lightly tapped the armrest, and seemingly casually, he inquired, "I heard that your intern, Lin Xiaoyu, has been performing quite well lately?" She even pointed out a technical flaw on the Zeus side. Wu Suowei's heart tightened abruptly, yet his face bore an appropriately exasperated smile. The young man possesses a bit of cleverness, but he is also rather reckless. He nearly caused a mishap, but fortunately, Engineer Wang was magnanimous and did not hold it against him. He downplayed the incident as youthful impetuosity and framed the concession from the Zeus side as an act of grace, skillfully dissipating any potential suspicion. Chi Cheng's penetrating gaze lingered on his face for several seconds, seemingly searching for a flaw. But ultimately, he merely responded with a faint acknowledgement and waved his hand. "You may go." Wu Suowei bowed and exited, his back glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. He understood that Chi Cheng would never fully trust his words, that Serpent harbored a profound distrust. This inquiry was, in itself, a test. Upon returning to his office, Wu Suowei's mood grew increasingly somber. The informational advantage brought by the alliance came with substantial risks. He had to tread carefully, each step as if walking on thin ice. He needed more leverage, a clearer understanding of the true objectives and capabilities of the forces behind Lin Xiaoyu. A few days later, an unexpected opportunity arose. The company organized a video technology seminar with overseas partners. Midway through the meeting, a chief scientist from the opposing side unexpectedly posed an exceedingly tricky theoretical question pertaining to the application prospects of a highly avant-garde and obscure mathematical conjecture within AI models. The experts present momentarily fell silent, the discussion reaching an impasse. At that moment, Wu Suowei caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoyu in the corner of his eye. Fingers danced swiftly across the laptop keyboard, brows slightly furrowed, as if engaged in rapid calculations. Unexpectedly, Wu Suowei, in the conference chat box, addressed Lin Xiaoyu's account, stating in English, "Lin, do you have any thoughts on this from your perspective?" This action was strikingly abrupt. A CEO, during a significant international meeting, directly inviting an intern to share her views? Everyone was taken aback, including the overseas experts on the video call. Lin Xiaoyu was clearly startled, lifting her gaze in alarm towards Wu Suowei. He regarded her with an impassive expression, yet his eyes conveyed an undeniable pressure that brooked no refusal. This was a test, assessing both her true capabilities and her reactions under stress. Lin Xiaoyu's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, as if steeling herself, and activated her microphone. She began to articulate her perspective in fluent and precise English. Rather than directly addressing the hypothesis itself, she cleverly reframed it as a computable optimization problem and proposed an approximate solution based on the variational method. Though not flawless, her approach was innovative, and her logic was clear, showcasing a mathematical foundation and creative thinking far beyond that of a mere intern. A hush fell over the conference room, followed by genuine admiration from the overseas chief scientist. "Excellent. This is a very insightful approach." After the meeting concluded, Lin Xiaoyu once again became the center of attention. But this time, it was with looks of admiration. Meanwhile, Wu Suowei, from a discreet vantage point, slightly narrowed his eyes. He was nearly convinced. Lin Xiaoyu was no ordinary intern. Behind her lay the shadow of a formidable organization, rich in technical prowess. What grand designs could such an organization have in sending her to infiltrate a precarious company like Yue? The undercurrents grew ever more turbulent. Wu Suowei felt himself being drawn deeper into an increasingly profound vortex. Chapter 42. A gift or poison. Lin Xiaoyu's remarkable performance at the international conference. While Wu Suowei later downplayed it as an encouragement for newcomers and an opportunity for youth, left an indelible mark in the minds of the discerning few. He refrained from further probing Lin Xiaoyu, understanding that excessive scrutiny was, in itself, a form of exposure. He buried the astonishing intelligence regarding the Deep Blue project deep within, akin to holding a searing ember, providing warmth and informational advantage, while constantly inflicting pain, immense risk. He became more silent and introspective, often secluding himself in his office, gazing at the computer screen. To an outsider, he appeared to be tirelessly advancing the project. Yet only he knew that he spent a considerable amount of time analyzing fragmented information emerging from the gray areas and alliances, attempting to piece together the colossal iceberg lurking beneath the surface of Chi Cheng's commercial empire. The pressure mounted daily. He was like a gambler dancing on the edge of a razor, wagering his life and the remnants of Yue. Stomach pains became increasingly frequent and intense, and sleep, reliant on potent medication, could only be sustained for fleeting hours. The glands at the nape of his neck throbbed under the relentless strain, his pheromones oscillating between restlessness and terrifying silence. Just as he felt he might be crushed by this silent weight, Chi Cheng summoned him once more. This time, it was not in the frigid office, but in a highly exclusive private dining room of a luxurious club, accessible only to those with special membership. As Wu Suowei was ushered in by the attendant, Chi Cheng was already seated. There were no others. only an array of exquisite dishes and decanted red wine adorning the table. The environment was opulent and serene, with a dazzling cityscape outside the window. This did not resemble a business meeting. Rather, it felt like a private banquet. Wu Suowei's heart leapt to his throat. The unusual circumstances hinted at something amiss. Chi Cheng never engaged in frivolous endeavors. Sit. He gestured, his tone surprisingly calm. Wu Suowei complied, taking a seat opposite him, his demeanor respectful yet tense. The project has progressed quite well recently, Chi Cheng remarked, lifting his wine glass and gently swirling the dark red liquid, which left beautiful trails upon the glass. It seems that pressure indeed can provoke one's potential. His gaze settled on Wu Suowei's excessively gaunt visage, his tone inscrutable, neither commendatory nor otherwise. Mr. Chi's support is substantial, Wu Suowei replied, casting his eyes downward in a formulaic response. Chi Cheng let out a low chuckle, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead signaling the attendant to commence with the meal. The dinner unfolded in almost complete silence, punctuated only by the delicate clinking of cutlery. Chi Cheng would occasionally inquire about the dishes, to which Wu Suowei responded cautiously. The atmosphere, while seemingly harmonious, was suffused with an unsettling tension. As the meal approached its conclusion, Chi Cheng dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin and casually remarked, "I heard you were unwell recently. An illness?" Wu Suowei's hand holding the fork paused slightly. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chi. I have recovered." "Indeed." Chi Cheng set down the napkin, leaning forward slightly, his gaze sharpening. "Health is the foundation of success, especially for an alpha like you, where the stability of pheromones is paramount." Wu Suowei's heart constricted suddenly, his vigilance heightened. He inquired, "What do you mean by pheromones?" Without waiting for a response, Chi Cheng continued in a measured tone. "I know an excellent private doctor who specializes in regulating alpha pheromone imbalances and the discomforts that follow marking. The results are remarkable." He produced an exquisitely crafted business card from his suit pocket and slid it across the table towards Wu Suowei. The card bore only a name, Dr. Eris, and a contact number, devoid of titles or an address, exceedingly succinct. "Do make time to visit." Chi Cheng's tone exuded an irresistible concern, yet his gaze remained unfathomably deep. "Consider this a small gift from me." "A gift?" Wu Suowei glanced at the business card, feeling it akin to a searing iron, causing a tingling sensation in his fingertips. "A personal physician, specializing in the discomfort following a marking?" This was hardly a gift. It was the most insidious form of probing and control. Was Chi Cheng suspecting that his pheromones were unstable due to his resistance to the marking? Or did he intend to utilize the physician to further monitor and even manipulate his physiological state, rendering him more docile? A wave of immense fear and anger surged within him, threatening to overwhelm his reason. He gritted his teeth, barely managing to maintain his composure. He could not refuse. To refuse would be tantamount to admitting guilt, to acknowledging his ongoing resistance. "Thank you." Mr. Chi. Wu Suowei heard his own voice emerge hoarsely as he extended his hand. His fingertips trembled slightly as they grasped the business card, as if handling a venomous snake. "You're welcome." Chi Cheng's lips curled into a satisfied arc, leaning back against the chair, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. "I hope that when we meet next, you'll look a bit better." The meal concluded in an atmosphere that, while appearing congenial, was laden with hidden peril. Chi Cheng departed first. Wu Suowei remained seated in the private room, staring at the untouched delicacies spread across the table and the cold business card in his hand, feeling a tumultuous nausea rising in his stomach. A gift? This was clearly arsenic cloaked in honey. To accept it would mean exposing his most vulnerable physiological state to Chi Cheng's scrutiny, with unimaginable consequences. To decline would only invite deeper suspicion and harsher repercussions from Chi Cheng. He found himself in a deadlock, a desperate impasse. He clenched the business card tightly, the rigid edges digging painfully into his palm. At that moment, his personal phone vibrated. It was not a call, but a new message from the number he had saved as Yue Yue. The message was simple, consisting of a single line. "Are you all right? You seem to have lost weight again. I made some soup and left it in the usual mailbox. Remember to pick it up." Those unadorned words, devoid of any embellishment, shone like a faint yet warm light, unexpectedly illuminating the cold despair within him. It stood in stark contrast to Chi Cheng's toxic gift. Wu Suowei gazed at the text, then at the crumpled business card in his hand, and an overwhelming wave of emotion surged in his eyes. He slowly closed them, resting his forehead against the icy tabletop. On one side loomed an abyss, relentlessly seeking to exert total control over him. On the other lay a flicker of warmth, a futile yet comforting light, akin to a moth drawn to the flame. What was he to do? Chapter 43. The choice. The exquisitely crafted business card felt like a block of ice, firmly pressed against Wu Suowei's palm, siphoning away his remaining warmth. Dr. Eris. This name echoed like a curse within his mind. To go or not to go? This dilemma acted like two dull blades, repeatedly slicing through his taut nerves. Throughout the long night, he remained seated in the darkened apartment, the lights extinguished. Only the city's neon glow seeped through the curtain gaps, casting flickering shadows upon his face. A gnawing pain twisted in his stomach, growing increasingly intense. Yet he remained oblivious. Reason dictated that he must not go. It was a meticulously crafted trap. Once ensnared, his body, his pheromones, and even the last vestiges of his mental defenses could fall entirely under Chi Cheng's control through that physician. While the physiological effects of the marking might be manageable, the cost would undoubtedly be a far deeper, more terrifying bondage. Yet, what are the consequences of refusal? Chi Cheng's penetrating gaze would never overlook a hint of hesitation or resistance. Awaiting him would be a more direct and brutal blow. The Yue project could collapse in an instant, rendering all his prior forbearance and struggles utterly futile. He recalled Yue Yue's message, the reminder of that old mailbox. That trivial warmth now felt exceedingly extravagant and unreal. He could almost envision the warmth of that bowl of soup and catch a whiff of its delicate aroma. But that warmth was too fragile, too feeble to illuminate the abyss of darkness before him. He could not drag Yue Yue into this once more. The repeated injuries and rejections had already been ample. He could neither bear nor reciprocate that concern. As dawn approached, Wu Suowei unsteadily rose and entered the bathroom. The cold water cascaded over his cheeks, slightly rousing his muddled mind. He gazed into the mirror, confronting the hollow-eyed, pallid specter that resembled a ghost. He forced a twisted, almost despairing smile. Since both retreat and advance led to dead ends, he might as well gamble on something greater. He picked up his phone, located the number 4, and composed a message. His finger hovered over the send button for a prolonged moment before he finally pressed down firmly. The message contained but 3 words: "I'm sorry." Then, he deleted the number and cleared all related message threads, severing this final, superfluous connection. Next, he retrieved Dr. Eris's business card and dialed the number inscribed upon it. The call was answered promptly by a gentle, professional female voice. "Hello, this is the Eris Doctor Appointment Center." "Hello," Wu Suowei replied, his voice hoarse. "My surname is Wu. Mr. Chi Cheng recommended that I come for a consultation regarding pheromone regulation." "Certainly, Mr. Wu. Please hold while I check for available appointment times." The sound of keyboard strokes echoed through the line. "Mr. Chi has reserved a slot for you today at 3 o'clock. Is that convenient? 3 o'clock today?" Wu Suowei felt a chill run through him at the precision with which Chi Cheng anticipated his call. "Convenient," he uttered, the word escaping his lips like a whisper. "Very well. I will send you the address shortly via text. Please arrive on time." After hanging up, Wu Suowei leaned against the cold ceramic tiles, slowly sliding down to the ground. He had chosen to swallow the poison bait. It is not surrender. Rather, he wishes to discern what hooks lie concealed behind this bait. He aims to utilize this opportunity for treatment to delve into Chi Cheng's intentions, perhaps even uncovering a glimmer of a potential counterattack. This is a far more perilous game. He has cast himself as the wager, placing himself upon the table. At precisely 2:50 in the afternoon, Wu Suowei arrived punctually at the entrance of a discreet yet heavily guarded private medical facility in the city center. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, permeated by the mingled scents of disinfectant and some exquisite essential oil. After verifying his identity at the front desk, a well-dressed, expressionless nurse escorted him into a treatment room that, though minimally adorned, exuded an air of opulence. "Dr. Eris." A composed and capable beta female, appearing to be in her 40s, greeted him. She wore gold-rimmed glasses, her gaze sharp and professional, devoid of any superfluous emotion. "Mr. Wu, please take a seat." She gestured towards the examination chair, her tone calm. He complied, his body slightly tense. Dr. Eris commenced the routine inquiry, her questions meticulous, covering essential information, medical history, recent stress levels, sleep quality, dietary habits, and particularly the specific sensations and pheromone fluctuations following his marking. Wu Suowei compelled himself to remain composed, responding with a blend of truth and fabrication, deliberately accentuating the pressures of work and the discomfort stemming from the marking, while deeply concealing any feelings of resistance and animosity. Subsequently, a physical examination ensued, including blood tests and a specialized pheromone level assessment. As the cold instruments pressed against his skin, an overwhelming sense of repulsion surged within him, as if his very soul were being scrutinized. Throughout the entire process, Dr. Eris maintained an air of utmost professionalism, refraining from any overstepping gestures or probing remarks. Yet, this only heightened Wu Suowei's unease. The calmer the surface, the more tumultuous the undercurrents may be. Upon concluding the examination, Dr. Eris examined the preliminary data on her tablet and adjusted her glasses. "Mr. Wu, your pheromone levels are indeed significantly disrupted, directly linked to prolonged stress and inadequate physiological and psychological adjustments following your marking. This may jeopardize your health and exacerbate emotional instability." Her words carried the weight of medical authority. "I recommend a phase of systematic regulation." She presented a treatment plan, which included customized nutritional supplements, pheromone soothing therapy at specific frequencies, and, if necessary, the adjunct use of mild stabilizers to better adapt to the post-marking state and alleviate anxiety. Stabilizers? Wu Suowei seized upon this keyword, his heart tightening. Yes, a new medication specifically designed for alphas, extremely safe, which can assist in balancing pheromones and reducing agitation and resistance responses. Dr. Eris's tone remained unflappably neutral, as if she were discussing a mere vitamin. Resistance responses. She indeed mentioned it. Wu Suowei was almost certain that this so-called stabilizer was precisely what Chi Cheng intended to force upon him, a potential chemical shackle that could render him numb and compliant. "I need to consider this." Wu Suowei did not immediately acquiesce, maintaining a calm demeanor. Dr. Eris, seemingly unfazed, presented him with a detailed plan. "You may take this home for thorough examination. Should any questions arise, feel free to reach out to me. Mr. Chi is quite concerned about your health and hopes for your swift recovery." Yet again, it was Mr. Chi. Wu Suowei accepted the lightweight document. Yet it felt as burdensome as 1,000 pounds. Rising from the consultation room, each step felt as though he were treading on cotton. Upon exiting the medical center, the afternoon sun pierced his eyes. He stood by the roadside, gazing at the treatment plan in his hand, particularly fixating on the page regarding stabilizers, a cold, almost sinister curve forming at the corners of his mouth. He had already swallowed the poison. Now it was time for him to manipulate the hook. He retrieved his phone, not to call Chi Cheng or Yue Yue, but to dial another number, the one he had previously contacted through murky channels, a highly cautious information broker. "It's me." Wu Suowei's voice was low and composed. "Help me investigate a drug. It may be codenamed Soma or something akin, specifically designed for alpha pheromone stabilization, particularly targeting resistance reactions. The sooner, the better. Price is not an issue." After ending the call, Wu Suowei looked up at the towering pinnacle of the Chi Cheng Group building. The war had entered a new dimension, evolving from commercial suppression and psychological games to the realm of physiological control. And he would not remain idle. Chapter 44. Reaction. The visit to the private medical center felt akin to a reconnaissance mission deep within enemy territory. Wu Suowei returned to the company, enveloped in a chilling aura and burdened by the heavy treatment plan. He did not commence treatment immediately, but rather cited the need to adjust work arrangements, temporarily shelving Dr. Eris's proposal. He understood that it would not do to appear overly compliant. A measured delay and hesitation were more in line with the typical response of a skeptical alpha. Simultaneously, he mobilized nearly all of his clandestine resources, sparing no expense in a frenzied pursuit of information regarding the stabilizer potentially codenamed Soma. 2 days later, the information broker provided preliminary feedback that sent a chill down his spine. The substance indeed existed, but it was far from the mild and safe description given by Dr. Eris. Developed by an exceedingly enigmatic biological laboratory in Europe, it had yet to be publicly released in any country. Its mechanism of action involved a powerful intervention in the alpha's neuroendocrine system, particularly affecting brain regions associated with pheromone secretion and territorial awareness, thus achieving a stabilizing effect. However, reports of side effects from exceedingly limited gray market clinical trials indicated it could lead to emotional blunting, dependency, and even a heightened degree of cognitive compliance. This was nothing short of a meticulously designed chemical castration agent. Its aim was to strip away the alpha's wildness and will to resist, rendering them more easily controlled. The malevolence of Chi Cheng's intentions left Wu Suowei feeling an icy dread. The venomous serpent seeks not only to dominate his career and freedom, but now also aspires to strip away his very thoughts and will. A surge of anger and repulsion envelopes him, yet it is swiftly accompanied by a colder, more resolute determination akin to a point of no return. He cannot remain idle. He must retaliate. But how should he respond? A direct revelation? He possesses no evidence and would immediately expose himself. Refusal to comply? Chi Cheng has countless means to ensure he remains dependent on this substance. In the midst of his profound contemplation, Lin Xiaoyu transmitted new intelligence through an encrypted academic database. This information was more specific, directly addressing the internal power struggle within Zeus surrounding the Deep Blue project. It revealed that Dr. Chun, head of the Xuanwu department responsible for Deep Blue, was embroiled in fierce ideological conflict and resource contention with Vice President Wang, a veteran of the technology sector. Dr. Chun favored radical technological innovation, while Wang prioritized stability and synergy with existing operations. This intelligence struck Wu Suowei like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fog before him. A plan bold to the brink of insanity swiftly took shape in his mind. Chi Cheng intended to use the stabilizer to control him, transforming him into a docile puppet. Did he not? Very well. He would turn the tables. However, the shackles of this chemical compound would not bind him, but rather his adversaries within Chi Cheng's camp. He aimed to exploit the discord between the Xuanwu department and Wang's faction, employing their conflict as leverage. If he could make Wang's associates aware of the immense risks posed by the radical nature of the Deep Blue project, or even provoke a premature eruption of such risks, then Chi Cheng's attention would inevitably be diverted by the internal strife, potentially forcing him to delay or adjust his oppression of Sheng Yue. The investigation results regarding the stabilizer would serve as a reverse, poison blade in his hand. He needed to find an opportunity, one that would allow him to deliver this toxic information with precision to Wang's faction. Furthermore, it must be executed flawlessly, without drawing any suspicion upon himself. The chance soon presented itself. A week later, Zeus Technology hosted its annual technology summit, inviting numerous partners and industry experts. Sheng Yue, as a significant collaborator, was also among the invitees. This was an ideal occasion, a diverse assembly, rapid information flow, perfect for clandestine communication. Wu Suowei meticulously prepared himself, donning an appropriate suit, striving to appear more vibrant, even deliberately tempering the sharpness of the pheromones emanating from him, rendering himself notably more composed than usual. He sought to present Chi Cheng with the illusion of effective treatment. At the summit, he maintained his customary professionalism and humility, dedicating much of his time to attentively listening to discussions and exchanging pleasantries with acquaintances. Yet, his gaze remained razor-sharp, scanning the venue like radar in search of his target. His aim was a close confidant of Wang, Manager Zhao, head of the Technical Risk Assessment Department, renowned for his prudence and conservatism. Zhao was one of the core members of Wang's faction. During the intermission, Wu Suowei observed Manager Zhao walking alone toward the coffee machine in the lounge. He discreetly followed, feigning an interest in the coffee as well. The two exchanged a brief greeting. Wu sighed seemingly without intent, massaging his temples. his tone imbued with a subtle weariness and barely perceptible anxiety. Manager Zhao, the pressure has been quite formidable lately, he remarked with a wry smile. Zhao glanced at him and casually responded, I ascend to your project progressing quite smoothly, Mr. Wu. The project is indeed on track, Wu lowered his voice, as if confiding a concern. It's just that my body is struggling to keep up. The pheromones have been fluctuating incessantly, and Mr. Chi couldn't bear to watch any longer. He introduced me to an exceptionally skilled private doctor. He deliberately mentioned Chi Cheng and the private physician. Zhao's interest was evidently piqued. Oh, the doctor recommended by Mr. Chi? They must be extraordinary. Indeed, the expertise is unquestionable. Wu nodded, then shifted the conversation with a subtle change in tone. However, the medication is rather potent. It's a stabilizer called Soma, reputed to be remarkably effective in fundamentally adjusting alpha states and fostering an exceptional sense of tranquility. He emphasized the word tranquility, his expression revealing a complex blend of gratitude and slight unease. Soma? Zhao furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. I haven't heard of such a medication. Aren't the stabilizers on the market limited to just a few types? I find it puzzling as well. Wu leaned in closer, lowering his voice further as if sharing a secret. I privately researched it. It seems to be a recent development from a European laboratory, not yet officially released. It is potent, but I've heard the side effects are considerable, particularly impacting the nervous system. He sighed. If it weren't for Mr. Chi's insistence, he paused, refraining from elaborating, simply exhaling a sigh once more. He picked up his coffee and offered Zhao a resigned smile, laced with an understanding that conveyed more than words. Before turning to leave, the entire exchange flowed seamlessly, appearing as an ordinary, albeit slightly disgruntled, conversation between acquaintances. Yet, Wu knew that the seeds he had sown had already been cast forth. Chapter 45. Control the potency of Soma, its significant side effects, and its considerable impact on the nervous system. These keywords, for a manager responsible for technical risk assessment and opposed to radical factions, were enough to evoke a myriad of associations, especially when this formidable drug was personally recommended by Chi Cheng. Wu Suowei retreated to a corner of the venue, his back to the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. Did Chi Cheng intend to control him with poison? Then he would transform the information regarding this poison into a bomb aimed at the enemy's inner circle. Now, all he needed to do was patiently await the opportune moment for this bomb to detonate. The reverse blade had already been drawn. It was perilous, yet it was the only path to survival in a dire situation. In the days following the technical summit, the surface remained placid, while beneath it, turbulent currents churned. Wu Suowei resembled a consummate actor, impeccably embodying the role of an alpha undergoing treatment. In situations that Chi Cheng might observe, he deliberately tempered the brilliance of his pheromones. Occasionally, a hint of fatigue and tranquility, soothed by medication, flickered across his brow. He even took the initiative to call Dr. Eris, inquiring about some trivial side effects with a gentle tone, resembling a compliant patient. He understood that every subtle reaction of his could potentially be relayed back to Chi Cheng through some channel. He needed to convince that venomous serpent that his gift was taking effect, and that the prey was gradually losing its claws. Meanwhile, like a spider lurking in the shadows, he meticulously monitored the internal dynamics of Zeus through the sporadic yet incisive intelligence provided by Lin Xiaoyu, alongside the fragile web of information he had woven. The toxic seed he had sown regarding Soma did not disappoint him. Initially, ambiguous discussions began to emerge on the internal technical forum of Zeus, questioning whether certain avant-garde projects were excessively radical, overlooking potential physical and mental health risks. Subsequently, a rigorously articulated internal initiative titled On Psychological Support and Ethical Boundaries for Employees in High-Intensity RD Environments was co-submitted to upper management by several mid-level managers. Although it did not explicitly name the Deep Blue project, its intent was transparently aimed. The most significant shift came from Wang Zhong's faction. They appeared to have seized upon this excellent point of attack, expressing concerns in various informal settings about the relentless and nearly frenzied RD culture of the Xuanwu department, insinuating that in such an atmosphere, individuals might resort to unconventional means to maintain their performance. Rumors spread like a virus throughout the vast system of Zeus. Despite the official insistence on employee welfare and ethical standards, a shadow of suspicion had already descended. Dr. Chen bore immense pressure, with several project progress reports becoming fraught with tension due to entanglements in risk assessments. Wu Suowei sat in his office, perusing fragments of internal meeting minutes transmitted securely by Lin Xiaoyu, documenting a near-confrontational dispute between Wang Zong and Dr. Chen. His fingertips glided across the cold screen, his face betraying no emotion, yet deep within his eyes, a flicker of icy flame danced. It was effective. The seemingly monolithic empire of Chi Cheng had finally begun to show cracks from within. Although these fissures were still minuscule, they were sufficient to cause discomfort to the serpent perched at the top, compelling it to divert its attention to mediate and suppress. This granted Wu Suowei precious time and space. He did not allow himself to become complacent. He understood that this minor turbulence might merely be a trifling ailment for Chi Cheng. The true danger had yet to be averted. He needed to capitalize on this fleeting opportunity to delve deeper into his strategic maneuvers. He once again reached out to the information broker operating in the gray areas. Codenamed Night Owl. The demands this time were more explicit and perilous. At all costs, procure a tangible sample of the soma drug, or at the very least, acquire its intricate molecular structure and pharmacological pathway diagram. This substance was under stringent control, shrouded in mystery, and its price was likely astronomical. The response from Night Owl came through the encrypted channel, laden with a sense of gravity. The associated risks were exceedingly high, should they be traced. Financial considerations would be the least of their concerns. Wu Suowei interjected, his voice steely. I need to comprehend precisely what it is, how it operates, and if there exists a means to counteract it. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Night Owl's hoarse voice responded. Understood. I will do my utmost, but it will require time, and success cannot be assured. As soon as possible. Wu Suowei terminated the call, feeling his heart thud heavily within his chest. He was acutely aware that he was playing with fire. Each step could lead to irrevocable consequences. Yet, he had no alternative. Just as he was engrossed in planning his next move, a knock reverberated against the office door. His secretary entered, her expression fraught with anxiety. Mr. Wu, assistant Lee from Mr. Chi's side has arrived and requests your presence urgently. Wu Suowei's heart plummeted, nearly lodging in his throat. Urgent matters? At such a sensitive juncture? Had the situation been compromised? Was the information he had discreetly disseminated now exposed? Or had there been a slip-up on Night Owl's end? A torrent of dreadful thoughts surged through his mind. He forced himself to regain composure, inhaling deeply, attempting to glean more information from his secretary's troubled visage. But her face was merely a mask of fear and confusion. Understood, Wu Suowei spoke, his tone unnaturally calm. Please ask Assistant Lee to wait. I will be there shortly. He rose, crossing to the window, observing the bustling traffic below. The sunlight was blinding, yet he felt an icy chill envelop him. What was destined to come had ultimately arrived. This summons was at the beginning of judgment, or yet another perilous gamble. He adjusted his tie and smoothed out non-existent creases on his suit. The reflection in the mirror revealed a pale face, yet his eyes glinted like blades of ice. Whatever awaited him, he must confront it. He turned and strode toward the door, his footsteps resolute, as if he were not approaching a den of danger, but rather stepping onto his own battlefield. The undercurrents were already surging. A storm was imminent. The atmosphere in the top-floor office was heavier than Wu Suowei had anticipated. Chi Cheng did not occupy his usual position behind the desk, but stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the entrance. The golden glow of the setting sun outlined his tall, austere figure, resembling a gilded statue radiating an intangible pressure. After the assistant ushered Wu Suowei inside, he silently retreated, gently closing the door behind him. Wu Suowei had steeled himself for the worst. At worst, they would perish together. Chapter 46. Exposure. Only the two of them remained in the room. An oppressive silence enveloped them, broken solely by the distant, indistinct sounds of the city filtering through the window. Wu Suowei stood in the center of the office, approximately 5 or 6 meters from Chi Cheng's back, remaining silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. His heart beat steadily within his chest, yet the rhythm was slightly accelerated compared to usual. He sensed the chilling, woodsy pheromones permeating the air, heavier than ever before, imbued with an oppressive sense of an impending storm. After a considerable pause, Chi Cheng slowly turned around. His face was devoid of expression, those deep-set eyes resembling two profound, icy pools. There was no trace of emotional fluctuation, yet their intensity was far more disconcerting than any rage. His gaze fell upon Wu Suowei, akin to a cold probe, meticulously scanning him from head to toe, as if attempting to perceive every facet of his being. Wu Suowei forced himself to meet that gaze, offering a slight nod. Mr. Chi Cheng did not respond to his greeting. He stepped forward, leisurely approaching the desk, and picked up a slender folder resting upon it. With a sharp sound, the folder was carelessly tossed onto the coffee table before Wu Suowei. "Take a look." Chi Cheng's voice was unperturbed, yet carried an undeniable command. Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat. Complying, he moved closer and picked up the folder. As his fingertips brushed against the cold cover, he involuntarily trembled. He opened the folder. Inside were only a few pages, yet they struck his heart like a heavy hammer. The first page contained a blurred, enlarged screenshot from surveillance. It captured a moment where he stood by the coffee machine at a technology summit, conversing with manager Zhao, the angle artfully chosen to seize his lowered voice and subtle expression. The second page was an analysis report of communication records, clearly listing several encrypted numbers he used to contact Night Owl, having undergone multiple reroutings. Though the ultimate source remained untraced, the connections were noted, alongside the approximate timing of calls. The third page was the most damning, a preliminary investigation report summary from Zeus's internal security department, explicitly highlighting recent anonymous information circulating regarding drug risks. The pathways and content of dissemination were highly linked to Xinhua technology. At the report's conclusion, it boldly stated, "Suspected to be malicious rumors spread by competitors to disrupt our research and development order." The evidence was not irrefutable, yet each piece was akin to a poisoned dagger, precisely aimed at him. Chi Cheng had indeed discovered the truth. Moreover, he had known far earlier and more extensively than Wu Suowei had anticipated. A profound sense of crisis instantly engulfed Wu Suowei, as if his blood had solidified in that moment. However, his formidable survival instincts and the mental preparations he had long established came into play. He did not panic nor attempt to defend himself. Instead, he slowly closed the folder, raised his head, and gazed at Chi Cheng, his face revealing a blend of shock, grievance, and disbelief. "Mr. Chi," his voice trembled just enough to convey a sense of profound injustice. "What does this mean? Just based on these few indistinct photos and these inexplicable communication records? And this report's alleged correlation? What can this possibly prove?" He stepped forward, his tone growing fervent, imbued with the anguish of betrayal by a trusted confidant. "I concede, I exchanged a few words with manager Zhao at the summit, but it was merely idle complaints. Complaints about my health, complaints regarding the harshness of the medication prescribed. What is amiss with that? As for these communication records, I have no knowledge of these numbers. Perhaps a hacker has usurped my information, or someone is intentionally framing me." His performance was seamless, embodying the persona of a victim, maligned and betrayed, with remarkable finesse. He even adeptly steered the content of his conversation with manager Zhao towards his previously laid groundwork of grievances regarding his treatment, rationalizing it. Chi Cheng observed him silently, his profound gaze devoid of any tumult, as if he were witnessing a performance entirely unrelated to himself. It was not until Wu Suowei, breathless with agitation, paused that Chi Cheng slowly spoke, his voice low and frigid, slicing through the air like an icicle. "Have you finished your act?" Those simple 4 words rendered Wu Suowei's voice trapped in his throat. Chi Cheng navigated around the coffee table, advancing step by step until he stood before him, their proximity so intimate that they could almost feel each other's breath. The potent enigma pheromones enveloped Wu Suowei like a tangible cage. Chi Cheng's gaze was akin to the sharpest scalpel, dissecting all of Wu Suowei's facades. "Did you truly believe your petty tricks could elude me?" His fingers lifted, not to touch, but to lightly gesture at the folder, spreading rumors, sowing discord, conducting clandestine investigations. Chi Cheng's voice was not raised. Yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, striking Wu Suowei's heart like a hammer. You even sought to probe into the depths of Soma? That final statement reverberated in Wu Suowei's ears like thunder. He knew about that too. The night owl's fruit had indeed been targeted. A profound terror seized him in an instant. He felt as if he were a prey, stripped of its skin, laid bare beneath the predator's claws, utterly exposed. Observing the sudden pallor of Wu Suowei's face and the unmistakable horror reflected in his eyes, Chi Cheng's lips finally curled into a faint, yet chillingly exquisite arc. It was a cruel delight, reminiscent of a cat toying with its mouse. I afforded you an opportunity. Chi Cheng's voice resonated like the final verdict, laced with an illusion of regret, yet brimming with absolute coldness. I tolerated your petulance, your provocations, even your innocuous defiance. I believed you would gradually learn the value of restraint. His gaze abruptly sharpened, brimming with the wrath of a provoked beast and unmasked malice. But it seems I was overly lenient. You have not only failed to grasp the concept of restraint, but have instead escalated your insolence. Chi Cheng suddenly seized Wu Suowei's wrist with a force that threatened to crush his bones. Wu Suowei gasped in pain, struggling to break free. Yet his efforts were as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Since you refused the cordial invitation, you shall face the consequences. Chi Cheng leaned closer, his searing breath cascading against Wu Suowei's ear, his voice low and laced with lethal threat. Allow me to elucidate the gravity of the challenge you pose to my limits and the price it entails. As the truth unveils, all facades and tests are utterly shattered in this moment. A chilling despair, akin to a relentless tide, completely engulfs Wu Suowei. Chapter 47. The cost, a searing pain radiates from his wrist, as if the bones might shatter, while Chi Cheng's breath scorches his ear like icy flames. The notion of cost holds in his mind like a death knell. It feels as though all the blood in Wu Suowei's body surges to his head in an instant, only to retreat coldly to his limbs the next. After the pinnacle of fear, an almost numbing calm descends upon him. He has finally reached this juncture. Struggling has become utterly futile. In the face of absolute power and control, all his schemes and resistance seem laughable and in vain. He ceases his futile thrashing, his body trembling slightly as he closes his eyes. It is as if he resigns himself to fate, conserving the last vestiges of his strength, awaiting the inevitable and cruel punishment that looms ahead. The anticipated violence does not arrive immediately. Chi Cheng loosens his grip on Wu Suowei's wrist slightly. However, the icy confinement remains. With his other hand, he raises it slowly, exuding a disquieting gentleness, and caresses the mark on the back of Wu Suowei's neck, an old scar that has healed yet remains sensitive. The warmth of his fingertips sends a shiver coursing through Wu Suowei's skin. It appears that merely marking you is insufficient to leave a lasting impression. Chi Cheng's voice resonates in his ear, low and sinister, akin to a devil's whisper. You require a more profound reminder. His fingertips glide over the bite mark, then gradually descend along the line of his spine, scrutinizing him with an emotionless gaze, as though assessing an object. Wu Suowei's muscles tense involuntarily. A wave of humiliation more profound than pain washes over him. He bites down on his lip, nearly drawing blood, to suppress the sob that threatens to erupt from his throat. You say, Chi Cheng's tone takes on a playful lilt, as if discussing what to dine on that evening. Where shall I begin? His gaze, tangible in its intensity, roams over Wu Suowei's taut back. Shall I strip away your delight, rendering it entirely non-existent by tomorrow? Wu Suowei's heart constricts violently. Or perhaps Chi Cheng's fingers linger at his side, his tone growing increasingly perilous. Shall I silence your little ally, who lurks in the shadows, delivering you messages forever? Lin Xiaoyu. Wu Suowei's pupils dilate in shock. He snaps his eyes open, meeting Chi Cheng's gaze, profound yet distinctly reflecting his terror. He even discovered Lin Xiaoyu. How is that possible? Chi Cheng seems quite pleased with his reaction, the curve of his lips deepening. as he articulates the most malicious of choices. Let's change our approach. Since you are so intrigued by Soma, his fingers tighten suddenly, drawing Wu Suowei closer, their bodies nearly touching. The formidable enigma pheromone exudes an overwhelming pressure, crashing against Wu Suowei's fragile defenses like a relentless tide. I shall personally assist you in experiencing the extent of its stability. Wu Suowei trembled violently, not out of fear, but from an overwhelming surge of rage and disgust. He intends to administer that drug, to transform him into a puppet, devoid of will and at the mercy of others. No, the fragmented syllables finally escaped from Wu Suowei's throat, laced with a desperate rasp. Chi Cheng, you cannot. I cannot. Chi Cheng scoffed, his gaze suddenly chilling and cruel. In this office, I alone determine what is permissible and what is not. He abruptly released his grip on Wu Suowei's wrist, only to seize his hair, forcing him to tilt his head upward to meet his cold, unfeeling stare from above. Choose. Chi Cheng's voice resonated like a final judgment, devoid of any emotion. Your company, your allies, or yourself. 3 options, each a path to ruin, each leading deeper into hell. Wu Suowei gazed into Chi Cheng's eyes, which displayed an unmasked cruelty, akin to watching mere insects. Within that gaze, he saw his own pale, despairing reflection. The facade of composure he had maintained shattered entirely in that moment. A profound sense of helplessness and utter humiliation engulfed him like a tsunami. Tears surged uncontrollably, blurring his vision. He had lost utterly. He slowly, painfully closed his eyes, as if expending the last vestiges of his strength, managing to utter a few broken words through clenched teeth. Do not harm me. Do not harm them. He chose himself, accepting the weight of all consequences alone. At that instant, he felt as if he could hear the sound of his own soul shattering. Chi Cheng observed him for several seconds, a complex and inscrutable emotion flickering rapidly across his deep eyes, perhaps satisfaction, or something fleeting and elusive. Ultimately, all emotions settled into a cold, calculated control. As you wish. He released his grip on Wu Suowei's hair, as if discarding refuse. Then, he pressed an intercom button on his desk. Li Ming, enter. The office door swung open. An assistant stood at the threshold, eyes cast down, respectfully awaiting instruction. Without so much as a glance at the crumpled Wu Suowei, Chi Cheng flatly commanded, "Take General Manager Wu to the silent room. No one is to approach without my permission." Yes, Mr. Chi. Li Ming stepped forward, attempting to assist Wu Suowei. Yet, Wu Suowei managed to prop himself up with his own hands, struggling to stand, swaying unsteadily. His face was as pale as parchment, his expression hollow, as if all spirit had been drained from him. He did not cast another glance at Chi Cheng, nor did he resist. He merely followed Li Ming like a marionette, step by step, out of the office that embodied both power and humiliation. The silent room, he knew what that entailed. In Chi Cheng's penthouse, there existed a soundproof chamber, devoid of windows, designated for contemplation. It would serve as his prison for the foreseeable future. The cost has already begun to be paid. He understands that this is merely the beginning. The soundproof chamber is aptly named, as the heavy door, enveloped in soft soundproofing material, silently closes behind him. The world seems to be abruptly withdrawn. An absolute silence envelopes him like a tangible fluid, compressing around every inch of Wu Suowei's senses. There are no windows, only a soft, indistinguishable light from a fixture above that cannot discern day from night. The walls, ceiling, and floor are draped in a pale gray acoustic material that absorbs any potential echoes. The air circulation system emits an almost imperceptible hiss, the sole indication that time still flows in this place. The space is small, featuring only a narrow bed fixed against the wall and a compact, integrated restroom. Nothing more, a meticulously designed, modern cage. Leaning against the cold door, Wu Suowei slowly slides down to the floor. Chapter 48. The soundproof chamber. The spot on his wrist, where Chi Cheng had gripped him, still throbbed faintly, but compared to the emptiness and numbness within, this pain was nearly insignificant. He chose this path, exchanging himself for the temporary safety of Sheng Yu and Lin Xiaoyu. Was it worth it? He did not know. All he understood was that, at that moment, he had no other choice. The humiliation continued to burn within him, yet more prevalent was an overwhelming fatigue and void. As if every emotion and struggle had been utterly drained in the recent confrontation. He surveyed the cramped space, devoid of any external information. Time here lost its significance, leaving only an endless, suffocating silence. On the first day, he attempted to combat this void with thought. He reviewed the failures of the entire plan, contemplated how Chi Cheng had seen through everything, and worried about Sheng Yu and Lin Xiaoyu's circumstances. However, his thoughts quickly became mired, chaotic and restless, as if trapped in a quagmire. The absolute quiet magnified every subtle sound within him. His heartbeat, his breath, even the flow of his blood became distinctly audible, transforming into a torment. By the second day, hunger and physiological needs began to intrude. Food and water were delivered at regular intervals through a discreet small window in the door, consisting of bland, tasteless nutritional liquid and clear water, merely sustaining the most basic of survival. There was no communication, no eye contact, only a silent hand. He tried to seize the opportunity during meal deliveries to inquire about the outside world or at least catch a glimpse of light from beyond. But each time the small window opened, it remained ajar for only a fleeting moment before closing again. He felt like a prisoner forgotten in the crevices of time. On the third day, the effects of sensory deprivation began to manifest in earnest. He started to experience faint hallucinations, as if he could hear distant, indistinct footsteps, whispers, and occasionally felt the walls subtly shifting. He recognized this as his brain's self-deception due to an extreme lack of stimuli. Yet the sensations felt unsettlingly real, sending shivers down his spine. He forced himself to remain awake, beginning to engage in simple exercises within the confines of the cramped space. Push-ups, squats, and wall stretches, utilizing physical exhaustion to combat the encroachment of mental despair. Yet, the limited range of motion soon brought his body to its limits, leaving him with the interminable and maddening silence. On the fourth day, or perhaps the fifth, his sense of time had become utterly confused. He began to talk to the wall, initially cursing Chi Cheng, then reminiscing about the past, recalling Yue Yue, and the fervor of the company's inception. However, his voice dissipated rapidly in the sound-absorbing materials, leaving no echo, as if he did not exist at all. The feeling of being completely abandoned by the world was more desolate than any physical pain. Hollow tremors began to pulse from the glands at the back of his neck, not from pain, but from an indescribable yearning. In this entirely enclosed space, infused only with his own pheromone scent, his body instinctively craved the overpowering and suppressive essence of that formidable enigma pheromone. The thought filled him with a wave of intense nausea and self-loathing, yet his physiological responses remained uncontrollable. Fifth day, sixth day, he curled up on the narrow bed, his vacant gaze fixed on the unchanging light fixture of the ceiling. His mind dulled from a lack of effective stimuli, thoughts scattered like beads on a broken string, incoherent. Hunger, fatigue, loneliness, and sensory disarray intertwined, almost driving him to madness. Absurd notions began to take root. Perhaps Chi Cheng had already forgotten him? Perhaps he would silently perish here, just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of being devoured by the endless silence. The heavy door suddenly emitted an almost imperceptible unlocking sound. Click! The subtle noise resonated like thunder in the absolute quiet. Wu Suowei jolted upright in bed, his heart racing, murky eyes suddenly focusing intently on the door. The door was slowly pushed open. Chi Cheng's tall figure appeared at the threshold, silhouetted against the corridor's light. His features obscured in shadow. Only the familiar, cold, and powerful enigma pheromone surged into the desolate space like a blade breaking through ice. Wu Suowei instinctively held his breath, every muscle in his body tensing like a startled bird. Chi Cheng stepped inside, the door closing silently behind him. He stood at the center of the room, his calm gaze sweeping over Wu Suowei's pale, haggard face, taking in the slight tremor of his fingers born from anxiety. Then he spoke slowly, his voice resonating with an unsettling clarity and chill in the stillness. It seemed the soundproof room had done its job well. Chi Cheng's voice, like icy water, doused Wu Suowei's nearly numb nerves, igniting a shivering clarity within him. He huddled in the corner of the narrow bed, resembling a frightened young beast. Cautiously, tinged with an unmistakable fear, he looked at the man standing in the center of the room. Days passed, or perhaps just a few. The sensory deprivation has driven his mind to the brink of collapse. The appearance of Chi Cheng, accompanied by his powerful and familiar pheromones, struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the fragile shell he had so desperately maintained. The effect? Wu Suowei's voice was dry and hoarse, almost unrecognizable as his own. Are you referring to the madness you are inflicting upon me? Hatred and mockery laced his words, yet the trembling inflection betrayed an underlying fragility. Chi Cheng did not react with anger to his defiance. Instead, he took a few steps closer, narrowing the distance between them. The chilling woodsy pheromones thickened, enveloping Wu Suowei like an invisible net. Madness? Chi Cheng raised an eyebrow, his tone imbued with a condescension that suggested scrutiny. No, I aim to calm you, to strip away the unnecessary edges and distractions. His gaze fell upon Wu Suowei's collarbone, accentuated by his gauntness, where he had once left a bite mark, now merely a faint pink scar. It seems Dr. Eris's treatment has had some effect. At least, you have not completely crumbled here. Whether Chi Cheng's tone conveyed approval or regret was indiscernible. Wu Suowei's heart tightened sharply. Dr. Eris? He had not even begun the so-called treatment. What did Chi Cheng mean by that? Was he hinting at something or merely testing him? He pressed his lips together, offering no response. Instead, he curled his body tighter, attempting to distance himself from the suffocating pheromone aura. Chi Cheng appeared unperturbed by his silence. He strolled to the door of the makeshift restroom, glancing at the exceedingly rudimentary facilities within, before moving to the narrow bed. The sheets lay in disarray, bearing the marks of Wu Suowei's struggles and despair. Chi Cheng extended a hand, his fingertips brushing over the creased sheets, his movements slow and imbued with a chilling intensity, as if he were savoring the pain and fear left by the captive. Wu Suowei watched his bony hand, imbued with a terrifying strength, his stomach roiling in turmoil. A mingling of humiliation and fear surged within him, almost causing him to retch. Do you know? Chi Cheng suddenly spoke, his voice deepening. Oftentimes, to destroy a person does not necessitate violence. His fingertips paused on a small mark on the sheets, inadvertently scratched by nails. One merely needs to take away that which sustains them. Time, space, sound, and hope. Chapter 49. Domestication. He lifted his gaze, looking at Wu Suowei once more, his deep-set eyes devoid of warmth. Only a cold, clinical curiosity akin to that of scientific experiment remained. It was reminiscent of falconry, breaking its wings, confining it in a lightless cage, withholding food and water, erasing all wildness and resistance until it utterly submits, recognizing who its true master is. The term falconry pierced Wu Suowei's heart like a poisoned dagger. So this was Chi Cheng's intention. He was not punishing him. He was domesticating him, much like one would tame a fierce bird of prey, to obliterate all his pride, dignity, and spirit of resistance, transforming him into a mere pet, dependent on its master and begging for affection. A vast ocean of fury and humiliation surged within him like molten lava, nearly erupting from his throat. Yet he clenched his teeth tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, compelling himself to remain silent through the pain. Anger must not surface. To do so would play directly into the serpent's hands. This venomous creature reveled in his torment and struggle, observing Wu Suowei's trembling form, eyes blazing with suppressed rage. Chi Cheng's lips curved ever so slightly upwards, a scarcely perceptible arc of satisfaction. It seemed the outcome exceeded my expectations, he remarked with a nonchalant air. At the very least, you have learned restraint. He did not linger, turning to depart, just as Wu Suowei believed this suffocating visitation was drawing to a close. Chi Cheng paused at the threshold, not immediately leaving. By the way, he spoke casually as if discussing the weather. I haven't made any moves on Shang Yu's side yet. Your little ally is still alive. Wu Suowei's head shot up, a flicker of incredulity igniting his eyes. He is keeping his promise? However, Chi Cheng's tone suddenly shifted, laced with a chilling warning. Their safety hinges on your forthcoming actions. He slowly pivoted, his gaze piercing Wu Suowei's depths like the sharpest of ice picks. My patience is finite, Wu Suowei. Do not test it further. With that, he pulled open the heavy door and stepped outside. As the door closed, light was once again severed, and an absolute silence descended. Yet this silence was no longer pure. It was tainted by Chi Cheng's icy words, intermingled with the nauseating theory of endurance, and laced with a fragile hope bought at the cost of other safety. Wu Suowei collapsed onto the narrow bed, gasping for breath like a fish cast ashore. The notions of taming, performance, and hope seeped into his nearly parched heart like poison, mingling with despair. He understood that from this moment forth, the war between him and Chi Cheng had entered a more brutal and twisted phase, a silent struggle for the soul, a battle of taming and untaming, and he must not yield. As the door closed once more, it sealed away Chi Cheng's suffocating pheromones and chilling warnings. The quiet room returned to a profound stillness, yet that void of silence had been irrevocably shattered. Chi Cheng's words, like the seeds of a poisonous vine, took root in Wu Suowei's desolate heart. On one side lay the cruel intentions of endurance, while on the other was a hope, barbed and precarious, bought at the expense of other safety. He curled up on the narrow bed, his body trembling slightly from anger and fear. The concept of performance felt like shackles, binding him around the neck, just as he had begun to rekindle a flicker of resistance amidst despair. To submit? To conform to Chi Cheng's wishes? To wear away all edges and become a docile shell, merely to secure the safety of Sheng Yu and Lin Xiaoyu? No. The very thought birthed a wave of physiological nausea. What difference does it make to live in such a manner compared to being dead? It may even be more lamentable than death itself. Yet must one endure it? Chi Cheng has articulated clearly that his patience is finite. The next consequence may very well be one of bloodshed and devastation. Caught in a dilemma, his soul is scorched in the flames of despair. Time flows excruciatingly slowly in the silence, each second akin to a century. His mind, weary from previous confrontations and intense emotional upheavals, cannot truly succumb to slumber. A tumult of chaotic thoughts, fearful visions, and humiliating memories intertwine and churn within him. Just as his consciousness begins to fade, nearly engulfed by the encroaching grayness, he feels an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible sensation emanating from the palm of his tightly clenched right hand. Instinctively, he opens his palm. Within it, he discovers an object that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. A minuscule, thin, nearly transparent electronic chip, or perhaps a novel form of storage medium. Wu Suowei's pupils dilate in shock. His heart races. Where did this come from? He had been clenching his fist, and Chi Cheng had approached him, fingers brushing against the bedsheets. Could have been then. Was it left by Chi Cheng? Impossible. Why would he leave this behind? Could it be from Li Ming, the delivery person, or some entirely unforeseen possibility? The overwhelming astonishment swiftly dissipates his fatigue and despair. Grasping the tiny chip as if it were a lifeline, he clutches it tightly, his fingertips turning white with the intensity of his grip. He meticulously recalls every detail of Chi Cheng's entrance. Chi Cheng indeed leaned close to the bedside, and his fingers did graze the sheets, but the motion was fleeting, and his focus had been wholly absorbed in Chi Cheng's words and the sense of pressure, rendering him oblivious to the subtle changes in his palm. Who could it be? What is their intent? What secrets does this hold? Is it yet another more insidious trap, or perhaps a preposterous yet exhilarating thought strikes him? Lin Xiaoyu, or the forces behind her, could they possess the means to deliver something into this place? This notion elicits both excitement and fear within him. If it is truly them, it signifies that Chi Cheng's control is not without its flaws. Yet, it also implies that he is ensnared in a vortex far deeper and more perilous than he had imagined. He is in urgent need of a reading device. However, this sterile room is utterly barren, devoid of even the slightest fray of thread. In the ensuing moments, Wu Suowei is completely stripped of tranquility. The tiny chip feels like a fire, searing his palm while rekindling the nearly extinguished flame of his spirit. No longer mired in self-pity and despair, his mind races. contemplating various possibilities and how to exploit this unforeseen variable. He feigns continued despondency. When the delivery window opens, he deliberately makes his gaze appear even more vacant. He must dull any potential surveillance. He has no sense of how much time has passed outside, relying solely on the frequency of deliveries for vague estimation. Perhaps another 2 days? 3 days? After one such delivery, he seizes the fleeting moment when the door cracks open. With all his skills and courage, he affixed the tiny chip within the inconspicuous inner corner of a disposable food container. This was an exceedingly perilous act. Should the delivery process undergo rigorous scrutiny, or should the chip be discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, he had no alternative. This was his sole opportunity to convey information or to test the origins of the chip. He held his breath, listening to the fading footsteps outside the door, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Time stretched interminably once more. Waiting. Anxious waiting. The next delivery time arrived. The small window on the door opened punctually. A silent hand extended, presenting fresh nutrient fluid and clear water. Wu Suowei's heart raced to his throat, his gaze fixated on that hand and the incoming food container. Everything appeared normal. The container was set down, and the window closed. He immediately rushed over, grasping the container, his hands trembling as he meticulously inspected the spot where he had previously affixed the chip. It was empty. That minuscule chip had vanished. Had it been discovered and removed? Or had it been taken? A profound sense of loss and dread seized him instantaneously. Was it truly a trap? Had he fallen into a scheme? Just as despair threatened to engulf him once more, his eyes inadvertently swept across the bottom of the container, where, in almost imperceptible, fine script, 2 English initials were inscribed. W.A. Wait Act. Wait Act. Or perhaps it signified something else. These letters shimmered like a faint glimmer, though weak. They pierced through the heavy gloom of the quiet room with clarity. It was not a trap. The chip had indeed been taken. Moreover, a response had been left behind. Who were W.A.? Was it the code name for the organization behind Lin Xiaoyu? Were they signaling him to wait for the opportune moment? Or perhaps hinting at the next course of action? Countless questions surged within him. Yet for the first time, Wu Suowei felt a tangible hope. Not one derived from Chi Cheng's charity. He was no longer entirely alone. Beyond the seemingly impregnable prison, there existed a force that was watching over him. Even attempting to reach out, he clutched the container tightly to his chest, as if it were his only lifeline. A glimmer of light had appeared. Though the path ahead remained shrouded in darkness, at least he had found direction, a reason to continue the struggle. He slowly lifted his head, gazing at that eternal, unchanging light, and within his hollow eyes, a flicker of cold, indomitable flame reignited. Taming him? It would not be so simple. Chapter 50. The game resumes. The letters W.A. etch themselves into Wu Suowei's heart like a cipher. Wait, act, or perhaps a code name for an organization. He could not discern, but this minuscule signal was sufficient. He was no longer an island. Amidst the darkness, a beacon flickered, however faint, illuminating a path forward. Hope dispelled his numbness, and reason reclaimed its stronghold. He ceased to squander energy on futile anger or self-pity, instead beginning to analyze the situation with the calmness of a true prisoner strategist. Chi Cheng sought performance. What sort of performance did Chi Cheng desire? True submission is far too mundane, lacking the aesthetic of the serpent's hunt. What Chi Cheng desires is the weariness that comes after a struggle, the process of having one's edges softened, the pleasure derived from witnessing pride disintegrate inch by inch. Therefore, he cannot yield entirely, nor can he resist vehemently. He must perform, staging a gradual act of domestication, one that serves to present himself to Chi Cheng while also buying time and space for his own sake. During the next meal delivery, Wu Suowei did not curl up in the corner as before, but instead sat at the edge of the narrow bed. He remained silent, yet as he accepted the meal box, the tremor in his fingers had lessened somewhat. He even offered a nearly imperceptible nod in the direction of the delivery hand, a trivial yet instinctive gesture of gratitude. He understood that this subtle change would surely be reported. In the following days, he consciously adjusted his demeanor. He continued to be largely silent, but would rise at fixed intervals to engage in gentle stretching, as if striving to maintain his bodily functions. His pace of eating was no longer mechanical and numb. It had slowed slightly, as though he were savoring the food, despite its blandness. He even took the time to wash his face carefully with clean water, making himself appear less disheveled. He no longer spoke to the wall, but often gazed at the lamp. His eyes, once hollow with despair, now bore a complex tranquility, as if deep in contemplation. He was performing a restoration, acting as a prisoner who, in absolute silence, begins to passively accept reality and attempts to coexist with it. He was waiting for Chi Cheng's next visit, for an opportunity to validate his performance and potentially glean more information. He had not abandoned his thoughts on WA, piecing together the two letters with all known fragments of information. Lin Xiaoyu's exceptional technical background, knowledge of the internal workings of Zeus, and ability to relay intelligence suggested that WA could very well be a tech-savvy organization or closely tied to the realm of information security. Their choice to assist him, targeting Chi Cheng, indicated a profound history of grievances or conflicts of interest between the two parties, which could be advantageous for him. The enemy of my enemy, even if not a friend, is still a potential ally. Finally, after enduring several more cycles of meal deliveries, his perception of time remained vague. Yet his body's circadian rhythm seemed to have regained some semblance of normalcy. The heavy door swung open once more. Chi Cheng's figure appeared in the doorway. This time, Wu Suowei did not exhibit overt fear. He simply rose from the narrow bed, standing with his hands at his sides, slightly bowing his head to avoid direct eye contact, a gesture of submission tinged with a hint of lingering defiance. Chi Cheng stepped inside, his gaze scanning Wu Suowei like a finely tuned instrument. His complexion appeared somewhat improved. Chi Cheng spoke in a subdued tone, devoid of discernible emotion. Wu Suowei did not respond, merely lowered his head further, his fingers involuntarily curling slightly, resembling a child making a concerted effort to suppress anxiety. This subtle body language was perfectly timed. Chi Cheng moved closer, standing just a short distance away. The potent pheromones surged once more. Yet, Wu Suowei resolutely suppressed the tremors within, his breath quickening slightly. It seemed that the quiet room indeed facilitated clarity of thought. Chi Cheng's voice was near, laced with a hint of subtle mockery. Wu Suowei remained silent, but this silence no longer bore the weight of stillness. Rather, it conveyed a tacit acquiescence. Chi Cheng extended his hand, this time refraining from physical contact, instead gently lifting Wu Suowei's chin with a finger, compelling him to meet his gaze. Wu Suowei was forced to confront those deep, icy eyes. He endeavored to convey a complex blend of lingering fear, humiliation, resignation, and a barely perceptible confusion within his gaze. Yet absent was the sharp animosity and defiance he had previously harbored. Chi Cheng scrutinized his eyes for an extended moment. Wu Suowei's heart raced violently within his chest. Yet he exerted every effort to maintain an outward calm, even allowing a hint of physiological sheen to surface in his eyes, rendering him more vulnerable. After a prolonged silence, Chi Cheng finally withdrew his hand. "Remember the price of your choice," he stated, stepping back, his tone reverting to its customary coldness. "Your performance determines their safety." "I understand." Wu Suowei finally spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling, yet clearly articulating comprehension. Chi Cheng appeared somewhat satisfied with his response, or perhaps it met his expectations. He refrained from further words and turned to depart. The door closed once more. Wu Suowei leaned weakly against the wall, his back drenched in cold sweat. Those brief moments had drained all his mental fortitude. It was a dance on the edge of blade, each step fraught with peril. Yet he knew he had tentatively passed this trial. More importantly, at the instant Chi Cheng had lifted his chin, he had acutely perceived the edge of Chi Cheng's suit pocket, seemingly holding a particularly unique, custom-designed metallic fountain pen. A fleeting, minuscule, abstract emblem on the pen cap caught his eye. Had he seen that design before? He strained to recall, his mind racing. Yes. In the vague materials provided by Night Owl concerning the enigmatic European laboratory while he was investigating the Soma drug, there had been mention of a related, similarly clandestine Foundation emblem, which bore a resemblance to the one he had just glimpsed on the pen cap. Could it be that Chi Cheng had a more direct connection to the laboratory developing Soma? Was that pen a token? Or merely a coincidence? This revelation sent a shiver down his spine. If Chi Cheng was not merely a user of the drug, but a deeper participant or even a controller, the level of danger and his ambitions were likely far beyond imagination. A sense of crisis surged within him, yet concurrently, a more potent fighting spirit ignited. The game had recommenced. However, this time, the board was larger, the opponent more formidable, and the pieces in his hand, beyond his own life, now included a mysterious WA and the newly discovered secrets regarding Chi Cheng. He slowly slid down to the floor, gazing at his empty palm, which, though devoid of substance, seemed to grasp intangible stakes. Venís a tranquil exterior, a tempest brus. Chapter 51. The door to the quiet room closed once more, sealing off Chi Cheng's icy demeanor from the outside. Wu Suowei leaned against the cold wall, sliding down to the floor, not out of fear but due to the exhaustion that followed a tense build-up. He had succeeded. At least, the first act had been performed flawlessly. Chi Cheng appeared to accept his facade, which had transitioned from struggle to a semblance of calm. Yet, this was merely the beginning, akin to walking along a higher tightrope, with an abyss lurking beneath. He must capitalize on this hard-won, fragile equilibrium to accomplish more. Waiting for WA signal was one aspect, but he could not remain entirely passive. He needed to proactively create opportunities, however minuscule they might be. During the next meal delivery, he maintained the act of gradually restoring order. However, at the moment he received the meal box, his fingertips seemingly brushed against the inside of the delivery person's wrist. He presumed it was Li Ming, ever so lightly and almost imperceptibly. There was no pause, no exchange of glances, swift as an illusion. This was an ancient, covert signal passed down within specific circles, indicating a need for help in a perilous situation. He was uncertain whether Li Ming comprehended it, or even if the delivery person was indeed Li Ming himself. It was an utter gamble, wagering on an exceedingly slim possibility that Chi Cheng's surroundings were not entirely impenetrable. Having completed this action, he withdrew his hand expressionlessly, as if nothing had transpired. Days slipped by in utter silence. Wu Suowei continued his performance, all the while sharpening his senses to their utmost acuity, akin to a high-precision radar, detecting any anomalies. A few days later, an anomaly emerged, not from the delivery channel, but from within the quiet room itself. The unchanging light overhead emitted a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker of brightness and dimness, occurring in an exceedingly slight and rhythmic manner. The frequency was slow, the variation minimal. It would have gone unnoticed if not for the extreme silence and enhanced sensory awareness of the environment. Morse code? A thought struck Wu Suowei like a bolt of lightning. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on the light, concentrating all his mental faculties to decipher the faint fluctuations in the light signal. It was intermittent, appearing and disappearing, yet it undeniably existed. Moreover, the conveyed message was remarkably simple, consisting solely of the repeated two letters, W. It was indeed WA. Could they manipulate the lighting system of this quiet room? What staggering technical prowess and infiltration of Chi Cheng's security system did this require? Alongside his shock, a wave of exhilaration swept over him. This was not merely a confirmation of contact, but a demonstration of capability. The other party was conveying, "We have the means to reach you, even here." In quick succession, the light signal transformed, relaying a longer message. Lin has acted. Oh wait. Channel prepared. Lin has acted. Did this mean that the plan to have Lin Xiaoyu inadvertently discover the report had already been set in motion? So soon. Await signified that he should patiently wait for the results. The channels of communication signify their readiness to receive his next piece of information. Wu Suo's heart raced with anticipation. The plan was advancing. The flames of conflict had silently ignited within Zeus. He needed to respond. Yet, he could not directly reply to the light signals. He had to seize the opportunity presented by the next meal delivery. He forced himself to remain composed. The forthcoming transmission must hold greater value. He needed to ascertain the specific circumstances outside, particularly the whereabouts of Chi Cheng and the status of Sheng Yu. As the next meal delivery time arrived, Wu Suo was prepared. Once more, He utilized his fingernail to etch new information into the inner wall of the food container, this time more succinctly. Where is Chi? Is Sheng safe? He posed only the two most critical questions. The movements of Chi Cheng concerned the broader situation, while the safety of Sheng Yu remained his ultimate worry. The meal container was taken away, and the waiting began anew. This time, the response came more swiftly. During the next meal delivery, he discovered a line of tiny characters etched in the same manner at the bottom of the container. Chi goes to Europe. Sheng is stable for now. Lin promoted. The implications were monumental. Chi Cheng had gone to Europe? Did this mean he had temporarily vacated the center of power? Was this an opportunity? The news of Sheng Yu's temporary stability eased his anxiety somewhat. Most unexpectedly, Lin had been promoted. Lin Xiaoyu had risen in rank. Had her unforeseen discovery of that report earned her merit? This was, without a doubt, the most favorable outcome. Not only had the focus been successfully diverted, but Lin Xiaoyu's status had also risen, facilitating her subsequent actions. The execution of WA's plan was flawless. Their methods and capabilities once again exceeded Wu Suowei's expectations. After the initial exhilaration, deeper contemplation ensued. Why had Chi Cheng suddenly gone to Europe? Was it for routine business, or was it related to that enigmatic laboratory? How long could Sheng Yu's stability be sustained? Was Lin Xiaoyu's promotion a blessing or a curse? Would it arouse deeper suspicions from Chi Cheng? A cascade of questions followed. Yet, the information at his disposal was insufficient for accurate judgment. He realized he needed a more direct and efficient means of communication. Light signals and etchings in meal containers were too slow and too constrained. He resolved to take another risk. During the next meal delivery, he inscribed a new request. Require a more direct means of contact. Risks manageable. He entrusted the decision to WA, indicating his willingness to embrace the risks involved. This time, the wait for a response felt unusually prolonged. So long, in fact, that Wu Su almost believed his bold request had been declined. Until the next meal delivery. When he checked the food container with dwindling hope, he discovered something unexpected. Not an inscription, but an exceedingly small object resembling an ordinary decorative button, cleverly affixed to the inner side of the container lid. He carefully removed the button, running his fingertips over it with great care. The material was unique, with a cool touch. This was no ordinary item. WA had not only acquiesced to his request, but had also provided him with a tool. The silent flames of conflict had already ignited simultaneously within and outside the quiet chamber. A more intense storm appears to be brewing. Word count, 2,000 words. Key points of this chapter: proactive probing. Wu Suowei daringly signals a covert plea for help to the delivery person, probing for any cracks in Chi Cheng's surroundings. Light signal communication. WA showcases formidable technological prowess by manipulating the lights in the quiet room to send Morse code, indicating that the plan has commenced Lin Xiaoyu's operation. Information exchange. Wu Suowei engraves inquiries into the food container, seeking crucial information, Chi Cheng's whereabouts and Sheng Yu's safety, and receives vital replies. Chi's trip to Europe. Sheng's temporary stability, Lin's promotion. Successful scheme. Lin Xiaoyu's unexpected discovery of a report leads to her promotion, affirming the perfection of WA's plan, achieving 3 objectives with 1 action. Request for upgraded communication. Wu Suowei seeks a more direct method of contact, demonstrating his initiative and determination to take risks. New tool. WA presents a mysterious button, hinting at the establishment of a more efficient communication channel. Situation advancement. With internal and external cooperation, the plan progresses smoothly, providing Wu Suowei with invaluable information and subtle shifts in the situation. Suspense. How will the mysterious button be utilized? What is the true purpose of Chi Cheng's journey to Europe? What challenges will Lin Xiaoyu face after her promotion? What will a more direct line of communication entail? Chapter 52. The button. The seemingly ordinary button rests quietly in Wu Suowei's palm, its cool touch belied by the weight of 1,000 burdens. It symbolizes WA's response, as well as the unknown risks and opportunities that lie ahead. He examines it closely. Its common deep gray hue suggests a material akin to metal or perhaps a high-strength ceramic, with a smooth surface devoid of any discernible seams or buttons. It resembles a standard spare button that might fall from an exquisite suit. Yet, WA would never send a genuine button without reason. Wu Suowei brings it to his ear, gently shaking it, but it emits no sound. He attempts to press each facet with his fingernail, yet there is no response. Under the overhead light, he scrutinizes it. At a specific angle, he perceives exceedingly fine, almost imperceptible concentric circular patterns within, reminiscent of a miniature circuit. It must be an extraordinarily intricate micro-device. But how to activate it? How to employ it? Recalling WA's previous light signal message regarding the communication channel, he wonders if the button itself is the channel, requiring a particular method to trigger it. He tries to grip the button firmly in his palm, hoping to activate it through body heat or pressure, but to no avail. He considers the common cinematic trope of voice activation, yet in the utter silence of the quiet room, he hesitates to speak. As seconds tick by, Wu Suowei grows increasingly anxious. The opportunity lies within his grasp, yet he cannot seize it. Just as he is on the verge of giving up, preparing to wait for the next delivery to devise a new tactic, his fingertip inadvertently lingers on an almost imperceptible indentation along the edge of the button. Suddenly, the button vibrates ever so slightly. The sensation is as faint as the flutter of a butterfly's wings, yet in this stillness, Wu Suowei feels it distinctly. Immediately, a minuscule blue-green light appears on the surface of the button. Like the faintest star in the night sky, a glimmer flickered a few times, forming two simple letters. Press? It inquired whether to press. Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he gently pressed with his thumb where the light had appeared. The button vibrated again, this time with slightly greater intensity, and the light vanished. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Suowei felt an almost imperceptible tingle within his ear, as if something exceedingly fine had adhered to him. Then, a remarkably clear, yet emotionally neutral electronic voice resonated directly in his ear. The volume perfectly calibrated for his hearing alone. VoicePrint lock confirmed. Temporary encrypted audio channel established successfully. Please maintain a low voice. You have 3 minutes of talk time. Wu Suowei was so astonished that he nearly forgot to breathe. A bone conduction headset? Or perhaps a more advanced neural interface technology? This button was, in fact, such an advanced personal communication device. The technological prowess of WA was truly astounding. He suppressed the tumult of emotions surging within him, quickly realizing the urgency of time. 3 minutes. He lowered his voice to a near whisper and quickly inquired, I am Wu Suowei. Can you hear me? Signal clear. The electronic voice responded immediately. What is Chi Cheng's purpose in Europe? Wu Suowei posed the most critical question. Preliminary analysis indicates it is related to negotiations with key hardware suppliers for the Deep Blue project. There is a low probability of a connection to Prometheus Laboratory. The electronic voice's response was concise and precise, even offering a potential code name for the laboratory. Prometheus? What is the true situation with Shangyu? Surface stability, but the financial chain is under covert pressure. Chi Cheng has contingencies in place and is wary of unexpected audits. Is Lin Xiaoyu safe? The promotion brings convenience, but also increases exposure risk. Currently safe, we are monitoring. The electronic voice's replies were efficient and objective, devoid of any superfluous emotion, yet provided crucial information. Wu Suowei's mind raced. What must I do? He asked the pivotal question. The counterpart would not offer such formidable assistance without reason. Maintain the status quo, keep the target complacent. Await further instructions. The next course of action requires both internal and external coordination. The electronic voice paused before adding. The next communication must change nodes, timing to be determined. The device can be retained. In emergencies, pressing the center forcefully can send a one-way distress signal, but it will expose the device. Use with caution. As the words faded, the tingling in his ear subsided, and the soft glow of the button dimmed completely, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary button. 3 minutes had elapsed. The conversation concluded. Wu Suowei clutched the now dormant button tightly, his back drenched in cold sweat. The information gleaned in those brief 3 minutes surpassed the totality of what he had acquired during all his previous time spent in the quiet room, and it was astonishing. Chi Cheng's whereabouts, Shengyu's looming crisis, Lin Xiaoyu's opportunities and risks, as well as Wu's terrifying capabilities and clear action plan. They were not merely assisting him. They were executing a grand scheme directed at Chi Cheng, of which he himself was a crucial component, maintaining the status quo, numbing the target, and awaiting instructions. He savored this realization, for it indicated that his previous performance had been correctly oriented. He needed to persist in portraying the waning Wu Suowei, dulled by the confines of the quiet room and external pressures, allowing Chi Cheng to lower his guard. He meticulously concealed that vital button within the most inconspicuous and hard-to-search location, the seam of his undergarment. This was his sole, invaluable lifeline connecting him to the outside world. With a clear direction and formidable, albeit enigmatic, support, Wu Suowei's mindset underwent a subtle transformation. His earlier performance had been tinged with desperation, but now it bore a hint of calm, calculation, and patience. He continued his daily rehabilitative activities, maintaining the facade of bewilderment and resignation. Yet beneath that veneer, his mind incessantly pondered, strategized, and awaited the arrival of those unknown commands. The quiet room had ceased to be merely a torturous prison. It had evolved into a unique operational chamber. He was no longer a solitary prisoner, but a lurking agent awaiting the opportune moment. Chi Cheng believed he was training a hawk, unaware that the talons of the falcon were quietly honing in the shadows, poised to strike the instant the cage door opened. Chapter 53. Boomerang. The conversation with Wa acted as a potent sedative, revitalizing Wu Suowei's dwindling will. Though ensnared, he was no longer a blind, cornered beast, but a lurking agent with clear coordinates. He strictly adhered to the directives of maintaining the status quo and numbing the target, burying his anxiety and anticipation deep within, only allowing a facade of tranquility, polished by time and silence, to surface. The days in the quiet room remained arduous, yet the shift in mentality rendered the suffering bearable. He even began to utilize this absolute silence for a unique form of mental training, repeatedly rehearsing various potential scenarios in his mind, simulating conversations with Chi Cheng, and preparing responses for when Wa's directives arrived. His brain functioned like an overclocked computer, rehearsing the future on an unseen battlefield. Little did he know, in the invisible realm outside, a storm sparked by him was quietly reshaping the balance of power. Chi Cheng's negotiations far away in Europe seemed to be faltering. According to a brief light signal confirmation from Wa for safety, voice communication was no longer employed except in emergencies. Discussions with a key hardware supplier had reached an impasse, as the counterpart raised strong objections to certain radical technical specifications and confidentiality demands of the Deep Blue project. Meanwhile, within Zeus, the ripples caused by Lin Xiaoyu's unexpected discovery of an internal report on the risks of soma-like drugs had not subsided. Rather, they were escalating. Chairman Wang's faction seized this opportunity to amplify their discourse, continually emphasizing the importance of technological ethics and employee health in high-level meetings. The allusion to the management style of the Xuanwu department, overseen by Dr. Chun in the Deep Blue project, reflects a certain brutality and a relentless pursuit of immediate results. Dr. Chun finds himself overwhelmed, with the project progress severely impeded and team morale dwindling. Intriguingly, certain mid-level managers at Zeus, who previously adopted a suppressive stance towards Wu Suowei and the Shenghua project, are beginning to soften their attitudes. This shift is partly due to the internal strife diverting their attention, and perhaps they are also subtly sensing the potential variables behind Chi Cheng's special interest in Shenghua, prompting them to adopt a wait-and-see approach. The underlying pressures faced by Shenghua seem to have genuinely eased. This cascade of events resembles the butterfly effect, where the initial flutter of wings was Wu Suowei's desperate gamble. Now, this metaphorical boomerang is hurtling toward Chi Cheng's power structure with unforeseen vigor. The door to the quiet room swings open once more. This time, it appears that more time has elapsed since Chi Cheng's last visit. Wu Suowei's perception of time remains nebulous, yet his body instinctively senses that this interval is peculiar. Standing at the threshold is not Chi Cheng, but rather Li Ming. Li Ming's demeanor is as respectful as ever, but upon closer inspection, one might detect an inexplicable complexity in his gaze. He bears no documents, merely inclining slightly, Mr. Wu. Mr. Chi has instructed you to prepare for departure. Depart? Wu Suowei's heart lurches violently, almost ceasing to beat. The enormity of the surprise momentarily strips him of his facade, leaving a flicker of incredulity in his eyes. So soon? Has Chi Cheng's taming come to an end? Or has a greater upheaval transpired outside? He forces down the tumult of emotions, quickly averting his gaze to appear merely bewildered and disoriented, quietly inquiring, "Depart? Where to?" Li Ming's voice remains steady and unperturbed. "Mr. Chi has arranged for you to return to your previous apartment. The car is waiting downstairs. Return to the apartment? Not face Chi Cheng directly? This is even more unusual." Wu Suowei refrains from further questioning, aware that such inquiries would yield no answers. He rises in compliance, the simple act rendered somewhat rigid due to prolonged confinement and tension. Following Li Ming, he steps out of the room that has held him captive for an indeterminate duration. Navigating through the familiar corridor, he descends in the elevator. As the doors open, the illumination and air of the ordinary office space flood in, evoking an almost surreal sense of dislocation within Wu Suowei. He instinctively squints, acclimating to the long-missed normalcy of light. Silence envelopes them as they proceed. Li Ming escorts him to the entrance of the company building, where a familiar black sedan awaits. Settling into the car, the world beyond the window rapidly recedes. Sunlight, pedestrians, and traffic all appear vibrant yet alien. Leaning back against the seat, Wu Suowei closes his eyes, feeling the heavy, slow rhythm of his heart within his chest. This is not freedom. It feels more akin to a transition from a small cage to a larger one, still under stringent surveillance. Why has Chi Cheng chosen to release him so abruptly? Has a negotiation in Europe reached a conclusion? Or has the internal conflict within Zeus compelled him to temporarily recalibrate his strategy? He still believed he had been sufficiently tamed, ready to embark upon the next phase. Or perhaps the actions of WA had aroused Chi Cheng's vigilance. Was this a test? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Upon returning to the familiar apartment, everything remained unchanged. Yet the atmosphere was devoid of warmth. Wu Suowei stood in the center of the living room, surveying his surroundings, feeling akin to an intruder. Li Ming did not follow him inside, but merely lingered at the door, stating in a formal tone, "Mr. Wu, please rest. Mr. Chi may contact you later. Kindly keep your lines of communication open." With that, he turned and gently closed the door behind him. Alone in the apartment, Wu Suowei was enveloped by an absolute silence, which was soon shattered, replaced by a more suffocating stillness steeped in uncertainty. He hastened to the window, parting the curtains slightly to gaze below. The street appeared ordinary, yet his keen eyes detected shadows lingering in several inconspicuous spots. Surveillance continued, perhaps even more intensively. He took a deep breath, moved to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water vigorously on his face. The reflection in the mirror revealed a pale, gaunt figure, but his eyes, far from lifeless, radiated an unfathomable alertness and composure. He touched the cold button concealed within his inner garment. The boomerang had been thrown. His battlefield had shifted from that absolute sanctuary to this seemingly normal, yet perilously treacherous grand stage. The performance must go on, and it needed to be more convincing than ever, for he understood that the most perilous phase was likely just beginning. Chapter 54. The ultimate tug-of-war. The air in the apartment was thick with dust and the chill of long-term vacancy. Wu Suowei stood in the center of the living room, resembling a sculpture that had just been returned to its pedestal, every inch of his skin acutely aware of the invisible gaze of surveillance. Freedom was but an illusion. This was a grander, more exquisite cage. Yet he had to portray the appropriate response to his regained freedom, albeit a limited one. He first approached the kitchen and opened a refrigerator, which was barren save for the hum of the cooling system. He retrieved a kettle, filled it with water, and set it to boil. Each action felt slightly awkward, tinged with the unfamiliarity of a long-abandoned routine, yet interspersed with an effort to restore a semblance of normalcy. Next, he entered the bedroom, took clean clothes from the wardrobe, and stepped into the bathroom. The hot water cascaded over his body, washing away the invisible grime brought by the sanctuary, gradually clarifying his muddled senses. He gazed at his gaunt silhouette in the mirror and the vigilance hidden in his eyes. Inhaling deeply, he suppressed all sharpness deep within, leaving only exhaustion and a hint of bewilderment at having survived. After changing into fresh attire, he refrained from contacting anyone, even avoiding the temptation to check his phone, which he knew was surely being monitored. He merely sat on the sofa, staring vacantly out the window, as if digesting the abrupt changes or simply daydreaming. This was a natural response, consistent with the fatigue of body and mind wrought by the torment of the sanctuary, requiring time to recuperate. The tranquil stillness persisted for several hours, until dusk enveloped the outside world and a palpable hunger gnawed at his insides. It was only then that he picked up the landline phone in his apartment, fully aware that the line was likely being monitored. He dialed the number of a nearby restaurant he had frequented for takeout, placing an order for a simple meal in a hoarse voice. During the ordering process, he coughed lightly a few times, a result of his prolonged silence, his tone revealing an unmistakable frailty. The delivery arrived promptly, and he consumed the meal in silence, disposing of the remnants with meticulous care. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited no superfluous emotions, resembling a program executing its functions methodically. As night descended, the apartment remained in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering neon lights filtering through the window, casting ephemeral shadows on his face. He continued to sit on the sofa, akin to a statue melded into the darkness, awaiting contact from Chi Cheng or a signal from Yue. The button concealed within the layer of his undergarment lay quietly, devoid of any motion. Suddenly, the landline phone rang sharply, shattering the silence that enveloped the room. Wu Suowei's heart leapt, yet he hesitated to answer immediately. Allowing the phone to ring several times, as if jolted from a stupor, he finally rose with measured slowness, approaching the receiver. "Hello?" His voice emerged hoarse and tentative, reminiscent of someone just awakened from slumber. On the other end, silence lingered for 2 seconds before Chi Cheng's deep voice resonated through the line. Imbued with a distant chill, "It seems you've rested well." Wu Suowei's fingers tightened around the receiver, though he endeavored to maintain an even tone, tinged with a barely perceptible detachment and weariness. "Mr. Chi, thank you for allowing me to come out." The word "come out" acknowledged his prior confinement, while simultaneously conveying an unwillingness to elaborate further. "Have you grown accustomed to the outside air?" Chi Cheng's tone revealed no discernible emotion, resembling casual banter, yet laden with an invisible pressure. "It's fine," Wu Suowei replied curtly, preferring not to elaborate. "It seems quite tranquil on Xingyue's end lately." Chi Cheng shifted the conversation, delving into the crux of the matter. Wu Suowei felt a surge of anxiety. The probing had commenced. "I'm not certain," he immediately refuted, his tone imbued with an air of indifference. "I haven't inquired about company affairs in quite some time. I merely wish to remain in peace." He deliberately projected an attitude of disillusionment, seeking to evade further discussion. A brief silence enveloped the call once more. Wu Suowei could envision Chi Cheng on the other end, scrutinizing each pause and choice of words with his penetrating gaze. "Is that so?" Chi Cheng's voice carried a hint of barely discernible amusement. "I had assumed you would take some interest in the company you founded. What good would that do?" Wu Suowei allowed a trace of self-deprecation and helplessness to seep into his response. "Many matters lie beyond my influence. It is better not to dwell on them." He retreated, positioning himself in a passive, powerless, and somewhat despondent stance. "Very well." Chi Cheng seemed to find satisfaction, or perhaps alignment, with his response. "Maintaining this mindset will be beneficial for you." Subsequently, Chi Cheng's tone softened slightly, yet the gravity of his words intensified. "I have scheduled a follow-up appointment with Dr. Aris for you tomorrow. Your pheromone regulation requires continuity." "A follow-up? That same doctor?" "That's Soma." Wu Suowei's back instantly tensed, a chill racing up his spine. Indeed, Chi Cheng had not relinquished his intention to control him through medication. Perhaps this release was merely a pretext for more convenient treatment. He fought against the overwhelming urge to decline immediately, his nails digging deeply into his palm, using the pain to maintain his composure. He understood that he could not exhibit overt resistance at this juncture. "All right." He heard his own voice, dry yet imbued with a resigned acquiescence. I understand. Chi Cheng seemed oblivious to, or indifferent towards, his momentary stiffness. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, the driver will come pick you up. Having said this, without waiting for Wu Suowei's response, he abruptly hung up, leaving only the busy signal in its wake. Wu Suowei slowly placed the receiver down, standing there, chilled to the bone. Tomorrow's follow-up would be a formidable challenge. He must attend, yet he could never genuinely accept such medication. He needed WA's assistance. He must swiftly discover a means to counter Soma. He approached the window, gazing at the surveillance vehicles dimly visible in the night below. His fingers unconsciously brushed across the hidden location of the button beneath his clothing. WA, do you hear me? I require the next set of instructions. I need the key to break the deadlock. Wu Suowei stood by the window, enveloped by the night. The flashing lights of the surveillance car below glimmering occasionally like the eyes of a predator lurking in the darkness. Follow up Dr. Arisoma. These three words swirled in his mind, evoking waves of physiological disgust and dread. Chi Cheng's concern had always been a poison wrapped in sugar, and this arrangement for a follow-up was akin to offering poison directly to his lips. He could not remain passive. The button from WA continued to silently adhere to his skin like a dormant seed. Chapter 55. The pills. Wu Suowei recognized that he could not entirely rely on this unknown variable. He must devise his own strategy to seize the initiative during tomorrow's follow-up. He returned to the sofa, switching on the television. The cacophony of a variety show filled the room, masking any potential subtle sounds he might inadvertently make. Then, he closed his eyes, appearing to relax while his mind raced. Dr. Aris was merely a pawn in Chi Cheng's control. Yet as a pawn, he could possess his own desires or vulnerabilities. Is it avarice or coercion? If he could uncover his weaknesses, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. What are the specific components and mechanisms of the Soma medication? Besides suppressing pheromones, does it have other side effects? What are the long-term implications of prolonged use? What was the dosage I was compelled to take previously? If I refuse tomorrow or feign compliance, will I be subjected to more forceful measures? As they were able to discreetly deliver the communicator, did they also possess knowledge of Soma? In what form would their promised assistance manifest? Would it be on the way to the clinic, or would there be support within its walls? Each question unraveled like a tangled skein of yarn, leaving him perplexed. Wu Suowei felt a wave of agitation, the pheromones within him thrumming restlessly, as if bound by invisible shackles, yearning to break free from confinement. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Impulsivity is a devil, particularly when confronting an adversary like Chi Cheng. Presently, his capacity for preparation was limited. Firstly, he needed to conserve his strength and maintain a tranquil mindset to face the trials of the morrow. Secondly, he must keenly observe, searching for any potential vulnerabilities to exploit. He switched off the television and retreated to his bedroom, lying down on the bed. Despite the tension coursing through him, he commanded himself to sleep. Rest was essential. He needed to keep his mind alert. That night, Wu Suowei's slumber was anything but restful. His dreams were a kaleidoscope of bizarre imagery, shifting from Yue Yue's disappointed gaze to Chi Cheng's icy smile, ultimately culminating in the unsettling image of Dr. Aris advancing toward him, syringe in hand. The following morning, Wu Suowei was roused by the alarm clock. He rose, freshened up, and donned a simple outfit. The reflection staring back at him in the mirror bore a pallid complexion. Yet his eyes regained their former sharpness, albeit carefully concealed beneath a veil of fatigue. At precisely 9:30, the doorbell rang. Wu Suowei opened the door to find Chi Cheng's taciturn and imposing driver bodyguard waiting outside. "Mr. Wu, the car is ready," the driver stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. Wu Suowei nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence as he followed the driver downstairs. The vehicle glided smoothly through the urban traffic, leaning against the back seat. He appeared to gaze outside, while in reality, he discreetly observed the route and surroundings with sidelong glances. All seemed normal. There were no anomalies. He quietly pressed his hand against his chest, the button remaining tranquil. Upon arriving at the familiar private clinic, the driver opened the car door for him and indicated that he would wait in the underground parking lot. Wu Suowei entered the clinic alone. The scent of disinfectant assailed his senses, causing his stomach to churn. The front desk nurse appeared to have been informed ahead of time, as she greeted him with a professional smile. "Mr. Wu, welcome back. Dr. Eris is waiting for you. Please proceed directly to examination room 3. Wu Suowei expressed his gratitude and made his way down the quiet corridor toward room 3. Each step felt as if he were treading on cotton, akin to walking toward a tribunal. He pushed the door open to find Dr. Eris, clad in a white coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing an unsettling smile that blended professionalism with flattery. "Mr. Wu, welcome back. Please, have a seat." Dr. Eris gestured toward the examination chair. Wu Suowei complied, striving to present himself as submissive and weary. Dr. Eris proceeded with his customary inquiries regarding Wu Suowei's physical condition and the stability of his pheromones. Wu Suowei offered vague responses, merely stating that he felt fatigued and mentally drained. He was aware that these symptoms aligned with the anticipated manifestations following the torment of the silent chamber and the suppression of soma. It appeared that the previous treatment had indeed provided some degree of stability, yet further consolidation was required. Dr. Eris, while jotting down notes in the medical record, remarked, "Today we shall proceed with another round of pharmacological adjustment." As he spoke, he retrieved the familiar vial from the drawer, poured out a single white tablet, and filled a glass with water, presenting it before Wu Suowei. The diminutive white tablet glimmered with a cold sheen under the light, causing Wu Suowei's heart to constrict abruptly. It was here. He fixed his gaze upon the tablet, hesitating to reach for it. A fleeting silence enveloped the air. Dr. Eris's smile subtly diminished. "Mr. Wu?" Wu Suowei lifted his gaze to meet Dr. Eris's eyes, his expression deliberately revealing a hint of struggle and fear, his voice hoarse. "Doctor, this medication makes me feel quite unwell, utterly drained, as if I have lost something vital. Could we perhaps consider an alternative or reduce the dosage?" This was his tentative rebellion. He sought to gauge Dr. Eris's reaction while laying the groundwork for his subsequent actions. Dr. Eris adjusted his glasses, his tone imbued with irrefutable authority. "Mr. Wu, this is currently the most suitable treatment plan for you. The discomfort you experience is a normal reaction during the adjustment phase, aimed at achieving a new, more stable equilibrium within your pheromone system. Mr. Chi is very concerned about your health and has specifically instructed to ensure the efficacy of the treatment." He pushed the water and tablet forward once more, his tone firming. "Please cooperate with the treatment." Wu Suowei, peering into the resolute eyes hidden behind the lenses, discerned an unwavering determination and an absolute compliance to Mr. Chi's orders. He understood that a direct refusal would be futile. He needed to devise another strategy. Reluctantly, Wu Suowei extended his hand, seemingly unwilling as he accepted the cup and the tablet. His fingertips trembled slightly, betraying his inner resistance. Just as the tablet was poised to enter his mouth, a faint, almost imperceptible vibration emanated from the button on his chest. Immediately after, a muffled, processed electronic voice whispered directly into his ear. "Thanks to the button's bone conduction feature, sublingual administration allows partial dissolution to buy time." The message was exceedingly brief, fragmented as if the signal were poor. Yet the critical information was communicated with clarity. Wu Suowei's heart raced. It was WA. They had indeed provided instructions at a crucial moment. Sublingual? Partial dissolution? By time? In the blink of an eye, Wu Suowei comprehended. This was a directive to refrain from swallowing the tablet, but rather to conceal it beneath his tongue, allowing the saliva to slowly dissolve a portion of the medication. This would mitigate the effects of direct ingestion while creating the illusion of having taken the medication, thereby buying time for any subsequent actions he might undertake. There was no time to hesitate. Seizing the moment as he tilted his head to drink the water, Wu Suowei deftly slid the tablet beneath the root of his tongue. He then made a conspicuous swallowing motion, displaying the empty cup to Dr. Eris. The bitter taste of the tablet swiftly permeated his mouth, yet he forced himself to endure it, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Dr. Eris examined his throat carefully, confirming the swallowing motion, and a smile reappeared on his face. "Very well. Rest for 10 minutes and observe for any adverse reactions." Leaning against the back of the chair, Wu Suowei closed his eyes, as if enduring the discomfort of the medication. The tablet beneath his tongue slowly dissolved, the bitter flavor persistently reminding him of the peril he faced and the ongoing deception. He could sense the trace amounts of the drug being absorbed, bringing a familiar dizziness and a feeling of stagnation in his pheromones, though it was far milder than if he had swallowed it whole. Those 10 minutes felt like an eternity. He had to remain composed, revealing no signs of weakness. The instructions from WA offered him a glimmer of hope. Yet this was merely the first step. How would he contend with the upcoming drug test? How could he completely free himself from his control? A greater game lay ahead. The examination room was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of breathing. Wu Suowei knew that Chi Cheng was possibly observing his every move through a hidden camera. His performance had to continue. Chapter 56. A glimmer of light, the bitterness beneath his tongue spread like a creeping toxin, slowly eroding Wu Suowei's senses. With his eyes tightly shut, he leaned back in the examination chair, pouring all his will into maintaining a tranquil expression. He also had to control his pheromones, ensuring they did not fluctuate due to the tension and the slight stimulation of the drug. The 10-minute observation period felt interminable. He could feel the white tablet gradually disintegrating under the action of his saliva. The minute drug components were absorbed through the mucous membranes of his mouth, creating a familiar, repugnant sense of restraint, like an invisible film encasing his once vibrant core of pheromones, rendering them dull and heavy. Yet this sensation was significantly milder compared to the overwhelming helplessness he had felt after swallowing the drug directly, when he had almost instantaneously lost control. This validated the effectiveness of WA's instructions and momentarily eased his anxiety. At least, for now, he had not completely fallen under Chi Cheng's dominion. "How do you feel? Any dizziness or nausea?" Dr. Eris's voice broke the silence, laced with professional concern, yet Wu Suowei could detect the scrutiny beneath it. He slowly opened his eyes, deliberately appearing somewhat dazed and fatigued, his voice hoarse. A bit dizzy, lacking energy. This was not a complete fabrication. The effects of the trace amounts of the drug were indeed present. He merely exaggerated the symptoms to align with typical reactions post-medication. Dr. Eris scrutinized his complexion and pupils, nodding. "Yes, that is a normal reaction to the drug. Resting for a while will alleviate it." Your pheromone levels. He operated the nearby apparatus, indicating for Wu Suowei to undergo another pheromone sampling test. Wu Suowei's heart raced. This was the crucial test. Would the sublingual method deceive the instrument? He complied with the sampling, his inner turmoil evident, yet his exterior remained that of a compliant and powerless figure. The machine emitted a faint whirring sound as data flickered across the screen. Dr. Eris gazed intently at the screen, his brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing once more. The fluctuations were somewhat less than anticipated, yet remained within a manageable range. It appeared that your body was gradually acclimating. As he diligently recorded his observations, he voiced his thoughts with an air of nonchalance, seemingly harboring little suspicion. Perhaps the instrument's precision was insufficient to discern the subtle differences in blood drug concentration resulting from ingestion versus sublingual administration. It was also possible that certain decomposed indicators fortuitously fell within an explicable range. Wu Suowei silently exhaled, relieved to realize he had barely passed this initial hurdle. Be sure to rest upon your return, avoiding emotional upheaval and strenuous activity. Come back for follow-up at the same time next week, Dr. Eris prescribed, delivering his recommendations in a formulaic manner. Wu Suowei nodded in response, rising unsteadily under Dr. Eris's approving gaze, and ambled out of the consultation room, each step deliberately manifesting the weakness induced by the medication. The driver remained stationed in the parking lot, silently opening the car door for him upon his exit. During the drive back, Wu Suowei leaned against the window, feigning a brief repose while he battled against the lingering bitterness in his mouth and the pervasive sense of stagnation within his body. Simultaneously, he anxiously awaited WA's next correspondence. The previous directives had merely been provisional, and he required a more concrete action plan. Upon returning to his apartment, the omnipresent sensation of surveillance enveloped him once more. He adopted an appearance of utter exhaustion, collapsing onto the sofa as if he lacked the strength to reach his bedroom. Time trickled by, and while the physical discomfort gradually subsided, the mental strain intensified. The absence of further communication from Chi Cheng only heightened his unease. The calm before the storm often proved the most unbearable. As night descended once again, Wu Suowei refrained from turning on any lights, lying on the sofa with his eyes wide open in the darkness. The bitter taste of the tablet lingered beneath his tongue, a stark reminder of the day's perilous events. Just as he thought the day would pass without further incident and prepared to rise for a snack, a series of beeps resonated from his chest. The button emitted a pattern of 2 short beeps followed by 1 long, clearer than before. Wu Suowei immediately held his breath, focusing intently. The processed electronic voice entered his ears once more, the signal appearing markedly more stable. Response received. The voice paused, as if verifying the information. Sublingual method confirmed. Immediate absorption can be reduced by 30 to 40%. A spark of realization ignited within Wu Suowei. Indeed, it worked. This revelation imbued him with immense confidence. The electronic voice continued, articulating slowly yet clearly. Next step, obtain samples. Samples? Wu Suowei was momentarily taken aback. Soma samples, the voice clarified. During the next follow-up, endeavor to procure complete tablets or remnants. In an instant, Wu Suowei comprehended the implications. WA required a physical sample of the Soma medication for analysis. Only then might they uncover a method to decipher or combat it. This indeed represented the most direct and effective path forward, yet also entailed considerable risk. Under the watchful eye of Dr. Eris and the potential surveillance, how does one conceal and extract an entire pill, or gather remnants after consumption? The methods are left to one's discretion. The electronic voice seemed to penetrate his concerns, yet provided no concrete solutions, merely underscoring the criticality of the samples. Communication ceased, plunging him into silence once more. Wu Suowei rose, his fingers caressing the small button on his chest in the darkness. The cold touch brought forth a flicker of warmth and hope. WA was not beyond reach. They were indeed in motion and had delivered a clear mandate. Acquiring a Soma sample was undoubtedly a dance upon the edge of a knife. Yet there was no retreat. This endeavor was not solely to escape control, but to reclaim his own strength and dignity. His mind raced, contemplating various possibilities. A forceful seizure, a cunning substitution, exploiting the chaos during a follow-up visit. Each plan brimmed with uncertainty and risk. However, a long-dormant fighting spirit ignited within him. From being confined in silence to being coerced into medication, he had been in a state of passive endurance. Now he finally had a clear target for counterattack. However minuscule, it was a starting point. Chi Cheng sought to forge a cage with drugs, while he aimed to discover the key to unlock it. The neon lights outside flickered, illuminating the rekindled light in his eyes, a light filled with vigilance, calculation, and a tenacity belonging to an alpha, unyielding in spirit. The game of Chapter 57 shifted from passive endurance to proactive scheming. Although the path ahead remained treacherous, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Chapter highlights. Deception. Wu Suowei successfully employed a sublingual method to mitigate the drug's effects, deceiving Dr. Eris's preliminary observations and instrument assessments, thus navigating the immediate crisis of the follow-up. Continued performance. After leaving the clinic, Wu Suowei persisted in feigning weakness induced by the medication to blind his watchers. Second contact. WA proactively reached out again, confirming the effectiveness of the sublingual method and issuing new crucial directives to obtain Soma drug samples. Clear objectives. Securing a physical sample was a crucial step in analysis and the discovery of countermeasures, elevating Wu Suowei's resistance from reactive to proactive engagement. Risks and opportunities. The new task bore significant risk, but provided Wu Suowei with a definitive goal and hope, igniting his resolve. Mindset shift. By the chapter's conclusion, Wu Suowei's demeanor transitioned from passive acceptance of oppression to a keen, proactive strategizing, laying the groundwork for subsequent actions. Suspense. How will Wu Suowei manage to procure the sample? What will transpire during the next follow-up visit? How swiftly can WA provide a solution upon acquiring the sample? Chapter 57. The Soiree in the ensuing days. The atmosphere was stiflingly calm. Wu Suowei adhered meticulously to the guise of a weakened individual, spending the majority of his time within his apartment, occasionally meandering through the community. Appearing listless, he resembled an injured beast, cautiously tending to his wounds upon returning to his lair, while remaining vigilant to the slightest rustle of the outside world. Chi Cheng did not directly contact him again, yet the invisible control was omnipresent. Each day, meals were delivered by a dedicated individual, and the apartment's cleaning service arrived punctually. With every creak of the door, Wu Suowei felt the scrutinizing gaze lurking beyond his field of vision. He understood that this was Chi Cheng's patience fermenting further, akin to a serpent coiling, gradually exerting pressure while awaiting his complete surrender. However, beneath this compliant facade, Wu Suowei's mind never ceased its calculations. The mission to acquire the soma samples had taken root within him like a seed, silently germinating. He repeatedly envisioned the myriad scenarios that might unfold during his next medical appointment, pondering how to accomplish this seemingly insurmountable task within the brief span of the consultation, all under the watchful eyes of Dr. Eris and potential surveillance. Just as he was engrossed in his scheming, an unexpected notification shattered the surface calm. Chi Cheng's assistant called, the tone respectful yet insistent. "Mr. Wu, tomorrow evening, Mr. Chi is hosting an important business cocktail party at the private club, Yunding, and he wishes for you to accompany him." A cocktail party? Accompany? Wu Suowei's immediate response was to decline. What he needed now was discretion, to minimize exposure within Chi Cheng's line of sight, not to attend some trivial gathering and become the center of attention, especially not as Chi Cheng's companion, which was tantamount to a public mark and proclamation. "I have been feeling unwell lately, and I fear I am not suited to attend such an occasion." Wu Suowei attempted to excuse himself, his voice still feigning weakness. The assistant's tone remained unperturbed. "Mr. Chi, considering your health condition, has arranged for a doctor to accompany you. He believes that appropriate social engagement will aid in your recovery. Moreover, this cocktail party pertains to the crucial cooperation of Yue Yue Group for the next quarter, and Mr. Chi hopes you can attend, perhaps offering some insights from your past experiences." A dual strategy was at play. On one hand, the presence of a doctor hinted at the omnipresent surveillance. On the other, the reference to Yue Yue and past experiences was designed to provoke him, laced with a hint of mockery, challenging him, the former power holder, to assume the role of a subordinate on a stage he once commanded. Wu Suowei tightened his grip on the phone. In that instant, he comprehended Chi Cheng's intent. This was not merely a display of ownership. It was a meticulously crafted humiliation and trial. Chi Cheng sought to observe how Wu Suowei would comport himself in public. Before former colleagues and adversaries, would he completely capitulate, or would he inadvertently reveal his resentment? Attending meant stepping onto another carefully orchestrated stage, playing the role Chi Cheng desired of him. Not attending would directly contravene Chi Cheng's orders, potentially inciting even harsher control, jeopardizing his upcoming medical appointment and the plan to obtain the samples. Weighing the pros and cons, Wu Suowei realized he had no choice. "Understood. Please send me the time and location," he ultimately responded with a tone of resigned calm. After hanging up, Wu Suowei approached the window, gazing down at the bustling streets below, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Chi Cheng wanted to see him perform? Very well, he would give a performance. And not only that, he would seize this opportunity. The following evening, a vehicle dispatched by Chi Cheng arrived punctually. This time, it was not the taciturn driver, but a more formal entourage, even accompanied by a stylist to groom Wu Suowei's appearance. Wu Suowei allowed them to manipulate him, donning the bespoke suit prepared by Chi Cheng. The meticulously tailored garment accentuated his lean yet powerful physique, even though his complexion remained somewhat pallid. However, after a touch of refinement, his eyes, though deliberately subdued, still betrayed a hint of their former brilliance, now veiled by a thin mist of acquiescence. As he settled into the back seat of the elongated luxury vehicle, he discovered Chi Cheng already inside. The man, clad in a deep gray suit, reclined languidly against the leather seat, a glass of amber liquid held delicately between his fingers. The dim, golden light within the vehicle cast deep shadows across his sharply defined profile, reminiscent of a lurking predator. Chi Cheng's gaze fell upon Wu Suowei, sweeping over him with palpable scrutiny and a barely perceptible satisfaction. He appeared to be in better spirits. He spoke with a measured tone, devoid of discernible praise or criticism. Wu Suowei lowered his eyelashes to evade the penetrating gaze, murmuring, "Thank you for your concern." Mr. Chi, the vehicle glided smoothly toward the Yunding Club, enveloped in a tense silence, punctuated only by the faint clinking of ice as Chi Cheng occasionally swirled his drink. Perched atop the city, the Yunding Club exuded an unmistakable opulence. As Wu Suowei followed Chi Cheng into the resplendent banquet hall, he instantly became the focus of myriad gazes, some curious, others probing, a few astonished, and yet others tinged with barely concealed disdain and schadenfreude. Once the spirited scion of Yue Yue, he now appeared in the company of the enigmatic Chi Cheng, a striking signal in itself. Chi Cheng seemed to relish the attention, engaging effortlessly with the approaching business magnates. His arm, while appearing casual, bore an undeniable strength, consistently keeping Wu Suowei ensconced within mere inches of his side, a silent declaration. Wu Suowei endeavored to maintain an expression of calm, occasionally offering a faint, somewhat aloof smile in response to the scrutinizing glances directed at him. He played the role of a competent yet somewhat reserved companion, speaking little and adhering to the bounds of propriety. Yet, within the depths of his lowered gaze, he was swiftly surveying the room. He recognized many familiar faces, former partners, rivals, and even a couple of current executives from Yue Group. Their expressions were complex, yet none dared approach him for a deeper conversation, for the very presence of Chi Cheng served as an invisible barrier. At that moment, Wu Suowei's gaze fixed upon a figure in the corner of the banquet hall. Clad in a modest white gown, the individual was engaged in conversation with a foreign acquaintance. It was Yue Yue. Wu Suowei's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated encountering Yue Yue here. Since their last interaction, which ended with him blocking her, they had not crossed paths again. Yue Yue seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head, and their eyes met in the air. In that fleeting moment, Wu Suowei clearly perceived the surprise that flickered in Yue Yue's eyes, swiftly followed by a complex array of emotions. Concern, confusion, ultimately coalescing into a polite yet distant nod. Wu Suowei also responded with a slight inclination of his head before hastily averting his gaze. He sensed a momentary, almost imperceptible shift in the breath of Chi Cheng beside him, although the man continued to engage in jovial conversation with others. The hand resting on his waist tightened ever so slightly. Chi Cheng had also noticed Yue Yue. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope within Wu Suowei's heart. Perhaps this uncomfortable soiree was not devoid of merit after all. Chi Cheng's attention seemed momentarily diverted, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. Yue Yue's appearance acted as another refracted beam of light. Within this opulent prism orchestrated by Chi Cheng, every deviation of light could potentially forge unforeseen shadows and opportunities. Wu Suowei lifted the champagne flute presented by a server, taking a delicate sip as the icy liquid coursed down his throat. He bowed his head, concealing the fleeting calculation that flickered in his eyes. The performance continued, yet perhaps the script could be subtly revised. Chapter 58. The serpent's test. The effervescence of the champagne burst against the glass, producing a delicate sound reminiscent of the tumultuous, yet forcibly restrained machinations within Wu Suowei. Yue Yue's arrival was akin to a stone cast into still waters, the ripples far exceeding expectations. He distinctly felt the warmth emanating from Chi Cheng's hand, casually draped over his waist, intensifying ever so slightly. The fingertips, through the thin fabric of the suit, conveyed an almost imprisoning force. Chi Cheng remained engaged in light-hearted banter with a mining tycoon, his demeanor unruffled, discussing the latest energy policies as if wholly undisturbed. Yet, Wu Suowei understood that this was merely a facade. Enigma's perceptiveness and possessiveness would not overlook their brief exchange of glances. Chi Cheng resembled a seemingly tranquil volcano, with magma surging beneath the surface. As anticipated, Chi Cheng concluded his conversation with a mining tycoon, seamlessly guiding Wu Suowei in another direction, ostensibly to procure refreshments. In reality, He skillfully severed the possibility of Wu Suowei's gaze meeting Yue Yue's once more. You see a familiar face, yet you refrain from greeting them? Chi Cheng's voice resonated low in Wu Suowei's ear, his warm breath brushing against his earlobe, laced with a hint of veiled provocation. Wu Suowei's heart jolted, aware that the trial had commenced. He could not exhibit excessive interest in Yue Yue, nor could he entirely disregard her. The balance required precise calibration. He slightly turned his head, evading the overly intimate proximity, his tone neutral, tinged with just the right degree of detachment and fatigue. It is all a matter of the past. Furthermore, I am currently in Mr. Chi's company, which is rather inappropriate. He deliberately emphasized the term company, laced with self-deprecation. Lowering his posture to align with the persona he was reluctantly compelled to adopt. Chi Cheng chuckled softly, his laughter devoid of discernible emotion, exuding a sense of indifferent control. A keen sense of the moment, he remarked, yet his grip on Wu Suowei's hand remained unyielding as it guided him towards the dining table. The process of selecting food transformed into a silent contest. Chi Cheng, ever considerate, would inquire about Wu Suowei's culinary preferences, but each time Wu Suowei pointed to a dish, Chi Cheng would deftly retrieve it first with tongs, placing it into Wu Suowei's plate. His movements were fluid and natural, yet they exuded an unmistakable assertion of dominance. Wu Suowei could only passively acquiesce, maintaining a facade of rigid calm on his face. At that moment, a slight commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. A prominent political figure had arrived, prompting many to approach him. As one of the hosts, Chi Cheng could not afford to be absent. He halted, his penetrating gaze resting on Wu Suowei's face, as if weighing his options. Wu Suowei's heart raced slightly. Was this an opportunity? Would Chi Cheng leave him to himself? Wait for me here, and do not wander. Chi Cheng finally spoke, his tone an undeniable command. He beckoned, and the silent driver, who had remained concealed among the crowd and was acting as a bodyguard for the evening, quietly advanced a few steps. He positioned himself where he could observe Wu Suowei without being overly intrusive. The surveillance had merely transformed in form. Chi Cheng adjusted his tie and proceeded towards the dignitary. The moment he departed, the intense pressure surrounding Wu Suowei noticeably diminished, yet he could still feel the bodyguard's icy gaze trailing him. Balancing a nearly untouched plate, he made his way to a less crowded spot by the window, feigning admiration for the night view outside. However, his mind raced with thoughts. Yue Yue was still present at the venue, a potential variable. Could he leverage this variable? Approaching Yue Yue directly posed too great a risk. The bodyguard would promptly intervene and report to Chi Cheng. But what if it were a chance encounter? Wu Suowei's gaze, seemingly casual, swept across the room until it landed on Yue Yue. She was engaged in conversation with several friends from the art world, apparently preparing to move towards the terrace. An idea began to form in Wu Suowei's mind. He needed to orchestrate a brief, natural encounter that could be reasonably explained. He set down his plate and whispered to the bodyguard behind him, "I'm going to the restroom." The bodyguard, expressionless, nodded and followed him at a respectful distance. Wu Suowei directed himself towards the restroom, deliberately taking a path that would lead him past the corridor to the terrace. He walked slowly, his steps slightly unsteady, continuing to play the role of someone unwell. Just as he was about to reach the corridor's corner, Yue Yue happened to bid farewell to her friends and walked alone towards the terrace, their paths nearly colliding. Yue Yue. Wu Suowei halted, taking the initiative to speak. His voice laced with an appropriate touch of surprise and the cordiality of a long-anticipated reunion. Yue Yue clearly did not expect to encounter him here alone. She paused momentarily, then offered a gentle yet distant smile. Wu Suowei. It's been a while. Her gaze swiftly assessed Wu Suowei's slightly pale face and the unmistakable figure of the bodyguard a short distance behind him. A flicker of understanding and subtle complexity flashing in her eyes. Indeed, it has been a while. Wu Suowei endeavored to maintain a casual tone. How have you been lately? As usual, busy with company affairs. Yue Yue replied succinctly, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. The atmosphere was tinged with subtle awkwardness. At that moment, Wu Suowei suddenly furrowed his brow, his body swaying imperceptibly, and instinctively, his hand braced against the nearby wall. What's the matter? Yue Yue instinctively stepped forward, his tone laced with genuine concern. He detected the faint yet unusual heaviness of an alpha pheromone emanating from Wu Suowei, a stark contrast to the vibrant and sharp persona he remembered. "It's nothing. Just feeling a bit stifled." Wu Suowei straightened himself, gesturing dismissively while offering you a strained smile, casting a sidelong glance at the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard was attentively observing, but upon witnessing Wu Suowei's momentary discomfort, refrained from intervening immediately. "Take care of yourself." Yue fixed him with a penetrating gaze, filled with questions left unvoiced, but ultimately distilled into this simple admonition. He recognized that Wu Suowei's situation was unusual and understood the need to depart swiftly. "Thank you." Wu Suowei nodded. Yue ceased his inquiries and turned towards the terrace. The entire exchange spanned mere seconds, fleeting as though fast-forwarded in a film. Yet for Wu Suowei, the objective was achieved. He had successfully engaged in a brief, seemingly reasonable interaction with Yue Yue under the watchful eyes of the bodyguard, deliberately exhibiting discomfort to further solidify his facade of weakness. More importantly, he had conveyed a subtle signal regarding his current state of distress. Given Yue Yue's astuteness and knowledge of him, it was impossible for him not to notice. This may not yield immediate assistance, but it certainly sowed a seed. All of this was observed by the bodyguard nearby, along with any potential other watchers. How would they report to Chi Cheng? How would Chi Cheng interpret this fleeting encounter? Wu Suowei turned and continued toward the restroom, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corner of his mouth. The prism had begun to turn, and the refraction of light was becoming intriguing. When he returned to the banquet hall, Chi Cheng had finished his pleasantries with dignitaries and stood waiting for him. The man held a fresh glass of wine, his gaze steady, as if capable of piercing through Wu Suowei's meticulously maintained facade and reaching his core. "You were gone for quite a while," Chi Cheng remarked lightly. "I felt a bit unwell and stayed a little longer," Wu Suowei explained softly, lowering his lashes. Chi Cheng did not press further, merely extending a glass of wine to him. "Drink this. It will make you feel better." Wu Suowei accepted the glass, his fingertips cold against the vessel. He understood that the true test was perhaps just beginning. Chi Cheng, that cunning old fox, would undoubtedly not overlook any hint of anomaly. The amber liquid in the glass Chi Cheng offered shimmered under the brilliant lights, reflecting a chilling glow. Wu Suowei took the glass, the coldness of its surface contrasting sharply with the warmth of Chi Cheng's fingertips, which had briefly lingered. This drink, much like Chi Cheng himself, exuded an exterior elegance, while harboring an undeniable chill within. "Thank you," Wu Suowei murmured, bringing the glass close to his lips but refraining from immediate consumption. He needed to maintain absolute clarity. Even the slightest hint of alcohol could cloud his judgment or disrupt his control over his pheromones. Particularly within this body, partially influenced by soma, the potential consequences were unpredictable. Chi Cheng's gaze remained fixed upon him, a penetrating scrutiny as if anticipating any sign of vulnerability. Wu Suowei sensed the watchful eyes of the bodyguard behind him, as well as the myriad glances cast upon him from the surrounding crowd, both overt and covert. He felt akin to a prisoner under the spotlight, every subtle movement magnified and interpreted. He took a small sip, allowing the icy liquid to merely moisten his lips before setting the glass down. With a handkerchief, he delicately wiped the corner of his mouth, furrowing his brow slightly to feign discomfort once more. "Still not feeling well?" Chi Cheng's voice bore little trace of genuine concern, sounding more like a relentless interrogation. I feel a bit dizzy. Perhaps the air here is too stuffy," Wu Suowei replied, his tone laced with a hint of frailty. He needed a plausible excuse to escape this suffocating environment. Prolonging his stay, coupled with the risk of encountering Yue Yue again and the psychological pressure exerted by Chi Cheng, could expose the carefully crafted facade he maintained. Chi Cheng's deep-set eyes scrutinized him for a few seconds, the intensity of his gaze nearly stripping away Wu Suowei's layers of concealment. Just as Wu Suowei expected further scrutiny, Chi Cheng unexpectedly relented. "If you're unwell, then let us head back," he stated flatly, then turned to quietly instruct his assistant. The assistant promptly nodded and began coordinating their departure. Wu Suowei felt a slight sense of relief, though his guard remained intact. Chi Cheng's seemingly easy concession was not necessarily a positive development. It felt more like a game of cat and mouse, where the feline had temporarily sheathed its claws without relinquishing its intent to toy with its prey. The process of exiting the banquet hall remained conspicuous. Chi Cheng personally draped an arm over Wu Suowei's shoulder, adopting a posture of protector or perhaps possessor as they navigated through the throng. Wu Suowei lowered his head, leaning into him in a calculated display of weakness and dependence. The luxurious vehicle awaited them at the entrance. Once inside, the atmosphere within the carriage was markedly tenser than during their arrival. Chi Cheng chiste conversation. Closing his eyes in contemplation, his fingers gently tapping against his knee as if pondering some matter of import. Wu Suowei leaned against the window on the opposite side, watching the vibrant scenery whiz past, while his mind engaged in a frigid assessment. During tonight's gala, he had successfully planted a seed with Yue Yue while further solidifying his feeble image. However, Chi Cheng's reaction, especially that profound glance at the end, made him acutely aware that this game was far from over and might even become more intricate due to Yue Yue's involvement. As the vehicle rolled back to the apartment building, just as Wu Suowei was about to express his gratitude and exit, Chi Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. "I'll escort you upstairs," he declared, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Wu Suowei's heart sank suddenly. Sending him up? This indicated that Chi Cheng was about to encroach upon his sanctuary, if such a term could still be applied. In this intimate space, how long could his facade withstand the scrutiny of this astute old fox? Yet, he found no room to refuse. Troubling Mr. Chi, he murmured softly. The elevator ascended slowly, and within the confined space, the potent yet restrained aura of Chi Cheng's enigma pheromones mingled with the faint scent of alcohol, creating an almost palpable sense of pressure. Wu Suowei endeavored to diminish his presence, fixating on the flickering floor numbers. Upon entering the apartment, Chi Cheng appeared entirely at ease, as if returning home. He removed his suit jacket and casually draped it over the armrest of the sofa, then approached the liquor cabinet to pour himself a glass of whiskey. Completely disregarding Wu Suowei, the nominal host, he meandered through the living room, the glass in hand, his gaze sweeping over every detail within the room. Standing at the doorway, Wu Suowei felt like an intruder. "Are you still accustomed to living here?" Chi Cheng inquired, his back turned. "It's fine," Wu Suowei replied cautiously. Chi Cheng pivoted, leaning against the liquor cabinet, swirling the glass in his hand as the ice clinked against the crystal, producing a sharp sound. "Much more comfortable than the quiet room, isn't it?" Wu Suowei fell silent. This was a blatant reminder of who had bestowed his current freedom and the consequences of disobedience. "I know you're uncomfortable." Chi Cheng took a few steps closer, his formidable presence enveloping Wu Suowei. "But some rules cannot be broken." His gaze, laden with implication, swept over Wu Suowei, evidently referring to the chance encounter with Yue Yue that evening. Wu Suowei lowered his head, evading Chi Cheng's stare, adopting a submissive posture. "I understand. I will be more cautious in the future." "That is good to hear." Chi Cheng's voice was almost a whisper as he reached out, seemingly intending to caress Wu Suowei's cheek, but ultimately only brushed aside a rebellious strand of hair from his forehead. The gesture bore an almost tender ambiguity, rendering Wu Suowei's body rigid. "Rest well." Chi Cheng withdrew his hand and downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. "Don't forget next week's follow-up." Having said this, he lingered no longer, retrieving his coat and striding towards the door, leaving the apartment. The sound of the door closing echoed in the stillness of the apartment. Wu Suowei remained rooted in place, and after a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled a breath he had been holding. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Chi Cheng's final actions and words served as both a warning and a declaration. He had never let his guard down and was acutely aware of Wu Suowei's every subtle movement. The so-called freedom was merely a slightly more spacious area within a much larger cage. Wu Suowei approached the window, watching as Chi Cheng's convoy vanished into the night. He touched the cold button at his chest. Time was running short before the next follow-up appointment arrived. He needed to swiftly discover a method to procure the soma sample and exercise even greater caution. Chi Cheng was akin to an invisible net, gradually tightening around him. He In turn, how to find the scissors before the net fully constricted. Chapter 60. Signal after Chi Cheng's departure. The apartment seemed to linger with the powerful essence of his enigma pheromones, weaving an invisible web that ensnared every breath of air. Wu Suowei leaned against the cold door, gradually sliding down to the floor, his chest heaving not from exhaustion, but from the intense psychological pressure he had just experienced. He raised his hand, his fingertips still tingling from the seemingly gentle, yet possessively assertive touch of Chi Cheng as it brushed through his hair. It was not tenderness, it was a mark, a warning, a reminder of who held dominion. Some rules cannot be broken. Don't forget the follow-up appointment next week. Chi Cheng's words echoed in his mind. Wu Suowei closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure. Fear and anger would not resolve anything. He needed to think. Chi Cheng was evidently suspicious of his interaction with Yue Yue at the banquet, despite the encounter having been meticulously crafted to appear reasonable. This old fox had an uncanny intuition. However, upon reflection, Chi Cheng's warning visit also revealed certain information. He had not grasped any substantial evidence, for had he, his character would not allow for mere verbal admonitions. His actions were more a manifestation of an instinctive vigilance over a prey slipping from his grasp. This indicated that Wu Suowei's previous performance, his display of weakness, compliance, and even his aloofness towards Yue Yue, had largely succeeded. The pressing concern now lay in the upcoming follow-up appointment. That would be the true den of peril. He had to procure a sample of soma under the watchful eyes of Dr. Eris and any potential surveillance. The difficulty of this task had escalated exponentially due to Chi Cheng's heightened wariness. He required more specific guidance from WA. Needed to know how they planned to retrieve the sample and to understand any details that might increase the chances of success. Wu Suowei steadied himself to rise and walk to the center of the living room. He refrained from turning on the lights, allowing the moonlight to cast its cold spots on the floor through the window. He needed to establish an absolutely secure communication environment, one that would evade eavesdropping or surveillance. The apartment was undoubtedly under watch, but perhaps the bathroom represented a relatively weak link. The sound of running water could mask some noises, and, typically, surveillance equipment would be more cautiously placed in damp environments, potentially leaving blind spots. He entered the bathroom and locked the door behind him. Rather than immediately turning on the faucet, he meticulously inspected the ventilation ducts, mirror frames, and even the toilet tank for any concealed miniature cameras. Given Chi Cheng's caution, the installation of surveillance in the bathroom was not impossible, but the likelihood was relatively low, particularly in a short-term rental. After preliminarily confirming the absence of obvious anomalies, he activated the showerhead. The warm water cascaded down, striking the tiles with a clattering sound, instantly filling the space and creating a natural sound barrier. Wu Suowei stood outside the stream of water, leaning against the cold ceramic wall, taking a deep breath. He unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, his fingertips brushing against the tiny communicator pressed against the skin. "WA, can you hear me?" He lowered his voice to a near whisper, ensuring that even the most advanced recording devices would find it challenging to capture clarity amid the sound of rushing water. He called out several times, his heart filled with trepidation. Would this one-way passive communicator respond when he needed it? The seconds stretched on, feeling as interminable as centuries. Just as he was about to give up, a soft beep resonated, a familiar, gentle vibration pulsing from his chest, 2 short tones followed by a long one. The same confirmation signal as before. Wu Suowei's spirits lifted instantly, his focus sharpening. The processed electronic voice arrived as anticipated, this time seemingly clearer and more stable. As if the signal strength had improved, signal confirmed. Environment acceptable. It could actually assess the communication environment. Wu Suowei suppressed his astonishment and immediately got to the point. Speaking in a hushed tone, the next checkup and sample collection would be exceedingly difficult. Chi Cheng's vigilance had heightened. I require a concrete plan. How shall I transmit the sample? The electronic voice paused momentarily, seemingly processing information or making a judgment. Plan A. The second stalls water tank in the restroom along the way for the checkup, utilizing a magnetic container. Leave after placing it. A specific location. Wu Suowei quickly noted this down. The The restroom during the journey was indeed a potential blind spot for surveillance, particularly the stalls in public restrooms. Risk, the electronic voice continued, unabashedly outlining the dangers of the task. The route may be monitored, and the placement process must ensure there are no witnesses. We shall retrieve it promptly after placement. But what if it cannot be completed en route? Wu Suowei pressed, needing to consider all possibilities. What if Chi Cheng directly took him from the underground garage via a private elevator to the clinic, leaving no opportunity to use a public restroom? Plan B, inside the clinic. The electronic voice paused again, this time for a longer duration. Target, a spare medicine bottle in the lower left drawer of Eris's desk. The risk is exceedingly high. Avoid unless absolutely necessary. Stealing from Dr. Eris's spare medications? That would be akin to extracting teeth from a tiger. The probability of success was minuscule. Failure would yield dire consequences. Understood. Prioritize Plan A. Wu Suowei made his choice. Though it carried its own risks, it was far more manageable than Plan B. A sample of smaller fragments would suffice for the critical components. The electronic voice added, reducing the difficulty of sample acquisition. Perhaps he could discreetly chip off a small corner for concealment. Acknowledged. Wu Suowei felt a slight sense of reassurance. There was a plan, a rendezvous point. It was certainly better than acting blindly. Exercise caution and maintain silence until the next contact regarding sample acquisition or in an emergency. The electronic voice cautioned before the signal began to weaken. Wait. Wu Suowei hurriedly whispered his final question. Aside from suppressing pheromones, what other effects does Soma have? What are the long-term consequences? This was his deepest fear. He needed to understand what this medication would ultimately do to him. The electronic voice seemed to flicker momentarily, the response coming with a cold objectivity. Insufficient data. Preliminary analysis may indicate irreversible suppression of the pheromone system, dependency, and other unknown side effects. Acquiring the sample with utmost urgency is of paramount importance. Irreversible suppression. Dependency. These words pierced Wu Suowei's heart like icy daggers. Not only did Chi Cheng seek to control him, but he also aimed to fundamentally obliterate his foundation as an alpha. The vibration of the communicator faded into oblivion, allowing the sound of flowing water to reclaim dominance. Wu Suowei turned off the shower, and tranquility enveloped the bathroom, punctuated solely by the sound of water droplets cascading down. He stood amidst the enveloping steam, his body chilled to the core, a more profound coldness than when he had been warned by Chi Cheng. Clenching his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms. There could be no further delay. At the next follow-up appointment, he must succeed, not only for the sake of freedom, but for survival itself. Chapter 61. Delivery of clothes. The humidity of the bathroom had yet to dissipate completely, leaving a thin veil of mist on the mirror. Wu Suowei wiped a clear patch with his hand, revealing his pale and taut visage. The words of irreversible suppression from W.A. felt like a cold needle piercing the deepest recesses of his nerves. This was not merely a matter of freedom. It was fundamentally tied to his existence as an alpha. He pressed his fingertips firmly against his temples, forcing himself to remain composed. Plan A. The restroom en route to the follow-up appointment was the only viable path. Yet every step felt like walking a tightrope. As Chi Cheng's heightened vigilance loomed like an invisible spotlight, he had to calculate his every move with utmost precision. In the stillness, the doorbell suddenly rang, sharply shattering the night's serenity. Wu Suowei's body tensed instantaneously, his senses alert as he glanced towards the door. At this hour, he stealthily approached the peephole. Outside stood Chi Cheng's chief assistant, as cold and imposing as an iceberg, cradling an unusually heavy dark gray garment bag. After a brief hesitation, Wu Suowei opened the door. Mr. Wu, the assistant's voice remained flat and unperturbed as he extended the garment bag. Mr. Chi has prepared attire for your follow-up appointment tomorrow. Once again, this pervasive control. Wu Suowei silently accepted the bag. Its weight and texture spoke volumes of its considerable value. At 10:30 tomorrow, a car will be waiting for you downstairs, the assistant continued, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. After the follow-up, Mr. Chi will join you for lunch. Please maintain your best condition. The seamless transition from the follow-up to lunch afforded him no opportunity for solitude or respite. That luncheon would undoubtedly serve as yet another performance to evaluate the results of his treatment. Wu Suowei lowered his eyelids, concealing the cold glint in his gaze, and merely replied, The door closed, isolating him from the outside world. He placed the exquisite garment bag on the sofa, but refrained from opening it immediately. Approaching the window, he gazed at the flowing lights of cars below, akin to fireflies, his heart a frigid calculation. A few minutes later, he turned back to the sofa and unzipped the garment bag. Inside lay a complete ensemble, a fitted silk shirt, a perfectly tailored deep blue checkered suit, matching trousers, a belt, and even a pair of soft lambskin loafers, each piece exuding understated luxury. This felt less like concern for a patient and more akin to the meticulous packaging of a treasure collectible. Wu Suowei picked up the cool, white silk shirt. As his fingers brushed against the inner collar, his movements abruptly halted. There, embroidered with a thread of pale gray that nearly matched the fabric's hue, was an exquisitely intricate pattern, an elegant snake, subtly concealing its menace, coiling around a flourish of the letter C. The mark of Chi Cheng, etched in such a private, pulse-closed location. A surge of mixed humiliation and fury rushed to his head, more suffocating than any overt imprisonment. It was a mental invasion beginning at the skin, intent on branding him with the owner S mark, inside and out. His fingers clenched fiercely, the soft silk twisting in his palm, producing a faint sound akin to tearing. The mirror reflected a gaze that had suddenly sharpened like a blade and a jawline drawn tight. Yet, moments later, he inhaled deeply, forcing his fingers to release one by one. He held the shirt before his eyes, scrutinizing the hidden mark against the light. The initial fire of anger in his eyes gradually settled into a deeper, colder resolve. He did not cast aside or destroy the shirt. Rather, he hung it up with an unusual calmness, meticulously arranging it alongside the suit. Then, he stepped into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved a bottle of ice water. He drank deeply, the frigid liquid coursing down his throat, extinguishing the tumultuous rage within. Chi Cheng intended for him to don this costume, to play the role of a well-tamed, docile possession. Very well. Wu Suowei returned to the living room, standing before the vast floor-to-ceiling window. The city lights flickered in his eyes. He raised a hand, gently pressing it against the left side of his chest, as if he could feel the searing heat of the non-existent serpentine mark through the fabric. Then let him wear it. He would transform this costume, marked with shame, into his armor. He would step onto the stage set by Chi Cheng and perform a drama so convincingly real. The curtain was about to rise, and this time, he would no longer passively await his lines. Morning light seeped through the heavy curtain seams, casting a narrow beam upon the floor. Wu Suowei had long awakened, or rather, he had scarcely slept through the night. His mind replayed every possible scenario for the day, scrutinizing every detail. When the alarm rang, his gaze was already a tranquil, icy calm. He entered the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face, the biting chill banishing the last remnants of fatigue. The youth in the mirror still appeared pallid, yet those eyes gleamed like a blade tempered in fire, sharp and resolute. He approached the wardrobe and opened the door. The garments sent by Chi Cheng hung neatly, the deep blue suit exuding a subtle sheen, and that silk shirt, with its secret mark on the inner collar, burned silently like a hidden flame. Wu Suowei extended his hand, his fingertips slowly gliding over the shirt's smooth surface, and ultimately, he took it down. Expressionless, he donned a shirt bearing the mark of humiliation, feeling the cool silk adhere to his skin. Then came the trousers, the tailored blazer, the fastening of the belt, and the donning of shoes. When he was impeccably dressed and stood before the full-length mirror, the reflection revealed a flawless, handsome, and aristocratic young man. The well-fitted suit accentuated his lean, yet powerful physique, while his pale complexion lent an air of fragility, fitting the image of a patient in recovery. Only his overly bright eyes betrayed the tumultuous undercurrents beneath his calm facade. He gazed at his mirrored self, as if observing an actor poised to take the stage. He raised his hand to adjust the collar, which hardly needed straightening, his fingertips lingering momentarily on the serpentine emblem before he nonchalantly set his hand down. At precisely 10 minutes to 10, the doorbell rang. Wu Suowei took a deep breath, burying all emotions deep within his gaze, leaving only a moderate weariness and a barely perceptible compliance. He opened the door. Outside stood the same silent driver and bodyguard who, upon seeing Wu Suowei's attire, exhibited a fleeting change in expression, quickly returning to an impassive demeanor. "Mr. Wu, the car is ready." Wu Suowei replied softly, following him to the elevator. As the elevator descended, a heavy silence enveloped the cramped space. Wu Suowei could feel the bodyguard's scrutinizing gaze upon him. He slightly turned his head, observing the blurred reflection on the elevator wall, deliberately adopting a posture that appeared somewhat restrained and feeble. Upon reaching the ground floor, the familiar black sedan awaited him. The bodyguard opened the car door, and Wu Suowei bent to enter. The interior was spacious, filled with a subtle blend of cedar and leather that belonged to Chi Cheng, the scent of enigma pheromones permeating the air, as if announcing the owner's presence everywhere. Wu Suowei settled by the window, his gaze directed at the swiftly receding streets, while his mind silently calculated the route and time. According to Plan A provided by WA, he needed to pass by a specific public restroom along the way. He meticulously recalled the possible facilities along that route, assessing the potential paths the driver might choose. The car glided smoothly through the bustling city, Wu Suowei's heartbeat quickening as they neared their destination. Yet he maintained an outward calm, even slightly closing his eyes as if to rest. Just as he inwardly hoped the driver would adhere to the usual route, the driver unexpectedly turned at an intersection, steering onto a road that was relatively unfamiliar to him. This route was indeed quicker, but seemed to bypass the area with the public restroom entirely. Wu Suowei's heart sank. Was it mere coincidence? Or had Chi Cheng deliberately instructed to eliminate any opportunity for him to act independently during the journey? He discreetly opened his eyes, feigning casualness as he softly inquired, "Aren't we taking the XX road today? It seems less congested." The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, his voice steady and unwavering. "Mr. Chi instructed to take this route. It is faster and minimizes unnecessary delays." The words Mr. Chi's instructions fell upon him like a cold shower. Chi Cheng had indeed anticipated various possibilities and preemptively blocked his escape route. Plan A had not even commenced, yet it already appeared destined for failure. Wu Suowei's heart plummeted, though he dared not reveal a hint of dismay upon his countenance. He reclined against the chair's back, emitting a low hum, and closed his eyes once more, as if posing a casual inquiry. Internally, however, a tempest raged. The failure of Plan A signified that he was left with only the perilous Plan B, which involved directly obtaining samples from Dr. Eris within the clinic. The vehicle continued its swift course, drawing ever closer to the clinic. Wu Suowei's hand, resting at his side, curled slightly, brushing against a hard, small object nestled in the pocket of his tailored trousers. It was a specially crafted, thin, and sharp blade he had prepared the previous night, originally intended for swiftly scraping pill fragments within a restroom stall. Now, it seemed destined for a far more treacherous application. Desperation appeared to kindle an audacity that was otherwise dormant. Wu Suowei slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar edifice of the private medical center that loomed ever closer outside the window. The last vestige of hesitation within him was decisively severed. He would dare to traverse this den of peril. Chapter 62. The Den of Tigers. The private medical center's structure gradually expanded within his field of vision, its cold glass facade reflecting the morning sunlight, which pierced his eyes with an uncomfortable glare. The failure of Plan A thrust Wu Suowei directly to the precipice of danger with Plan B, wherein he would wrest sustenance from the jaws of Dr. Eris. The vehicle glided smoothly into the underground parking lot, halting at the entrance to the exclusive elevator. The bodyguard exited first, opening the car door for Wu Suowei with meticulous precision, yet the gesture bore an unmistakable air of surveillance. "Mr. Wu, please." Wu Suowei inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and restored a semblance of weary calm to his face. He stepped out of the vehicle, adjusting the hem of his suit jacket, a subtle motion that served as both an unconscious alleviation of tension and a continuation of his polished persona. The private elevator ascended directly to Dr. Eris's floor. As the elevator doors opened, a familiar scent of disinfectant mingled with a barely perceptible, disquieting sweetness, perhaps some form of pheromone sedative, assaulted his senses. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the echo of their footsteps upon the polished floor. The bodyguard escorted Wu Suowei to the door of the consultation room, then stood sentinel beside it, indicating he would await his return until the appointment concluded. Wu Suowei pushed the door open and entered. Dr. Eris awaited him inside, clad in his customary white coat. Behind gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze bore the hallmark of professional scrutiny, laced with an almost imperceptible allegiance to Chi Cheng's will. "Mr. Wu, you are quite punctual," Dr. Eris remarked, donning a formulaic smile and gesturing for him to take a seat in the examination chair. Wu Suowei complied, his gaze swiftly and discreetly scanning the room. The familiar layout, examination chair, instrument table, and Dr. Eris's desk. His heart skipped a beat at the sight of the drawer in the lower left corner. The objective of Plan B lay hidden therein. "How have you been feeling lately? Is your pheromone level stable?" Dr. Eris commenced his routine inquiry while preparing the testing instruments. The situation remained unchanged. Fatigue lingered, and his strength was notably diminished. Wu Suowei replied in a tone tinged with an appropriate sense of weakness, seeking to lower Dr. Eris's vigilance while subtly laying the groundwork for any discomfort he might experience later. Dr. Eris nodded in acknowledgement as he recorded notes. "Indeed, recovery is a gradual process. Today, we shall continue with the treatment," he stated, making his way toward his desk. Wu Suowei's breath nearly halted, his senses acutely focused on that desk. He observed Dr. Eris leaned down, reaching for the upper left drawer. No, it was the one above. He retrieved a medical record book. A momentary scare passed. Wu Suowei inwardly exhaled, yet his nerves remained taut. He understood that what was inevitable would eventually occur. As anticipated, when Dr. Eris returned with the record book, he did not immediately proceed with the examination. Instead, akin to the previous occasion, he extracted the small white vial from his lab coat pocket, which had previously caused Wu Suowei's heart to race. "We shall take the medication first, followed by a detailed assessment of your indicators." Dr. Eris skillfully dispensed a single tablet into a small dish and poured a cup of water, presenting it to Wu Suowei. The white tablet lay quietly at the center of the dish, resembling a miniature time bomb. Wu Suowei gazed at it, his heart pounding violently within his chest. The opportunity was singular. He had to execute the switch in this fleeting moment. He extended his hand, his movements appearing somewhat sluggish, his fingertips trembling slightly, perfectly embodying a patient who harbored a deep-seated fear of the medication, yet felt compelled to comply. He first accepted the cup of water, then, seemingly reluctant, reached for the tablet. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the pill, he suddenly emitted a muffled groan, clutching his abdomen with his other hand. His brow furrowed tightly, anguish etched across his face. He let out a suppressed moan, his body curling slightly, causing the cup in his hand to tremble and spill a few droplets. "What is it?" Dr. Eris, indeed, was drawn to the unexpected turn of events, instinctively stepping closer with a look of concern. Now was the moment. Seizing the brief interval while Dr. Eris's attention wavered, Wu Suowei swiftly maneuvered his hand that was initially destined for the tablet. With remarkable agility, his fingers deftly flicked and hooked, as if the tablet had been endowed with life, silently sliding into his already slightly open palm, securely clasped between the base of his fingers and his palm. Simultaneously, he lowered the hand that had been clutching his abdomen, smoothly opening the empty hand, which was meant to grasp the tablet, while maintaining the pained expression on his face. Suddenly, he experienced a twinge of stomach pain. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in the blink of an eye, perfectly synchronized with his convincing portrayal of distress, rendering it flawless. Dr. Eris's focus remained entirely on his sudden gastric discomfort, oblivious to the disappearance of the tablet. He glanced at Wu Suowei's empty hand, then at the now vacant dish, naturally concluding that Wu Suowei had already taken a medication. It is likely that the medication has irritated his stomach. He should first drink some water to ease it. Dr. Eris harbored no suspicions and instead urged him to take the medication. Wu Suowei felt a surge of silent joy within, yet he dared not relax even for a moment. He brought the hand that had held the pill, now empty, toward his mouth while raising the cup of water with the other hand, executing a conspicuous swallowing motion. In reality, the pill was tightly concealed within his palm. Having set down the cup, he exhaled softly as if he had truly swallowed something formidable. Dr. Eris observed him for a moment, confirming that he displayed no abnormal reactions, before turning to operate the testing equipment. "Let us commence the examination," he stated. Wu Suowei complied, settling into place for the pheromone sampling and other checks. Yet, internally, he felt as tumultuous as the ocean after a tsunami, appearing calm while tumultuous undercurrents surged beneath. He had succeeded. He had successfully obtained the Soma pill. However, the crisis was far from over. The pill nestled in his palm felt warm and abrasive. He needed to find a secure location to transfer it swiftly. During the testing process, his palm was required to rest on certain instruments, which posed a considerable risk. He could only strive to maintain a naturally curved position of his hand to avoid arousing suspicion. Even more alarming was the gentle knock on the examination room door, followed by its opening. Chi Cheng's tall silhouette appeared in the doorway. Dressed in a finely tailored dark coat, he seemed to have just returned from outside, still carrying a trace of the cold air with him. His gaze first settled on Wu Suowei, who was undergoing the testing, inscrutable and profound, before shifting to Dr. Eris, to whom he nodded slightly. "Mr. Chi." Dr. Eris immediately ceased his work, his demeanor respectful. Chi Cheng stepped inside, his footsteps resonating distinctly in the silent room. He approached the examination chair, towering over Wu Suowei, his tone unperturbed. "I just happened to pass by. How is it going?" Wu Suowei's heart nearly leapt from his throat. How could Chi Cheng appear at this moment? Was it mere coincidence, or had he uncovered something? The pill nestled in his palm felt as heavy as lead, so hot that he could barely maintain his grip. The true test was only just beginning. Chapter 63. Perilous. Chi Cheng's entrance was like a boulder plummeting into an already turbulent abyss. The air in the examination room instantly thickened. Even a faint hum of the instruments became jarring. Wu Suowei's muscles tensed as he gripped the small pill concealed in his palm, which now felt like a searing iron, burning his fingertips and nearly causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He forcibly suppressed the urge to let his heart burst forth, compelling himself to raise his gaze and meet Chi Cheng's fathomless eyes. He endeavored to maintain an expression of the bewilderment that naturally surfaced from the interruption of the testing, along with a touch of vulnerability befitting a patient. "Mr. Chi," he greeted in a low voice, tinged with a slight rasp from the recent testing. Chi Cheng did not respond immediately. His gaze was palpable, slowly sweeping across Wu Suowei's face. He sat with his slightly curled hands resting naturally on his legs, before ultimately returning to his face. In his gaze lay a scrutiny, an inquiry, and a playful amusement reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. He had come by to assess the situation. Finally, Chi Cheng spoke, his voice steady yet imbued with an invisible pressure. He stepped forward, moving closer to the examination chair, casting a shadow that enveloped Wu Suowei entirely. "Dr. Eris, what are the results?" Dr. Eris promptly reported, "Mr. Chi, Mr. Wu has just taken his medication and is undergoing preliminary assessments. The current data indicates that his pheromone levels are more stable than during the last checkup, with a significantly reduced fluctuation range, suggesting that the treatment is effective." "Stable?" Chi Cheng echoed the word, his tone subtly nuanced. He extended his hand, his fingertips nearly grazing Wu Suowei's jawline, yet halting just shy of contact, meticulously tracing the contours of his face with his gaze. "His complexion appears improved. It seems that this environment is indeed more conducive to your recovery than the quiet room." The implication in his words was unmistakable. Compliance would yield relative comfort. Defiance would mean a return to torment. Wu Suowei lowered his eyelashes, evading the penetrating scrutiny, and murmured, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chi." He had a feigned weakness to demonstrate that the medication was indeed taking effect. Any hint of undesired assertiveness or tension could provoke devastating suspicion. His right palm was beginning to seep with fine beads of cold sweat, as if the pill might slip from his grasp at any moment. He needed to transfer the pill to a safer location swiftly. His mind raced in search of an opportunity. Chi Cheng seemed satisfied with his submissive reaction and turned to Dr. Eris. How much longer will the next test take? Approximately 15 to 20 minutes, Mr. Chi MM. Chi Cheng nodded, but showed no intention of leaving. He pulled a chair beside him and settled into it comfortably, adopting a demeanor that suggested he intended to supervise the entire process personally. Continue, do not mind me. Those words sent Wu Suowei's heart plummeting. Chi Cheng intended to remain here. For the next 15 to 20 minutes, every action of his would be scrutinized under the watchful gaze of this cunning fox. How could he manage to transfer the pill while under such close observation? The testing continued. Dr. Eris operated the instruments, requiring Wu Suowei to change positions, extend his arms, and even lie flat for an abdominal scan. Each movement was a trial. When he was instructed to lie down, he had to place his hands naturally at his sides. In that moment, he could almost feel Chi Cheng's gaze like a spotlight upon his hands. He struggled to maintain a subtly curved, natural position of his palms, exercising willpower to keep his muscles from stiffening or trembling. The sharp edges of the pill pressed against the tender flesh of his palm, delivering a stinging sensation that paradoxically aided in keeping him alert. Time ticked by, each second feeling like a precarious walk upon a razor's edge. Wu Suowei's back was drenched in cold sweat, and beads of perspiration trickled from his forehead, a response that aligned perfectly with the physiological reactions that might arise during the examination, thus evading the suspicion of Dr. Eris. At long last, all the tests were concluded. As Dr. Eris organized the data, he remarked, "All right, Mr. Wu, you may rise now. The results this time are quite favorable. Do continue to maintain your health." Wu Suowei exhaled discreetly, carefully using his hands to support himself as he sat up. In that fleeting moment of rising, he adeptly and covertly brushed his right hand against the fabric of his suit trousers on the outer thigh, surreptitiously sliding the pill from his palm deep into the pocket of his trousers. The entire motion was fluid and natural, akin to a casual adjustment of one's attire while sitting up. The pill nestled into the pocket, emitting an almost imperceptible sound, a barely audible click. Wu Suowei's heart nearly ceased its rhythm, yet he forcibly restrained his expression, too apprehensive to gauge Chi Cheng's reaction. Had Chi Cheng noticed? Would he discern that minute movement? Chi Cheng stood from his chair, adjusting his overcoat. "Since we are finished, let us depart," he stated, his tone devoid of any anomaly. His gaze lingering on Wu Suowei's face for a brief moment, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. Wu Suowei dared not linger, promptly rising and standing with slightly unsteady feet. Yes, he followed Chi Cheng out of the examination room. As they passed Dr. Eris's desk, his eyes subtly flickered toward the drawer in the lower left corner. The core objective of Plan B had been achieved through a far more perilous means. Yet at this moment, he felt only relief at having emerged unscathed. Upon exiting the examination room, the bodyguard outside silently trailed behind. The journey was marked by silence as they took the elevator directly to the underground parking lot. It was only upon settling into the car, with the door closing, that Wu Suowei sensed a slight relaxation of his taut nerves. However, he refrained from fully unwinding. The pill in his pocket felt like a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. Chi Cheng sat beside him, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly unaware of the events that had transpired in the examination room. Yet, Wu Suowei understood that this might merely be the calm before the storm. Chi Cheng's silence was more disquieting than direct inquiry. The vehicle emerged from the parking lot, merging into the flow of traffic. Next on the agenda was the lunch arranged by Chi Cheng. In his pocket lay the key to freedom, which could also lead to a swift demise. The interior of the car was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the low rumble of the engine and the distant urban clamor outside. Wu Suowei sat by the window, his body rigid, every sense fixated on the small pill nestled in his right pocket. It pulsed like a miniature heart, each slight jolt sending tremors of alarm through him. Chi Cheng remained in quiet repose, his profile stark against the shifting light and shadows, exuding an aura of coldness. Wu Suowei found himself unable to discern whether this silence was the stillness preceding a tempest or simply an ordinary fatigue. Chapter 64. Lunch together, he dared not relax in the slightest. Even his breaths were measured and deliberately subdued. The vehicle finally glided into the serene driveway exclusive to the Yunk restaurant, halting before a structure that seamlessly marries Eastern Zen aesthetics with modern minimalism. A courteous attendant respectfully opened the car door, and Chi Cheng alighted first, followed by Wu Suowei, who inhaled deeply before stepping out. The restaurant's interior exuded grace, with a gentle sound of flowing water and the dancing shadows of bamboo, offering a remarkable sense of privacy. Chi Cheng, evidently a frequent patron, was led to a semi-open booth by the water's edge. Once seated, he did not solicit Wu Suowei's opinion, skillfully ordering several signature dishes along with a bottle of red wine. The steamed E-Star grouper here is exquisite. You should adhere to a light diet for the time being, he remarked, returning the menu to the attendant. His tone conveyed a semblance of concern, yet the underlying dominance was palpable. Thank you, Mr. Chi, Wu Suowei murmured, his gaze fixed on the exquisite bone china tableware. His thoughts, however, were consumed with strategizing how to navigate this lunch safely and find an opportunity to dispose of the evidence tucked away in his pocket. The dishes arrived in succession, each a feast for the senses. Yet Wu Suowei found no pleasure in the meal. He nibbled delicately, his movements refined, aligning with the persona he had adopted due to his current frailty, necessitating slow and careful consumption. Simultaneously, he utilized the table's concealment to maintain a natural posture of his hands, striving to avert attention from the area of his pocket. Chi Cheng dined with an air of elegance and composure, seemingly unhurried to scrutinize anything. He occasionally glanced up at Wu Suowei, posing innocuous questions about his satisfaction with the meal and whether it surpassed the nutritional offerings from the clinic. Wu Suowei responded with caution, his tone docile and his words few. He sensed Chi Cheng's gaze lingering on his face at times, a profound scrutiny that appeared to pierce through his calm facade, probing the tumult within his heart. As the main course neared its conclusion, an unexpected interruption occurred during the attendants' brief interlude to replace their utensils and refill their glasses. Chi Cheng's personal phone, resting on the table, vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID, and a barely perceptible furrow creased his brow, a minuscule expression, yet one that the perpetually tense Wu Suowei managed to discern. I need to take this call, Chi Cheng informed Wu Suowei, picking up the phone and rising to step onto the terrace outside the booth, casually pulling the lattice door shut behind him. Although the glass was transparent, allowing visibility of his silhouette, the soundproofing seemed adequate. Opportunity. Wu Suowei's heart raced. This was an unforeseen stroke of fortune. With Chi Cheng occupied by the call, his attention diverted, the booth was momentarily his alone. He had to act swiftly. The longer the pill remained in his pocket, the greater the peril. He quickly surveyed the surroundings. The dining table had been tidied up by the attendant, the tablecloth cascading down. His right hand fell seemingly by chance, slipping into his pocket, fingertips brushing against the minuscule pill, just as he prepared to extract it, seeking a more discreet hiding place, perhaps within a napkin roll or discarding it amidst the clearing of utensils. He caught a glimpse of Chi Cheng on the terrace. Chi Cheng stood with his back to the booth, engaged in conversation on the phone, his posture upright. At a certain moment, Wu Suowei distinctly observed Chi Cheng's vacant hand casually resting on the wooden railing of the terrace. His elongated index finger rhythmically tapped against the railing, producing a steady, almost disconcerting cadence. The sound, neither hurried nor sluggish, seemed to measure time, conveying a silent message. Wu Suowei's hand, poised to act, froze instantly, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. The rhythm of that tapping was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of a habitual gesture exhibited by a watcher confirming a target's stillness or lack of anomaly under surveillance. Or perhaps it was not merely an unconscious action, but a warning? Did Chi Cheng possess an awareness of his actions? Did he know that Wu Suowei had pilfered the pills? Was this call a deliberate probe, testing whether he would seize the opportunity to act in solitude? Countless terrifying conjectures surged through Wu Suowei's mind. The hand he had tucked into his pocket felt icy, sweat beading on his brow. To reveal the pills would entail tremendous risk, potentially playing directly into Chi Cheng's hands. Conversely, leaving them concealed was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb, liable to detonate with a mere misstep. Caught in a dilemma, Wu Suowei ultimately made a decisive choice in that fleeting moment. He could not afford to gamble. Chi Cheng's intentions were too inscrutable. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from his pocket, fingers empty. He resumed his meal, gingerly lifting a morsel of fish to his lips. His movements even more deliberate and serene than before, as if the inner turmoil from moments ago had never transpired. He chose to remain passive. The pills remained in his pocket, a risk he must bear while awaiting a safer, more certain opportunity. On the terrace, Chi Cheng's fingers ceased their tapping. He ended the call, opened the lattice door, and returned. His gaze settled on Wu Suowei, who was engrossed in his meal, head bowed, demeanor docile and unflawed. A subtle, almost imperceptible curve graced the corner of Chi Cheng's mouth. He casually mentioned a pressing company matter as he sat down again, as if the earlier tension-laden tapping had merely been a figment of Wu Suowei's imagination. Wu Suowei acknowledged with a soft affirmation, not lifting his gaze. The lunch continued in an atmosphere that appeared tranquil, yet simmered with undercurrents. Wu Suowei understood that the smoke of this midday feast had not dissipated. The pill nestled in his pocket heightened the stakes of this intricate game to unprecedented levels. The meal concluded in an almost stagnant calm. Chi Cheng refrained from broaching any sensitive topics, embodying the demeanor of a genuinely concerned elder. Occasionally, he commented on the dishes or inquired about Wu Suowei's mundane sentiments. Wu Suowei maintained a posture of humility, responding concisely and submissively, each bite meticulously chewed, as if he were swallowing his own heartbeat. The pill nestled within the right pocket of his trousers burned like a searing ember, incessantly igniting his nerves. Each sweep of Chi Cheng's gaze and every approach of the attendant, pouring tea or refilling water, sent chills down his spine, instilling a dread that any inadvertent angle or gesture might betray that lethal secret. At last, Chi Cheng dabbed his mouth with a napkin, signaling for the bill. As he rose to depart, Wu Suowei quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his body remained taut. On the return journey, he knew he had to find an opportunity to dispose of the pill. The car glided smoothly toward the apartment, Chi Cheng still with his eyes closed in repose, while Wu Suowei turned his head to gaze out the window, his mind racing. Chapter 65, Thunderclap. He recalled the details of the journey thus far. Searching for a potential chance. At a protracted red light, the vehicle came to a halt. Wu Suowei's heart raced, his right hand seemingly relaxed, hanging near his pocket. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze the edge of the pocket, Chi Cheng's fingers, resting lightly on his knee, shifted imperceptibly. This barely detectable movement served as a silent command, freezing Wu Suowei in place. He could not discern whether it was mere coincidence or if Chi Cheng was monitoring even such trivial gestures. A fear, as if manipulated by invisible threads, seized him. Ultimately, he refrained from taking the risk, slowly retracting his fingers to rest once more upon his thigh. The journey continued without incident, and the car arrived at the base of the apartment building. Rest well, Chi Cheng finally opened his eyes, his gaze steady upon Wu Suowei, his tone devoid of any unusual inflection. Next week's schedule will be communicated to you in advance. Yes, Mr. Chi, Wu Suowei replied softly, pushing the door open to exit. He sensed Chi Cheng's eyes following his figure until he vanished through the apartment's entrance. Once inside the elevator, alone in the confined space, Wu Suowei finally dared to take a deep breath. Cold sweat had nearly soaked through his shirt. Eagerly, he plunged his hand into his pocket, tightly grasping the pill that had been warmed by his body heat. It was imperative that he conceal it in a more secure location without delay. Upon returning to the apartment, he locked the door behind him, scarcely pausing to change his shoes before dashing into the bedroom. He swiftly surveyed the room, seeking an appropriate hiding place. The bedside table? The crevice of the wardrobe? Behind the bookshelf? These locations were too conventional. Should Chi Cheng send someone to search, they would be easily discovered. His gaze eventually settled on an inconspicuous corner behind the power strip connected to the router. The tangled wires and accumulated dust rendered it an unlikely spot for inspection. He crouched down, carefully tucking the small white pill deep within the narrow gap between the power strip and the wall. Having completed this task, he finally slumped against the cold wall, feeling his heart race like a runaway stallion. The first step had been accomplished, albeit with a thrill of danger. But what lay ahead? How would he send the sample out? He instinctively touched his chest, where the WA communicator lay. It remained silent. The next contact was uncertain, and each second the sample lingered in his possession heightened the peril. At that moment, his phone emitted a sound, a routine news alert. Disturbed. He picked up the device, intending to silence the notifications, but inadvertently clicked on the link. As the page loaded, his pupils dilated sharply. The headline in the financial section displayed a striking image of Chi Cheng delivering a speech at a prestigious forum. While not particularly unusual, what captured Wu Suowei's attention was a seemingly inconspicuous short message beneath the news, bearing the title. Renowned pheromone researcher Dr. Eris allegedly embroiled in an academic ethics dispute. The cutting-edge research project he leads may face scrutiny. Dr. Eris? Academic ethics dispute? Wu Suowei's heart fell as if it were being clenched by an invisible hand. Was it mere coincidence? Just after he clandestinely obtained the soma sample from Eris, such news erupted. He abruptly rose from the ground, rushing to the window, pulling aside the curtain to gaze downwards. The street below appeared normal, with the black car that had been monitoring him still parked in its usual spot. Yet a profound sense of unease surged within him like a tidal wave. He recalled the unexpected phone call from Chi Cheng during lunch, the rhythmic tapping on the railing, and his currently calm and placid gaze. Was it all truly coincidence? Did Chi Cheng already know everything? Was the revelation of Eris's scandal a warning directed at him, or a diversion from something far more significant? What was this hard-won sample? A beacon of hope or a harbinger of doom? Standing by the window, the afternoon sun streamed through the glass, casting light upon his pallid face, yet he felt no warmth. It was as if he could hear silent thunder rumbling from the depths of an ostensibly tranquil sky. The storm seemed never to have departed, but rather arrived quietly, in a more insidious and terrifying manner. The news of Dr. Eris's involvement in an academic scandal struck Wu Suowei's heart like a drop of ice water falling into boiling oil, exploding into countless bubbles of panic. He reread the brief message repeatedly, attempting to extract further clues from the sparse words. Yet the scant information only deepened the enigma. Was it mere coincidence? He could not convince himself. He had experienced Chi Cheng's controlling nature and perceptiveness countless times before. This felt more like a warning, a clear signal. Every move you make. I am fully aware. The channel you rely on, Eris, cannot safeguard itself. This sensation of being utterly exposed and with nowhere to hide was far more suffocating than facing Chi Cheng's wrath directly. It stripped away the last vestige of hope for the defiant, pushing one toward the brink of despair. Wu Suowei paced back and forth in his apartment, restless as a wild beast trapped in a cage. Several times he approached the router, contemplating retrieving the pill. He even felt an impulsive urge to flush it down the toilet, obliterating the potential source of catastrophe. Yet ultimately, he restrained himself. Destroying the sample would mean relinquishing WA, his sole lifeline, and abandoning the possibility of uncovering the truth about Soma and escaping control. He could not allow fear to sever his own lifeline. The tablet is a precious find amidst peril, symbolizing hope, albeit a flickering flame that could extinguish at any moment. All he can do now is wait. Wait for WA's next contact. Wait for the directive to deliver the sample. This passive surrendering of fate to the unknown torments him. Time drips slowly in a state of anxiety. Afternoon turns to evening, and the communicator remains eerily silent throughout the night. The apartment is engulfed in an unsettling stillness, punctuated only by the sound of his own breath and heartbeat. The surveillance vehicle stationed below lurks like a dormant beast, silently reminding him of his precarious situation. He forces himself to eat to maintain his strength, but the food tastes like ashes. He attempts to divert his attention with books, yet the words blur before his eyes. His mind plagued by distressing conjectures. What will Chi Cheng do next? Will he come to search the apartment? Will he confine him to the silence room again? Could Eris's troubles ensnare him as well? It is not until the early hours of the morning that Wu Suowei, utterly exhausted both physically and mentally, drifts into a fitful sleep. Even in slumber, he is restless, beset by vivid dreams interwoven with Chi Cheng's icy visage, Eris's panicked gaze. and the horrifying magnification of the white tablet. The following day dawns grim and overcast, with a gentle rain pattering down. Wu Suowei awakens early. Or perhaps he never truly fell into a deep slumber. The gray sky outside mirrors his current mood. He spends the entire day ensnared in a taut silence of heightened tension and anticipation. Any unexpected sound, the footsteps outside, the elevator's mechanical whir, even the neighbors above, sends his heart racing, alert. Chapter 66. Silence he feels like a bowstring drawn to its utmost limit. As evening approaches, the rain lessens. Wu Suowei stands by the window, gazing at the rain-soaked streets, a profound sense of solitude and powerlessness engulfing him. Just as he feels on the verge of madness from this torturous silence, a soft vibration emanates from his chest, akin to celestial music. He jolts, practically leaping to the sofa, positioning himself in what he believes to be the relative center of the room. A possible blind spot for surveillance, this conclusion drawn from his meticulous observations. Lowering his voice, he urgently calls out, "WA, I have it. I have the sample." A faint crackle of static responds from the communicator, followed by the processed electronic voice, now clearer and more stable than before. Received. Sample acquisition confirmed. The electronic voice pauses, as if processing information. News has been noted. The situation has changed. Indeed, WA has taken notice of Eris's news. Wu Suowei's heart races. Did Chi Cheng do this? Has he discovered something? The motive remains unclear, perhaps a warning or an attempt to sever the lead. The analysis from the electronic voice remains calm and objective. The delivery plan requires adjustment. The risk at the originally designated location, Plan A, has increased. What should I do? Every additional day, the sample remains with me amplifies the danger. Wu Suowei exclaims anxiously. New directive. The electronic voice continues. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. East side of the community garbage collection point. The green recycling bin contains a magnetic hidden compartment. Place the sample there and leave immediately. The community's garbage collection point? Wu Suowei was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, this was an unexpected location. The ebb and flow of personnel was relatively intricate. The surveillance might harbor blind spots, and the daily cleaning rendered it less likely to attract prolonged attention. Note, the electronic voice emphasized the necessity of ensuring no one was tracking him. The placement process must remain clandestine. This was a singular opportunity. Understood. Wu Suowei nodded vigorously, as if the other party could see him. He finally possessed a clear direction, his anxious heart slightly settling, replaced by the tension that accompanies impending tasks. Remain vigilant, the electronic voice cautioned as the signal began to weaken. Communication ceased. Leaning back on the sofa, Wu Suowei exhaled deeply, though his nerves remained taut. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, he must discreetly complete this transfer at the waste collection point under stringent surveillance. He approached the window, gazing toward the eastern side of the community. Rain commenced anew, fine droplets tapping against the glass, obscuring the world outside. A new, more secretive game was about to unfold in the rain. The gentle drizzle enveloped the entire realm in a shroud of gray mist. Standing before the window, Wu Suowei watched as raindrops slid down the glass, leaving winding trails in their wake. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This moment felt like a brand etched into his mind. Since receiving the new directive, he had scarcely blinked. His mind repeatedly simulated every possible route from the apartment to the eastern waste collection point, rehearsing various potential emergencies and their corresponding responses. The scrutiny of the bodyguards, the surveillance cameras in the community, and even the possibility of observant neighbors, all variables needed consideration. He required a plausible excuse for leaving his residence. A simple walk in the rain would seem out of place, and the bodyguard would undoubtedly trail him closely. An idea sparked in his mind. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wu Suowei donned a dark casual outfit, grasped a black umbrella, and made his way to the door. Indeed, as soon as he opened the door, the shadow-like bodyguard was already positioned in the corridor outside. "Mr. Wu, are you heading out?" The bodyguard's voice remained perpetually flat. "Yes," Wu Suowei replied, revealing a hint of irritation and discomfort on his face. The room felt stifling, a weight pressing against his chest. He desired to step outside and breathe fresh air. He gently pressed against his chest, coupled with a slight furrow of his brow, convincingly portraying the image of a patient wishing to momentarily alleviate discomfort due to the gloomy weather or perhaps a lingering ailment. The bodyguard glanced at the drizzling rain outside, then assessed Wu Suowei's somewhat pallid complexion, seemingly weighing the risks. The confluence of a rainy day, physical unease, and the innocuous intention of merely strolling within the community rendered the necessity of surveillance seemingly less critical than the need for freedom. "I will accompany you," the bodyguard finally stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Wu Suowei sighed inwardly. This development was anticipated. He nodded in agreement, refraining from objections, and opened the umbrella as he stepped into the elevator. The community appeared unusually serene amidst the rain, the greenery washed bright, and pedestrians were few and far between. Wu Suowei held an umbrella, his pace deliberately slow as he strolled along the main thoroughfare of the community, subtly veering eastward. A bodyguard shadowed him a few steps behind, resembling an inescapable specter. Wu Suowei's heartbeat quickened as he approached the refuse collection point, where he could feel the presence of the pill securely wrapped in a small piece of waterproof tape within his pocket. This opportunity was singular. The refuse collection point was nestled behind a row of camphor trees, comprised of several categorized waste bins. At that moment, raindrops pelted the lids of the bins, producing a cacophony, while the air was thick with moisture and a faint, sour aroma. No one was in sight. Wu Suowei appeared to amble casually past, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. He spotted the green recycling bin. He needed to draw near and, without arousing suspicion, place the pill within the magnetic compartment embedded in the inner wall. Feigning interest in a uniquely shaped Chinese fur nearby, he paused to admire it for a moment before seemingly unconcernedly sauntering toward the waste bin. The bodyguard remained a few steps away, alertly observing the vicinity. Though his gaze did not constantly fixate on Wu Suowei beneath the umbrella, an invisible pressure lingered. Now was the moment. Seizing the instant the bodyguard's attention shifted to a passing delivery truck at the intersection, Wu Suowei naturally angled his body toward the green bin. With his left hand feigning the adjustment of the umbrella's ribs, his right hand swiftly plunged into his pocket, retrieving the small package, shielded by his body and the umbrella. He quickly thrust his hand into the bin's opening. His fingertips grazed the cool plastic interior, swiftly searching. According to the instructions, the magnetic compartment should be located near the top of the inner wall. He felt a slightly protruding point with magnetic pull. Without hesitation, he pressed the package against it, feeling the magnetism latch onto it, and then immediately withdrew his hand, the entire operation taking no more than 3 seconds. He retracted his hand as if merely steadying himself against the edge of the bin. His heart raced within his chest, nearly threatening to shatter his ribs. He forced himself to remain calm, taking a few more steps forward, his gaze landing on a flower bed in the distance, as if he were simply continuing his leisurely stroll. Chapter 67. Pre-warning. The bodyguard's gaze returned, detecting no anomalies. The rain and the umbrella's cover, combined with Wu Suowei's impeccable timing and fluid movements, formed a perfect veil for this perilous endeavor. Had he succeeded? Had he truly succeeded? Wu Suowei dared not look back to confirm. He could only follow the instructions and depart immediately. He adjusted his course toward the apartment building, his steps even slightly lighter than before, as if his body felt reinvigorated after exhaling. The bodyguard continued to follow closely behind. Upon returning to the apartment, the moment he closed the door, Wu Suowei leaned against the door panel, sliding down to the floor in a state of exhaustion. Raindrops dripped from the umbrella's tip, pooling into a small puddle on the floor. He gasped for air, cold sweat mingling with rainwater, soaking his forehead. The sample must have been transmitted by now, right? Was the magnetic compartment sufficiently concealed? Would it be inadvertently discovered by a janitor? Can the person in WA retrieve it in a timely manner? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Yet, regardless of the uncertainty, he accomplished this seemingly impossible feat. He cast forth the seeds of hope. Outside, the rain continued to fall, drumming against the glass like a relentless percussion. Wu Suowei gazed at the blurred world beyond the window, yet he felt no relief within. He understood that this was merely the beginning. After transmitting the sample, what would the next step entail? What reaction would there be from Chi Cheng? He felt like a shadow in the rain, having traversed a perilous path, yet ahead lay nothing but dense fog. The time following the transmission of the sample seemed to stretch infinitely. Each passing moment felt like a harsh rasp against coarse sandpaper, laden with anxious anticipation and an agonizing uncertainty. Wu Suowei was restless, every slight movement causing his heart to race. He replayed every detail of placing the sample in his mind, terrified that any misstep might lead to ruin or even calamity. The rain outside gradually ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, mirroring his current state of mind. The apartment was eerily silent, save for the relentless ticking of the second hand on the wall clock, its rhythm maddeningly monotonous. The surveillance vehicle downstairs lingered like a shadow, a constant reminder that he had never truly escaped his cage. He attempted to calm his nerves through reading, but the words on the pages morphed into risks, exposure, and the name Chi Cheng, terms that tightened his anxiety. He turned on the television, where the news was reporting a trivial social story, yet the anchor's steady tone felt to him like a countdown. Time crawled towards evening. Wu Suowei had little appetite, managing only a few sips of water. He stood in the center of the living room, feeling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Its molten core seething, while its exterior maintained a facade of silence. Just as this intense torment approached its zenith, a sudden beep resonated. The pattern of vibrations in his chest was different this time, no longer the familiar 2 short and 1 long, but rather a rapid succession of 3 short pulses. Wu Suowei jolted, rushing to the bathroom, the only relatively safe haven he could think of at that moment. He turned on the faucet, letting the sound of running water drown out everything else. Then, trembling, he focused intently, awaiting the electronic signal. The signal appeared to waver, interspersed with faint static. Yet the message still reached his ears with clarity. Sample confirmed received. Those few brief words struck him like celestial music, akin to a decree of mercy, instantly shattering the immense weight upon his chest. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the floor, and he hastily braced himself against the cold, tiled wall. It worked. They truly received it. A tremendous wave of relief surged over him, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Yet he knew this was not the time to relax. The electronic voice continued, seemingly quickening in pace. Analysis commencing immediately. Maintain absolute silence. Do not initiate contact unless in life-threatening situations. Await further instructions. Understood. I will remain silent. Wu Suowei lowered his voice, responding with an urgency that suggested a fear of being unheard. He remained vigilant, acutely aware of the surrounding changes. The electronic voice ultimately cautioned him, as the signal gradually weakened until it vanished entirely. The communication ceased, leaving only the sound of water cascading in the bathroom. Wu Suowei turned off the faucet, resting his hands on the edge of the sink, gazing into the mirror at his pale face. Yet his eyes rekindled with a glimmer of hope. The successful transmission of the sample indicated that he was no longer fighting alone. It signified the potential reality of deciphering soma and breaking free from control. However, WA's warning echoed in his mind. Maintain absolute silence. For the response from Chi Cheng remained uncertain. This reminded him that the most perilous phase might only just be commencing. Had the smooth transfer of the sample truly escaped Chi Cheng's notice? Was Eris's scandal merely a coincidence? What tempest lay beneath Chi Cheng's silence? The fleeting illumination brought by hope was swiftly overshadowed by a profound anxiety. All he could do now was wait, like an insect poised before a storm, alert to any subtle shifts in atmospheric pressure. He stepped out of the bathroom, the apartment still enveloped in silence. Yet this silence no longer felt like a torturous despair. It transformed into a tense anticipation. He understood that beneath this quietude, an analysis crucial to his fate was unfolding somewhere unknown. Moreover, an unforeseen reaction from Chi Cheng could strike at any moment. The silence itself became the loudest herald of impending events. Absolute stillness. These 4 words served as an invisible shackle, binding Wu Suowei tightly within the confines of his exquisite prison. Unlike his previous restless waiting, this time his anticipation bore an almost reverent hope. intermingled with a profound dread of the unknown storm. The sample had been received, and the analysis was underway. It resembled a faint glimmer at the end of a dark tunnel, granting him the courage to persevere. Yet WA's warning lingered in his ears, and Chi Cheng's unusual tranquility felt more like the eye of a storm gathering strength. Wu Suowei adhered strictly to the directives. He refrained from undertaking any actions that might attract attention, leading a life as methodical as a program machine. Rising, dining, moving within the limited space, reading, albeit distractedly, resting. He even consciously maintained a state of mild fatigue and acquiescence induced by medication, as if he had genuinely accepted his circumstances. No longer did he frequently approach the window to gaze outside, nor did he subconsciously touch the communicator nestled against his chest. Now, he resembled a functioning automaton. Chapter 68. Waiting, he buried all his urgency and unease deep within his heart, allowing only fleeting moments when unobserved for his gaze to betray the tension akin to a drawn bowstring. Days passed, tranquil to the point of suffocation. Chi Cheng neither returned to the apartment nor made a phone call. The assistant delivered supplies and meals punctually, while the bodyguard remained stationed outside the door, vigilant as ever. Everything seemed to have returned to a state reminiscent of before the follow-up appointment, perhaps even more normal. Yet this semblance of normalcy was, in fact, the most unsettling of all. Wu Suowei distinctly recalled Chi Cheng's words as he departed from lunch. The assistant will notify you of next week's schedule in advance. However, the week of the follow-up had long since elapsed, and no notification had been forthcoming from the assistant. Had Chi Cheng forgotten? Or had the appointment been canceled? Or indefinitely postponed? This realization sent a chill down Wu Suowei's spine. Eris had just become embroiled in trouble, and the follow-up had ceased without a whisper. This could not be mere coincidence. Was Chi Cheng erasing traces? Or was he adjusting the treatment plan for Wu Suowei? The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. He was oblivious to the plans concealed beneath Chi Cheng's silence, unaware of how long Soma's analysis would take. He had no inkling of when or how WA would next reach out to him. He felt like a powerless vessel adrift upon a seemingly tranquil sea that concealed tumultuous whirlpools below, passively awaiting a change in the winds. That night, Wu Suowei awoke once more from a nightmare. In his dream, he stood amidst endless fog, Chi Cheng's voice echoing from all directions, laced with a chilling mirth. In his palm, a white pill was dissolving, transforming into a viscous liquid that gradually consumed him. He sat up, turned on the bedside lamp, and downed a glass of cold water, barely managing to quell his racing heart. Outside, the city's neon lights flickered incessantly, illuminating the darkness, yet failing to penetrate the fog enveloping his heart. He found himself drawn to his desk, instinctively unlocking a drawer. Inside lay some of his past personal belongings, a medal from an innovation competition during his university days, a somewhat faded photograph with Yue Yue taken on campus, which he had thought he had discarded, and a draft of the business plan from when he initially founded Shengwei. His fingers brushed against the cold metal, and the vibrant smile from the photograph pierced his eyes with pain. Those vivid, angular memories belonging to Wu Suowei seemed to be gradually worn down, replaced by the pale, subdued shadow he had become, living under the control of others. No. He abruptly slammed the drawer shut, producing a dull thud. He could not be extinguished so easily. The samples had already been sent out. This marked the beginning of his counterattack. Regardless of Chi Cheng's machinations, no matter how arduous the path ahead, he had to persevere. He returned to bed, eyes wide open until dawn. In those eyes, which had widened in the dark, fear still lingered, but more prominently, there was a resolute determination, born from being pushed to the brink. The arrow had been knocked, and the bow drawn taut. All he could do was aim at his target the moment the bowstring sang and the arrow was released, resolutely refusing to look back. Silence remained the prevailing theme. Yet beneath this silence, determination surged like molten lava, quietly coursing through him. Time slipped by in the tense quietude, stretching over several more days. Wu Suowei had nearly grown accustomed to a life where every nerve was taut as a drawn bowstring, even beginning to extract a peculiar serenity from the extreme pressure he endured. However, This fragile equilibrium was abruptly shattered by a phone call from Assistant Chi Cheng, akin to a stone cast into still waters. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wu." The assistant's voice resonated through the receiver, maintaining its customary politeness, yet imbued with an undeniable air of command. "Mr. Chi requests that you prepare yourself. In 1 hour, you will be taken to the Jingxin Garden on the outskirts of the city for a brief sojourn of 2 days." The mention of Jingxin Garden caused Wu Suowei's heart to plummet. It was a private estate owned by Chi Cheng, renowned for its unparalleled privacy and stringent security. Rather than a haven for recuperation, it resembled a more advanced, picturesque prison. Why the sudden summons to that place? "My health." Wu Suowei attempted to conjure an excuse, his voice laced with just the right degree of frailty and hesitation. "Mr. Chi believes that the suburban environment will better facilitate your recovery, away from the clamor of the city," the assistant replied, seemingly unfazed by his concerns, clearly having anticipated his reaction. "The arrangements are finalized. Please be ready on time." The call was terminated with a decisive click, leaving no room for discussion. Wu Suowei stood frozen, clutching the receiver, a chill enveloping him. The anticipated response from Chi Cheng had finally arrived, not through direct confrontation or furious retribution, but through a more elusive and seemingly caring maneuver. This was far more disconcerting than any overt conflict. A trip to Jingxin Garden meant he would be entirely isolated, his already tenuous connections to the outside world potentially severed. That place was Chi Cheng's absolute domain, where surveillance would be even more stringent than in his apartment. More critically, would WA still be able to reach him? If an analysis yielded results, how would the directives be communicated? A tide of profound unease and panic engulfed him. Yet, he knew he had no grounds to refuse. An hour later, Wu Suowei hastily packed a small suitcase, primarily filled with everyday attire. He cast a final glance at the router power strip that had concealed the pills, a weight settling in his heart. Descending the stairs, he entered the vehicle. This time, it was not the familiar sedan, but a more spacious SUV with darker, tinted windows. 2 bodyguards flanked him, one on each side, confining him in the back seat. As the car exited the city, the scenery outside gradually transformed from towering skyscrapers to expansive fields and distant mountains. The sky, washed clean after the rain, was a brilliant blue, and the air was refreshing. However, Wu Suowei found himself devoid of the desire to appreciate it. He felt as though he were being delivered to an unknown, inescapable cage. Jingxin Garden was nestled halfway up a mountain, concealed within a verdant bamboo grove. The towering walls, the tightly shut cast aluminum gates, and the stern-faced security personnel at the entrance all signified its isolation from the world. As the vehicle entered the estate, the interior was indeed picturesque, with pavilions, bridges, and flowing streams reminiscent of an ancient recluse's abode. Yet, the excessive tranquility and meticulous order exuded an unassailable severity. Wu Suowei was led to an independent, exquisitely appointed guest room adorned with a small courtyard. The amenities within were complete, even surpassing the luxury and comfort of an apartment. Yet every detail exuded a meticulous sense of control. Just as he set down his luggage, the internal telephone in the room rang. Upon answering, he heard Chi Cheng's deep voice, imbued with a hint of the unique chill found in the mountains. "Have you arrived? Are you comfortable?" Wu Suowei tightened his grip on the receiver, his fingertips turning pale. "It's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chi. This place is quiet, suitable for you to contemplate some matters." Chi Cheng's tone revealed no discernible emotion, yet it carried an invisible pressure. Dinner at the main residence at 7 o'clock. Without waiting for Wu Suowei's response, the call was abruptly terminated. Contemplate some matters? Wu Suowei set down the phone and approached the window. Chapter 69, Another Cage Outside. The meticulously curated Japanese rock garden unfurled, a tableau of white sand, green stones, and a few dwarf pines. The ambience was serene and distant, yet it resembled a painting frozen in time, devoid of life. He was ensnared here, akin to a bird transferred to a more ornate cage, seemingly granted a broader vista, yet stripped of the last vestige of freedom to flutter. What was Chi Cheng truly after? Merely a change of location to continue surveilling him? Or was there a deeper scheme lurking within this secluded estate? As Wu Suowei gazed at the sharply defined stones in the garden, a sudden thought surged within him. This seemingly tranquil and harmonious retreat might very well be the final altar before the storm's arrival, and he, the sacrificial offering placed upon it. Dinner at the main residence unfolded as anticipated, a silent punishment. The long, antique dining table featured Chi Cheng at the head, while Wu Suowei was seated at the farthest end from him. The dishes were exquisite, yet the atmosphere was so frigid it rendered the food tasteless. Aside from a few obligatory, terse exchanges regarding the cuisine, Chi Cheng refrained from broaching any other topics, hardly sparing Wu Suowei a glance. This deliberate neglect was more excruciating than direct interrogation. Wu Suowei found the meal devoid of flavor. Each passing minute felt like traversing a tightrope. He could not fathom Chi Cheng's true intentions for bringing him here. This uncertainty loomed over him like a vast shadow. As dinner concluded, Chi Cheng wiped his hands with a napkin and stated blandly, "You may return to rest. The night winds here are strong. Do not wander about." His tone was unremarkable, yet it delivered a clear edict of confinement. Wu Suowei obediently acquiesced, guided back to the independent guest room by a servant. The door closed heavily behind him, as if sealing him off from the outside world. He leaned against the door, releasing a long, weary sigh. The tension that had gripped him throughout the evening began to ease. It was swiftly replaced by a deeper sense of fatigue and isolation. He approached the window, drawing back the heavy curtains to gaze outside. The courtyard bathed in moonlight was eerily quiet, with only the whispering of the wind through the bamboo groves. In the distance, the lights of the main residence glowed like the eyes of a lurking beast. The name Serenity Courtyard now rang with bitter irony. It only served to amplify one's inner turmoil and unease. After a simple wash, Wu Suowei lay down on an excessively spacious bed, still clothed. The mattress was soft, and the exquisite quilt luxurious, yet he felt as if he were lying amidst thorns, tossing and turning in restless slumber. The last words of Chi Cheng echoed in his mind. "Do not move about carelessly." Was it a warning, or an insinuation that something would transpire during the night? He lay with his eyes wide open, staring at the blurred, ornate patterns on the ceiling, his ears alert, capturing even the faintest sound from outside the room. Time slipped by in silence, and just as his consciousness began to wane, succumbing to fatigue, a barely perceptible click seemed to emanate from the direction of the door. Instantly, Wu Suowei was wide awake, his muscles taut, holding his breath to listen intently. Yet, silence reigned once more. It was as if that faint sound was merely a figment of his imagination, or perhaps the wind nudging the door frame. He dared not be reckless. He gently propped himself up, remaining vigilant in the darkness for what felt like an eternity, but nothing stirred. The relief that followed his heightened tension only deepened his fatigue, and at last he could no longer resist the pull of sleep, drifting into a hazy slumber. His dreams were anything but tranquil, a surreal tapestry weaving together Chi Cheng's cold visage, Eris's panicked eyes, and the horrifying magnification of white pills. He struggled within the dream, only to awaken suddenly. Outside, dawn had begun to break, and the soft morning light filtered through the window into the room. Wu Suowei's heart raced, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Mechanically, he reached for the glass of water on the bedside table, only to freeze as his fingertips brushed against an object, an icy, hard, small item that surely did not belong there. It was as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, and he was abruptly wide awake. He sat up suddenly, flinging aside the pillow. Beneath it, near the head of the bed, lay an object, a minuscule, unmarked transparent bag, containing a familiar white pill. Soma. At that moment, it felt as though his blood had congealed, an icy dread spreading from his feet throughout his entire being. How could this be? Where did this pill come from? Had someone slipped it in after he had fallen asleep? Was it the faint click he had heard? Who was it? Chi Cheng. Why had he chosen to deliver the pill in such a manner? Was it a new test, or some twisted form of reward? Or perhaps it was from the people at WA. Had they located him, conveying their message in this manner? But that was far too reckless. And why was it a whole pill? Hadn't they already obtained samples? Countless questions and fears crashed over him like a tsunami. He stared intently at the pill, glinting coldly in the morning light, resembling a serpent's egg, lying quietly beneath his pillow, exuding an ominous aura. He dare not touch it, as if it were a curse that would bring death upon contact. Did Chi Cheng know he had discovered it? Was this pill bait? A trap? Or perhaps a final ultimatum? Wu Suowei sat on the edge of his bed, enveloped in an icy chill, gazing at the inexplicably appeared pill, feeling as though he stood on the precipice of an unfathomable abyss. The serene morning in the meditation garden was adorned with the crisp chirping of birds and the refreshing air. Yet he seemed to hear the grating sound of fate's gears slowly turning, a sound that sent shivers down his spine. That soma pill lay quietly beneath his pillow, reflecting a cold and eerie gleam in the dawning light. He remained frozen in place, as if under a spell. His blood felt as though it had congealed, and even breathing became a laborious task. Fear pierced through him like countless fine needles, penetrating every inch of his skin. Who was it? Who could it be? His mind raced, eliminating various possibilities. vs.the. The likelihood was exceedingly low. They demanded absolute silence, and the known samples had already been obtained. There was no need to risk sending another intact pill in such a perilous and futile manner. This did not align with their modus operandi. Chi Cheng. This was the most plausible and, concurrently, the most terrifying answer. Only Chi Cheng possessed the capability to surreptitiously place something beneath his pillow in this heavily guarded manner. This was a blatant show of power, a cat-and-mouse game. He was conveying to Wu Suowei, everything about you is under my control, including your sleep and your safe space. The pill I give you is not an act of mercy, but a test of your courage. Will you dare to take it? And if so, how will you handle the consequences? There lingered a faint possibility that it could be someone else within the manor, a character with unknown intentions. Regardless of the scenario, this pill was a hot potato, a deadly bait. To touch it could mean falling into a trap. To leave it untouched while it remained here was a considerable risk. It could be discovered at any moment by someone coming to tidy the room, leaving him without defense. As time ticked away, the light outside grew increasingly bright. Wu Suowei understood he needed to make a decision swiftly. He took a deep breath, forcing down the tumultuous waves of anxiety, and his gaze sharpened once more. Fear would not solve his predicament. He needed to maintain his composure. He meticulously recalled everything from the previous night. If that faint click had indeed signified someone entering, and the purpose was to place the pill, might the intruder have left behind something else in the room? Or was there something distinct about this very pill? Chapter 70. The choice at the cliff's edge, he cautiously pinched the small, transparent sealed bag with his fingertips, avoiding direct contact with the pill. Holding it up to the light, he scrutinized it. The appearance of the pill was identical to the one he had previously surreptitiously taken, white, devoid of any markings. The sealed bag was utterly mundane. But wait, he brought the bag closer to his nose and took an almost imperceptible sniff. Aside from the faint chemical scent of the pill, there lingered an almost undetectable whiff of crisp cedar and cold spring. This revelation sent his heart racing once more. This was the scent of Chi Cheng's pheromones. Though exceedingly faint, nearly dissipating, for Wu Suowei, who had once been profoundly suppressed and entwined by it. This scent was as clear as a brand. It was Chi Cheng. Indeed, it was him. Upon confirming the source, an unusual sensation of fear settled within him, transforming into a chilling fury and a resolute determination. Chi Cheng was provoking him, testing the limits of his endurance. Retreat was not an option. He grasped the sealed bag tightly in his palm, the sharp edges of the pills pressing against his skin. The pressing question now was how to manage this predicament. Should he destroy it? Yet, if Chi Cheng had dared to present it, he must possess a contingency plan. Destruction might play directly into his hands. Conceal it? In this room, undoubtedly rife with surveillance, where could he possibly hide it? Just as his mind became a tumultuous whirl, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the guest room. Wu Suowei's body tensed, quickly shoving the sealed bag into the pocket of his sleeve pants, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Mr. Wu, I have brought your breakfast," came the respectful voice of the servant. "Please leave it outside. I will retrieve it shortly." Wu Suowei replied, striving to sound steady, laced with the languor of someone just awakened. "Very well." The footsteps gradually receded. Leaning against the door, Wu Suowei felt cold sweat soaking his back. He could no longer remain in this suffocating room. He needed to step outside, to find space for contemplation. He swiftly donned his clothes, concealing the sealed bag in the most discreet pocket of his attire, then opened the door to collect his breakfast. He carried the tray not to the confines of the room, but to the small courtyard adjoining the guest chamber. The morning air was imbued with the fresh scent of bamboo leaves, yet he lacked the heart to savor it. Sitting upon a stone bench, he mechanically consumed his meal, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Every blade of grass, every stone, and every scenery seemed to harbor countless watchful eyes beneath the veneer of tranquility. What was Chi Cheng's true intention with this pill? Was it to compel him to ingest it willingly, thereby demonstrating submission? Or was it a trap, waiting for him to steal once more, to gather irrefutable evidence and utterly crush his resistance? This minuscule pill, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred ripples that disrupted the entire enigma. The path ahead was shrouded in fog, and Wu Suowei understood that every step he took would be precarious, akin to walking on the edge of a blade. The breakfast in the courtyard tasted as bland as chewing wax. Wu Suowei mechanically swallowed his food, his focus entirely on the small sealed bag nestled in his pocket. It felt like a burning coal or a grenade with its safety pin removed, pressed against his thigh, constantly reminding him of his dire predicament. Chi Cheng's intentions loomed over him like the mist enveloping the tranquil garden, elusive and enigmatic. Was it coercion to yield, a test of his loyalty, or perhaps a pretext for a more severe punishment? Regardless, this pill signified peril. He could not consume it. To do so would signify a voluntary surrender of his resistance, willingly reshaping himself into the form Chi Cheng desired, effectively dismantling the foundation of his defiance. This was absolutely inconceivable. Yet, retaining it was equally untenable. In this manner, rife with watchful eyes, concealing an object bestowed by Chi Cheng would be a blatant act of defiance, with consequences too grave to contemplate. This fiction, while it appeared to offer a clean resolution, what if it constituted the very evidence of rebellion that Chi Cheng anticipated? He may be waiting for Wu Suowei to personally destroy the pill, thereby justifying the adoption of more extreme measures. Caught in a dilemma, each choice feels like a fork in the road, leading to different abysses. Wu Suowei is engulfed by an unprecedented sense of helplessness, as if no matter how hard he struggles, he cannot escape the vast net that Chi Cheng has meticulously woven. The sun gradually intensifies, casting mottled spots of light on him through the gaps in the bamboo leaves. He raises his gaze towards the main residence, where the tranquil building stands solemn and mysterious in the sunlight, much like Chi Cheng himself. At that moment, a servant silently enters the small courtyard, respectfully delivering a message. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Chi requests your presence in the study." The inevitable has finally arrived, tightening Wu Suowei's heart. So soon? Is Chi Cheng unable to wait any longer to see his choice? Or has he discovered something else? Taking a deep breath, Wu Suowei forces himself to regain his composure. He stands up, straightens his slightly wrinkled collar, burying all turmoil and fear deep within his heart. He knows that what lies ahead is a formidable challenge. As he follows the servant down the corridor leading to the main residence, Wu Suowei keeps his hands buried in his pockets, tightly gripping the plastic sealed bag. His fingertips trace the hard outline of the pill, and a daring, even reckless thought flashes through his mind like lightning. This notion sends a thrill through him. But in this desperate situation, it may be the only perilous path to break the stalemate and reclaim a semblance of initiative. He swiftly weighs the pros and cons, calculating the likelihood of success against the cost of failure. The risks are immense, yet the potential rewards could be substantial. Upon reaching the door of the study, the servant gestures for him to enter. Wu Suowei pauses for a second at the threshold, takes a deep breath, and pushes open the heavy wooden door. Inside the study, Chi Cheng stands with his back to him, facing a grand ink wash landscape painting. Sunlight streams through the lattice window, outlining his tall and rigid silhouette. The air is infused with a faint scent of ink and cedar pheromones, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Hearing the door open, Chi Cheng slowly turned around, his deep gaze landing on Wu Suowei like that of a hawk, filled with scrutiny and an indescribable expectation. "Have you made up your mind?" He states directly, his calm voice imbued with undeniable authority. Wu Suowei stands at the door, against the light, his expression inscrutable. He does not respond immediately, but meets Chi Cheng's gaze, stepping inside step by measured step. Each step is taken with remarkable steadiness. He approaches the desk, halting a few paces away from Chi Cheng. Then, under Chi Cheng's watchful eyes, he withdraws his hand from his pocket. In his open palm lies the transparent plastic seal bag, revealing the white soma pill within. Chi Cheng's brow twitches imperceptibly, his gaze sharpening, fixating intently on Wu Suowei's face, awaiting his next move. Wu Suowei gazed at the pill resting in his palm, then lifted his eyes to meet Chi Cheng's, a faint yet resolute curve forming at the corners of his lips. He neither ingested it, nor discarded, nor destroyed it. Under Chi Cheng's penetrating gaze, he embarked on an unexpected course of action. Chapter 71. The gamble beneath the serpent's kiss. The study was enveloped in a silence so profound that the sound of dust settling could be perceived. Chi Cheng's deep-set eyes, akin to tangible entities, fixated intently on the open palm of Wu Suowei, where the white pill appeared strikingly conspicuous in the light streaming through the barred window. He was waiting for Wu Suowei's submission, his defiance, or any conceivable reaction that could be interpreted and controlled. However, Wu Suowei's subsequent actions completely exceeded Chi Cheng's anticipations. Beneath Chi Cheng's sharp scrutiny, the resolute curve on Wu Suowei's face remained unyielding. Without hesitation, he deftly pinched the transparent, sealed bag with the fingertips of his other hand, giving it a gentle shake, causing the soma pill to roll into his open palm. Then, under the sudden weight of Chi Cheng's intensified gaze, Wu Suowei raised his hand, slowly bringing the pill to his lips. His movements were deliberate, imbued with an almost ritualistic gravity, reminiscent of a final offering from one on the brink of death. His eyes remained fixed on Chi Cheng, devoid of the usual evasion. The pretense and fear had been replaced by a calmness of irrevocable resolution, coupled with an ineffable provocation. Chi Cheng's pupils constricted imperceptibly. He had not anticipated Wu Suowei's compliance. Yet within this compliance lay an unsettling sense of losing control that displeased him. Just as the pill was about to touch his lips, Wu Suowei's motion experienced a minuscule pause. His tongue swiftly flicked over his lower lip, an unconscious gesture born of tension. Yet in this moment, it seemed a deliberately magnified signal. The next instant, he opened his mouth and allowed the pill to rest on his tongue. He did not follow the customary practice of swallowing it with water. Instead, he simply held it, his throat showing no distinct sign of swallowing. He merely tilted his head slightly back, closed his eyes, and let his long eyelashes cast shadows on his pale cheeks, as if quietly savoring something, or perhaps waiting for the drug's effects to take hold. The entire study was engulfed in a deathly silence. Chi Cheng stood motionless, his gaze fixed on Wu Suowei, attempting to discern any trace of disguise upon his excessively serene countenance. His keen instincts enabled him to detect the slightest alterations in Wu Suowei's breathing rhythm and any subtle fluctuations in pheromonal signals. Seconds slipped away, each one stretching into eternity. Logically, the soma pill would begin to dissolve upon contact, rapidly taking effect and inducing a sensation of suppressed pheromones. Yet, Chi Cheng sensed an incongruity. Although Wu Suowei's pheromones remained dulled by the previous substance, there was no sign of the anticipated violent suppression that should have ensued. Instead, beneath that thick veil of tension, it seemed as though something was pulsating with an extraordinary tenacity, albeit faintly. Wu Suowei remained with his eyes closed, maintaining an upward gaze. Only he was aware of the heart-stopping ordeal he was experiencing at that moment. The pill had not been swallowed. Rather, it was ingeniously lodged between his palate and teeth, a clever ruse of feigned consumption, while in truth it was concealed. He was gambling, betting that Chi Cheng would not conduct a close inspection of his mouth, that Chi Cheng's assessment of the onset time of the soma's effects would not be precise to the second. He wagered on his ability to deceive this astute old fox. This was undoubtedly akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, surviving beneath the kiss of a serpent. Any slight misstep could lead to irreversible doom. The bitter taste of the pill began to permeate his mouth, and he had to summon every ounce of willpower to control his facial muscles. He could not betray a hint of discomfort and must simulate the slight disorientation that might accompany the drug's effects. Seconds stretched into what felt like centuries. At last, Chi Cheng moved. He slowly approached Wu Suowei, the distance between them close enough to feel each other's breath. He extended his hand, the coolness of his fingertips gently lifting Wu Suowei's chin, compelling him to open his eyes. Their gazes locked. Chi Cheng's eyes were like a deep abyss, seeking to drown all secrets within. He leaned closer, near the side of Wu Suowei's neck, his nostrils flaring as he meticulously discerned the subtlest variations in his pheromones. Wu Suowei's heart raced like a drum, yet he forced himself to maintain eye contact with Chi Cheng, striving to embody the compliant bewilderment expected after taking the drug. Chi Cheng's breath brushed against his sensitive neck, sending shivers coursing through him. After a long pause, Chi Cheng straightened up and released his hold. He said nothing, merely casting a profound glance at Wu Suowei, an expression rich with complexity, part scrutiny, part inquiry, perhaps tinged with a newfound intrigue. "Go rest," Chi Cheng finally uttered, turning back towards a landscape painting, his back to Wu Suowei, as if the heart-stopping scene had never transpired. Wu Suowei secretly exhaled in relief, knowing he had temporarily passed the first hurdle. Lowering his head, he softly replied, "Yes." He turned and walked steadily out of the study. And only when he closed the door behind him, severing that palpable gaze, did he feel his back drenched in cold sweat. The pill remained lodged in his mouth, bitter and perilous. For now, he had won this round of the gamble. Yet, Wu Suowei understood that this was far from over. Chi Cheng's silence was more terrifying than any reaction. He felt like prey that had narrowly escaped the serpent's jaws, while those icy serpent-like eyes remained hidden, fixated upon him. The heavy wooden door of the study closed behind him, isolating him from Chi Cheng's almost tangible gaze. The steady steps he had been maintaining nearly crumbled the instant he stepped onto the corridor. He had to reach out and grasp the cold column to steady his faltering body. Cold sweat cascaded from his brow like a stream, soaking his temples. The bitter taste from the dissolving pill mingled with the terror of having survived a catastrophe, churning his stomach. Had he succeeded? Had he momentarily deceived Chi Cheng? This thought brought no relief. Instead, it felt like the sudden slackening of a tightly drawn bowstring, leaving behind a hollow sense of dread. He understood that, given Chi Cheng's suspicion and keen perception, any minor flaw could be magnified infinitely in the future. The pill in his mouth had to be disposed of immediately. Lingering on it for even a second increased the risk of exposure. He suppressed his discomfort and quickened his pace, almost stumbling as he returned to the isolated guest room. Locking the door behind him, he rushed into the bathroom, turning on the faucet to drown out any potential sounds. Then, he leaned over the sink, carefully using his fingertips to extract the pill, now slightly softened and diminished in size, from the hidden recesses of his mouth. The pill was coated in saliva, exuding a nauseating bitterness. Wu Suowei gazed at this small object in his palm, which nearly led him to ruin, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 72. Passive or active, he could not simply flush it away. What if the drainage system had surveillance or was subject to inspection? He scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the lid of the toilet tank. He lifted the tank lid and forcefully crushed the pill into finer powder, mixing it into the water within the tank, watching as the white powder dissolved rapidly, disappearing without a trace. After completing this task, he slumped against the cold tile floor, breathless and utterly exhausted. The bitter taste lingered in his mouth, and he rinsed with handfuls of cold water until his tongue tingled, the flavor finally beginning to fade. However, the psychological shadow was far from something that cold water could wash away. Chi Cheng's last inscrutable gaze replayed in his mind like a nightmare. Did he truly believe him? Or was this brief reprieve merely the suffocating calm before the storm? Bringing himself to Jingxin courtyard, laying the pill beneath his pillow, and the subsequent summoning of events were hardly coincidental. Chi Cheng seemed to be conducting a meticulously designed pressure test, gradually constricting his space for survival, probing his limits, tormenting his nerves. Wu Suowei hugged his knees, burying his face in his arms. A profound sense of exhaustion and loneliness engulfed him like a tidal wave. He felt like a beast trapped in an ornate cage. No matter how he thrashed, the surrounding bars remained unyielding. And the hunter who had placed him in this cage stood leisurely outside, relishing his struggles. The WA side remained silent. How long would the analysis take? Did they know they had been relocated here? Did the successful transfer of the sample hold any significance? Or was everything already under Chi Cheng's control? And all his resistance merely the antics of a jester? Despair coiled around his heart like a vine. Yet he shook his head vigorously, his nails digging deep into his palms, using the pain to dispel those feeble thoughts. He could not give up. Under no circumstances could he surrender. Chi Cheng yearned to witness his collapse, to see him yield. Yet he refused to comply. He rose and approached the mirror, gazing at the pallid visage that bore a flicker of defiance in its eyes. A trace of moisture lingered at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a tear stain born of injustice. Yet he forcefully wiped it away. Like a cornered beast still fighting, Wu Suowei had never been a mere lamb for slaughter. If Chi Cheng delighted in such psychological games, then he would engage to the fullest extent. He needed to exercise greater caution, to embody the patience of a hunter concealed in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. He adjusted his attire, dried the traces of moisture from his face, and transformed himself back into the docile and subdued Wu Suowei that others expected. Then, he pushed open the bathroom door and stepped outside. Beyond the window, the sunlight bathed the tranquil garden in its warmth, still serene and beautiful. Yet Wu Suowei was acutely aware that beneath this veneer of peace lay the prelude to a silent and far more brutal war. He had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. In the ensuing 2 days, the garden fell into a peculiar tranquility. Wu Suowei resembled a forgotten artifact. Ensconced in the guest room, undisturbed, meals were delivered punctually by the servants to the small courtyard, but aside from that, there were no further orders or communications. It was as if Chi Cheng had completely vanished from his world. However, this tranquility only deepened Wu Suowei's unease. He understood well that this was far from Chi Cheng's typical demeanor. The calm before the storm is often the most perilous. He felt akin to an animal sensing the eerie silence that precedes an earthquake, each nerve ending on high alert. He dared not engage in any reckless behavior, spending most of his time in the guest room or the courtyard, reading, daydreaming, or ostensibly admiring the garden scenery. In reality, he was mentally rehearsing various scenarios and countermeasures. He meticulously dissected every detail of the harrowing game played in the study that night, striving to uncover Chi Cheng's true intentions and any potential vulnerabilities. The bitterness of Soma in his mouth seemed to have dissipated, yet the sensation of being on the brink of disaster remained etched in his memory. He was acutely aware that the contest between him and Chi Cheng had entered a more perilous and psychologically testing phase. That night, Wu Suowei awoke once more from a shallow sleep, not due to a nightmare, but rather an inexplicable feeling of trepidation. The moonlight was bright outside, and all was silent. Yet he sensed a presence lurking in the darkness, as if unseen eyes were watching him. He rose from his bed, bare feet padding softly to the window, and gently lifted the corner of the curtain to peer outside. The courtyard lay still and silent under the moon's glow, bamboo shadows swaying gently. Everything appeared normal. Was it merely his imagination? Since arriving at the garden, his nerves had been in a constant state of hypervigilance. Just as he prepared to let the curtain fall, a flicker of light caught his peripheral vision from a window on the second floor of the main residence. It was faint yet swiftly extinguished. If memory served, that window was in the direction of Chi Cheng's study. Was Chi Cheng still awake at such a late hour? Or was he engaged in some confidential matter? Wu Suowei's heart inexplicably quickened. He held his breath, fixating intently on the window, yet there was no longer any anomaly, only a return to the enveloping darkness. It felt as though the fleeting brightness he had witnessed moments ago was merely an illusion conjured by the moonlight, or perhaps a trick of his weary eyes. He lowered the curtain and stood in the darkness for what felt like an eternity. The sensation of an invisible hand tightening around his throat grew increasingly suffocating. Chi Cheng was not far away, ensconced within his dwelling like a dormant volcano, uncertain of when it might erupt with devastating lava. Yet here he was, ensnared in this confined space, awaiting an unknown judgment. The agony of this passive waiting threatened to drive him to madness. He craved information, a yearning to discern what transpired outside, to ascertain the progress of Wu's analysis, to comprehend Chi Cheng's next intentions. Instinctively, he stroked his chest where a cold communicator lay pressed against his skin. It remained silent, adhering to its mandate of absolute quietude. The feeling of entrusting his fate entirely to the unknown was unbearably wretched. Just as his inner turmoil reached a fever pitch, a faint, nearly imperceptible vibration emanated from his chest. It was not the rhythmic ticking of the communicator, but rather a sound akin to something being gently placed upon the wooden windowsill. A muffled thud. Wu Suowei's body tensed, instantly alert as he glanced toward the room's window. His window was a traditional Chinese wooden frame, adorned with a small ledge outside. From where had the sound originated? He stealthily approached the window, cautiously lifting the curtain's edge to peer outside through the glass. Under the moonlight, the windowsill lay bare, save for the nocturnal dew glistening with a faint glow. Had the wind stirred something? Or was it yet another gift? An overwhelming impulse urged him to open the window for a closer inspection, yet reason held him firmly back. Could this be yet another trap? Was Chi Cheng waiting for him to curiously unveil the window, only to... He stared intently at the sill, his heart racing wildly within his chest. Minutes drifted by, and still, there was no sign of movement outside. Ultimately, Wu Suowei lacked the courage to open the window. He slowly retreated to the bedside, sitting down, yet his gaze remained fixated on the window. That faint sound had been like a stone cast into a deep pool. Though subtle, it shattered the night's silence, stirring immense ripples within Wu Suowei's heart. In this silent sanctuary of introspection, it felt as if thunder was quietly brewing with every passing moment. Wu Suowei understood that he could no longer afford to wait passively. He had to devise a way to proactively touch the seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous surface beneath, even if that water concealed an unfathomable abyss. Chapter 73. The enigmatic box on the windowsill that night. Wu Suowei scarcely closed his eyes. His ears, akin to the most sophisticated radar, captured every minute sound from outside. Yet apart from the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind, there were no other disturbances. The brief sound that had appeared and vanished felt like an invisible thorn pricking at his nerve endings. As dawn broke, he could no longer restrain himself and approached the window once more. The morning light was faint, yet visibility had improved significantly compared to the night before. He meticulously scrutinized the small wooden windowsill, where aside from a few droplets of pristine morning dew, something truly intriguing seemed to lie. In the corner of the sill, adjacent to the outer wall, a nondescript object, slightly larger than a fingernail and entirely black, lay quietly. It was flat, resembling a diminutive sugar cube, crafted from a material that appeared to be metal or hard plastic, exuding a matte sheen in the dawn light. What could this be? When did it appear? Was it the source of the noise from last night? Wu Suowei's heart abruptly constricted. His mind immediately conjured thoughts of Chi Cheng's probing. Could this be another more sophisticated device, equipped with surveillance or tracking capabilities? Did Chi Cheng intend to affix surveillance directly outside his window? Yet, reason dictated that if it were indeed Chi Cheng, there would be no need for such clandestine tactics. In this manner, if he wished to monitor anything, it would merely require a simple command. Could it then be WA? The notion sent Wu Suowei's heart skipping a beat. Had they found this place? Were they delivering something in such an exceedingly covert manner? This was perilously reckless. But if it wasn't them, who could it be? An overwhelming yearning eclipsed his fear. He craved information, a connection to the outside world, even if just a morsel. This small black object could be poison or perhaps an antidote. Nonetheless, he had to obtain it. Taking a deep breath, he reconfirmed that no one was around. Then, with utmost slowness and caution, he pushed open a wooden window. The movement was so gentle it barely made a sound. The icy morning breeze flooded in, invigorating him. He extended his hand, his fingertips trembling with tension, swiftly retrieving the black object, then promptly shutting the window and drawing the curtains. Leaning against the wall, he spread his palm. The object felt cool to the touch, weighty, and substantial. It was entirely black, devoid of any markings or buttons, save for an exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible interface seam on the side. Was this a miniature storage device? A USB drive? Wu Suowei's breathing quickened. If this truly was sent by WA, what might it contain? Soma's analytical results? The next set of instructions? Or perhaps a plan for escape? Hope ignited like wildfire in his heart, only to be swiftly quelled by deeper vigilance. What if this was a trap set by Chi Cheng? What if inserting this USB triggered an alarm or harbored a virus, ultimately exposing him? He meticulously examined the black device, attempting to uncover any hint or clue. Eventually, he discovered a line of laser-etched, minuscule letters at the bottom, requiring a magnifying glass to discern. For WSW, eyes only terminal WSW, the abbreviation of Wu Suowei's name. Eyes only, restricted to his viewing. Terminal? What did this mean? Did it imply that the device itself served as a terminal, or did it need to connect to a specific terminal device? The information was limited, yet sufficient to send Wu Suowei's heart racing. It was highly probable that it had come from WA. They had not only located him, but had also delivered crucial intelligence. However, with this revelation arose a pressing dilemma. He required a device capable of reading the micro-storage unit. A laptop? A mobile phone? These communication devices had long been confiscated since the moment Chi Cheng exerted control. The guest room was equipped with only the most rudimentary amenities, the television being an antiquated model devoid of smart capabilities. Elation quickly gave way to a more profound predicament. He had obtained the key, but could not find the lock. Wu Suowei clutched the black Pandora's box tightly, pacing anxiously within the confines of the room. He had to find a computer. Surely, there must be one within the manor, perhaps in the study of the main house, the servants' quarters, or even the security room. Yet, each of these locations was heavily guarded, rendering him incapable of approaching them. Was he to possess this vital object, yet remain oblivious to its contents? The sensation of being so near, yet so far, was more tormenting than utter despair. Just as he found himself at a loss, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a decorative vintage radiocassette player nestled in the corner of the room. It was a retro piece, intentionally placed to complement the manor's overall aesthetic, one he had never previously noticed. Suddenly, a remarkably audacious, even whimsical idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. Although the interface of the black storage unit was diminutive, could it possibly be some cleverly disguised, non-standard audio connection? Might certain espionage devices utilize such seemingly ordinary interfaces to transmit encrypted information? Did the term terminal imply something else? Wu Suowei's heart raced once more. He hurried to the vintage player, scrutinizing the various ports on its rear. In addition to the standard power and antenna connections, there was a common 3.5mm audio input and an even older pin connector for tapes. His gaze fixated on the audio input. Wu Suowei's fingers, cold from anxiety, trembled slightly. The fine seam on the side of the black micro-storage unit seemed to align with a slender modification probe he had discovered in the backup wiring box behind the radio, perhaps a remnant from previous repairs. This was entirely a wild conjecture based on the word terminal and his current desperate situation, with a success rate that was exceedingly slim. Yet, he had no alternative. He double-checked that the door was securely locked and the curtains drawn tightly, then cautiously positioned the probe against the seam of the storage unit's interface. The other end was connected to the standard 3.5mm audio input on the back of the vintage radio. The entire setup appeared rudimentary and bizarre, akin to a child's haphazard assembly. Would succeed? Wu Suowei held his breath, switched on the radio, but did not tune into any station. Instead, he adjusted the volume knob to its lowest setting before gradually increasing it. At first, there was only a crackling sound of static electricity. As Wu Suowei's heart sank, believing his conjecture had failed, an exceedingly faint yet distinctly patterned pull sound abruptly mingled with the surrounding noise, a rhythmic beep-beep reminiscent of a cryptic code. Chapter 74. A Glimmer of Hope. Remarkably, this rudimentary terminal had indeed received a signal. His heart raced with exhilaration as he pressed his ear against the worn mesh speaker of the radio, focusing intently to discern the faint sound. The pulse persisted for a brief span, then ceased. Following a fleeting silence, an exceedingly distorted voice, indiscernible in gender, yet unmistakably processed electronically, emerged intermittently. Wu Suowei, information confirmed. The voice, blurred and interspersed with static, continued. Soma analysis results preliminarily confirm the presence of a rare neurotargeting component, codenamed Cheng. The mention of this name sent a shiver down Wu Suowei's spine. The electronic voice labored to convey further information. Prolonged usage results in irreversible desensitization of pheromone receptors, accompanied by profound physiological dependence and cognitive compliance tendencies. Indeed, the analysis by WA validated his deepest fears. This drug was designed to completely suppress his instincts as an alpha, transforming him into a docile puppet. Moreover, a crucial discovery surfaced as the electronic voice seemed to intensify, albeit still distorted. The chain component exhibits an activation correlation with a specific enigma pheromone sequence, hypothesized as a preparatory step for the ultimate marking. The term ultimate marking detonated in Wu Suowei's mind like thunder. He had only heard whispers of Enigma's ability to mark alphas, never suspecting that such a sinister drug would be required as a precursor. Soma was not merely a suppressor, but a transformative agent, reshaping his body and will into a vessel capable of receiving Chi Cheng's ultimate mark. Once successfully marked, he would cease to be an independent entity, irrevocably reduced to an appendage of enigma. His existence, both physiological and psychological, would be entirely controlled, leaving no hope for redemption. A chilling terror enveloped him, far more intense than any confrontation with Chi Cheng he had previously faced. This was not merely a struggle. It was a calculated and insidious annihilation of his very essence. The electronic voice persisted, though the signal began to waver, growing increasingly indistinct. Warning: target marking imminent. Calm retreat may be the final location. Escape must be executed swiftly. A crackling interruption obscured the transmission. Danger. Next instruction: await signal. The voice was utterly drowned out by a torrent of electrical static. And no matter how he adjusted the dial, all that remained was a cacophony of noise. The transmission was severed. Wu Suowei stood frozen, his body icy, as if his blood had congealed. The last few words that echoed from the radio: ultimate marking, final location, escape must be executed swiftly, reverberated in his mind like a cursed incantation. The truth was far darker and more terrifying than he had ever imagined. To Chi Cheng, it was never merely a matter of commercial conquest or personal possession. Rather, it was a relentless endeavor to inscribe upon his very soul and flesh an eternal mark of servitude. The seemingly tranquil land of Jingxin Garden was, in truth, a preordained altar, and he was the offering destined for sacrifice. After the profound shock and fear subsided, an almost numbing calmness enveloped him. Knowing the worst outcome extinguished any lingering hope. He swiftly disconnected the rudimentary wire, clutching the black micro-storage device tightly in his palm, concealing it in the most secretive recesses of his being. Then, he turned off the radio, restoring everything to its prior state. Having completed these actions, he approached the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. Under the sun, Jingxin Garden remained serene and beautiful, with verdant bamboo groves and the gentle babbling of water. Yet in his eyes, this picturesque scene had shed all its disguises, revealing the sinister traps lurking beneath. Chi Cheng's patience was likely waning. The so-called recuperation was merely a process of waiting for the components of the chains to accumulate within him to a critical concentration. The next encounter with Chi Cheng might unveil the moment when the dagger is drawn from the sheath. He could no longer remain passive. He must devise an escape before the ultimate marking transpired. However, how to escape? This manner was as impenetrable as a fortress, leaving him isolated and defenseless. Wu Suowei's gaze turned towards the horizon, transcending the walls of the estate, as if yearning to pierce through the barriers and glimpse a thread of vitality. Beneath the silence of Jingxin Garden, a tempest surged fiercely within his heart. The moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury over the courtyard, casting a cold, silvery hue upon the white sand, green stones, and swaying shadows of bamboo. Wu Suowei stood in the shadows of the guest room, resembling a lifeless statue, with only the frantic beating of his heart within his chest proving he was indeed alive, a creature driven to the brink of despair. The ultimate location of the marking chain conveyed by Yue resonated within him, each word searing into his soul like a red-hot branding iron. All prior conjectures, fears, and resistances appeared so feeble and superficial in this moment. He had once believed that Chi Cheng sought merely conquest and control. He had not anticipated the true intent to obliterate the very foundation of his existence, reducing him to a soulless, perpetually subservient being. This was no longer a game of strategy, but a battle for survival. The aftermath of dread surged like a chilling tide, crashing against his nerves in relentless waves. He recalled Chi Cheng's seemingly magnanimous mercies, the soma pill placed beneath his pillow, and the harrowing medication performance in the study. It dawned upon him that Chi Cheng had been akin to a patient gardener, meticulously pruning this unruly plant, awaiting the moment of ultimate harvest. That fruit was the complete subjugation of his will. In the depths of his fear, an icy resolve and fury ignited within him. With no avenue of retreat, begging for mercy would only hasten his demise. Thus, he had no choice but to rise and fight for a glimmer of hope. He gently opened his palm, the black micro-storage device resting quietly within, glimmering with a dark sheen under the moonlight. Within these walls lies a truth potent enough to upend his fate, and it has become his sole flicker of hope. He can no longer passively await the next contact from WA, as they have explicitly indicated that communication is fraught with difficulty and peril. He must take it upon himself to escape. But how? The confines of the tranquil retreat are heavily guarded. He is akin to a bird in a cage, utterly oblivious to the outside world, devoid of any means of communication, and lacking even a decent weapon. A forceful breach would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. He requires intelligence, knowledge of the manor's layout, the guard's patrol patterns, the blind spots of surveillance, and the movements of Chi Cheng. He also needs an opportunity, a chance to break through this impenetrable defense. Wu Suowei's gaze sharpened, akin to a blade honed in darkness. No longer would he be the prey, passively enduring and carefully concealing himself. From this moment forth, he would assume the role of the hunter. Even if armed with nothing but a straw, he would endeavor to tighten it around his adversary's throat. Chapter 75. The awakening of the cornered beast. He approached the window, no longer content to cower behind the curtains, but boldly observing the courtyard bathed in moonlight. He began to scrutinize everything with a fresh, strategic perspective. Where does that corridor lead? Can the bamboo grove provide cover? What time does the guard change occur? When do the lights in the main house extinguish? Each detail could become the key to his escape. He understood that Chi Cheng had likely sensed some of his peculiarities, or at the very least, had grown impatient with his taming. The next encounter with Chi Cheng would undoubtedly reveal the truth. He must find a way out before that moment arrives, carefully concealing the micro-storage device in an utterly secret location, this time not behind the router, but in a minuscule crevice he discovered by prying open the floorboards. Wu Suowei reclined back onto his bed. He closed his eyes, no longer evading reality, but instead constructing a mental map of the tranquil retreat repeatedly in his mind. He simulated various possible scenarios. Fear still lingered, yet it could no longer dominate him. In its place emerged a calm determination, a primal and potent survival instinct ignited in the face of impending doom. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his pale visage, while beneath his tightly shut eyelids his eyes darted rapidly. The night at the tranquil retreat remained silent, yet beneath this stillness, a cornered beast had quietly awakened, sharpening its claws, preparing to confront the inevitable, brutal final contest that dawn would bring. As dawn dispelled the darkness, the tranquil retreat awakened within the morning mist, birds chirping melodiously, everything appearing serene and peaceful. Yet in Wu Suowei's eyes, this picturesque scene had entirely lost its vibrancy, reduced to stark lines and cold calculations. He resembled a reconnaissance operative infiltrating enemy territory, scrutinizing the prison from an entirely new perspective. Breakfast was delivered punctually to the courtyard entrance. The meal was brought by the same taciturn, middle-aged servant, who placed the food box down and departed without a glance or a word. Wu Suowei observed that the figure before him moved with a steady gait, their gaze lowered yet glimmering with an undeniable sharpness. Distinctly not an ordinary servant, but rather resembling a trained security personnel in disguise. This was a signal. Even the most basic service staff could potentially be part of surveillance network. The individual, carrying a food box, did not return indoors but instead seated themselves on a stone bench in the small courtyard, eating slowly. Their eyes casually scanned the surroundings of the courtyard. The winding corridor connected the main residence to his guest quarters, separated by approximately 50 meters, adorned with artificial hills, clusters of bamboo, and a modest pond. These scenic elements perhaps provided fleeting visual concealment. He noted that every 15 minutes or so, a figure clad in dark security attire would silently patrol the perimeter of the main house along a fixed route, demonstrating a pattern that was both regular and professional. In the morning, Wu Suowei feigned a sense of confinement within his room, expressing a desire to bask in the sunlight as he attempted to stroll out of the small courtyard, ambling slowly along the corridor. He deliberately made his steps appear weak and aimless, as if he truly sought merely to catch his breath. Indeed, scarcely had he ventured 10 meters from the courtyard when the servant delivering meals appeared like a specter at the far end of the corridor, pruning the foliage while casting a seemingly indifferent glance in his direction. Wu Suowei smirked inwardly, maintaining an outward composure. He approached the pond, watching the koi swim gracefully, pausing for a moment before turning back as if fatigued. He refrained from approaching the main residence or exploring further, embodying the demeanor of a patient content with his circumstances. This minor test confirmed his suspicions. His range of movement was strictly confined to a minuscule area centered around the guest room, under tight real-time surveillance. A forceful breach was impossible. In the afternoon, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the overcast sky. The rain cloaked the estate in a delicate veil, presenting a glimmer of opportunity. The sound of rainfall might mask subtle noises, and the droplets could obscure the surveillance's line of sight. Wu Suowei stood at the threshold of his guest room, gazing at the rain-soaked courtyard. He noticed that the security personnel patrolling in the rain seemed to shorten their exposure time outdoors, extending the intervals between patrols. Yet the guards at the main entrance remained steadfast and unmoving. His gaze fell upon a small side hall at the end of the corridor, adjacent to the main house, where a seldom-used side door was located. If he could reach that point, a vague plan began to take shape in his mind, albeit fraught with risk, necessitating more information and the right moment. As dusk approached, the rain ceased. The golden rays of the setting sun pierced through the clouds, casting a warm orange hue across the courtyard. It was then that the familiar figure of the butler, clad in gray, traditional attire, appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard. "Mr. Wu," the butler intoned respectfully, "Mr. Chi invites you to dinner." Here it came again. Wu Suowei's heart tightened. This dinner invitation felt markedly different from the last. He understood it was likely not merely a meal, but rather another advance by Chi Cheng, perhaps even the prelude to a final judgment. Refusal was not an option. "Very well, I shall come shortly," Wu Suowei replied calmly. Upon returning to his chamber, he donned the attire prepared for him by Chi Cheng, a shirt adorned with an intricate serpentine insignia at the collar. This time, as his fingers traced the emblem, he felt no humiliation. Instead, it served as a reminder of the trials he was about to confront. He gazed into the mirror at his elegantly attired reflection, his eyes cold yet resolute. He had gained a preliminary understanding of the layout of the Tranquil Heart Pavilion and was acutely aware of the stringent surveillance in place. Although the plan for escape remained tenuous, he was no longer the frightened prisoner awaiting fate. Dinner would mark the commencement of his next confrontation. He would face the colossal serpent coiled within its lair, test his limits, and strive for the slightest chance of survival. The main residence, mere steps away, appeared to him both a den of peril and potentially the only avenue for breakthrough. Adjusting his collar, he pushed open the door and stepped towards the lavish prison, shrouded in the glow of the setting sun, fraught with danger. The dining hall of the main residence was still ablaze with light, the long table set with exquisite cutlery. However, unlike his previous visit, tonight's feast seemed notably more sumptuous, even featuring a bottle of fine red wine. Yet, this apparent elevation in hospitality only heightened the alarm bells ringing within Wu Suowei. Chi Cheng was already seated at the head of the table, clad in a deep purple velvet robe that accentuated his pale complexion. Unlike their last encounter, he did not ignore Wu Suowei. Instead, he lifted his gaze as Wu entered. That glance caused Wu Suowei's heart to skip a beat. Chi Cheng's eyes remained profound, yet there was an unfamiliar quality to them. The usual absolute indifference, tinged with a sense of control, appeared diminished, replaced by an indescribable restlessness or perhaps a deeper, forcibly suppressed weariness. The powerful aura of enigma still enveloped him, the sense of cedar and cold spring water lingering. Yet it seemed to have lost its usual precision, subtly radiating outward in an uncontrollable manner, infused with a barely perceptible tremor. Chapter 76. The sensitive period. Wu Suowei's acute perception as a top-tier alpha instantly detected this subtle anomaly. He composed himself, taking his seat with lowered eyelashes, projecting an air of submission, while internally a tempest brewed. Chi Cheng's demeanor was not as it should be. It did not stem from mere fatigue due to busy affairs. It felt akin to some physiological fluctuation. Could it be a daring, almost suffocating hypothesis that flashed through his mind? The sensitive period of an enigma. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Although the enigma transcended the alpha, it was not without vulnerabilities. It was said that the exceedingly rare enigma might experience a physiological cycle similar to that of an alpha's sensitive period. During this time, their control would wane. Emotions and pheromones might fluctuate unpredictably, and they could become increasingly reliant on or crave a specific form of solace. If this were indeed the case, then Chi Cheng's decision to bring him to the Tranquil Heart Pavilion was not merely a prelude to the ultimate marking once the chains took effect. Perhaps it is the seclusion of this place that allows him to navigate through this relatively vulnerable phase with a sense of security. Could this seemingly sumptuous dinner be a prelude to some form of consolation? Or perhaps the final feast before a marking ceremony? Countless thoughts swirled in Wu Suowei's mind. He meticulously controlled his pheromones, maintaining the docile tranquility imposed by soma. He dared not reveal even a trace of alpha aggression or wariness, fearful of provoking the potentially unstable Chi Cheng. The dinner commenced in an eerie silence. Chi Cheng ate sparingly, spending most of the time slowly savoring his glass of red wine, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Wu Suowei. That look, no longer merely one of scrutiny and control, now bore a complexity, a focused intensity almost akin to assessing the perfection of one's possessions, tinged with a subtle restlessness. Wu Suowei felt that gaze linger on the gland at the nape of his neck, radiating a searing warmth that made him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He forced himself to eat in small, refined bites, while his mind raced with calculations. If Chi Cheng truly found himself in a sensitive period, it would undoubtedly pose a significant risk. Yet, it could also represent a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Might a diminished control over an enigma imply vulnerabilities in the formidable defenses of this estate? Would it mean that Chi Cheng's judgment might be compromised? Yet, this could also signify an even greater danger. An unstable predator may exhibit even more unpredictable behavior. Is the food not to your liking? Chi Cheng suddenly broke the silence, his voice slightly deeper and more hoarse than usual. Wu Suowei immediately met his gaze, striving to ensure his own expression appeared docile and vacant. No, it's quite delicious. I just haven't had much of an appetite lately. He subtly conveyed an appropriate frailty befitting a patient. Chi Cheng scrutinized him for a few seconds without probing further, merely downing his glass of wine. As he set the glass down, Wu Suowei keenly observed a nearly imperceptible tremor in his long fingers. This detail further corroborated Wu Suowei's suspicions. The dinner concluded amidst an atmosphere thick with ulterior motives. Chi Cheng said little more, simply gesturing for Wu Suowei to take his leave. Rising, Wu Suowei respectfully excused himself. Upon exiting the dining room and returning to the hallway, the cool night air sent a shiver down his spine, sharpening his senses. He glanced back at the brightly lit main residence. Behind that door, the formidable enigma might be experiencing an unprecedented, fragile moment rife with cracks. Was this fissure the catalyst propelling him toward hell, or the sole gap through which he might escape his confines. Wu Suowei clenched his fists. The answer would demand a gamble with his very life. Once back in his guest room, Wu Suowei locked the door and leaned against the door panel, his heart still racing, not out of fear, but due to the recently uncovered potential that could upend the situation, Chi Cheng's susceptibility. Moonlight streamed through the window, slicing the room into fragments of light and shadow. Wu Suowei lay awake in the darkness, his mind racing with calculations. The sensitive period signified instability, a potential for vulnerabilities to emerge. But how long would it last? How severe would the fluctuations be? He was utterly oblivious. He felt like a person holding a match, standing beside a barrel of explosives, aware that igniting it could lead to his demise, yet might also be the sole means of forging an escape route. There was no time to waste. With every breath, he risked inching closer to the ultimate marker. Tonight, Chi Cheng was unusually agitated, and the estate's guards might exhibit a slight lapse in vigilance due to their master's erratic state. This was the moment of utmost risk, perhaps fleetingly offering a singular opportunity. He required more specific information about the escape routes of the estate, about Chi Cheng's plans, and about how the ultimate marker would be executed. Where could such information be concealed? The main house, Chi Cheng's study, or his bedroom? A thought, bold to the point of recklessness, began to take shape in his mind. To infiltrate the main house and stealthily enter Chi Cheng's bedroom or study. The notion sent a shiver down his spine. The consequences of being discovered would be dire. Yet, in dire straits, only extraordinary actions could yield results. He waited silently, like a crouching leopard, anticipating the deepest hour of night. He meticulously recalled his observations from the day, the intervals between patrolling guards, the angles of surveillance cameras, the shadows along the corridor. He tore a strip from the bedsheet, crudely wrapping it around his shoe soles to muffle his footsteps. At 2 a.m, silence enveloped the world. Even the chirping of insects had grown sparse. Wu Suowei gently pushed open the window of the guest room, opting not to use the door. He deftly climbed out, landing softly on the grass, swiftly blending into the shadows of the wall. The ground was slightly damp from the rain, and the air was cool. He pressed against the building's wall, utilizing every corner and the cover of ornamental plants to stealthily advance toward the main house. His heart pounded like a drum, yet his movements remained remarkably calm and agile. The inherent physical prowess and agility of an alpha came to the forefront at this moment. Evading a patrolling guard's line of sight, he successfully approached the main house. The seldom-used side door he had noted during the day was indeed ajar, perhaps left open for ventilation. He held his breath, gently nudging it open and slipping inside. The interior was a dimly lit anteroom cluttered with odds and ends. He adjusted to the darkness, discerning his bearings, and navigated toward the direction of the study, as recalled from memory. The corridor was lined with thick carpet, absorbing the sound of his footsteps. The study door was firmly shut. He tentatively twisted the doorknob, confirming it was locked. This came as no surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he redirected his objective to the second floor, toward Chi Cheng's bedroom. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. The main house was not entirely unguarded. Occasional night lights flickered at corners, but with his keen senses and utmost caution, he managed to evade potential exposure time and again. At last, he stood before the door to Chi Cheng's bedroom on the second floor. The door was tightly closed, the silence within palpable. He pressed his ear against the door, attentively listening to the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat, alongside a faint, suppressed, yet heavy and fervent breath. Chi Cheng was inside, seemingly in a deep slumber, or perhaps it was a profound state induced by a sensitive period. Wu Suowei's palms were slick with sweat. Tentatively, he turned the doorknob with excruciating slowness. A soft click echoed in the silence, reverberating like thunder. The door was unlocked. Was it a lapse in vigilance due to the sensitive phase, or was this an intentional trap? An arrow drawn, he had no choice but to release it. With a steely resolve, Wu Suowei gently pushed open a narrow gap, just wide enough for him to slip through like a shadow. The bedroom was suffused with a rich, unstable scent of cedar and cold spring pheromones, nearly suffocating him. Bathed in the dim light filtering through the window, he discerned a vague figure lying on the large bed in the center of the room, the sound of breath emanating from that very spot. He quickly surveyed the room, which was furnished simply yet luxuriously. Against the wall stood a massive desk, cluttered with documents, and an ancient-looking lacquered box that captured his attention. It seemed incongruous with the modern decor, exuding an aura of mystery. Should he investigate the desk or ascertain Chi Cheng's condition first? Holding his breath, he stealthily approached the bedside, needing to confirm whether Chi Cheng was truly asleep. The closer he drew, the more oppressive the powerful, unstable waves of enigma pheromones became, nearly provoking the alpha instincts within him that had been subdued by medication. Just as he was but a few steps away from the bed, the figure stirred suddenly. Wu Suowei froze in place, his blood running cold. Had Chi Cheng awakened? Chapter 77. The awakening of the hunter time seemed to halt in that moment. Wu Suowei remained motionless in the shadows, a few paces from the bed, as blood rushed to his head, only to cool in an instant. He could hear the frantic pounding of his heart, almost drowning out the now elongated yet still fervent breaths from the bed. Chi Cheng had not fully awakened. He merely shifted, turning from his back to face Wu Suowei. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow on his chiseled profile and tightly shut eyes. His brow was slightly furrowed, suggesting he bore some discomfort or restlessness even in slumber. The powerful and unstable enigma pheromones ebbed and flowed with his breaths, enveloping Wu Suowei tightly. Wu Suowei held his breath, paralyzed with fear that even the slightest disturbance might awaken this slumbering lion. He resembled a stone statue, with only his rapidly contracting pupils revealing the tempest within. The opportunity had slipped away. Now, the paramount concern was a safe retreat. He fixated intently on Chi Cheng's face, confirming with his gaze that there were no signs of awakening. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, he began to retreat, each step as light as a feather falling to the ground. His muscles taut to their utmost limit. His eyes involuntarily swept once more over the ancient lacquered wooden box resting on the desk against the wall. So near, yet infinitely distant. It might conceal the secrets of the ultimate mark, perhaps the key to his escape, yet now, lingering even for a second, felt a luxury beyond reach. With each step back, his hand finally brushed against the cold doorknob. Just then, Chi Cheng on the bed emitted a low, almost murmured groan. It was not the sound of awakening, but imbued with a primal, indistinct longing. Simultaneously, Wu Suowei distinctly sensed the pheromones belonging to Enigma intensifying in the air, turning aggressive. It felt like an invisible net suddenly closing around him. This was not a conscious attack, but rather an instinctive response to a specific scent in proximity during a sensitive phase. Wu Suowei's heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. No longer hesitating, he abruptly twisted the doorknob, slipped out, and swiftly closed the door behind him. The soft click of the door shutting reverberated through the silent corridor like a thunderclap. Leaning against the cold door panel, he gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Inside, the restless pheromones were cut off, yet he could still feel their lingering warmth. He dared not linger, retracing his steps with even greater speed than before, fleeing the main residence as if pursued by malevolent spirits. It was not until he climbed back through the window into his own room and locked the door that he finally collapsed, sliding down the door panel to the floor. Had he succeeded? Had he infiltrated and escaped unscathed? Yet the shivering thrill of narrowly avoiding danger, combined with the instinctual agitation of Chi Cheng's pheromones at the last moment, left him shaken. He had gathered no useful information, only confirming one thing. Chi Cheng was indeed in a sensitive phase. Moreover, his state was highly unstable, even provoking a strong instinctive reaction to Wu Suowei's proximity. Was this a blessing or a curse? If Chi Cheng's instinct was to mark him, would this instability spur him into action sooner? Or would it instead expose him to greater vulnerabilities? Wu Suowei curled up in the shadows behind the door, gazing at the gradually brightening sky outside. The night's adventure, while devoid of substantial intelligence, had allowed him to palpably sense the impending crisis. Beneath his opponent's seemingly unassailable facade, there might exist fleeting cracks. The hunter had awakened, even if only in dreams. and the prey must find the blade capable of piercing the cage before dawn fully arrived. Wu Suowei remained huddled behind the door for an indeterminate time until the first true rays of morning light pierced through the clouds, dispelling the darkness within the room. The physical exhaustion and overwhelming tension left him nearly depleted, yet his mind was remarkably alert, replaying every detail of last night's infiltration, particularly that final moment. The primal agitation of Chi Cheng's pheromones was almost overwhelming, a suffocating pressure that threatened to engulf him. Dawn heralded the arrival of new dangers. Had his actions from the previous night left any traces? Would Chi Cheng notice something amiss upon waking? He forced himself to rise, quickly changing out of the clothes damp with dew and grass, concealing them, and splashed cold water on his face, striving to appear as normal as possible. He had to brace for the worst and prepare accordingly. The morning was unsettlingly calm. Breakfast arrived as usual, the servants remaining silent. Yet this tranquility felt like the oppressive calm before a storm, tightening the strings of anxiety in Wu Suowei's heart. As expected, just past 10 o'clock, the butler reappeared at the courtyard entrance. This time, there was no semblance of a polite smile on the butler's face, and his tone bore an unusual gravity. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Chi requests your immediate presence in the study." The word immediate sent Wu Suowei's heart plummeting. He was nearly certain that their scheme had been uncovered. Where had they gone awry? Was it the fingerprints on the doorknob? The nearly imperceptible footprints on the carpet? Or had Chi Cheng been fully awake, merely savoring the folly of his entrapment? There was no time for contemplation. Wu Suowei took a deep breath, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, and nodded. Very well. He followed the butler toward the main residence, each step feeling like a march toward the guillotine. The sun shone brightly, birds sang sweetly, yet to him, all vibrancy had faded, leaving only stark despair and a numbed calm. The study door stood ajar. Chi Cheng faced away from the entrance, standing before a grand ink wash painting. Clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, he appeared poised and composed, seemingly having fully reclaimed his usual impeccable, icy demeanor. The fragility and agitation of last night's sensitive period felt like a figment of Wu Suowei's imagination. However, the moment Wu Suowei stepped into the study, he acutely sensed the pervasive cedar and cold spring pheromones in the air. Though they had returned to a reserved and stable state, there was an inexplicable chill of fury lurking within, like a dark current in the depths of the sea, serene on the surface, yet surging with destructive force beneath. "Close the door." Chi Cheng did not turn around. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Wu Suowei obeyed, the heavy thud of the wooden door echoing like a death knell. Slowly, Chi Cheng turned to face him. His expression was inscrutable, his gaze as deep and cold as two frigid pools, piercing directly into Wu Suowei. That look was devoid of the complexities from the previous night, now reduced to a pure, predatory chill. Last night, Chi Cheng spoke in a tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. "How did you rest?" Wu Suowei's fingertips turned instantly cold. He compelled himself to meet Chi Cheng's gaze, striving to maintain his composure, even deliberately allowing a hint of confusion and vulnerability to surface in his eyes. "It was all right, just a bit restless. I had trouble sleeping." He was gambling, probing without any concrete evidence, merely testing the waters. A slow, icy curve formed at the corner of Chi Cheng's mouth, devoid of any semblance of mirth, instead radiating a chilling mockery. "Is that so?" He took deliberate steps, advancing towards Wu Suowei with a measured pace. The sound of his polished shoes striking the floor echoed in the silent study, resonating like a drumbeat against Wu Suowei's heart. Yet, the surveillance outside my study captured an intriguing shadow around 2 in the morning. Wu Suowei's breath hitched, his blood seemingly freezing in an instant. The shadow, Chi Cheng's gaze, sliced through Wu Suowei's face with surgical precision, lingering with an unsettling fondness around the guest room he occupied, circling back and forth for an extended period. Wu Suowei's heart raced furiously. He understood. Chi Cheng had not obtained direct evidence of his entry into the main residence, but he had discovered images of Wu Suowei loitering near his guest room before infiltrating and after escaping. This was enough to stir his deepest suspicions. Curiosity piqued. Chi Cheng extended his hand, his icy fingertips gliding gently across the sensitive skin at Wu Suowei's neck, provoking a shiver. "My little alpha," he mused. "What are you searching for at this hour?" His fingers lingered on the gland at the back of Wu Suowei's neck, applying slight pressure. This was the most vulnerable and sensitive area of an alpha, the very spot where enigma marked its own. A tremor of mixed fear and instinctual resistance surged through Wu Suowei. He knew the final judgment had arrived. Chapter 78. A Guilty Conscience. The cold, threatening sensation on the gland at the back of his neck struck Wu Suowei like a jolt of electricity through his spine. Fear and humiliation surged through his veins like molten lava, nearly shattering the facade of calm he desperately maintained. Chi Cheng's gaze was like tangible shackles, pinning him in place, awaiting his response, or rather, anticipating his collapse. What was he searching for? What could he possibly be seeking? An escape route, a weapon of defiance, a glimmer of hope. Yet, he could utter not a single word. In a flash, countless excuses flickered through Wu Suowei's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Any feeble justification appeared laughable in the face of Chi Cheng's absolute insight. Resolute, he decided to abandon the futile pretense, raising his gaze to meet Chi Cheng's unfathomable eyes. Within those depths, typically shrouded to conceal their sharpness, a flicker of desperate resolve ignited, as if driven to the edge. His voice, strained with tension, bore a stubborn defiance. "I couldn't sleep. I heard strange noises outside, and I was a bit scared, so I got up to check." This excuse was riddled with flaws, bordering on childishness. Yet sometimes, the most improbable excuses yield unexpected results. He deliberately revealed a fragility tinged with a hint of neurosis, befitting his caged identity. One could perhaps understand a patient, under the influence of medication, ensnared in an unfamiliar environment, fraught with anxiety, becoming alarmed at the slightest rustle of the night. Chi Cheng's fingertips lingered upon his gland, neither retracting nor applying further pressure. He simply gazed silently at Wu Suowei, his profound eyes betraying neither belief nor disbelief. The air in the study had solidified into a suffocating stillness. After a prolonged silence, Chi Cheng finally spoke, his voice low and menacing. "Are you afraid?" He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Wu Suowei's ear with a cruel intimacy. "Here, the only thing you need to fear is the loss of my protection." The word protection was articulated with a weight that dripped with irony. As for the strange sounds, Chi Cheng's fingertips pressed slightly against the fragile gland, provoking a subtle shiver from Wu Suowei. "Perhaps the guilt lies within you?" This statement pierced through Wu Suowei's facade of calm like a needle, shattering his pretense. He was almost certain that Chi Cheng did not believe his fabrications. Rather, he reveled in the cat-and-mouse game, meticulously dismantling Wu Suowei's psychological defenses. Wu Suowei opened his mouth, wishing to say something more, but was interrupted by Chi Cheng. "Enough." Chi Cheng finally withdrew his hand, seemingly losing interest in the torment. He turned back to his desk, resuming the role of the omnipotent enigma. "It seems that the tranquility of the Quietude Pavilion does not suit you. Or perhaps you have yet to learn the true essence of tranquility." He pressed a button on the desk. Shortly thereafter, the study door swung open, and two towering bodyguards entered silently. Wu Suowei's heart plummeted. Were they about to take action? Would he be confined once more to the quiet room, or worse? However, Chi Cheng's subsequent order took him by surprise. "Take Mr. Wu back to the guest room." Chi Cheng's tone had reverted to its usual indifference. "Without my permission, he is not to step outside the guest room. Meals will be delivered 3 times a day. Is this house arrest? A complete imprisonment beyond the previous restrictions of the small courtyard." The bodyguards positioned themselves on either side of Wu Suowei, their demeanor firm yet polite as they gestured for him to proceed. Wu Suowei, glancing at Chi Cheng, who sat expressionless behind the desk, understood that any resistance at this moment would be futile. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, using the pain to maintain his last semblance of reason. He did not struggle, nor did he cast another glance at Chi Cheng, silently turning away and departing the study under the escort of the guards. Upon returning to the familiar guest room, the door closed behind him, followed by the unmistakable sound of a lock clicking shut. Wu Suowei stood in the center of the room, staring at the sunlit courtyard outside, now devoid of any connection to him. A profound sense of powerlessness and rage threatened to engulf him. House arrest. This meant he had been stripped of his last vestiges of limited freedom. He resembled a bird thoroughly ensnared in a cage, deprived even of the opportunity to flutter its wings. Chi Cheng did not immediately resort to more extreme measures. Perhaps the effects of the chains had yet to manifest as he anticipated, or perhaps he wished to continue this game of taming. Nonetheless, Wu Suowei understood that his time was truly limited. The next appearance of Chi Cheng might very well signal the moment of his demise. Despair engulfed him like a chilling tide, yet deep within this abyss, the flickering flame of defiance ignited by last night's vulnerability remained unextinguished, burning more fiercely under the weight of oppression. He approached the window, gripping the frame tightly, his knuckles paling. He could not surrender. As long as he drew breath, he must not relinquish hope. Just as he internally wrestled with despair, a faint yet distinct rhythmical tapping, unlike the rustling of leaves in the wind, suddenly resonated from outside the window. The sound was delicate, akin to pebbles striking glass. Wu Suowei's entire being jolted, and he abruptly lifted his gaze. The rhythmic, gentle tapping struck against his taut nerves like Morse code in the dark of night. His heart raced to his throat, momentarily suppressing all despair and fury in light of this unexpected turn. Who was it? Was it another of Chi Cheng's cruel tricks? A more vicious test? Or, he held his breath, cautiously edging toward the window, concealing himself in the shadows of the curtain, revealing only one I'd appear outside. Beyond the window, the sun shone brightly, and the courtyard was eerily still. As far as his gaze could reach, it was devoid of life. Yet the tapping resounded once more, and this time he discerned that the sound seemed to emanate from just below the windowsill, near the base of the wall. It did not come from afar, but was alarmingly close. Someone was right beneath his window. A flurry of possibilities raced through Wu Suowei's mind. Could it be a servant from the manor? A bodyguard? Impossible. No one would dare defy Chi Cheng's orders. Was it someone from WA? Could they have infiltrated this place? That was exceedingly perilous. He hesitated. The risk was immense. But this might be the only variable amidst his complete house arrest. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously eased the window open a crack. To his dismay, he saw no one. However, the instant the gap widened, a low, urgent voice, nearly swallowed in the throat yet eerily familiar, reached his ears. "Don't make a sound. It's me." Wu Suowei's pupils constricted in shock. Though deliberately subdued, he could not mistake the voice of his assistant, Shaolin. How could this be? What was he doing here? A wave of indescribable emotions surged within him, yet caution prevailed. Shaolin's appearance was utterly illogical. Could this be yet another trap set by Chi Cheng? A ploy to ensnare him, using Yue Yue? Hurry, there's no time to explain. The voice of Yue Yue below the window was urgent, imbued with an unprecedented tension. Take this. Use it when the opportunity arises. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a small, flat object, no larger than a fingernail and wrapped in transparent tape, was swiftly thrust through the crack of the window, landing on the windowsill inside. The object bore the appearance of a miniature electronic component, dark and devoid of any markings. It was inconceivable to Wu Suowei. A micro-signal transmitter, unidirectional, capable of sending a preset distress signal only once. WA instructed me to find a way to deliver this to you. Shaolin's voice was quick and urgent. This is as far as I can assist you. There are too many eyes on Chi Cheng. I cannot linger any longer. Take care of yourself. With that, he offered no opportunity for Wu Suowei to inquire further. In a faint rustling sound, the whisper of fabric against the grass was heard from outside before silence enveloped the scene. As if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of Wu Suowei's imagination. Wu Suowei stood frozen by the window, gripping the micro-transmitter that still carried the chill of the outdoors, his heart in turmoil. Shaolin. It was indeed Shaolin. Had WA contacted him? Did he risk infiltrating Jingxin Garden to deliver this? It signified that WA was acutely aware of his perilous situation and was attempting a rescue. At the very least, upon learning of his dire straits, they chose to take a risk to help him. This bond and the associated peril tightened Wu Suowei's throat. Yet, this was not the moment for sentiment. He quickly secured the window, drew the curtains tightly, and clutched the small transmitter in his palm. It represented hope, a fragile thread leading to the outside world, but it could also serve as a death warrant. Once activated, would the signal summon aid or betray his position and expedite Chi Cheng's actions? It could only be dispatched once. This indicated that the opportunity was singular, necessitating its use at the most critical juncture. But when would that moment arise? Chi Cheng's final mark could occur at any moment. Could he afford to wait? The confines of his confinement remained frigid, yet the small device in his hand radiated a flicker of warmth. Shaolin's unexpected arrival, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, not only provided him with a tool, but also, in a sense, shook the very foundations of Wu Suowei's isolation. He was not entirely alone in this struggle. However, new questions emerged. How had Shaolin infiltrated the premises? Could he depart safely? Was Chi Cheng already aware? Hope and danger coexisted. Wu Suowei concealed the transmitter within the most secretive pocket of his attire, feeling its slight weight. He turned his gaze back to the outside. His outlook no longer solely one of despair, but now infused with a heavy resolve. This lifeline was firmly in his grasp. He must exercise utmost caution and, at the precise moment, cast it into the abyss. Outside in Jingxin Garden, the sunlight continued to shine brightly, yet it felt as if more eyes lurked in the shadows, watching. The microtransmitter brought by Shaolin pressed against the skin on the inside of Wu Suowei's thigh, a searing weight that symbolized both hope and the sword of Damocles hanging above him. He was thoroughly confined in this guest room, where time had lost its meaning. Each moment a torment akin to being seared in a bubbling cauldron of oil. Outside the door, guards stand vigil 24 hours a day, while the windows have been secured from the outside, ensuring they cannot be fully opened. He is like a precious artifact sealed away, awaiting the owner's final decision on his fate. Chi Cheng has not reappeared, yet this silence is far more terrifying than any overt threat. Wu Suowei understands that this is a build-up, a preparation for the inevitable ultimate marking. He must utilize the launcher swiftly. However, the limitation of single use renders him hesitant to act impulsively. Once the signal is dispatched, he must wait for rescue. If the signal is sent too early and rescue has not yet arrived, while Chi Cheng is alerted, he will face utter catastrophe. If sent too late, the opportunity may vanish entirely. He mentally rehearses the scenario repeatedly. When will Chi Cheng execute the marking? The fluctuations of the sensitive period serve as clues, yet they remain uncertain. The next time Chi Cheng personally arrives could very well be the final moment. Therefore, the signal must be sent either before that moment or precisely at that moment to maximize the chances of gaining time and allowing the rescue team to locate him accurately. This is a gamble, and he must wager correctly on the timing. On the afternoon of the second day of his confinement, the sky darkened once more, heavy thunder rolling in the clouds, heralding yet another impending storm. The oppressive atmosphere nearly coalesced into substance. Wu Suowei sat by the window, watching the bamboo grove outside sway wildly in the wind, his inner turmoil reaching a crescendo. He had an intense premonition that a storm was approaching, not one from the heavens, but rather the tempest that was Chi Cheng. As evening fell, raindrops began to patter against the window. It was at that moment that the distinct sound of footsteps echoed outside the guest room door. More than one person. Then came the sound of a key being inserted into the lock, turning. Wu Suowei's heart lurched, and he sprang to his feet, muscles tensed. They have arrived. The door swung open, revealing two expressionless bodyguards who stood to either side. Then, Chi Cheng's figure appeared in the doorway. He was still clad in a tailored dark suit, but without a tie, the collar of his shirt casually undone, revealing a hint of collarbone. His complexion appeared paler than usual, with a barely perceptible darkness under his eyes, yet the enigmatic aura surrounding him was more potent than ever. Unstable, imbued with a restless energy and an undeniable aggressiveness, as if a storm was imminent. The peak of the sensitive period has arrived. Chi Cheng's gaze fell directly upon Wu Suowei, devoid of any concealment, brimming with raw possessiveness and an almost reverential yearning to complete a certain ritual. He slowly stepped into the room, the bodyguards silently retreating and closing the door behind them, the sound of the lock echoing clearly. Only the two of them remained in the room. The rain outside roared, accentuating the profound silence within. The time has come. Chi Cheng spoke, his voice low and hoarse, imbued with a peculiar magnetism, as if a demon whispered. Wu Suowei's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. Now is the moment. He must act immediately. Chi Cheng advanced step by step, an overwhelming pheromone enveloping Wu Suowei like a tangible wall, rendering him breathless and weak-kneed. The long-suppressed instincts of an alpha, subdued by soma, emitted a sharp alarm under such intense pressure, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Wu Suowei's hand stealthily glided towards his pocket, his fingertips brushing against the minuscule transmitter. His movements were exceedingly subtle, and with the concealment of his body, his thumb deftly located the tiny switch that required a firm press to activate. Chi Cheng halted merely an arm's length away, extending his hand as if to caress Wu Suowei's face. His gaze was focused and fervent, as if he were admiring a nearly completed masterpiece. Now was the moment. A flicker of resolve ignited in Wu Suowei's eyes as he summoned all his strength to press down forcefully on the transmitter switch. He felt a faint tremor in the device nestled in his palm, as if a signal had been dispatched. Had he succeeded? Almost instantaneously, Chi Cheng's movements came to a standstill. His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had sensed an imperceptible anomaly that did not belong to the current ambience. His sharp gaze swept over Wu Suowei's entire form, ultimately fixating on his hand, which appeared to dangle naturally, but had just executed a furtive maneuver. A cold, knowing smile unfurled slowly at the corners of Chi Cheng's lips. It seemed that his voice, though still low, now carried a chilling resonance. "My little alpha, have you prepared a parting gift?" Wu Suowei's blood ran cold in an instant. Had he been discovered?